Chapter 641 Promotion. Li Shiming kept flashing in the air silently. He used the Hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman, in conjunction with the color-changing cloak, to truly become invisible. He was already far away from the Gate of 10,000 Beasts sect at this time. And this period of time was also a good time to travel. Since the Yuqing sect suffered certain losses in the East Qi continent, they were stabilizing their rear in the Xian continent, and had no plans to come to the East Qi continent yet. Without the war, Li Shiming would not be criticized by other monks in the sect when traveling. Li Shiming's figure stopped in the void, and his eyes fell on the pool below. Among the rocks deep, there was his secret cave. South close to the end of the world was activated, and his figure appeared in the cave in a flash. Now his so close to the end of the world distance has increased by 3 times, and his spiritual consciousness has extended the distance to 12,000 meters. In other words, his combat distance is 12,000 meters, and the distance of 12,000 meters is his attack range. Of course, this does not mean that he has no means of attack beyond 12,000 meters, like that electromagnetic cannon of the 4 4th-level puppets, or the arrows shot by the Thunder Mysterious Bow, opened by the living dead Xiao Qifeng, able to cause damage at extremely long distances. Li Shiming entered the cave, and immediately sensed the blocked energy that made him uncomfortable. His consciousness took out some 4th-grade corpse refining formation flags from the soul crystal ring. This was specifically for setting up the corpse refining formation. The 4th-grade corpse refining materials were used to make the corpse refining formation flags. He used the 4th-grade corpse refining formation flag to set up a corpse refining formation in the cave. The corpse refining formation had the effect of gathering cold energy. And in this environment full of cold energy, the effect of the corpse refining formation has been improved many times. Li Shiming released Jinji Naming. Jinji Naming stood in the center of the corpse refining formation, and a large amount of cold energy poured into Jinji Naming's body. With his large supply of corpse refining resources, Golden Corpse Naming's own strength has been steadily improving. Since the Golden Corpse Black Shield was handed over to the clone Li Yuanba, his corpse refining resources were used more intensively, and Golden Corpse Naming reached the peak of the 4th-level primary level earlier than him. If it weren't for the restriction of his master's realm, Jinji Nan would have been promoted to the 4th-grade mid-level tomorrow. Now he brought Jinji Naming to the cave here suitable for corpse refining practice, just to raise Jinji Naming's realm to the 4th-level mid-level. The lower-level 4th-level corpse refining materials are extremely precious resources for other early Yuaning monks in the world of immortality. However, Li Shiming used his own alchemy ability to obtain a large amount of 4th-grade lower-level corpse refining materials in exchange for alchemy rewards. At this time, as if he didn't need money, he continued to put 4th-grade lower-level corpse refining materials into the corpse refining formation, in conjunction with the improvement of Jinji Naming. If any nascent soul cultivator who mastered corpse refining methods saw his method of refining corpses, they would probably be shocked. This extremely extravagant method of refining corpses is considered the behavior of a prodigal in the eyes of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Of course, Li Shiming's extremely extravagant method of corpse refining is not as wasteful as it seems. Every time he invests in the 4th-grade lower-level corpse refining materials, he invests them in the most extreme amount under the precise calculation of the natal magic weapon Z15. The right time and place. It can be said that every 4th-grade lower-grade corpse refining material is used to its maximum effect. Even if other Yuaning monks use 3 or 4 identical 4th-grade lower-grade corpse refining materials, they may not be able to exert the effect he has at this time. The corpse core in Jinji Naming's body is constantly absorbing cold energy. Since there is no limit to the realm of the Master Li Shiming, the energy of the corpse core in Jinji Naming's body is constantly accumulating. Working hard to break through the initial bottleneck of the 4th level, Li Shiming actually hopes to bring the Golden Corpse Black Shield here. Compared with the Golden Corpse Black Shield, the combat power of Golden Corpse Naming is relatively weaker. The strongest of the Golden Corpse Naming is Naming Lihua. Unfortunately, the power of Naming Lihua used to refine corpses is greatly restricted, especially after reaching the realm of Golden Corpse. The power of Nanming Lihua magical power is no different. It's more obvious. The magical power of Nanming Lihua, displayed by Li Shiming's fire and thunder nascent soul, even without the support of fire-based exercises, relies entirely on the fire-based support in 5 Rhymes Chi training technique, but it is still powerful enough to exert good power. The Nanming Lihua magical power of Jinji Nanming is almost impossible to use in actual combat. Among them, in addition to the fact that Jinji Nanming cannot exert the full power of the magical power of Nanming Lihua. With the corpse refining body, there is also the fact that Jin Ji Nanming lacks a fire-based skill that can exert the magical power of Nanming Lihua. Lihua's magical power cannot attack enemies from a distance. If Jin Ji Nanming wants to use the magical power of Nanming Lihua to fight, he needs to get close to the enemy and hit the Nanming Lihua on the enemy. If he can really do this, any stronger technique will be enough to make the enemy fatal. Although Jin Shi Nanming has various shortcomings, the advantages of Jin Shi Nanming are still very obvious. Mastering the magical power of Nanming Lihua, Jin Shi Nanming, under the control of Li Shiming, can completely replace the main body in refining alchemy and refining weapons. Especially in terms of weapon refining. Jin Ji Nanming is broken through to the middle stage of the 4th grade. When refining the 4th grade weapon refining materials, the time required will be greatly reduced. Li Shiming observed the changes in Jin Ji Nanming for a while. After confirming that there was no problem, he started to do other things. He summoned the Azura puppet. This Azura puppet requires the middle stage of nascent soul to be refined. Now that he has reached the realm, he can't wait to sacrifice the Azura puppet. The difficulty of refining the puppet was not that big. After he entered the master recognition method, he had a connection with the Azura puppet. Azura puppet. This is a melee puppet with super strong defense and extremely terrifying combat talent. The quality of the Azura puppet is the 4th grade mid-level, and it is made from the mid-grade Ashura. Unlike those puppets made using puppet mechanism materials, the Azura puppet is a half-living puppet. The Azura puppet has weapons all over its body. It has 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Shiming thought for a while, then handed the Azura drum to the Azura puppet, and equipped the Azura puppet with a mustard ring. The sound of the Shura drum has a special spiritual attack effect. In addition, the hammer of the Shura drum is also an extremely strong power weapon. It is suitable for the use of Azura puppet. With the Azura drum hammer in hand, it can greatly improve the Azura puppet's close-range strength. This Azura puppet is equivalent to the combat power of a mid-nascent soul, giving Li Shiming an extra boost in the mid-nascent soul realm. He put away the Azura puppet. The Azura puppet needs real combat to test. He took out another bracelet, which was the ghost bracelet he obtained from Zhai Ji's cave. Inside the ghost bracelet is a mid-level 4th grade ghost. It has been a long time since he got the ghost bracelet, and today he can recognize its owner and use it. He claimed the ghost bracelet as its owner, and the amount of energy he consumed was not much, which was nothing compared to the cost of directly contracting a mid-level 4th grade ghost. After Li Shiming established contact with the ghost bracelet, he was able to clearly perceive the mid-level 4th grade ghost in the ghost bracelet. He had absolute control over this mid-level 4th grade ghost. Even if the mid-level 4th level ghost is asked to self-destruct on the spot, the mid-level 4th level ghost will immediately do it. Li Shiming casually summoned the mid-level 4th level ghost from the ghost bracelet. Looking at the mid-level 4th level ghost floating in front of him, he could sense the greed of the heavenly ghost towards the mid-level 4th level ghost in front of him. Tian Gui is currently only at the early stage of the 4th level. It is not difficult to advance to the middle stage of the 4th stage. All he has to do is swallow some early stage 4 stage ghosts, or a mid-stage 4 stage ghost. But it is impossible for Li Shiming to let the heavenly ghost devour the mid-level 4th grade ghost in front of him. If he wants the heavenly ghost to swallow the mid-grade 4th grade ghost, he can definitely find other mid-grade 4th grade ghosts. The combat power of a mid-level 4th grade ghost is quite important to him, especially for a long time after he was promoted to the middle stage of Yuanying. He needed to upgrade all his methods to the level of the middle stage of Yuanying. During this time, he had to rely on some middle stage methods to support the situation. Li Shiming appeased the sky ghost and promised that he would definitely find a mid-level 4th grade ghost to devour it. He recalled the mid-level 4th grade ghost into the ghost bracelet, and put the ghost bracelet on his arm. Usually the ghost bracelet will be covered by the water dragon robe. Once needed, a mid-level 4th level ghost can be sent out from the arm of the water dragon robe to fight. He checked the situation of Jin Ji Nanming again, and after finding that everything was normal, he entered the cave with a slight thought. He is located in the main hall of the Tao of Heaven and Humanity. Although he has reached the middle stage of nascent soul, he still cannot master this cave because he has not mastered the art of heaven and humanity. He entered the heavenly way hall not for the purpose of practicing. So he took a large amount of purple border electron plasma. What he wanted to do was not to improve his cultivation, but to constantly hone himself so that his cultivation would be better. Lay a solid foundation. He turned his hand, and a drop of blood appeared in front of him. From this drop of blood, he could sense a terrifying aura. Facing such a drop of blood, He actually had the illusion of facing a terrifying and powerful existence. This is a drop of powerful body-refining blood. Taking this drop of powerful body-refining blood can make it easier to advance to the realm of Great Monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. Of course, these are not all the benefits of body-refining powerful blood. The powerful blood will bring him more additional benefits. His realm was enough to drink the blood of the powerful body-refining power. And he put the blood of the powerful body-refining power into his mouth. Just as the powerful body-refining blood entered his abdomen, he felt the terrifying heat that came from the powerful body-refining blood. The body-refining powerful blood is being converted into an unknown energy, which is easily absorbed by the body. Li Shiming felt that his body was extremely hungry, and every cell was eager for the energy transformed by the blood of the powerful body-refining power. The energy transformed by the body-refining power's blood travels in the body, and the body tissues, wherever it passes, undergo huge changes. Every part of his body is getting stronger. This strengthening has nothing to do with the skill runes in his body, but the physical nature of his body. The previous body was extremely strong due to the practice of Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju, but this strength relied on the body training runes in the physical body to exert its effect. And now, although his body also has the Tai Ching Xian Turtle technique to help enhance the physical body, his physical body is constantly strengthening and will soon exceed the enhancement effect of Tai Ching Xian Turtle technique on the physical body. Indescribably strong. He has the power to destroy everything. He understood that this was an illusion that came from gaining great power for the first time. The transformation process of the body-refining powerful blood was not fast. It took 10 days for all the body-refining powerful blood to be converted into unknown energy and completely absorbed by Li Shiming's body. Li Shiming stood in the center of the Tao of Heaven and Humanity hall, and he slowly opened his eyes. He didn't know how to describe his physical body. Now his physical body was a little special. His blood was golden, and his muscles were 10 times tougher than before. His skin looked unchanged, but he could clearly feel that his skin's defense had increased many times. If he only used his skin as a defense, he was confident that he could withstand the attack of a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul using a 4th grade upper-level magic weapon. And if he punched with all his strength, he felt like he could blow up the space. This level of defense and strength made him feel like he could give up practicing the Tai Ching Xian Turtle Ju. He was practicing because there is no need. Even if he practices the Tai Ching Xian Turtle technique, it will not improve his defense to his current level. Not to mention that his strength has also been greatly improved, far exceeding the increase in strength caused by the Tai Ching Xian Turtle art. Li Shiming judged through the analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15 that with his physical body, he could fight and win against the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul from a large number of sects and above. This was just one of the effects of the powerful body-refining blood. After completely absorbing the powerful body-refining blood in his body, he felt that his cultivation talent had improved to a level beyond his imagination. The physical body has an extraordinary affinity for spiritual energy, which will greatly improve the effect of his practice. At the same time, the improvement in talent also brings many hidden benefits. This cultivation talent has been greatly improved, even more important than enhancing his physical defense and strength. Although it was just a drop of body-refining power's blood, the enhancement effect on his physical body was hundreds and thousands of times stronger than any body-refining spiritual object he had ever seen. Li Shiming's foundation was for future plans. The information he got from his master, Great Monk Hu, and Li Yuanba from Master Jian. If he wanted to advance further to the realm of the Great Monk, he would need enough talent to support it. The real situation of Li Shiming's talent is very bad. His spiritual roots are 3 spiritual roots. In the world of immortal cultivation, most of the 3 spiritual root monks are only in the foundation building stage. If you want to get rid of this step-by-step situation, you need to improve your physical talent. Besides, improving one's cultivation talent can also greatly increase the absorption rate of spiritual pills, making cultivation faster. Chapter 642 Traveling Far Away. Of course, the improvement of the powerful blood of body refining is not unlimited. Li Shiming feels that he should have reached the ultimate level of the middle yuaning in the physical body, and even exceeded the middle stage of yuaning to some extent. But it has not reached the level of a great monk. On this point, he can be very sure of his judgment, mainly because in his computer room space, there is the physical presence of the living dead Xiao Qifeng, a great monk. When you reach the realm of a great monk, your physical body undergoes tremendous changes, which is a kind of power that comes into contact with the rules of heaven and earth. At least Li Shiming's physical body in the middle stage of nascent soul was still a pure physical body and had no contact with the rules of heaven and earth. However, what the powerful blood of body refining brings to him is more of a potential. The potential of the physical body gives him an unusually strong foundation in the physical body. This foundation laid a solid foundation for him to be promoted to a great monk in the future, and even to break through to the great monk realm. And when he is really promoted to a great monk, his physical body will be even more powerful. Far more powerful than other non-body refining great monks. The reason why he only made this judgment was because he had not come into contact with a body refining monk and could not give the most accurate judgment. After Li Shiming absorbed the body refining power's blood, he checked the status of Jin Ji Nanming and found that it would take some time before he could be promoted. As he still had time, he started practicing in the Tao of Heaven Hall. He set the time in the natal magic weapon Z15, and then practiced the 5 rhymes chi training technique with all 5 nascent souls. On the first day of his training, he discovered something was wrong, and his training speed greatly improved. In the past, the reason why he was considered a genius by many monks and his talent in cultivation was astonishing was that on the one hand, he became a Wusui Taoist body the day after tomorrow, and on the other hand, he used a large number of spiritual pills. The top elixirs he refined himself, as long as they were helpful to his cultivation, were all used by him in his cultivation, coupled with his 100 points pill technique. Allowing him to refine 1 furnace of elixir is equivalent to obtaining 2 furnaces of elixir, and when actually delivering the elixir, he only needs to hand over a small part. The amount of elixirs he used in his practice was unimaginable by other monks, which created the illusion that he was a super genius. Of course, he had other adventures that kept his cultivation speed extremely fast. But no matter what, he still has some shortcomings in his talent cultivation, as he has 3 spiritual roots. Now, he felt an indescribable speed of cultivation, which was even comparable to the speed of his cultivation using high-level spiritual pills. I still underestimated the role of the body refining power's blood. Li Shiming sighed in his heart. The help that a drop of powerful body refining blood did to him was not superficial. There were many deep-seated changes that he needed to slowly explore in the days to come. The spiritual energy in the Tao of Heaven Hall was sufficient, and his improved cultivation talent made him feel that his cultivation had entered the fast lane again. It's just that the cultivation in the middle stage of nascent soul is an extremely long journey. Even if the cultivation talent is improved, it cannot be significantly improved in a short time, unless he can obtain a cultivation treasure, such as Purple Thunder Plasma, or Sword Transformation Spirit Liquid. It will be impossible for him to quickly improve his realm. And whether it was Purple Thunder Plasma, or Sword Transformation Spiritual Liquid, they were treasures that could be encountered but not sought. No matter how much he wanted to get them, he didn't know where to get them. Time passed little by little, and he concentrated on practicing. It was not until this day that he was reminded by the natal magic weapon Z15, and he slowly let the 5 nascent souls finish practicing the exercises. Although he only needs 1 nascent soul to move around freely, he is outside the sect and is not a particularly safe place. He does not want to have to call only 1 nascent soul to participate in the battle when he encounters trouble. The reason why he dared to let all 5 nascent souls enter the cultivation state during cultivation was because he was in Jai Ji's powerful cave during cultivation, which was the safest place, at least without encountering the great power of the Mahayana stage. Other monks would not be able to discover his existence in the cave. In the past, when he was at the mountain gate of 10,000 Beasts sect, he did not dare to enter his own cave because he was afraid of revealing that he owned a cave. Now that he was outside, he no longer had any scruples. He came out of the cave and couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt the cold energy in this cave, because his body had been enhanced by the blood of the body refining power. His perception was also strengthened, and the cold energy he perceived was even stronger. Of course, this is just his instinctive aversion to the cold energy, and this cold energy cannot affect him. His consciousness swept across the golden corpse Naming, and a smile appeared on his face. Standing in the corpse refining formation, Golden Corpse Naming has been promoted from the early stage of the Golden Corpse to the middle stage of the Golden Corpse. His strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The change in realm has brought not only an increase in combat power to Golden Corpse Naming, but also the fact that it has become more and more like a real monk. The golden skin on Jin Ji Naming's body has become a lot lighter. In fact, it should not be said that the golden color has become lighter. If you observe carefully, you will find that the golden color of Jin Ji Naming's skin has been transferred below the epidermis. Appears golden and fades. When Li Shiming contacted Jin Shi Naming, he found that Jin Shi Naming was much smarter, and his spirituality had been greatly enhanced. This will be of great help to him in controlling Golden Corpse Naming, making it easier for him to control Golden Corpse Naming and refining elixirs or refining weapons in the future. As Jin Ji Naming advanced to the middle stage of Jin Ji, its magical power of Nanming Li Hua naturally advanced further. Li Shiming waved to Jin Shi Naming, and Jin Shi Naming's figure flashed and appeared in front of him at a speed that could not be seen. The speed has increased again. It seems that with speed alone, Nanming's combat power can trouble the mid-stage nascent soul monks. Li Shiming's eyes lit up, and he said to himself with a smile. When he invested resources into Golden Corpse Nanming and wanted to upgrade it to the middle stage of Golden Corpse, there were still some risks. Jin Ji Naming's talent is not very good. This is relative. Compared with the monks who were originally in the middle stage of nascent soul and refined their corpses into refined corpses, Jin Ji Naming's starting point is indeed very low. The Golden Corpse Nanming is just a spare body-snatching body for early Yuanying monks. It has the fusion of early Yuanying monks, making this body 1 or 2 points stronger than the talents of ordinary early Yuanying monks. But whether Golden Corpse Nanming can be promoted to the middle stage of Golden Corpse is a gamble. If Golden Corpse and Black Shield are around, Li Shiming will definitely give priority to promotion to Golden Corpse and Black Shield. The predecessor of Golden Corpse Black Shield was a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. He had stronger talents and could be promoted to the middle stage of Golden Corpse more easily. Fortunately, Golden Corpse Nanming was quite successful and was successfully promoted to the middle stage of Golden Corpse. Now it is discovered that Jin Ji Naming's speed has been enhanced again, which gives Jin Ji Naming some help in the battle. Li Shiming was in a happy mood. He took the Golden Corpse Nanming into the corpse refining space and put away the corpse refining formation. The energy in the 4th grade corpse refining materials in the corpse refining formation has been exhausted, but everything is worth it. After he finished doing this, his figure flashed and south close to the end of the world was activated, and he appeared on the ground. He took out the blue crystal cloud breaking boat. This 4th grade, high-level small flying boat was obtained from the great monk Xiao Qi Feng. The current Gu Feng sect does not have the ability to launch attacks to the outside world and cannot protect itself. In addition, Li Shiming's own realm has been promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul. He has a lot less worries and can take out the blue crystal cloud breaking boat for his own use. Don't underestimate the small flying boats of the 4th rank and upper level. This is the flying boat used by the great monks of a large sect. Although Li Shiming still has better flying boats, he cannot take them out and use them. Once they are taken out and used, they will most likely cause him trouble. The Azure Crystal Poyan boat flew all the way. He put the mark of Zhongzhou Trading Company on the Azure Crystal Poyan boat. With the prestige of the Zhongzhou Trading Company, the Azure Crystal Poyan boat did not encounter anyone on the eastern Qi continent. Trouble. Of course, this is also related to the improvement of his realm. Among the Yuanying monks walking outside the East Qi continent, the strongest are the middle stage Yuanying monks. There are only a few big monks, and they rarely go out. A mid-stage nascent soul monk and the prestige of the Zhongzhou Trading Company would not make any plans unless they were an abnormally minded force. Li Shiming poured himself a cup of spiritual tea in the blue crystal Poyan boat. While drinking the spiritual tea, he controlled multiple brains to perform multiple tasks. Even if he wasn't practicing, he wouldn't have any free time. He needs to separate his brain to study and understand the magical powers such as the sword intent to the sky technique, the Samadhi divine wind magical power, and the Jade pure thunder code. Fortunately, this method of dividing his brain has long become his habit and instinct. He can still use his brain to feel the spirituality in the 4th grade spiritual tea and appreciate the scenery outside the blue crystal Poyan boat. The blue crystal cloud breaking boat flew away from the Dongqi continent and entered the ocean. He called up a sea chart from the database of the natal magic weapon Z15, which was a route map to Zhongzhou continent. He has obtained a lot of trophies, including many copies of route maps alone. In addition, as a guest of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's route map will not be kept secret from him. His clone, Li Yuanba, even crossed the ocean with Jian Xiaowuqi of Jinni Chengshao Pavilion, went to Jinni Chengshao Pavilion, and also knew the route of Jinni Chengshao Pavilion. Li Shiming only needs to choose one of the routes to travel to Zhongzhou continent relatively safely. The reason why he did not choose to take the long-distance flying ship of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank was because the speed of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's long-distance flying ship was a bit slow. Even the Blue Crystal cloud-breaking boat that he can currently use can reach the Zhongzhou continent 2 to 3 months faster than the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's long-distance voyage ship. This is still the reason why his own cultivation is not enough to maximize the speed of Blue Crystal cloud-breaking boat. The Blue Crystal cloud-breaking boat was flying over the ocean. He exuded an aura that could only be found in the middle stage of the nascent soul. In addition, this was a cleared waterway, and no blind spiritual beast could challenge him. The voyage is long, more than half a year. Although I think there is not much danger, I cannot let myself enter the state of cultivation. Li Shiming could only separate one brain to stay awake at all times, while the other brains were comprehending various techniques to pass the time. This is him. For a normal Yuanying monk, a voyage of less than a year can only be considered a short time. His time as a nascent soul cultivator was too short. Even the longest retreat was only a few years of retreat. He had not experienced a single retreat for tens, or even hundreds of years. Therefore, his concept of time has not really converted into that of a normal Yuanying monk. And he feels that time is long. After sailing over the ocean for more than 3 months, he only encountered one inhabited island. He did not stop on that island. That island was a monk island designed to supplement resources for voyage monks. But from the information he obtained, he knew that islands in this type of ocean were not as simple as they seemed. Such islands usually engage in some shady business, such as selling dirty things for monks who rob. And even when necessary, they can transform themselves into robbers and take action themselves. Although he is not afraid, he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. And as long as it doesn't get to him, he won't ask. It's just that although he doesn't want to provoke others, some people don't want to let him go. Just 10 days after passing the island, Li Shiming was thinking about something when the Azure Crystal Cloud Boat issued a warning. This was the formation of the Azure Crystal Cloud Boat, and found that other flying boats appeared within the warning range. His figure flashed, and he stood on the deck of the Azure Crystal Cloud Boat, using his spiritual eyes to look into the distance. What appeared in the distance was a fleet of long-distance airships. A fleet of 4 long-distance airships. Each long-distance airship had the same mark. He didn't recognize the force that the mark belonged to. But the force that could possess such a fleet was at least a large force. He was wary. Meeting on the ocean was not a pleasant experience. In the ocean, without the rules and restrictions of each continent, monks often act without a bottom line. More importantly, none of the monks who can sail on the ocean have a poor fortune. They are more or less wealthy monks. Otherwise, even a spaceship that can cross the ocean cannot be obtained. The airship crossing the sea must have sufficient defense and speed to be able to sail freely on the ocean. But not all monks are like Li Shiming, who can keep their brains alert and ready to deal with unexpected events at any time. What many monks who are sailing on a long voyage need to do is to let their flying boats withstand every attack so that they have enough reaction time. Therefore, the defensive power of the sea-crossing flying boat is an extremely important indicator. This makes the sea-crossing flying boat more expensive than ordinary flying boats. Li Shiming stood on the deck of the Azure Crystal Poignant Boat. The flashing spiritual aura of the Zhongzhou Trading Company mark on the Azure Crystal Poignant Boat allowed distant voyage ships to more clearly perceive the Zhongzhou Trading Company mark. Chapter 643 Encounter. Wang Shi is a mid-stage nascent soul monk of the highest sect in the Zhongzhou continent. He and his 3 middle nascent soul disciples escorted these important resources. Resource trading is an important source of income for the highest sect. In the depths of the ocean, he discovered the 4th grade high-level flying boat in front of him. Greed flashed in his eyes. As a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, the large amount of resources required for cultivation is the reason why his cultivation level cannot be improved quickly. But in the depths of the ocean, without the rules and regulations of the world of immortality, his greed became even stronger. 3 junior brothers. Do any of you want to work with me? Wang Shi asked the mid-nascent soul monk, who was escorting the other 3 voyage ships through the communication array of the voyage ship. At this time, it was Li Shiming who deliberately inspired the Zhongzhou Trading Company mark of Blue Crystal Poianzu, causing the spiritual power of the Zhongzhou Trading Company mark to spread outward. Senior brother, I see that the flying boat has the mark of the Zhongzhou Trading Company. If the monks of the Zhongzhou Trading Company are touched, it will be very troublesome. A junior brother couldn't help but remind him. It is the monks of the Zhongzhou Trading Company who should be snatched. The monks of the Zhongzhou Trading Company are usually extremely wealthy. If we grab this time, we will lose the resources of many years of training. Wang Shi did not care about the reputation of the Zhongzhou Trading Company. He said with a smile, "This is the ocean, so as long as it is kept clean, there won't be any trouble. Besides, it's not like they have never done this before. Every time they meet a single monk during a voyage, they will not let it go as long as they have the opportunity." "I support senior brother. Let's do it." Another junior brother supported. "Then I will also join in. We can't let the monks from the Zhongzhou Trading Company across the way escape." The junior brother who started to speak saw that the others agreed. He also had thoughts about the monks on the 4th grade high-level flying boat. So he followed up. The greed of the 4 mid-nascent soul monks came from the 4th grade upper-level flying boat that Li Shiming was riding. Not to mention the value of the 4th grade high-grade flying boat itself. The net worth of the monks who ride on the 4th grade high-grade flying boat will not be low. After discussing it, they flew out of the voyage ship in perfect agreement. They won't fight on a long-distance ship. If it affects the long-distance ship, the losses will be great. They are very experienced. After flying out of their respective long-distance ships, they occupied 4 positions respectively. 1 blocked in front of Li Shiming. 2 occupied the left and right sides, and the other blocked in the rear. After the 4 mid-stage Yuanying monks flew out of the voyage ship, Li Shiming understood what these mid-stage Yuanying monks were thinking. They were preparing to rob him. He couldn't help but smile. If the other party had a great monk, of course he would turn around and run away. But the opponents were all in the middle stage of nascent soul, and he just happened to practice with these middle stage Yuanying monks to see what his combat power was. Moreover, he had no intention of summoning the living dead Shao Qi Feng to use the Thunder Mysterious Bow, a powerful weapon. Nor did he intend to use 4 4th-level puppets of the electromagnetic cannon, or even 3 silver-winged spirit goo insects. He didn't even think about using it. He wanted to rely on his own strength to test his combat power against 4. This is not because he is arrogant, but because he has the confidence to challenge his enemies. His confidence comes from his powerful physical body. Although his physical body has not yet reached the level of a great monk, it is definitely beyond the peak of the middle stage of the Yuanying. It is between the peak of the middle stage of the Yuanying and the great monk. It is only 1 step away from the great monk's physical body. 1 line. He has always defeated the strong with the weak, and he does not dare to fight head-on with the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. It is because of his insufficient defense that even if his attack power can break through the defense of a mid-stage nascent soul monk, his defense will still not be able to withstand the attack of a mid-stage nascent soul monk. Now that he himself is a middle-stage Yuanying monk, and his defense power exceeds the level of a middle-stage Yuanying monk, he dares to fight head-on against a middle-stage Yuanying monk without using any other means. Wang Shi and his 3 fellow disciples approached the 4th grade high-level flying boat. He found that the 4th grade high-level flying boat was not trying to escape. This discovery made him very happy. He could sense the realm of the 4th grade upper-level monks in the flying boat, which was the realm of the middle nascent soul. Moreover, this mid-nascent soul realm has only just been promoted for about 100 years, and it is considered to be the lowest in strength among the mid-nascent soul realm. Wang Shi believes that the mid-nascent soul monks in the 4th grade upper-level flying boat should be the newly minted nascent soul monks. After being promoted to the mid-nascent soul monks, they have some self-aggrandizement. With the background of the superpower of Zhongzhou Trading Company, they look down on them. A monk of the same rank as the sect. That's why he didn't immediately think of a way to escape, but prepared to fight them. Be careful. He might have some powerful magic weapon. Be careful to defend yourself, Wang Shi reminded in a deep voice. And he took out the defensive magic weapon to strengthen his defense. It's not the first time we've done this. We know how to deal with it, a mid-stage nascent soul monk replied with a smile. The 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks did not take it lightly, and they also added their own defensive magic weapons. Li Shiming flew out of the blue crystal cloud-breaking boat and put the blue crystal cloud-breaking boat away. He looked at the 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks who were surrounding them. Although his other mind could not peek into the thoughts of the 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks, he could still feel the strong greed. Why are you so young? It seems like you are a newcomer with no experience. Wang Shi was surprised and said with a smile, Li Shiming's youthfulness cannot be seen by looking at his appearance, but his youthful aura, which cannot be simulated by taking any magic pill. Wang Shi's mood became better and better. He was already sure that Li Shiming was a middle-stage nascent soul monk with little experience, and was well protected by Zhongzhou Trading Company. Although these middle-stage nascent soul monks may have powerful magic weapons, when they are 4 against 1 and are already on guard, with their rich combat experience, it is not difficult to deal with a fledgling monk. Huang Shi would not believe how much combat experience a middle-stage nascent soul monk who was less than 100 years old had, to be able to cultivate to the middle stage of nascent soul within 100 years. I am afraid that almost all of the 100 years have been spent on cultivation. Even with the supply of countless resources, the cultivation time is extremely tight, and there is no way to gain any combat experience. Li Shiming stood quietly in the void, with a large amount of data refreshing in his eyes. The natal magic weapon Z15 analyzes and calculates the data of the 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks, including their distance from themselves, the flow lines of their spiritual power, the attributes and characteristics of their magic weapons, etc. When Huang Shi and the others reached a distance of 12,000 meters, these 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks also entered Li Shiming's attack range. Li Shiming found that the 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks did not attack him when they entered a distance of 12,000 meters. From this, it can be seen that the attack distance of the 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks was shorter than him. He did not rush to attack, but continued to wait. Huang Shi and the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks deliberately slowed down. They were also waiting. Based on their combat experience, Li Shiming's first attack would be the strongest blow. As long as Li Shiming's first blow is blocked, their counterattack will follow. The closer they were, the stronger the attack. So they slowed down and waited for Li Shiming to launch the attack. When the 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks reached a distance of 10,000 meters, Li Shiming stopped waiting. He smiled slightly and waved his hand forward. Huang Shi felt inexplicable metal energy fluctuations between heaven and earth. These metal energy fluctuations appeared around his body. The attack is coming! He did not forget to remind his companions. At the same time he issued the warning. Countless gold sands appeared out of thin air, filling the entire area with a radius of 12 kilometers with Li Shiming as the center. This is the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind. Every grain of gold sand contains a special kind of wind power. This wind power is Samadhi Divine Wind. Flying sand is not the Samadhi Divine Wind. It is just the carrier of Samadhi Divine Wind. The carrier of flying sand is of the metal system, possessing the sharpness of the metal system. Under the blessing of Samadhi Divine Wind, each grain of gold sand is transformed into a flying sword with 2 attributes, wind and gold. Although each grain of gold sand is not very powerful, when the number of gold sands is added up, its power is extraordinary. The most terrifying thing was that the flying sand created by the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind made the monks inside lose their sense of direction, and even their out-of-body consciousness was twisted into pieces by the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind. Huang Shi encountered a terrible situation when he fell into the magical power of Samadhi Kamikaze. Countless gold sands scattered his outward consciousness. In addition to observing with both eyes, a monk is more important than his eyes. His spiritual consciousness. This is a more accurate method than observing with his eyes. When the external consciousness is destroyed, the monk is almost as good as losing his eyes. This is. Huang Shi was considered very knowledgeable, but for a moment, he did not recognize the magical power of Samadhi Kamikaze. The main thing is the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind, of Sword Intention Chengshao Pavilion. Very few monks have actually seen it, and the news that can be spread is equally rare. This was the first time that Li Shiming used the magical power of Samadhi Kamikaze to fight, and he suddenly became full of firepower. After exerting the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind with all his strength, he took a step forward and displayed south close to the end of the world. He appeared next to a mid-stage nascent soul monk, within the range of the Samadhi Divine Wind magical power. He, the master of the Samadhi Divine Wind magical power, can sense all situations within the range of the Samadhi Divine Wind magical power. Every grain of Samadhi Divine Sand is like his sensory organ, and his spiritual consciousness will not be affected by the Samadhi Divine Wind magical power he displays, which allows him to completely control the battlefield. That's why he was able to use the prepared divine power and appear next to a mid-stage nascent soul monk. This mid-nascent soul monk was in a very embarrassed state. Although Li Shiming had just learned the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind not long ago, its power was not yet able to absolutely suppress the mid-nascent soul monk. However, it is very difficult for monks in the middle stage of nascent soul to resist, mainly because they have no experience in dealing with the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind, and they always habitually use their spiritual consciousness to control defensive magic weapons. As soon as the spiritual consciousness left the body, it was affected by the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind. Samadhi Divine Sand has not yet broken through the defense of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. The most terrifying power of Samadhi Divine Sand has not yet been truly displayed. But it is extremely powerful. It greatly affects the separation of spiritual consciousness. If you have experience and understand the characteristics of the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind, you can reduce the loss of spiritual consciousness and strengthen your control over the defensive magic weapon by simply using a handheld defensive magic weapon. This monk in the middle stage of nascent soul kept exerting his spiritual consciousness and wanted to control the defensive magic weapon. But his spiritual consciousness continued to be lost. So he could only continue to increase the output of his spiritual consciousness, which caused his spirit to drain rapidly. In this case, the defensive magic weapon of the monk in the middle stage of Yuanying was not even half effective. Li Shiming appeared too suddenly, and he launched the attack he had prepared as soon as he appeared. His attack comes from the 4th grade sword base in his right hand. The 4th grade sword base blessed by Breaking Void Sword Intent no longer needs the blessing of Tianlei's sword intent. Breaking Void Sword Intent covers the entire 4th grade sword base. Sword base. Under this sword attack, something surprising happened to him. The 4th grade sword base cut through the defensive magic weapon like tofu, and then cut through the defensive magic shield of the middle stage Yuanying monk, and cut into the physical body of the middle stage Yuanying monk without any sense of hindrance. Even when cutting into the body of the monk in the middle stage of Yuanying, he didn't feel any obstruction. Just like this, the sword cut the body of the monk in the middle stage of Yuanying into 2 pieces. The monk in the middle stage of nascent soul wanted to let his Yuanying escape, but the Breaking Void Sword Intent left in the body of the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul from this attack directly wiped out the Yuanying. In fact, the main reason why he was able to kill the mid-stage nascent soul monk so easily was because of the drop of body-refining blood that Li Shiming took, which strengthened his physical body to the extreme. The 4th grade sword base he swung, according to normal circumstances, should have cut through the defense of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul at the cost of consuming the power of Breaking Void Sword Intent. But the power he exerted was so strong that the 4th grade sword base could easily break through defensive magic weapons and magic shields with just its own attack power. He even broke through the middle stage nascent soul body without much trouble. Consume the power of Breaking Void Sword Intent. This allowed the power of Broken Void Sword Intent to remain in the body of the monk in the middle stage of the Yuanying to the greatest extent, causing a devastating blow to his Yuanying. Li Shiming was not used to it. He found that his opponent was too weak. He was not as weak as a mid-stage nascent soul monk. He had indeed killed many mid-stage nascent soul cultivators before, but those were caused by long-range attacks and the use of some special means, and were not caused by his own combat power. But he never expected that when he really faced the mid-stage nascent soul monks, the battle situation would be like this. This time, he did not use any non-own abilities. The Samadhi Kamikaze magical power, Shadow Breaking Sword Intent, and Divine Foot Power were all magical powers and abilities he had mastered. With such a combination of attacks alone, he could kill easily. Killed a mid-stage nascent soul monk. Chapter 644 Islands. Li Shiming used Close to the End of the World, and appeared exactly next to another mid-stage Yuanying monk. The same 4th grade sword base was slashed out, followed by the 3rd mid-stage Yuanying monk. Huang Shi was scared. He could not sense the situation around him, but through the jade plate of the sect, he knew that his companions, the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks, had died in a very short period of time. This jade plate was used to let the fellow monks know each other's status, so as to prevent them from being attacked without knowing it. It can be regarded as one of the special methods of Haizong, and it plays a good role during long voyages. In the world of cultivating immortals, you will always encounter some powerful beings who have the ability to hide their own aura. If you are attacked by a sneak attack, you can lose at most one fellow disciple before other fellow disciples know about it. Now, Huang Shi knew about the death of the other 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks through this jade plate, but he had no idea what to do. He was like a blind and deaf person, losing the help of his spiritual consciousness. All he could see with his eyes was the Samadhi Divine Sand. The Samadhi Divine Sand that blocked the sky, and the sun made him barely support his defense. He wanted to break out, but the magical power of Samadhi Kamikaze affected his perception, preventing him from finding the right direction. Li Shiming's figure suddenly appeared behind Huangshi. But Huangshi did not notice it immediately. This cannot be blamed on Huangshi. Under the influence of the magical power of Tamadhi Divine Wind, his perception dropped to the extreme. The spatial fluctuations caused by south close to the end of the world were covered up by the magical power of Tamadhi Divine Wind. It wasn't until Li Shiming's 4th grade sword base cut through his defensive magic weapon that he discovered Li Shiming's existence. It was not that Huangshi was unprepared. A talisman in his hand was activated. It was not that the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks did not have life-saving talismans. It was just that they did not believe that they could not withstand a single blow from the first-level monks and fell. But Huangshi knew that the death of his 3 classmates had made him prepare the life-saving talismans. The life-saving talisman turned into a ball of energy and enveloped his body. He turned into a golden light and traveled through the magical power of Tamadhi Divine Wind. Li Shiming had a strange look on his face. If Huangshi used other escape techniques, it might make him spend more time to deal with Huangshi. But Huangshi shall use the golden escape method without hesitation. The golden escape method is indeed a good one, and its speed ranks among the top among all escape methods. But under what circumstances? When Li Shiming used the magical power of Tamadhi Divine Wind, he also used the magical power of invisible magnetism. The magical power of Tamadhi Divine Wind is too intense, but the magical power of invisible magnetism is the kind of silent magical power. Under the cover of Tamadhi Divine Wind, magical power, it will not be detected at all. Huangshi used the life-saving talisman to transform into a golden escape. He had just flown 10 meters away when he found that his golden escape speed suddenly slowed down and became slower and slower. He felt that the entire space was like a big net, trapping him tightly. He wanted to struggle, but the more he struggled, the tighter the big net became. Until now, Huangshi has not discovered that this is the reason for the magical power of invisible yuan magnetic. So he used the wrong method to escape and still maintain the golden escape state. Li Shiming's figure appeared next to Huangshi again. Huangshi, who was slowed down to a lag, was unable to dodge Li Shiming's sword. Not even one of the 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks escaped, which shows that Li Shiming has an absolute advantage in this battle. During the battle, he only used very few means. He now realizes his own strength. With the assistance of several magical powers and the unparalleled attack power of Breaking Void Sword Intent, he stands at the top of his strength in the middle stage of nascent soul. Of course, the mid-stage Yuaning monks he met so far were not too strong. They were just mid-stage Yuaning monks from large sects. He has not yet had a head-on battle with the super-powerful mid-stage nascent soul monks. And only then can he truly judge what level his combat power is. But one thing is certain. That is, he has absolutely few opponents in the middle nascent soul realm. With a slight movement of his mind, the magical power of Tamadhi Divine Wind was put away, and the Tamadhi Divine Sand, spread across a radius of 12,000 meters, disappeared instantly. The 4 corpses of mid-nascent soul monks in the air lost the support of the Tamadhi Divine Wind magical power and fell downwards. Li Shiming's consciousness grabbed the corpses of 4 mid-stage Yuaning monks, put away the space objects, and placed the corpses alone. He looked at the 4 long-distance flying ships, which were escorted by 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks. At this time, the eyes of many monks on the 4 long-distance flying ships were flashing with fear. But they could do nothing but wait for death to come. This is the world of immortality. A world where the weak eat the strong. The monks on the 4 voyage ships are all golden core stage monks. They work together in a division of labor. Some provide energy for the voyage ships. Some take care of some special cargo. And some are responsible for checking the formations of the voyage ships, etc. They are the most powerless monks on the ocean. As long as they leave the voyage ship and the nascent soul monks, they will not be able to survive on the ocean. Not to mention encountering 4th grade spiritual beasts on the ocean. Even 3rd grade spiritual beasts take advantage of the ocean environment to greatly improve their combat power. Li Shiming did not go on a killing spree. His consciousness swept across the 4 voyage ships, and all the monks inside were thrown out of the voyage ships. He didn't care how these golden elixir monks survived on the ocean. He looked at the spiritual objects transported in the long-distance ship with great interest. To be honest, after seeing the spiritual objects in the voyage ship, he understood why he did not choose to use a large storage ring such as the mustard ring to transport the spiritual objects. First, there are too many of these spiritual objects. Even the cargo hold inside the voyage spaceship has been expanded using space formation. Second, There are many living creatures among the spiritual creatures that need to be taken care of by spiritual beast masters and spiritual plant masters. Li Shiming was considered to have a small fortune. But he was still shocked when he saw the resources in the 4 long-distance flying ships. The 4th grade resources alone here are enough for the cultivation of hundreds of early and middle nascent soul monks. There are also an extremely large number of 3rd grade resources. It is difficult to imagine how these resources were obtained. In fact, what Li Shiming didn't know was that the Hyazong was a sect that started as a business in the Zhongzhou continent. Although it was called a sect, it actually occupied relatively few resource points because it was in the Zhongzhou continent. Its main source of resources was business. Every few years, the Hyazong will use channels to transport a batch of goods from the Zhongzhou continent, and then transport the goods back from other continents. The difference in price between these 2 times is the Hyazong's profit. The resources on the 4 long-distance flying ships that Li Shiming harvested were the proceeds from Hyazong's transportation this time, in addition to the spiritual objects accumulated and acquired by the sect over the years. It can be said that this is the majority of Hyazong's wealth. It is precisely because of the huge investment that Haya sect sent 4 mid-stage Yuanying monks to escort them. Normally, as long as the 4 mid-stage Yuanying monks are not too unlucky to meet the big monks, there is no chance of problems on the ocean. Li Shiming also has a headache. There are really a lot of resources this time, and many of them cannot be included in the mustard space and need to be taken care of at any time. You are really causing trouble for yourself. He shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself. Of course, this is happiness's helplessness. There are so many resources here that he can't bear to give up. He thought for a while, and with a wave of his hand, he removed the Haya sect's marks from the 4 voyage spaceships. This kind of sect mark printed on the voyage ship is not so easy to remove. The mark is imprinted in the formation of the voyage ship. If the formation cannot be broken, it cannot be removed unless the voyage ship is forcibly destroyed, marked by the sect. But this is not a problem for Li Shiming. His formation level is so high that he is also a top player in the world of immortality. He used his spiritual eye to observe, and found the formation node with the natal magic weapon Z15. He did not destroy the formation. His spiritual consciousness entered the formation and removed the mark of Haya sect and the mark of Zhongzhou Trading Company. Branded on, he placed the 4 long-distance spaceships side by side and placed himself on one of the long-distance spaceships. His spiritual consciousness covered the 4 long-distance spaceships, and each branched out a brain to control one long-distance spaceship. This greatly reduced his sailing speed, but for the sake of profit, he didn't care much about the waste of time. As for the spiritual objects that needed to be taken care of on the long-distance ship, he picked up his ability as a spiritual planner again. As for the ability of the spiritual beast master, there is no need to talk about it. As a monk of the 10,000 Beast sect, his methods are comparable to others. The sect's spirit beast masters are much stronger. The 4 long-distance ships accelerated their voyage, and Li Shiming revealed his mid-stage nascent soul aura to prevent attacks from blind spiritual beasts. The main reason is that the target of the long-distance flying ship is really too big, and the sailing speed can only be regarded as ordinary. It's not like he didn't take precautions. He hid the traceless magic sword under the 4 voyage ships, and placed the Golden Corpse Nanming to patrol around the 4 voyage ships. With Jinji Nanming's speed, he had time to stop any spiritual beast that appeared anywhere, coupled with the terrifying power of the traceless illusion sword. Even a 4th grade mid-level spirit beast would be hated when faced with the Golden Corpse Nanming and the traceless illusion sword. As for practicing when encountering enemies, Li Shiming lost interest after he chopped off 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks like chopping melons and vegetables. Ordinary mid-stage nascent soul monks simply cannot reach the strength to practice hands. It is just a waste of time to practice with mid-stage nascent soul monks with such strength, since he switched to a long-distance airship halfway through the journey, and the speed impact of controlling 4 long-distance airships by himself. His range was increased by nearly 2 months. The voyage lasted for another 5 months. During this period, there were some troubles, but they were not major troubles. We didn't encounter any flying boats along the way, but some blind spirit beasts attacked the long-distance flying boats. However, these 3rd and 4th grade spiritual beasts did not even get close to the long-distance flying ship, and were dealt with by Jinji Nanming and the traceless illusion sword. Jinji Nanming is a corpse refiner, and can work continuously without resting. The traceless magic sword is controlled by Li Shiming using a single brain, and can also achieve continuous vigilance for 5 months without interruption. Li Shiming glanced at the chart, and his figure flashed and activated. south close to the end of the world, and he appeared on the deck of the voyage ship. He used his spiritual vision to look into the distance, and scattered islands appeared on the distant sea. He understood that by arriving here, he had left the most dangerous ocean area. Apart from being robbed once, he had hardly encountered any strong attacks along the way. But it must be considered that he is walking on a route that has been opened up. Normally, such a route is constantly being cleaned up by forces, so that there is such a safe route. If there is no route, even if you are powerful, you still have to consider whether you have the energy to fight in the ocean for more than half a year and face possible spiritual beast attacks at any time. Li Shiming did not take it lightly, because the voyage ship left the dangerous ocean area. The island ahead was not a safe place. The Fuhua Islands is the collective name for the island group surrounding Zhongzhou continent, and it is also the most extensive island group. The resources here are scarce compared to the Zhongzhou continent, but the danger is countless times that of the Zhongzhou continent. It is possible to be attacked by spiritual beasts in the sea every day. Most of the monks living here are monks who cannot survive in the Zhongzhou continent. These monks have formed countless forces, large and small, in the Vanity Islands. They rely on the ocean to survive. In addition to hunting sea beasts and collecting resources in the ocean, they also engage in robbery. Some airships that think they have passed through the most dangerous ocean areas will be swallowed up accidentally in the Vanity Islands, leaving nothing behind. Li Shiming's 4 long-distance flying ships entered the range of the Vanity Islands and were immediately targeted. It is really too eye-catching. There is only one monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, but he is escorting the cargo of 4 long-distance ships. Although the voyage ship has the mark of Zhongzhou Trading Company, it cannot stop the greed of these monks. When the benefits reach a certain level, the monks of the Vanity Islands can abandon all rules. In addition, as long as you can get it, the huge island group of the Vanity Archipelago is the best hiding place. Coupled with various secret sales methods, no matter how many resources you have, you can quickly change hands. However, none of these monks made the first move. They all wanted to see if any monks would step forward to weigh out the strength of the mid-nascent soul monks who were escorting the 4 long voyage ships. Zhongzhou Trading Company is a superpower after all. These monks are both greedy and afraid of death. So how could they take action rashly? Of course, in a chaotic place like the Vanity Islands, there are always some monks who are not clear-minded. Li Shiming also felt the prying eyes, and he smiled coldly in his heart. "Stay!" A tall, mid-stage nascent soul monk with a rough face shouted and flew to the front of 4 long-distance ships. The monk in the middle stage of nascent soul was only halfway through speaking when he saw a figure vaguely draw an afterimage in the void. When he was about to respond, the figure approached him and struck him with a flaming fist. The flames burned through his spiritual defense without any obstruction. The flames fell on him, and he instantly turned into a pillar of fire. Chapter 645. Selling the Stolen Goods. The enemy that this reckless mid-stage nascent soul monk encountered was Jin Shi Naming. Jin Shi Naming had extremely fast speed. In addition, this mid-stage nascent soul monk stood in front of 4 long-distance flying ships without much scruples. Jin Shi Naming Corpse Naming was not far away from him. At the speed of Jin Shi Naming, this kind of existence can only be regarded as an ordinary existence among the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. And there is no way to move at the speed of Jin Shi Naming. After Jin Shi Nanming got close easily, he used Nanming Lihua. This Nanming Lihua is an offensive supernatural power after all. Although Jin Shi Nanming greatly limits the power of Nanming Lihua due to his race. At close range, Jin Shi Nanming can still use his body to directly attack. Nanming Lihua displays most of its power. The monks who were watching the battle in the distance no longer dared to speak out, let alone let them jump out at this time. They were stunned. They could not see the speed of the golden corpse clearly. One blow from the golden corpse burned the middle stage Yuaning monk to death. Not even the Yuaning of the middle stage Yuaning monk could escape from the terrifying flames. Out! Jin Shi Naming glanced around humanely, and his figure turned into a shadow and disappeared again. When he reappeared, he had returned to the deck of a long-distance voyage. "Get out!" Li Shiming shouted softly at this time. He used Heavenly Demon's Ear, which was a mental attack he developed himself, coupled with his 191 brains. Each brain has an independent spirit. When he used Heavenly Demon's Ear with all his strength, it can be said that it is a spiritual attack close to the peak level in the middle stage of nascent soul. The Heavenly Demon is in ears. Issued at this time does not mean that no monk in the middle stage of Yuaning can resist it. But it will definitely not be the middle stage monks here. The middle stage nascent soul monks who hang out in the floating islands are either casual cultivators or monks who have been hunted down after something happened. Really super powerful monks rarely appear here. These monks usually don't think much about the superpowers long-distance spaceships. If Li Shiming hadn't escorted 4 long-distance spaceships by a mid-stage nascent soul monk this time, the benefits were so great that they got carried away. They wouldn't have done anything like this. Prepare to intercept Li Shiming. Li Shiming used his strong strength to make these monks understand that the superpowers long-distance spaceship is not so easy to rob. With the sound of "The devil is in my ears," the terrifying mental attack spread like water ripples. The expressions of the surrounding mid-stage nascent soul monks all changed, and they immediately retreated with all their strength. Among them, the monks in the early stage of nascent soul were in miserable condition. Each of them looked pale and had bleeding from the mouth and nose. This was the result of mental trauma. They deeply understood that monks in the early stage of Yuanying could not interfere in conflicts at the level of monks in the middle stage of Yuanying, and they would be affected even if they stood nearby. The 4 long-distance ships passed through the area where these nascent soul cultivators were avoiding without slowing down much. They know each other, Li Shiming said, shaking his head when he noticed that these nascent soul cultivators did not launch an attack. They were obviously frightened. He is ready. Once the opponent takes action, he will attack with all his strength and deal a devastating blow to these monks. The nascent soul monks here are also experienced monks. They know who they can provoke and who they cannot provoke. Now that Li Shiming has shown his strength, even though he only exposed Jin Ji Nanming's combat power, it is enough to frighten these nascent soul monks. He controlled the long-distance airship to fly over the islands, and no monks intercepted it after that. He sat in the cabin of a long-distance ship, took out the Kaching Jade Disc, checked the information on the Kaching Jade Disc, and found that the Kaching Jade Disc was now ready for use. While on the ocean, Kaching Yudi was unable to contact Zhongzhou Trading Company because the distance was too far and beyond the range of the contact formation. After all, Zhongzhou Continent is the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. Before reaching Zhongzhou Continent, you can use Kaching Jade Disc to contact you at the Fuhua Islands. Of course, if Li Shiming really took the long-distance flying boat of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, the contact array on the long-distance flying boat would be able to make ultra-long-distance contacts, and there would be no need to approach the mainland at all. He used Kaching Jade Disc to contact Zhongzhou Trading Company. Naturally, for the matter of 4 long-distance voyages, he wanted to get rid of these 4 long-distance ships as soon as possible. So the best choice was to find Zhongzhou Trading Company. He was originally a guest of Zhongzhou Trading Company. What he didn't expect was that there was a branch of Zhongzhou Trading Company in the Fuhua Islands area he passed. After obtaining the specific location, he controlled 4 long-distance spaceships and sailed towards that branch. For days after the flight sailed, Li Shiming saw a middle-stage Yuanying monk appearing in front of him. The middle-stage Yuanying monk was floating in the air. But Master Li himself, Yi Yan, the director of the eastern branch of the Fuhua Islands of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, has been waiting here for a long time. When the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul saw the 4 long-distance flying ships, he mobilized his spiritual power and said, restraining his hands, Li Shiming was not surprised that the director of the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank branch was waiting here. He had notified him in advance. I've seen Director Yi. I'm going to trouble Director Yi this time. Li Shiming flew out of the long-distance airship. When the 4 long-distance airships stopped, he stepped forward, bowed and said with a smile, Master Li, it's not really a troublesome matter. My branch was set up to deal with this kind of goods. Supervisor Yi Yan also smiled and returned the favor as he explained. After receiving the notice from the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, Director Yi Yan investigated Master Li's situation. He discovered that Master Li had contacted the Eastern Qi Continental branch of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank before setting off, and had not traveled with the voyage ship at that time. When approaching the Zhongzhou continent, there were 4 more long-distance flying ships. Needless to say, this was a vote on the ocean. Every monk who crossed the sea would do this kind of thing as long as he had the opportunity. The monks' resources depend on robbing. If they really have to obtain resources honestly, how many years will they have enough resources? But when Supervisor Yi Yan saw the 4 voyage spaceships, he was still surprised. At the same time, he also understood the reason why it was rumored that Li Shiming's 4 long-distance flying ships were still remembered by many monks when they first entered the floating islands, even though they had the mark of Zhongzhou Trading Company. At first glance, these 4 long-distance spaceships are no ordinary long-distance spaceships. They are long-distance spaceships designed to transport a large amount of cargo. Normally, the resources transported by such long-distance spaceships are not only huge in quantity, but also of extremely high quality. However, no matter how many resources there are, they can be disposed of through the channels of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. I encountered a robbery on the way. I solved the robbery of the monks and brought back these 4 voyage ships. Dealing with these 4 voyage ships will not cause trouble to the trading company. Right. Li Shiming explained the 4 voyage ships the origin of the flying boat and asked, "This is the Hyazong's long-distance sailing ship. Don't worry, Master Li, unless there are witnesses. No one will ask about what happened on the ocean. Besides, why are the trading houses afraid of the Hyazong? They are in the wrong." Director Yi Yin stepped forward and took a closer look at the 4 voyage ships, and couldn't help but smile as he replied. He recognized the origins of the 4 long-distance flying ships. Although Li Shiming removed the marks of Hyaz sect, the long-distance flying ships of each sect have their own characteristics. In addition, he is responsible for handling stolen goods, for there is research on long-distance flying ships. He also had a deeper understanding of the strength of Li Shiming, the master of alchemy. He knew that the mid-stage nascent soul monks escorted by Hyaz sect's 4 voyage ships were quite strong. The combined strength of the 4 mid-nascent soul monks was not to mention. In matters of victory or defeat, a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul can always escape. But according to Li Shiming, none of the 4 mid-stage nascent soul monks were able to escape. These 4 long-distance ships will be handed over to Director Yi. Li Shiming felt relieved and said with a smile as he handed over the authority of the 4 long-distance ships, "Master Li, you are a customer of a trading company. I will charge you the highest purchase price. Please rest assured." Director Yi Yin said after accepting the authority. Only after gaining authority over the 4 long-distance flying ships could his consciousness enter the interior of the 4 long-distance flying ships. He was surprised when he saw this. He found that the Hyazong's goods were so large and valuable that they exceeded his expectation. It is not a secret that Hyazong is engaged in voyage business. But Director Yi Yin did not expect that Hyazong's business would be so big. "Master Li, the amount of this acquisition is quite large. I need to call in some helpers to do the calculation. Please wait a little longer." Supervisor Yi Yin turned to Li Shiming and said. Li Shiming made an excuse gesture. He had been delayed for several months for these 4 long-distance ships. Waiting a little longer was nothing. Supervisor Yi Yin quickly mobilized dozens of monks. These monks were not at a high level. They were all Golden Core monks. But they were all professionals. They registered the spiritual objects in the 4 voyage ships one by one and calculated their values. After nearly 10 hours of calculation, the final results were summarized in the hands of Director Yi Yin. If Li Shiming were to do this, it would probably only take a few minutes. But he had the help of his natal magic weapon Z15, which is best at handling such complex calculations. "Master Li, please check if there are any mistakes." Director Yi Yin handed the jade slip in his hand to Li Shiming. Li Shiming's consciousness scanned the contents of the jade slips and found that the data was no different from what Z15 calculated. It was obvious that these Jinan monks were indeed professional. "No problem." Li Shiming handed the jade slip back and said, "That's good. I'll settle the settlement with the trading bank's contribution points. What do you think? If it doesn't work, you can discuss it with me if you have any needs." Director Yi Yin then asked, "Just use the commercial bank's contribution points to settle the bill." Li Shiming agreed without much hesitation. The contribution point of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank is the internal currency of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. Contribution points can be exchanged for many extremely rare spiritual objects in the world of immortality. The more precious the spiritual objects, the more contribution points are needed. Li Shiming had no special needs before. His original contribution points were to order some research materials and purchase some panacea. If he had a lot of contribution points, he could buy back some of the spiritual objects he liked from Zhongzhou Trading Company. That is, he didn't have to wait for some particularly precious and useful spiritual objects to appear before he could use them. After calculation, the cargo in the 4 voyage ships, including the 4 voyage ships, is worth a total of 2.32 million contribution points. When Director Yi Yin mentioned this number, his heartbeat accelerated a little. It's not that he has never seen larger amounts, but those are transactions between forces, and they are not owned by individual monks. Li Shiming's counterattack this time almost got more than half of a large sect's net worth. Li Shiming was also shocked by this harvest. He did not expect that his harvest would be so great. He clearly remembered that in the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's contribution point exchange list, the value of a 4th grade top-level weapon refining material was only 300,000 contribution points. And this time, he got 7 pieces of 4th grade top-level tool refining materials. Want more? Based on the 4th grade top refining materials. This is how he would calculate. The main reason is that he doesn't look down on those low-quality refining materials at all. In his opinion, only the 4th grade top-level refining materials are of some use. He was already thinking about what kind of 4th grade top-level weapon refining materials he could exchange for from Zhongzhou Trading Company. And the plethora of choices made him feel deeply happy. Thank you, Manager Yi. Li Shiming thanked with a smile. On his guest's jade plate, there was a notification that 2.32 million contribution points had arrived. If Director Yi Yan hadn't been there, he would have wanted to immediately check the redeemable spiritual items on Kiching's jade plate. Master Li, please come to the branch to take a rest and let me, the master, fulfill my duties as a landlord. Supervisor Yi Yan invited with a smile when he saw the transaction was over. Due to the transaction, he had to stay here to wait for the inventory to be completed. At this time, he hoped to take this opportunity to establish some friendship with Li Shiming. He knew Li Shiming's reputation. Li Shiming's reputation was not prominent in Zhongzhou continent, but he was the #1 alchemy master in Dongqi continent. With Li Shiming's level of alchemy, he can still be ranked high even in Zhongzhou continent. It is of great benefit to oneself to make friends with such an alchemy master. Then excuse me. Li Shiming didn't refuse. He agreed with a smile. I have spent more than half a year at sea, and now I can take a break and get some information about Zhongzhou continent from Director Yi Yan. He didn't just want to meet his clone Li Yuanba. He also wanted to explore Qiu Heng's treasure. Supervisor Yi Yan was overjoyed. He took Li Shiming into the branch, and the 4 voyage ships were taken care of by the monks. The branch of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank here seems a bit low-key. It is located on a medium-sized island. The buildings on the island look very ordinary. Many businesses of the commercial bank here have some gray elements, so the construction was not too ostentatious. But the large array here did not reduce the investment at all. Supervisor Yi Yan introduced the situation of the branch to Li Shiming. There is no great monk in charge of this branch. The most powerful one is Yi Yan, the supervisor of the mid-stage nascent soul. Li Shiming originally thought he could meet a great monk, but now he found that he was wrong. Chapter 646 Meeting. After drinking a cup of tea at the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank branch, Li Shiming left. Without the drag of 4 long-distance flying ships, his speed suddenly increased. He used close to the end of the world, without any scruples, under the influence of color-changing cloak and hidden phoenix jade talisman. His whereabouts could be said to be silent. On the other side, Li Yuanba in Jianyi Shao Pavilion came out of seclusion. When he walked out of the cave, Jian Lao suddenly appeared beside him. Of course, it is impossible for Jian Lao to explore the inside of his cave at any time. Before entering his cave at will, he regarded him as his junior. However, the entire sword cave and the entire sword in Tiancheng Shao Pavilion are under Jian Lao's perception, and everything that happens will be known to him. When Li Yuanba left the cave, Jian Lao discovered the changes in Li Yuanba's state. Good boy. I really saw you right. Jian Lao smiled and looked at Li Yuanba and praised. He was extremely optimistic about Li Yuanba and regarded Li Yuanba as the guardian sword cultivator of the next generation of sword masters. Li Yuanba was even more outstanding than he expected. In a short period of time, Li Yuanba was promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, at least 100 years earlier than Jian Lao expected. This is 100 years, not to mention Li Yuanba's own age, which makes Li Yuanba's future full of possibilities. At this time, Jian Lao was even considering whether to train Li Yuanba to be his successor. Perhaps Li Yuanba's talent could reach that point and become a powerful person in sword in Tiancheng Shao Pavilion. However, these still require more observation. Li Yuanba's time to join Jianyi Shao Pavilion was still too short. Li Yuanba has only just come out of seclusion now. It took him some time to stabilize his state. He still doesn't have much spiritual energy in his body, just enough to barely carry out a small-scale battle. He has the divine foot power, so he doesn't have to worry about any danger. The divine foot power can ensure that he can escape from the battle at any time. Sword Master, I would also like to thank you for allowing me to participate in the trial. Li Yuanba bowed in greeting. Which sword cultivator among the Jian clan has not participated in the trial? This is an opportunity you have earned yourself. What are your plans? Jian Lao said with a smile and waved his hand. I need to strengthen my natal flying sword and bring back some training resources, Li Yuanba said without any hidden thoughts. The sword master was slightly startled. He knew that Li Yuanba's natal flying sword was a top-level 4th grade flying sword. He was a little surprised to hear that Li Yuanba wanted to strengthen it. Then I thought about it. Li Yuanba had the resources to cultivate to the nascent soul stage while he was wandering outside. So he naturally had some secrets of his own. Although he likes to explore secrets, this kind of secret is related to the monk's personal cultivation. As long as it does not happen in the Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, he will not check more. As for cultivating resources, if you advance to the middle stage of nascent soul, you can get some resource rewards. You can use your identity jade plate to get them later, Jian Lao pointed out. Thank you, Mr. Jian. Li Yuanba bowed again and thanked him. Okay, you have just advanced to the middle stage of nascent soul. You should be more careful. At least wait until your realm is stable enough before you go out to take on dangerous tasks. Jian Lao gave a final confession and disappeared. Li Yuanba smiled. He could sense Jian Lao's concern. He flew out of the sword cave, then used sword escape, and flew towards the outside of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. Once he was out of the range of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, he displayed south close to the end of the world, and quickly approached Li Shiming. The two monks, who had mastered the magic foot power, made it possible for the two sides to meet each other in only 3 days on this relatively long journey. Li Shiming traveled most of the journey. Li Shiming surpassed Li Yuanba in terms of realm. In addition, he used multiple brains to control south close to the end of the world at the same time, so that south close to the end of the world could be displayed with almost no lag. Fellow Taoist, we meet again! Li Shiming looked at Li Yuanba opposite with a smile. Okay, and said with a monk's salute, I've met fellow Taoist priests. Li Yuanba replied with a smile. If they didn't know the relationship between their main body and their clones, it would appear to outsiders that they were just two ordinary monks meeting each other. Li Shiming saw an uninhabited island not far away. There were many such uninhabited islands around Zhongzhou continent. He and Li Yuanba came to the uninhabited island. With a wave of his hand, several 4th-level formation flags flew to the ground, and he set up a hidden formation. The two walked into the formation, and Li Shiming took out a 4th-grade quality tea table and chairs. These were trophies. He had killed many middle-stage nascent soul monks, and there were many such 4th-grade quality lifelike spiritual objects. The middle stage of nascent soul is a special realm. In this realm, monks have become the backbone of a force or sect. They have greater power, and have access to more resources. And the longer life makes the monks in the middle stage of Yuaniing qualified to enjoy life. And there are these living spiritual objects made of 4th-grade materials that are enough to make the monks in the early stage of Yuaniing jealous. Afterwards, Li Shiming took out a set of 4th-grade tea sets, and a 4th-grade furnace tripod, and personally brewed a cup of 4th-grade spiritual tea for Li Yuanba. The two of them drank the spiritual tea in relative silence. This feeling was very special. They were the same person, but they had two different feelings. Fellow Taoist, please! After drinking a cup of 4th-grade spiritual tea, Li Yuanba took out his natal flying sword, the 4th-grade sword, and placed it in front of Li Shiming and said, It is estimated that there is no second sword cultivator in the entire world of immortality who would hand over his natal flying sword to the hands of another cultivator like this. Even if it is to strengthen the natal flying sword, the sword cultivator will only do it himself instead of asking other weapon refiners to help. It will be over in 10 days. Li Shiming smiled and took over the 4 characters and 1 sword Dao. Before he was promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, it would have taken him at least several months to enchant the 4 characters and 1 sword. But it was different now. The improvement in his realm had given him an overall improvement. In the computer room space, his degree of control reached 1 nanometer, which completely overturned his original design of the 4 characters and 1 sword. If it weren't for the fact that his Traceless Phantom Sword and Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer had already taken shape, he would have wanted to refining these 2 top-grade 4th-grade weapons and Calamity magic weapons. Although the design of 4 characters and 1 sword has been completely overturned, the original idea will not change. What has changed is that the original 5 nanometer lines have been converted to 1 nanometer. His design plan for 4 characters and 1 sword is to enhance the speed of 4 characters and 1 sword. At the same time, the strength of 4 characters and 1 sword must also be taken into account. As for the sharpness and armor-piercing power of the 4-character sword, he no longer needs to consider strengthening this aspect after he has the void-breaking sword intent. because Li Yuanbao was watching over him. Li Shiming used 190 brains when refining the weapon, leaving only one brain to handle other things. 190 brains turned into 190 independent consciousnesses in the computer room space, and they cooperated with each other to start the process of attaching spells to the 4 characters and 1 sword. He planned to engrave 50 million tiny formations, 5 times more than the original design. Each tiny formation was composed of 8 speed runes and 1 solidity rune. This makes the 4 characters sword have 400 million speed runes and 50 million solidity runes on its small sword. 10 days later, Li Shiming took out the completed 4 characters and 1 sword from the computer room space, and he threw the 4 characters and 1 sword to Li Yuanbao. Li Yuanbao got the 4 characters sword and immediately used close to the end of the world to leave the range of the concealment formation and reach a safe place far away. He looked at the 4 characters and 1 sword in his hand. Since Li Shiming and he were one, although the 4 characters and 1 sword were the enchantment runes engraved by Li Shiming, there was nothing unfamiliar in his perception. Just like the enchantments he had engraved with his own hands. The same as the French runes. It is precisely this lack of rawness that prevents the control of his natal flying sword from weakening due to the help of others to strengthen it. At the same time, he could feel the terrifying power from the 4 characters sword. This was a flying sword that could threaten the body-refining monks in the middle stage of nascent soul due to its own quality. You must know that Li Yuanbao has practiced the sword body. This sword training method comes from the sword intention Chong Shao Ju. Although he has not made much progress after he was promoted to the middle stage of Yuanying, he is still at the level of the middle stage of Yuanying. This made his defense power reach an astonishing level. But with this kind of defense power, when he felt the 4 characters and 1 sword, he could clearly sense that the 4 characters and 1 sword could break through his defense without any blessing. But without letting him check too much, he sensed changes in the sky. Reaching this level of promotion, of course, you will encounter a weapon disaster. He had expected it, and was not surprised. He looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, with pride flashing in his eyes. This was the first mid-nascent soul thunder tribulation he and Li Shiming had encountered. But he didn't have any worries in his heart. He is a sword cultivator. A middle-stage Yuanying sword cultivator. He is a middle-stage Yuanying sword cultivator who has practiced the sword body. He also has a super-powerful natal flying sword in his hand. "Break it!" he shouted. And before the first thunderbolt fell, his figure disappeared from the spot. "South close to the end of the world" was activated, and he appeared in the thundercloud. The breaking void sword intention is blessed on the 4 characters sword, and the 4 characters 1 sword cuts through the thunder clouds. "Too fast!" Li Yuanbao exclaimed in his heart. The acceleration effect of 400 million speed runes on the 4 characters and 1 sword. If the 4 characters and 1 sword were not his natal flying swords, and there was an inexplicable connection between them, his consciousness would not be able to keep up with the flight of the 4 characters and 1 sword. Speed up? Even so, the speed of 4 characters and 1 sword made it more difficult for him to control. That is to say, he has been practicing the sword intent to the sky technique since he was a child, and it has become almost instinctive to control the flying sword. So he can barely control the 4 characters and 1 sword. The thunder cloud that was gathering energy suddenly stagnated. Li Yuanbao's sword cut the thunder cloud into countless small pieces. In just an instant, the 4 characters and 1 sword under his control shuttled back and forth hundreds of times in the thundercloud, causing the cutting trajectory of the 4 characters and 1 sword to form a sword net. This is not a sword net created by the flying sword, but a sword net composed of the original body of the flying sword. The power of the 2 is incomparable. The void-breaking sword intention exerted terrifying power. Even when faced with thunder clouds, it could break the thunder and lightning energy inside the thunder clouds. If a monk goes deep into the thundercloud, he will find that the inside of the thundercloud is faintly transformed into a cutting space network formed by the void-breaking sword intent. Breaking through the void, the first sky thunder from the thunder cloud fell forcibly in this situation. A miniature sky thunder that was too small to even light up the sky passed through the void and landed on Li Yuanbao. The power of this miniature sky thunder cannot even shake his sword body, let alone affect his actions. You really can't blame Lei Yun. Just when Lei Yun was brewing the first thunder, Li Yuanbao used close to the end of the world to get into the thunder cloud, and then he cut with the 4 characters and 1 sword. When thunder clouds are brewing thunder, most of the lightning energy is cut away, and only a small amount of the remaining part is retained, forming this miniature thunder. This is probably the weakest thunder in the thunder tribulation. Even the golden elixir monks probably can't kill it here. The thunder cloud was provoked and suddenly exploded wildly. The power of thunder and lightning inside the thunder cloud increased. The cutting space network created by the breaking void sword intent. And the 4 characters' sword was swallowed up without even a breath of support. 2 cuts! Li Yuanba shouted again. The 4 characters' sword flew out. This time, the 4 characters' sword moved inward from the outer circle of the thunder cloud, cutting inward bit by bit like peeling a potato. Due to the extremely fast speed of 4 characters and 1 sword, Lei Yuan, a large potato, quickly became smaller. When Li Yuanba faced the second thunder, he still had time to experiment with the power of the 4 characters and 1 sword, which shows how confident he is in himself. The speed of the thunder cloud brewing this time has also increased a lot. Although this will affect the power of the thunder cloud, it can at least ensure that the thunder cloud will not be weakened much. But the 4 character sword was still too fast. When Lei Yun sent out the second thunder, although the power was several times greater than the first thunder, it still did not pose the slightest threat to Li Yuanba. Just when Li Yuanba was about to use the 4 character sword to break through the thundercloud again, the energy between heaven and earth surged, and the thundercloud suddenly increased 100 times from its original size. The terrifying coercion of heaven and earth enveloped the entire area, making Li Yuanba feel the pressure. The power of heaven and earth can withstand constant provocations. Li Yuanba's continuous provocations, like playing tricks on thunder and calamity, finally angered heaven and earth. Li Yuanba's expression changed. But he did not retreat. At this time, there was no possibility for him to retreat. The Sky Thunder can ignore everything and act directly on the monk's location. He used the sword body to its extreme. The 4 characters and 1 sword appeared in front of him following his thoughts. His Yuaning came out of his body and turned into a 10-meter-high Yuaning Dharma. The secret method of sword intent climbing into the sky is used, and the spiritual power in the nascent soul's Dharma form continuously enters the 4 characters and 1 sword. He suddenly discovered that the spiritual power that the 4 characters and 1 sword could withstand was beyond his imagination. The 50 million strong runes that were originally intended to enhance the strength of the 4 characters and 1 sword also allowed the 4 characters and 1 sword to withstand more spiritual power. Much spiritual power. Chapter 647, Weapon Tribulation. Li Shiming watched from the sidelines as his clone Li Yuanba controlled the 4 elements and 1 sword to overcome the calamity. He didn't pay attention at first and just watched leisurely. But when the last thunder began to gather, he couldn't help but become nervous. He regretted that he was too trusting and did not give Li Yuanba the secret anti-thunder method of Jade Clear Thunder Code. In his judgment, with Li Yuanba's strength, it was not a big problem to survive a weapon calamity of the same level. But who would have thought that the last thunder would suddenly increase many times in power, which was the rhythm that wanted to destroy Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's eyes flashed with divine light, and with his divine vision activated, he could clearly observe every surge of energy in the thunderclouds in his eyes. He mobilized Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 to help. Since Z15 was nearby, the help he received this time was the fastest. Finally, the last thunderbolt fell, and the whole world turned into white. In Li Yuanba's eyes, he saw the energy composition of the Sky Thunder through his divine vision. This was the Sky Thunder composed of thunder and lightning gathered from the huge thunder clouds. Broken! He waved his hand and shouted softly. The sword of the 4 characters in front of him flew out at an indescribable speed. This time, the sword of the 4 characters was not broken with force, but with skill. The speed of the 4 characters' sword is much faster than the speed of falling thunder. The 400 million speed runes have probably never appeared in the world of immortality. This kind of speed magic weapon has never appeared. In the process of the thunder falling, compared with the movement of the 4 characters and 1 sword, time seemed to have stood still. That is to say, Li Yuanba has the cooperation of Z15, so he can freely control the 4 character sword at such a speed. The 4 character sword, which was charged up by the sword intent to the sky technique, fully stimulated the full speed of the 4 character sword. The sword of the 4 characters passed through the lowest part of the thunder. The point it passed through was the weak point of the lowest part of the thunder. Then the sword of the 4 characters continued upward along the thunder and passed through the thunder. Every time you pass through a sky thunder, you pass through a weak connection between the thunder and lightning energy of the sky thunder. The thick sky thunder gathers the power to destroy the world. But this power of heaven and earth is just a test of heaven and earth. It cannot be a real dead end. And there will always be a glimmer of hope. The instability of Tianlei's internal structure is this glimmer of hope. However, it is extremely difficult to take advantage of this glimmer of hope. At least several conditions must be met. The first thing is to find out the weak points of the thunder and lightning energy composed of sky thunder, which very few monks can do. The second is the weak connection of lightning energy that can destroy the sky thunder, causing the connection between lightning energy to be interrupted. Li Yuanba's void-breaking sword intent has this ability. Wherever the four-element sword passes, the void is cut open, forming a faint space crack, which is enough to destroy the weak points of thunder and lightning energy. Finally, there is the ultimate speed. You must know that lightning is an extremely fast attack. It is even more difficult to be many times faster than the speed of lightning attacks. Li Yuanba just meets all the conditions. This is the glimmer of hope left by heaven and earth. The sword of the four characters beats in Tianlei, from the bottom to the top where it connects with the thunder cloud. At this time, the sky thunder also fell on Li Yuanba, just when the sky thunder was about to explode. The originally thick thunder fell into pieces. What actually fell on him was almost completely powerful. Li Yuanba was slightly embarrassed. Even 1/10 of the power of the thunder made his hair stand on end, and there were some burn marks on his face and body. But he smiled. Being able to break through such a powerful thunder made him know what sword cultivation is, and what it means to break through all methods with one sword. Knowing that one sword can break all laws, and actually having the experience of breaking all laws with one sword, are two completely different experiences. He had a feeling that his void-breaking sword intention had been greatly improved. This was the benefit of breaking the terrifying thunder with all his strength. As a nascent soul sword cultivator, as long as he faces a powerful existence that can threaten him again and again, he can get corresponding insights from the feedback of the sword intention, thereby increasing the power of the sword intention. The four characters and one sword is suspended in the air, and the faint energy of heaven and earth circulates inside the four characters and one sword. The strange light flashing all over the body of the four-character sword. The 50 million microformations, 400 million speed runes, and 50 million solid runes on its surface were integrated into the interior of the sword under the action of the strange light. On the surface of the four characters and one sword, a strange and mysterious mark appeared. The four characters and one sword is Li Yuanba's natal flying sword, and he can sense any changes in it. He discovered that this strange and mysterious mark evolved from a rule of heaven and earth called speed. This was a reward and an affirmation from heaven and earth for the four characters and one sword. He even discovered that there was a consciousness inside the four-character sword, which was the newborn sword spirit. He looked at Xing Yijian, and now he didn't know how to judge the quality of Xing Yijian. Theoretically, the Xingyi sword at this time should be a 4th-grade top-grade tribulation flying sword. But Li Shiming has refined many 4th-grade top-grade tribulation magic weapons, and there has never been a situation like Xingyi's sword. On Xing Yijian's sword, there were imprints of speed rules. He could not find any record of this in the weapon refining books of the 10,000 Beasts sect and the 100 Chains sect. He had a feeling that Xing Yijian at this time was beyond the level of a 4th-grade top-level calamity weapon and had reached another level. It's just that he doesn't know the name and situation of the next level after the magic weapon exceeds the top level of weapon robbery. Why don't you ask Mr. Jian when you go back? Li Yuanba thought in his mind. He knew very well that no matter how powerful his Xingyi sword was, it was nothing to the old swordsman. He suspected that Jian Lao was a powerful person, or a being close to a powerful person. The magic weapon refined by his own realm would not be looked upon by a person close to a powerful person. Besides, Xing Yijian is his natal flying sword. This kind of flying sword that he refined and integrated with his own aura can only exert half of its power, even if it is obtained by other monks. Only in his hands can Xing Yijian exert its greatest power. Li Yuanba lifted the nascent soul Dharma. Although he only activated his natal flying sword 3 times this time, most of his spiritual power was consumed. He let out a long breath. Not feeling this weak for a long time, Xing Yijian was taken back to Yuanying by him. When the energy of Xing Yijian appeared in Yuanying's hands, the sword spirit of Xing Yijian could be sensed more clearly from Yuanying. The sword spirit is like a newborn baby. The 4th-grade weapon calamity magic weapon refined by Li Shiming has also appeared in the weapon spirit. However, the spirituality of the previous weapon spirit is quite different from this sword spirit. He thought for a while, and passed on the secret method of raising the sword of sword intention Chong Xiaoju to the sword spirit. In his opinion, since the sword spirit has such spirituality, it should be able to help him strengthen his sword skills. After the sword spirit obtained the secret method of raising the sword, It quickly understood the secret method of raising the sword as if it had a talent for swordsmanship, and began to use the spiritual power of the nascent soul to continuously use the secret method of raising the sword to nourish Xingyijian. At first, the sword spirit was a little unfamiliar with the secret method of raising swords, but after a few times, he became more and more proficient. And the sword spirit knows Xingyijian well, and knows better how to cultivate Xingyijian better. Li Yuanbao was surprised to find that it seemed that the secret method of raising the sword used by the sword spirit was more effective than the secret method of raising the sword used by Yuanying. He put away his emotions, took a step forward, activated south close to the end of the world, and returned to Li Shiming, who was hiding in the formation. Fellow Taoist, your swordsmanship talent is stronger. Li Shiming couldn't help but sigh. He is sincere. Although he is the same person, he has two different bodies. Although Li Shiming's physical realm and combat power are far superior to Li Yuanbao, when it comes to swordsmanship talent, Li Yuanbao, who concentrates on sword cultivation, is indeed stronger. Fellow Taoist, what's mine is yours. Li Yuanbao replied with a smile. That's true. Li Shiming laughed, and Li Yuanbao also laughed. After laughing for a while, Li Shiming took out more than 20 jade bottles and placed them in front of Li Yuanbao. Li Yuanbao put them away without any politeness. Among the more than 20 jade vases, they are all the 4th level advanced cultivation auxiliary elixirs in the middle stage of nascent soul. It's not that Li Yuanbao can't refine a 4th grade advanced cultivation auxiliary elixir, but it's not cost effective for Li Yuanbao to refine a 4th grade elixir. Li Shiming has the computer room space, and can perform the 110-point elixir formula 100% in the computer room space, which allows him to refine a portion of the elixir into double the 4th grade elixir. It is also true that as long as Li Shiming is willing to accept the task of refining elixirs, he will soon be able to accumulate a large number of elixirs. The 4th grade elixir, which is extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary monks, is extremely easy to obtain from Li Shiming. This is the ability of the top alchemy master. That is to say, Li Shiming did not want to cause too much trouble, and did not dare to fully reveal his alchemy level. Otherwise the 4th grade elixir he could obtain would be many times more. Of course, if he really exposes his alchemy ability, he will probably be targeted by a superpower soon. And he will most likely be trapped in a certain superpower, and become an alchemy slave. These things are given to you too. Li Shiming took out another soul crystal ring and said. He thought for a while, then took off the 4th grade water dragon robe and put it into the soul crystal ring. The 4th grade water dragon robe is an extremely powerful defensive magic weapon, with a built-in great monk level spell, Water Dragon Protection. Before he fused the drop of body refining powers blood, it was indeed extremely important to him. But after fusing the body refining powers blood, the 4th grade water dragon robe became dispensable. His current defense power is no weaker than the defense power of the Water Dragon Body Protection spell. His defense power is brought about by his physical body, and has nothing to do with spiritual power or magic. Li Yuanbao took the soul crystal ring, and with a slight movement of his mind, the soul crystal ring was energized and fell on Yuanying's finger. In the soul crystal ring, there are 3 Jade Qingzong life-saving Jade talismans, a 4th grade high-level lightning flying boat, and a large number of 4th grade spiritual tea and 4th grade spiritual fruits. Although this 4th grade high-level lightning flying boat is owned by Yuqing sect monks, it is not too special. It can be used by Li Yuanbao. Anyway, with Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion as the background, there is no need to pay too much attention to Yuqing sect. Which of the sword cultivators in Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion didn't have some robbed spiritual treasures on their bodies? Li Yuanbao's use of a 4th grade high-level lightning flying boat was really not a big deal. Of course, Li Shiming also knew the importance. He did not take out the top-level 4th grade Flash Wind and Lightning Boat. The top-grade 4th grade Flash Wind and Lightning Boat was the flying boat that would really cause trouble. I also returned the property to its original owner, Li Yuanbao said with a smile, as he summoned the golden corpse and black shield. Now that he has reached the middle stage of nascent soul, this golden corpse and black shield have no effect on him anymore. Besides, as a sword cultivator, he doesn't really use it for corpse refining very often. Li Shiming nodded and put away the golden corpse and black shield with a wave of his hand. Now he doesn't have much 4th grade corpse refining materials in hand, and he needs to collect some more before he can try to improve the golden corpse and black shield. Otherwise, the golden corpse black shield, which is still in the early stage of golden corpse, will have no effect on him. His own combat power alone can be ranked at the forefront in the middle stage of nascent soul. It's time to say goodbye. I need to retreat for a while, Li Yuanba said. South close to the end of the world was activated, and his figure disappeared into the concealment formation. Li Shiming smiled. He put away the 4th grade formation flag, and the formation he arranged disappeared. He judged the direction and headed towards Zhongzhou continent. There was a lot of movement during the weapon tribulation this time, but no monks came to check. This was because this place was in the ocean. Although this place is within the scope of the Vanity Islands, the density of monks living on the islands in the ocean is still incomparable to that on land. Li Yuanba still used South close to the end of the world, although he consumed a lot of energy. After reaching the middle stage of nascent soul, the consumption of South close to the end of the world was nothing. He was still studying the Xingyi sword in his body. He had a feeling that it was said that sword cultivators could kill monks from thousands of miles away. Perhaps this could be achieved by Xingyi's sword. As long as the sword spirit of Xingyijian grows for a period of time and is cultivated, he can control Xingyijian on his own. All he has to do is inject enough spiritual power and sword intent into Xingyijian. This idea was not a fantasy. He had seen records of sword cultivators killing monks from thousands of miles away in some of the classics of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. It's just that the kind of swordsman who can kill monks thousands of miles away has a realm that exceeds the nascent soul stage. When he thought about it, maybe there was a way for the powerful to incubate the spirit of the sword spirit in the flying sword, so that the flying sword could fly accurately kill the monks before returning. Of course, if he really wanted to, he could get long-range rockets from the main body Li Shiming to achieve ultra-long-range strikes. But at his level, ordinary warheads could only scratch the itch of nascent soul monks. Unless a stronger warhead is found, the role of long-range rockets is limited to long-range scaring. While thinking about it, he used South close to the end of the world. But suddenly he stopped flying and looked in one direction. Under the influence of his divine vision, he saw monks fighting thousands of miles away. Although he could not sense the aura of the battle due to the distance, he recognized that the fighting party was a sword cultivator from the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion just by seeing the flying sword attack method. Chapter 648 Rescue. Li Yuanba didn't hesitate at all. Whether it was Li Jinni Chongshao Pavilion or Zhongzhou continent, it was 2 days' journey away, and the 2-day journey was calculated based on his use of South close to the end of the world. If a normal monk flew, he would probably not be able to reach it in 20 or 30 days. So if he didn't help, the sword cultivator from Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion would most likely not be able to help. As a fellow sect member, since Li Yuanba has joined Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, he needs to make Jinni Chongshao Pavilion his home. He has received a lot of benefits from Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, so he must repay Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. He no longer concealed his aura, and the sword intent on his body revealed his identity. When Lu Wei and the 3 hostile mid-stage nascent soul monks sensed a monk approaching in the distance, they were all wondering if it was the other party's helping hand. When the sword intent on Li Yuanba's body rose, he was overjoyed. He had never been so frustrated in this battle, and he felt like he had no power to use. He was afraid that Li Yuanba would suffer a loss. So he used his speed to open a distance and fired a message transmission spell at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba received the message transmission formula. In fact, he did not need to look at the message transmission formula. He had already seen some clues when approaching the battlefield. He also knew the name of the middle stage Yuanying sword cultivator from the same sect. The middle stage Yuanying sword cultivator named Lu Wei was a core swordsman. The ones fighting Lu Wei were 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators from the Baidi sect. One of them had mastered the magical power of Invisible Yuan Magnetic. This made Lu Wei restrained in the battle. Even with half of his own combat power, neither can function. That is to say, Lu Wei, as a sword cultivator, still has some advantages in speed. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Li Yuanba did not reply to Lu Wei's message transmission technique. The execution of the message transmission technique requires a clear goal. It was like Lu Wei was in the middle of a battle, constantly moving his position, coupled with the interference of 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks on the side. He wanted to. It is not easy to accurately reply to the message transmission formula, and it may even affect Lu Wei's fighting rhythm. So he made a sword mark of the Jin family, which was a unique mark belonging to the Jinni Chongshao Pavilion Jin family. The 3 middle-stage Yuanying monks who were fighting were in the middle of the battle. The leader of the middle-stage Yuanying monk saw the sword marks of Jin's lineage and waved his hand to signal. The three middle-stage Yuanying monks retreated together and pulled away from Lu. Only distance. The Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion Sword Clan's lineage is extremely terrifying. Each sword cultivator in the Sword Clan's lineage possesses the Bantam-breaking Sword Intent and has terrifying combat power that far exceeds other sword cultivators. The leader of the mid-nascent soul monk wanted to take a look at the situation before deciding whether to continue fighting. Li Yuanba has met senior brother Lu. Li Yuanba approached Lu Wei, bowed and said, "Okay." Lu Wei was calming down and adjusting his condition. After seeing Li Yuanba, he was obviously startled. After hearing Li Yuanba announce his name, he had a look of disbelief on his face. The name Li Yuanba was not unfamiliar to him. Although he had been traveling for a long time, he could hear Li Yuanba's name from time to time when communicating with his fellow disciples. In Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, a pure sword cultivation sect, an alchemy master appeared, and he was also a very high-level alchemy master. This incident was of course extremely shocking, but the Li Yuanba he heard about was only a sword cultivator who had just entered the early stage of Yuanying. Why did he see a sword cultivator in the middle stage of Yuanying this time? Sensing the aura of Li Yuanba's body that was in the middle stage of the early nascent soul and was barely stable, he regretted Li Yuanba's arrival. "Junior brother Li, you have just been promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul. Why are you here? Leave quickly. I can still support you here," Lu Wei said quickly. "Ha ha. Since we're here, let's stay together." Before Li Yuanba could reply, the middle-level nascent soul monk opposite him said with a smile. At first, he thought he was coming from a powerful sword cultivator from the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion Sword Clan. But he didn't expect that he was just a sword cultivator who had just entered the middle stage of nascent soul. Under normal circumstances, such monks who have just entered a certain realm will not walk outside because the combat power they have just been promoted has not been able to fully adapt. Not to mention that the spiritual power in the body needs a lot of time to replenish after the promotion. This cannot be made up for in a short time. If you go out before your spiritual power reaches a certain level, and if your spiritual power is insufficient, the combat power you can exert is extremely limited. He would not let go of this opportunity. Baidi sect and Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Or in other words, all sword cultivation sects were mortal enemies. This point is determined by the properties of the Baidi sect's unique magical power. Invisible Yuan Magnetic. The Invisible Yuan Magnetic magical power restrains any metallic skills and magic weapons. But the sword cultivator is a monk who only relies on a native flying sword to fight. When the natal flying sword was restrained by the magical power of Invisible Yuan Magnetic, the sword cultivator's combat power was suppressed to an extremely low level. "Let's go!" Lu Weiwei said as he launched his own flying sword. He wanted to delay some time for Li Yuanba to leave, because he was facing the magical power of invisible magnetism. The fighting method he used was a method that was extremely draining on himself. The natal flying sword did not fly out, but was not far in front of him, continuously firing out sword intent. The sword intent turned into sword light and shot towards the three mid-stage nascent soul monks. It is a pity that the sword light transformed by the sword intention is far less powerful than the original flying sword when faced with monks of the same realm. The sword light was easily scattered by three mid-stage nascent soul monks. Li Yuanba had already seen clearly the situation on the battlefield. There was a force field densely covered within a range of 300 meters around the body of the mid-stage nascent soul monk who was headed by him. Although this force field is invisible and qualityless, he has also practiced the magical power of invisible magnetism and can see the details of the force field at a glance. Li Yuanba's invisible magnetism magical power is the weakest among all magical powers. He can only establish a layer of invisible magnetism magical force field within 5 meters around his body. He has no earth spiritual power. And the invisible magnetism magical power he possesses is shared from the original body Li Shiming. Theoretically, in his current state, his understanding and control of the invisible Yuan magnetic magical power would match his own invisible Yuan magnetic magical power, which is also at an extremely poor level. But in addition to sharing the invisible magnetism magical power from Li Shiming, Li Yuanba also shared Li Shiming's constantly improving invisible magnetism magical power. The invisible magnetism magical power that Li Shiming realized was with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, especially the magical power of invisible magnetism, which has a certain pattern of existence, which is what Z15 is good at. Therefore, in terms of understanding the magical power of invisible Yuan magnetic, Li Yuanba even surpassed some of the monks of the Baidi sect who mastered the magical power of invisible yuan magnetic, coupled with the existence of divine eye power. Li Yuanba can see the direction of the force field of the invisible magnetism power at close range. For a long time, Li Shiming and Li Yuanba have been thinking about how to crack the invisible magnetism magical power. If it were Li Shiming, it would be very easy. As long as Li Shiming sends out a thunder and lightning, he can easily ignore the invisible magnetism magical power. But Li Yuanba is different. Li Yuanba is a pure swordsman. Even if he uses the Wan Jianfeng, his biggest killing weapon, he can't do anything about the force field created by the invisible yuan magnetic magical power. With the understanding of the magical power of invisible magnetism, Z15, after a lot of calculation and analysis, still gave Li Yuanba a method to crack the magical power of invisible magnetism. This is the right time to put it into practice and break the opponent's invisible magnetism magical power. Li Yuanba took a look at the distribution of the 3 middle-stage Yuanying monks. The 3 middle-stage Yuanying monks seemed to be afraid that they would escape, and the others specifically targeted him. Therefore, the leader of the mid-stage Yuanying monks was in front, and the other 2 mid-stage Yuanying monks were in front, one to the left and one to the right, staring at the magic formula in his hand that was constantly changing. It was obvious that the opponent was preparing to use a powerful attack spell to defeat him in one fell swoop. "Senior brother Liu, be careful," Li Yuanba said loudly. Lu Wei thought that Li Yuanba was going to leave first, and felt slightly relieved. He knew how rare it was for such an alchemy master to appear in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. In addition, Li Yuanba was still a cultivation genius, and could not die because of him. Here it is. But just when he was relieved, he discovered that Li Yuanba was not leaving at all. Li Yuanba used his Xingyi sword to merge with his body. This was the fastest secret sword escape among sword cultivators. His goal was not to go in the opposite direction, but to head towards the leader of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The leader, a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, was startled at first, and then put a sarcastic smile on his face. It seems that the new swordsman from the swordsman lineage has very little combat experience, and thinks that through this method of sword escape, he can break into the invisible magnetism magical power and threaten himself. "Come back!" Lu Wei shouted in shock. Amidst the sarcasm of the Baidi sect's leader, the middle-stage Yuanying monk, and the exclamations of Lu Wei, and in the eyes of the 2 middle-stage Yuanying monks nearby, Li Yuanba's body suddenly disappeared. Then Li Yuanba appeared 2 meters away from the head of the middle-stage Yuanying monk. There was a 4th-grade sword base in his hand, and the 4th-grade sword base pierced into the body of the head of the middle-stage Yuanying monk. The entire battlefield came to a standstill, and the rest of the monks stopped and looked at the 2 mid-stage nascent soul monks, who were also still in a state of disbelief. Li Yuanba was in the sword escape state. After approaching a certain distance, he used close to the end, and used space movement to appear next to the leader of the mid-level Yuanying monk. When he used south close to the end of the world, he had prepared the 4th-grade sword base. As for the force field of the magical power of invisible magnetism, everything metallic will be slowed down or even stagnated. This is not a problem. Li Yuanba also has an invisible yuan magnetic force field beside him. Although this invisible yuan magnetic force field only has a radius of 5 meters. This 5-meter radius is within the scope of his control. The other party, the leader Yuanying mid-stage monk, needs to control a radius of 300 meters, while Li Yuanba only needs to control a radius of 5 meters. The gap between the two gives Li Yuanba an absolute advantage in the 5-meter radius he controls. When Li Yuanba appeared next to the leader of the mid-stage Yuanying monk, he stabbed the leader of the mid-stage Yuanying monk with the 4th-grade sword base in his hand. His 4th-grade sword base, after his realm reached the middle stage of Yuanying, the body training technique and sword body also reached the middle stage of Yuanying. The quality of the 4th-grade sword base was upgraded to the 4th-grade middle stage along with his physical body. Although the quality of the 4th-grade mid-level is not very strong, it is different with the addition of Breaking Void Sword Intent. With the powerful power of Li Yuanba's sword body, he swung the 4th-grade sword base blessed with the Tu Shao Sword Intent. This blow instantly broke through the spell shield of the monk in the middle stage of Yuanying, the leader, and penetrated into his body. The terrifying, void-breaking sword intent, and the spiritual power on the 4th-grade sword base completely exploded, quickly destroying the vitality of the leader. The middle stage nascent soul monk, the first monk in the middle stage of Yuanying, wanted to let Yuanying escape from the body, but Li Yuanba's sword penetrated exactly where Yuanying was. Although it did not directly hit Yuanying, it caused Yuanying to be in the position of breaking Void Sword, intentional damage range in the first time. The leader, the middle stage nascent soul monk, wanted to say something, but he just opened his mouth and was unable to say anything. Li Yuanba naturally knew what he wanted to say. The two people's invisible magnetism, magical powers were entangled together, and each could sense the existence of the other's invisible magnetism, magical powers. It is estimated that the monks in the middle stage of the first Yuanying will not understand until their death how the invisible Yuan magnetic magical power, the core inheritance of the Baidi sect, was mastered by a sword cultivator. The sword cultivator in front of him was obviously filled with the purest metal spiritual power. How could he possibly master the earth elements? Invisible Yuan magnetic power? No one would answer him, and he fell into darkness with countless questions. Li Yuanba waved his hand, and he put away the body of the middle stage Yuanying monk in front of him, and his consciousness fell on the middle stage Yuanying monk on the left. This mid-stage nascent soul monk was still in an unbelievable shock. The main reason was that the battle on Li Yuanba's side ended too quickly. By the time the mid-stage nascent soul monk on the left had not recovered from the shock, he was the leader. The monks were beheaded in their mid-infancy. However, the fighting instinct still made the monk on the left side of the mid-stage nascent soul react immediately when he sensed Li Yuanba's spiritual consciousness locked on him. He wanted to retreat, and while retreating, he was preparing to defend himself. He had just taken out an earth defense magic weapon from the mustard seed ring, and before he could activate it, he looked at his chest in horror. There, a flying sword penetrated, and faint traces of space cutting could be seen near the wound. When Li Yuanba used south close to the end of the world to appear next to his leader, the mid-stage Yuanying monk, he released his sword escape state and stayed in place with one strike of his natal flying sword, instead of moving in space with him. When he was beheading the leader of the middle stage Yuanying monks, his natal flying sword began to fly towards the middle stage Yuanying monks on the left with one stroke, not far away. And when he drove Xingyijian to attack the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator on the left, as the speed rule mark on Xingyijian glowed faintly, Xingyijian's speed appeared on the left at a terrifying speed comparable to that of space movement, in front of the monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. Chapter 649 Inventory. Xingyijian's speed was so fast that before the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul on the left could activate the earth defense magic weapon, Xingyijian broke through the magic shield on his body. Xingyijian itself is a natal flying sword that exceeds the 4th level, even without the blessing of breaking void sword intent. The power of its own speed bonus is enough to break through the spell shield of monks of the same level as Li Yuanba. Not to mention that Xingyijian was also blessed with the void breaking sword intent, which allowed Xingyijian's attack to penetrate into the body of the middle stage nascent soul monk on the left without any hindrance. Since the breaking void sword intent did not consume much, after entering the body of the middle stage nascent soul monk on the left, it destroyed everything in his body. The monk in the middle stage of nascent soul on the left realized that the vitality of the physical body was irretrievably lost, and immediately prepared to escape from the nascent soul. But Yuanying's speed was not as fast as Xingyijian's. When Xingyijian passed through his body, he found Yuanying's position. Li Yuanba also discovered that the sword spirit of Xingyijian could independently find the Yuanying in the body of the monk in the middle stage of Yuanying, and track the attack. So Li Yuanba let go of control of Xingyijian, and let the sword master attack independently. The Yuanying of the monk in the middle stage of Yuanying on the left failed to leave the body successfully. The sword spirit of Xingyijian controlled Xingyijian, and slashed at the Yuanying at an extremely fast speed, completely killing the monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. The battle process was too fast. In just 2 breaths of time, the 2 mid-stage nascent soul monks perished. Among them was a middle-stage Yuanying monk who possessed the magical power of invisible Yuan magnetic. The result of the battle shocked Lu Wei, and also made the last middle-stage Yuanying monk of the White Emperor sect extremely horrified. The mid-stage nascent soul monk waved his hand in front of him, and a wall of earth blocked his way. He himself took out a life-saving jade talisman. This earth wall was originally prepared to restrict Li Yuanba, but before it was his turn to use it, 2 of his classmates fell. He did not use the earth wall to affect Li Yuanba, but formed his own line of defense. The life-saving jade talisman was activated by him, and his body was wrapped in an earthy yellow light, and the light took him away into the distance. It's a pity that this place is above the ocean. Only when you are on land can you truly exert the effect of unearth escape. The best place to use earth escape is not in the air, but on the ground. Once earth escape is performed, The monk will go under the ground and travel under the ground at a speed even faster than flying in the air. But being above the sea, without the assistance of the earth escape has become an exposed escape method. That is to say, this life-saving jade talisman was made by a great monk, and it carries a trace of the great monk's understanding of the rules, so that earth escape can be activated without the need for the earth. Li Yuanba didn't want to let go of the last mid-stage Yuanying monk, so he didn't even use his divine foot power to chase down the mid-stage Yuanying monk. With a slight movement of his mind, he flew away with a single stroke of his sword, and his speed was faster than that of earth escape. Xing Yijian caught up with the earth yellow light and shot into it. A scream came from inside the earth yellow light, and a small nascent soul jumped out. Yuanying's frightened eyes glanced wildly, and Yuanying's figure used a speed faster than earth escape to escape into the distance. Xing Yijian emerged from the earthy yellow light and chased after nascent soul. In fact, Xing Yijian was already beyond Li Yuanba's attack range at this time, but under the control of the sword spirit, Xing Yijian still had the ability to track. Not long after Yuanying escaped, he was caught up by Xing Yijian. Yuanying was swept by Xing Yijian and turned into little stars and disappeared. Xing Yijian didn't need Li Yuanba's command, and returned with the spiritual objects left behind after nascent soul dissipated. Li Yuanba also put away the body of another mid-stage nascent soul monk. He had no intention of sharing the spoils with Lu Wei. This was not a team fight. He was the one who killed the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks, and he only had the spoils. Junior brother Li, I didn't expect your fighting power to be so strong. Thank you for saving me. Lu Wei hesitated slightly when calling Li Yuanba his junior brother. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is king. Monks in the same realm are not ranked based on who has stronger spiritual power in this realm, but based on combat power. With the fighting prowess Li Yuanba showed, he should call Li Yuanba his senior brother. It's just that I had talked with Li Yuanba before, and it was really hard to change his mind at this time. The most important thing is that Li Yuanba's age is 800 years younger than him. We are all from the same sect, and we should help each other when we encounter them. But why did senior brother Lu come into conflict with them? Li Yuanba waved his hand and asked. You don't know much about the White Emperor sect. The White Emperor sect and the Sword Cultivator are natural enemies. If they meet, they will conflict whenever there is a chance. Lu Wei shook his head helplessly and replied. Li Yuanba was not surprised. The Baidi sect's invisible magnetism, magical power was naturally the nemesis of sword cultivators, and sword cultivators were naturally the enemies of the Baidi sect. As a sword cultivator, he would never allow a nemesis to exist. The monk from the Baidi sect, who possesses the magical power of Invisible Yuan Magnetic, also wants to use the magical power of Invisible Yuan Magnetic to suppress the sword cultivator. How could the two sides not fight when they meet? I'm going back to the pavilion. What about you? Seeing that nothing happened, Li Yuanba asked aloud. I just happened to be traveling with you. I haven't been back to the pavilion for some years. Lu Wei said with a smile and nodded. He took the initiative to take out a flying boat, which was a 4th grade high-level small flying boat. Although it was small, it was enough for more than 20 monks to move around when fully deployed. Li Yuanba was not polite and entered the flying boat. As the host, Lu Wei took out 3 plates of different varieties of 4th grade spiritual fruits, and also took out a pot of 4th grade spiritual wine. It was obvious that he wanted to thank Li Yuanba for giving him the best hospitality he could. What you just used was your divine foot power, but you still took some risks. If Bao Long was prepared in advance, you might be slowed down. In that case, it would not be you attacking Bao Long, but Bao Long attacking you. Sit down and drink. After drinking a glass of spiritual wine, Lu Wei talked more and put forward his own opinions. Although what he said seemed a bit redundant, because he himself could not defeat the enemy, but he was easily defeated by Li Yuanba. But he was sincere. He believed that he should point out Li Yuanba's problem, which was also to repay Li Yuanba's life-saving grace. It would be an ungrateful act to not point out the mistake in what Li Yuanba did if he knew it. Thank you, senior brother Lu, for your advice. I will definitely pay attention next time. Li Yuanba thanked him with a smile without further explanation. Based on his understanding of the magical power of Invisible Yuan Magnetic, if he hadn't also possessed the magical power of Invisible Yuan Magnetic, perhaps what Lu Wei said was possible. Lu Wei then told what he knew about the Baidi sect, just to let Li Yuanba know more about the Baidi sect and have a better way to deal with it when they face it again in the future. He did not ask about Li Yuanba's natal flying sword, although he was extremely curious about the natal flying sword. He knew the rules. The natal flying sword, which is the most secret thing for sword cultivators, cannot be disclosed to other monks. The curiosity in his heart was great. He really wanted to know what kind of natal flying sword it was. Although Xingyijian only attacked 3 times, he killed 2 mid-stage nascent soul monks in 3 times. After Li Yuanbao listened to Lu Wei's explanation, he learned that the middle-stage Yuanying monk of the Baidi sect, who had mastered the magical power of invisible Yuan magnetic, was killed this time. His name was Bao Long, and he was the core monk of the Baidi sect. I heard that Bao Long was the core monk of the Baidi sect, and he was very interested in Bao Long's trophies. This time he met with Li Shiming, the real person, and got several 4th-grade mountain-type magic weapons. Except for the gift, Xifang Pancher Mountain Rough Stone, from the director Lu Ziyun of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. All of them were obtained from the monks of the Baidi sect. His 10,000 Swords Peak itself is somewhat weak, and he needs to integrate other mountain-like magic weapons into 10,000 Swords Peak. If you want to integrate other mountain-type magic weapons into 10,000 Swords Peak, and prevent the integrated mountain-type magic weapons from affecting the original 10,000 Swords Peak, you need more knowledge about refining mountain-type magic weapons. In this aspect, Baidi sect is definitely the strongest. Most of the monks in Baidi sect use mountain-type magic weapons, and their research on mountain-type magic weapons is extremely in-depth. After communicating with Lu Wei let Li Yuanbao rest on his own, while he injected more spiritual power into the flying boat to speed up the flying boat. Li Yuanbao took this time to check out the trophies. The first thing he took out was the soul crystal ring of Bao Long, the core monk of the Baidi sect. This soul crystal ring was found from Bao Long's body. Because Bao Long was killed so quickly, Bao Long's nascent soul could not leave his body, so this soul crystal ring remained in Bao Long's body. Li Yuanbao shook his head. As the monks he dealt with became stronger and stronger, the soul crystal rings he came into contact with became more and more frequent. This is not to say that the value of the soul crystal ring is low. On the contrary, as the more powerful monks he came into contact with, he found that the soul crystal ring would only appear in the hands of a few core monks of the superpower. It can be said that the owner of every soul crystal ring is a monk with a background and extremely rich wealth. Injecting a master recognition technique into the soul crystal ring, his spiritual consciousness successfully entered the soul crystal ring. Li Yuanbao first saw a mountain-like magic weapon, the quality of which was the top-grade 4th grade, which was the same quality as the Rough Xifang Rock Mountain. Unfortunately, this mountain-like magic weapon was Bao Long's natal magic weapon. Then he saw a 4th-grade high-level flying boat, and he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Li Shiming, the real person, had just given him a 4th-grade high-grade lightning flying boat. Unexpectedly, not long after they separated, he would get a 4th-grade high-grade flying boat himself. This 4th-grade high-level flying boat is made from a single piece of 4th-grade white jade. Although it is not as dazzling as the lightning flying boat, it is still extremely beautiful. He recognized this 4th-grade high-grade flying boat as his master. If the performance of this 4th-grade high-grade flying boat was good, he decided to use this 4th-grade high-grade flying boat in the future. Anyway, Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion and Baidi sect are naturally hostile, so he will probably have less trouble using this 4th-grade high-level flying boat. Regardless of whether he uses this 4th-grade high-level flying boat or not, he is still the enemy of the White Emperor sect. White Jade Sky Boat. This is the name of the 4th-grade high-level flying boat. The White Jade Sky Boat has its own characteristics. It uses the Earth Secret method mastered by the Baidi sect, so that the White Jade Sky Boat is not affected by any weight under the influence of special gravity. Under the same flying formation, the White Jade Sky Boat is faster than other flying boats of the same weight without being affected by its weight. Of course, the White Jade Sky Boat not only has this advantage, in addition to being able to fly in the sky, the flying boat can also travel freely underground when on land. This is equivalent to Earth escape. Because it travels underground, the safety of the White Jade Sky Boat is greatly enhanced, and it is even harder to be discovered. In addition, the interior layout of the White Jade Sky Boat is extremely luxurious. This is probably the preference of the veteran core monks of the superpower. Anyway, this luxury belongs to Li Yuanbao. Li Yuanbao then checked in the soul crystal ring. He skipped a bunch of elixirs and elixirs. He didn't need any external elixirs for the 4th-grade elixir of the mid-stage Yuanying. He only needed the 4th-grade elixir of the mid-stage Yuanying set by Li Shiming. Dan is enough for him to practice. He focused his attention on some jade slips, and unexpectedly discovered an earth-based skill called White Emperor's Technique. Judging from the information about the Baidi sect that Lu Wei just explained to him, this Baidi Ju is the core inherited skill of the Baidi sect. So how could it appear here? The core inherited skills of any sect rarely leak out. However, very few of them are not completely protected from leakage. Just like Yuqing sects. Yuqing Thunder Code, which is also the inherited technique of Yuqing sect. It has also been leaked out. He scanned the White Emperor's Technique and found that the White Emperor's Technique was complete, and all the techniques that had been practiced to the Mahayana stage were in it. It's a pity that the value of this White Emperor Technique has plummeted due to lack of training experience. If a monk really wants to practice the White Emperor Technique, he still needs to understand the White Emperor Technique from the beginning. For a top-notch technique like this, a slight error in understanding can lead to a huge gap in the effectiveness of the practice. The Baidi sect has countless monks' experience in practicing the White Emperor Technique for countless years, which can make the monks who practice the White Emperor Technique take many detours. Li Yuanba passed the inside of White Emperor's art to the main body Li Shiming, and it was included in the database by Z15. Although he has no intention of practicing the White Emperor's art, the White Emperor's art can greatly broaden Li Shiming's understanding of the earth element and enhance his understanding of the earth element. Found it! Li Yuanba said slightly excitedly. In another jade slip, he found information about refining mountain-like magic weapons. The content in the jade slips should have been compiled by Bao Long, and it can clearly be seen that it is a summary of many methods for refining mountain-type magic weapons. There are methods for refining mountain magic weapons developed by the Baidi sect to coordinate with the White Emperor Technique. And there are also methods for refining mountain magic weapons obtained from other sects. This is exactly what Li Yuanba lacks, giving him more knowledge to study how to use higher quality mountain magic weapons to improve the quality of 10,000 Swords Peak and supplement the foundation of 10,000 Swords Peak. Chapter 650 Lingbao. Lu Wei and Li Yuanba separated in the Sword Cave. Originally, Lu Wei wanted to invite Li Yuanba to sit in his cave, but Li Yuanba refused. The cave of Sword Cave is extremely private, and Li Yuanba wants to go back and study this harvest. Li Yuanba separated from Lu Wei and did not use Sword Escape along the way, but he still used Sword Escape at a small distance. He used Xingyi Jian to perform Sword Escape once in battle. At that time, he discovered that the speed of Sword Escape was somewhat different. Now with this performance, he found that the speed rule mark on Xingyi's sword also had an acceleration effect on Sword Escape. Of course, the premise was that Xingyi's sword needed to be used as the target of Sword Escape. He arrived in front of the cave in a flash, but he deliberately slowed down. When he was about to enter the cave, Jian Lao's figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of him. Yuanba, has your natal flying sword been strengthened? Jian Lao asked. There was a rare look of curiosity in his eyes. He had been sensing the situation of the entire sword in Tianchen Chengshao Pavilion. When Li Yuanba used Sword Escape, he sensed the weirdness of Li Yuanba's flying sword. He couldn't believe it, because Li Yuanba's natal flying sword should not appear in the hands of a nascent soul monk. Jian Lao, I am going out this time to meet with a friend and ask him to strengthen your natal flying sword. Li Yuanba replied half-truthfully, without waiting for Jian Lao's request. He took out his own flying sword from his body and held it in his hand. Jian Lao looked at Xingyi Jian with surprise in his eyes. He saw the speed rule mark on Xingyi Jian and confirmed that Xingyi Jian was just as he had judged before. Lao Jian, come and sit in the cave. I just got some top-quality spiritual tea. Li Yuanba invited with a smile. He was still very curious about his natal Fijiang Xingyi Jian, and he wanted to get more information from Jian Lao. It happens to be fine. If your spiritual tea doesn't work, I will be angry. Jian Lao understood what Li Yuanba meant and said with a smile. After entering the cave and coming to the hall, Li Yuanba took out the 4th grade tea set and brewed a pot of 4th grade spiritual tea. The spiritual tea used was naturally the 4th grade spiritual tea obtained from the main body Li Shiming, although he did not use the same tea-making methods as Li Shiming, with the 4th grade Lingcha fried by Li Shiming himself. The quality of this pot of Lingcha still exceeded the 4th grade Lingcha outside. Good tea. I'll take some of this spiritual tea back when I leave. Jian Lao was not polite to Li Yuanba at all, but this kind of rudeness was an attitude, treating Li Yuanba as a junior. Li Yuanba smiled and took out a jade box, placed 30 portions of 4th grade spiritual tea in it, and sent it to Jian Lao. He didn't want to take too much, For this level of 4th grade spiritual tea, the less it was, the more precious it was. If there were more, it would be of lower value. You asked me to come in because you wanted to know about your flying sword. Right. Old Jian opened the jade box and glanced at it, then put away the jade box and asked with a smile on his face. I just want to ask Mr. Jian for advice. Li Yuanba bowed and replied. I won't ask who you are looking for to help you strengthen your natal flying sword. You are lucky to know a weapon refiner with such skills. You must find a way to make friends with him as much as possible in the future. Jianlao took a sip of spirit tea, feeling the charm of the spirit tea, said lightly. Li Yuanba nodded repeatedly. But in his mind, he was thinking that Li Shiming's weapon refining method was probably unique in the entire world of immortality. If it weren't for the fact that the 400 million speed runes and 50 million strong runes were hidden by the rules of heaven and earth after the weapon tribulation, he would not have dared to use them. Xing Yijian took it out and showed it to Mr. Jian. Based on the 4th grade top quality sword blank, it is actually possible to upgrade the flying sword to the level of a spiritual treasure. There are such masters in the world. Jian Lao then sighed. When Li Yuanba heard this, he discovered a key word, Ling Bao. He thought that this Ling Bao should be at a higher level than the magic weapon, but he had never heard about the Ling Bao. Jian Lao, what is a spiritual treasure? Li Yuanba couldn't help interrupting Jian Lao and asked. Ling Bao is a treasure that has a weapon spirit. Of course, the weapon spirit of a Ling Bao needs to reach a certain level of wisdom. It is not comparable to those ignorant fake weapon spirits. If you want to refine a spirit treasure, you generally need to be in the Mahayana stage. When Jian Lao said this, he glanced at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba asked someone to strengthen his natal flying sword. Since he had just been promoted not long ago, and his combat power was not completely stable, it means that the monk who was willing to help him strengthen his natal flying sword had made an appointment or had limited time, and do not want to expose themselves. Otherwise, with Li Yuanba's current position in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, he would be able to entertain fellow Taoists on Jin Peak. If the person Li Yuanba invited was really a Mahayana monk, then which Mahayana monk took a fancy to Li Yuanba? These were the questions in Lao Jian's mind. However, Jian Lao glanced at Li Yuanba and did not sense Li Yuanba's guilty conscience, which meant that Li Yuanba did not deviate from sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. When it comes to probing people's hearts, Jian Lao is still very confident. Not to mention that Li Yuanba is only in the middle stage of nascent soul. Even if he reaches the level of a great monk, Jian Lao can see Li Yuanba's thoughts clearly with just one glance. It's not for nothing that I got your spiritual tea. Your natal flying sword has reached the level of a spiritual treasure. I will teach you a secret method to hide the spiritual treasure aura of the natal flying sword. Otherwise, you will encounter a greedy Mahayana. I'm afraid the monks will try to rob it. Jian Lao smiled and took out a jade slip and threw it to Li Yuanba. Then Jian Lao's figure disappeared from the place, taking away the jade box in front of him. Ling Bao! Li Yuanba muttered to himself. He picked up the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. The contents inside the jade slip were scanned by him, and he also made a backup in Z15. There is a secret method of controlling spiritual treasures in the jade slips. This is not a secret method of sword cultivation, but a general secret method of controlling spiritual treasures and nurturing spiritual treasures. Hiding the breath of spiritual treasures is just an incidental ability. This secret method of controlling spiritual pregnancy treasures is more precious than what Mr. Jin said. It seems that the 4th grade spiritual tea is not given away for free. In addition to the secret method of controlling spiritual pregnancy treasures, there is also an introduction to spiritual treasures. This introduction was more detailed than what Jian Lao said. Li Yuanba guessed that Jian Lao had joined the jade slips temporarily. Under normal circumstances, only Mahayana monks will possess spiritual treasures. The main reason is that the 5th grade weapon refining materials are too rare. They are so rare that even Mahayana monks cannot get too much. At most, they can only get one spiritual treasure. Quantity. Why only Mahayana monks possess it is because 5th grade weapon refining materials are almost invisible in the world of immortality. The caves opened by Mahayana monks will produce a very small amount of 5th grade materials in the core of the cave. Probably the 5th grade materials produced by a Mahayana monk in the cave during his lifetime are only enough to refine one spiritual treasure. It can be seen how rare and precious spiritual treasures are. And most monks in the Mahayana period, when their lifespan ends, or before they die unexpectedly, will scatter their spiritual treasures in the cave sky, and use the spiritual treasures to stabilize the cave sky. so that the cave can be passed down forever. Therefore, even if a Mahayana monk dies, few spiritual treasures will escape. When Li Yuanba saw this, he couldn't help but sweat profusely. Only then did he realize how dangerous it was to rashly show his natal flying sword to Jian Lao. He really underestimated the value of his natal flying sword. If he really calculated it based on the value of the spiritual treasure, even if his natal flying sword lost half of its power in the hands of others, its value would still be enough to tempt a Mahayana monk. No wonder Jian Lao handed him the secret technique of controlling the spiritual pregnancy treasure, without explicitly stating the value of the spirit treasure. If he had said it face to face, he might have thought that Jian Lao was trying to rob him of the spiritual treasure. It could also be seen from this that Jian Lao was really good to him, and did not press him for the weapon refiner who strengthened his natal flying sword. A refiner who can strengthen the 4th grade magic weapon into a spiritual treasure. I am afraid that any Mahayana monk in the entire world of immortality will rush to make friends with him. Of course, in addition to making friends, there are other means. And these means are not so friendly. In fact, Jian Lao regarded this weapon refiner as a Mahayana weapon refiner. Since this Mahayana weapon refiner is willing to make friends with Li Yuanba, it is a good thing. Jian Lao himself has no other requirements for Ling Bao. I would not risk offending a Mahayana level weapon refiner by forcefully getting to know him. You must be careful when refining spiritual treasures in the future, Li Yuanba said to himself. Fortunately, only Lu Wei and Jian Lao had seen his natal flying sword, and all the other monks who had seen it had fallen. Lu Wei obviously didn't know Ling Bao, and since he had saved Lu Wei's life, he wouldn't say anything even if he had some guesses. Not to mention Elder Jian. The jade slip of secret technique of controlling spirit pregnancy treasure in his hand can illustrate his attitude. Li Yuanba's mind sank into the secret method of controlling spirit pregnancy treasures. This secret method for spiritual treasures has a method of cultivating the spirit of the weapon, which is much better than the method he figured out by himself. The weapon spirit of the natal magic weapon Xingyijian is also the sword spirit, with the cultivation method of secret method of controlling spirit pregnancy treasure. The time for Xingyijian to carry out ultra-long-range attacks will be greatly advanced. Of course, the focus now is still on the secret method of hiding spiritual treasures in the secret method of controlling spiritual pregnancy treasures. When he strikes with this flying sword, he is as dangerous as a child holding gold in a busy city. The secret method of hiding the spirit treasure's breath is not difficult. This is not difficult in a relative sense. The trouble with this secret method is an extremely complex pattern. You need to use your mind to quickly draw the extremely complex pattern to cover the natal flying sword. Everywhere with a sword. Even for nascent soul stage monks, who have extremely strong memory and control over their bodies. It is not easy to master this complex pattern in a short time. But after Li Yuanba contacted Z15, this work became extremely simple. Z15 scanned the pattern of the hidden spirit treasure, and then passed the information to the main body Li Shiming. The special connection between the main body Li Shiming and the natal magic weapon Z15 allowed him to instantly master the pattern of the hidden spirit treasure. Later, the original body Li Shiming shared the hidden spiritual treasure pattern with Li Yuanba. The whole process seemed complicated, but in fact it only happened in a few breaths of time. Li Yuanba's fingers swept over the Xingyi sword of his natal flying sword. Wherever his fingers passed, extremely complex patterns appeared on the surface of the Xingyi sword under his fingers. When his fingers moved from the tail to the tip of the sword, the terrifying aura on the original flying sword disappeared, leaving only the aura of a top-level 4th grade flying sword. He curiously used his spiritual consciousness to contact his natal flying sword Xingyijian. As long as he did not use the induction with his natal flying sword and relied on simple spiritual consciousness scanning, he would not be able to detect anything unusual about Xingyijian. He shook his head in a funny way. Jian Lao had already said that this was prepared to prevent the Mahayana monks from discovering the aura of the spiritual treasure. How could he, a small mid-nascent soul monk, detect the abnormality? No! What is the realm of Jian Lao? He suddenly thought of a question. The secret technique of spirit controlling pregnancy treasure that Jian Lao took out was aimed at Mahayana monks. So Jian Lao's realm is probably also that of Mahayana monks. He had made some guesses about Jian Lao's realm before, but he had never thought that a great master of the Mahayana stage who could have an independent cave appeared next to him. So he always regarded Jian Lao as being better than the great monks and more powerful than the great monks. A weak existence in the Mahayana period. But today, he broke his previous judgment. I am afraid that Jian Lao is a true Mahayana monk. No matter what, I'll go into seclusion and practice first to get down to business. He put aside the thoughts of his mind and understood what he needed to do most. As for the strengthening of Wanjian Feng, he doesn't need to think about these things at all. This aspect is left to the main body, Li Shiming, to study. With the help of Z15, it can be faster and more comprehensive than him thinking alone here. He took out a 4th grade advanced training auxiliary elixir for middle stage nascent soul and drank it. His mind was completely immersed in it. And he practiced the stored intention climbing into the sky technique. As the stored intent climbing into the sky was operating, he discovered something different from before. After he was promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, he still went into seclusion for a short period of time to accumulate some spiritual power for himself. But at that time, when he was practicing the stored intent climbing into the sky, he was not practicing as fast as he is now. This was not just the effect of taking the 4th level advanced training auxiliary elixir of the mid-nascent soul. As an alchemy master, he has a clear and accurate judgment on the effects of taking 4th grade elixirs. His cultivation speed was obviously not only affected by the effect of the advanced cultivation auxiliary elixir in the middle stage of nascent soul, but also by another factor, which greatly improved his cultivation speed. It's Xingyijian! He felt it for a while, and found out the reason. It turned out to be the energized natal flying sword in Yuan Ying's hand. The sword spirit in it was able to make the energy circulate in his body faster. And the spiritual power generated was also purer. Whether it is speeding up the operation of his skills, or generating more pure spiritual power, his training efficiency can be greatly improved. The same training time can achieve stronger effects. Chapter 651 Go. When Li Yuanbao returned to Jianichengshao Pavilion to practice, Li Shiming set foot on Zhongzhou continent. As soon as he arrived in Zhongzhou continent, he started flying drone satellites. Now that he has been promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, his control in the computer room space has reached 1 nanometer, which has also upgraded the drone satellite to another generation. In particular, the core chip group has all been replaced with 1 nanometer chips. There are 2 types of wafers he can currently produce. One is wafers that can be manufactured in large quantities. With his accumulated technology, this type of wafer can produce 40 nanometer wafers. The ability to manufacture 40 nanometer wafers is due to the series of machines that manufacture wafers. The key parts are all manufactured in the computer room space, and he used nano-level control to create them. The other is that he uses 1 nanometer control power in the computer room space to create 1 nanometer chips bit by bit with his own consciousness. This 1 nanometer chip cannot be mass-produced, and can only be used in places that he considers to be particularly important. For example, the UV satellite system is currently the most important technical assistance to him. It has a stronger chip, which can make the UV satellite system have higher intelligence and produce greater effects. Li Shiming is still very proud. Even in the technological world of his previous life, the 1 nanometer chips he currently produces could only be produced in small quantities in laboratories, and cannot be mass-produced. And as his realm continues to improve, his control over the computer room space will continue to improve. And the chips he can produce will be more precise. Li Shiming has the map of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank in his hand. And the relevant maps of Zhongzhou continent are still very comprehensive, because of his experience in deploying drone satellite systems in the eastern Qi continent. And with the help of maps from Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, he could make the drone satellites avoid the gates of some powerful forces, thereby reducing a lot of trouble. Of course, it is not easy to establish a drone satellite system throughout the entire Zhongzhou continent. It would take an extremely long time for drone satellites to fly to every place in the Zhongzhou continent. However, he only needs to arrange the areas that he is most concerned about first, and Li Yuanbao will perform the subsequent maintenance and replacement work. If you want to establish a drone satellite system throughout the entire Zhongzhou continent, it will take only a few years. Li Shiming only launched 10 drone satellites this time, initially extending inward from the coast near Jianichengshao Pavilion. He came to Zhongzhou continent this time for Qiu Heng's treasure. After releasing the first batch of drone satellites, he flew in the target direction. He did not hide himself and use close to the end of the world. He was his true form, and did not want to encounter any trouble. This is Zhongzhou continent, where there are the most superpowers. And every superpower has at least one powerful presence. There are too many secrets in him, and it is best not to attract the attention of these powerful people. The Blue Crystal Puan boat has the mark of Zhongzhou Trading Company, and is covered in the tiger skin of Zhongzhou Trading Company. As long as it doesn't attract attention, it will be very safe. He sat in the Blue Crystal Puan boat, and checked the redeemable spiritual objects through the guest jade plate. He currently has more than 2 million contribution points. And he needs to convert these contribution points into strength. Ever since he knew that there were spiritual treasures on top of magic weapons, he had paid more attention to the art of refining weapons. Since he can refine the Ling Baoxingyi sword, he can also refine other spiritual treasures. All he needs is the 4th grade top-level refining materials that are suitable for him. There are a lot of redeemable resources listed by Zhongzhou merchants. But unfortunately, there are no top cultivation resources such as Purple Thunder Plasma Liquid and Sword Transformation Spirit Liquid. Li Shiming also understood that once such top-level cultivation resources appeared, they would not wait until they were put on the exchange list before they would be taken away directly by the senior executives of the trading company. Even monks who have obtained such top-level cultivation resources will not take them out and use them themselves. While looking at the list of 4th grade top materials from Zhongzhou Trading Company, he focused part of his attention on his 2 current natal magic weapons. Z15, don't worry about it. This cannot be improved by using weapon refining methods. Only the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and Traceless Phantom Sword can be considered for improvement. He asked the natal magic weapon Z15 to set up a new topic. Which material in the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's 4th grade top material list can enhance the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and Markless Fantasy Sword to the level of spiritual treasures? He had 2 choices. If there were suitable 4th grade top grade weapon refining materials, he would refine a new spiritual treasure. Then he will give up his current natal magic weapon, and his previous sacrifices to the natal magic weapon will be in vain. What he hopes most is to consider using contribution points to exchange materials to strengthen the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and Markless Fantasy Sword, so that he can retain the refining effect of the natal magic weapon. The most important thing is that he is still very fond of these 2 natal magic weapons. Satisfied? The natal magic weapon can be improved, but it needs to be strengthened with refining materials with similar properties. During the strengthening process, the natal magic weapon can be modified. After many monks have improved their realm, they still use the natal magic weapon that they have been cultivating. They just use materials to continuously strengthen the natal magic weapon and constantly modify the runes engraved on the natal magic weapon so that the natal magic weapon can fit with their own realm. Xiang Jianxiu is a typical example in this regard. Sword cultivators will rarely change their natal flying swords, and would rather invest a lot of resources to continuously strengthen their natal flying swords. There are not many in the list of top-level 4th grade weapon refining materials of Zhongzhou Trading Company. It is extremely difficult to encounter one of this level of weapon refining materials in normal times. That is to say, the super powerful Zhongzhou Trading Company has so many top-level 4th grade weapon refining materials. Thousands of thunders and 10,000 steels gold. When he saw thousands of thunders and 10,000 steels gold, his natal magic weapon Z15 found the information of thousands of thunders and 10,000 steels gold based on a large number of resources in the database. Z15 quickly came up with a plan that could strengthen the Thunder Hammer. Thousands of Thunder Gold is a 4th grade top-level weapon refining material with thunder attributes. And his current natal magic weapon, Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer, is made from the 4th grade upper level Thunder Brilliance Black Iron. The reason why it can become the 4th level top grade weapon Calamity magic weapon is because his weapon refining methods are very practical. It was too high, so the 4th grade upper grade Thunder Brilliance Black Iron was refined into the 4th grade top grade magical weapon. Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer, Thousands of Thunder Gold, is a thunder weapon refining material that is 1 level higher than Thunder Brilliance Black Iron, and is suitable for strengthening the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. As for the other materials on the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's 4th grade top grade weapon refining materials list, he did not find any that were suitable. This is normal. The 4th grade top level weapon refining materials he needs need to be suitable for his exercises. First of all, the 4th grade top-level tool refining materials with complete 5-element attributes are extremely rare. If such materials are really available, he will not wait for them. Go and redeem. The second is the top-level 4th grade gold-type weapon refining materials that are suitable for sword cultivation, which are most in demand in the world of immortal cultivation. When it comes to which type of weapon refining material is the most popular in the world of immortality, it must be the gold type, because most monks will choose magical weapons such as flying swords. To make the flying sword most powerful, it needs gold-type weapon refining materials to refine it. The reason why 1000 Thunder Gold can be found is because it is a top-grade 4th grade thunder weapon refining material. Relatively speaking, the demand in Zhongzhou Commercial Bank is very small. The main reason is that the number of monks who practice thunder techniques is very small. Li Shiming directly spent 320,000 contribution points to exchange for a portion of 1,000 thunder gold. After he exchanged the 1,000 thunder gold, he could provide a location for Zhongzhou Commercial Bank to send someone to deliver it. Or he could go to the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank to collect it himself. He thought about it, and took this opportunity to visit the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. As a guest of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, he had not seen the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank yet. Not to mention the headquarters. Even if it was a branch, he had only seen the simple branch in the Vanity Islands. After looking at the map, the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank was closer, while the location of Qiu Hengyi's treasure was relatively far away. Anyway, Qiu Hengyi's treasure was there, so he decided to go to the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank to have a look first. He changed direction and flew towards the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. Seeing that it would take another 4 days to reach the destination, he started to check other exchangeable cultivation resources through Kaching Jade Disk again. He unexpectedly discovered that through the contribution points of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, he could also redeem classics. However, the exchanged classics can only be viewed in the corresponding Zhongzhou Commercial Bank library, and cannot be taken away from the library. Li Shiming was not surprised. Most sects had such rules. Classics were the foundation of a sect, and every sect would guard against the leakage of classics. The list of classics is extremely long, covering everything from cultivation techniques to the inheritance of various immortal professions. And the level of these classics is not low. As he read, he put aside the names of the selected classics, including formations, alchemy, weapon refining, 5 elements, sword cultivation, thunder cultivation, etc. As long as they were related to his cultivation, he would choose the names of the classics. At the final reckoning, he was shocked. The tome he chose required 1.2 million contribution points. This is almost equivalent to the value of 4 pieces of 4th grade top grade weapon refining materials. You must know that the classics cannot be taken away. You can only write them down in your own brain. Zhongzhou Trading Company does not have any cost. It's so dark, he said in his mouth. But without stopping, he paid out the 1.2 million contribution points. Now he only had less than 800,000 contribution points left. Although these classics require a lot of contribution points, knowledge is priceless in the world of immortality. What he and his clone Li Yuanbao will get in exchange for 1.2 million contribution points will be more knowledge reserves and a more solid foundation. He is not stingy about this aspect. Zhongzhou Trading Company is a superpower after all. Its knowledge of formations, alchemy, weapon refining, 5 elements, sword cultivation, and thunder cultivation allows the database of natal magic weapon Z15 to be expanded with a large amount of information. As he got closer and closer to the headquarters of Zhongzhou Trading Company, he found that there were more and more flying boats bearing the marks of Zhongzhou Trading Company. Among these flying boats, there are long-distance flying boats and various medium and large flying boats. But there are not many small flying boats. This is understandable. Small flying boats are generally used for long-distance navigation, and monks are still accustomed to using flying magic weapons for short-distance flying. Li Shiming slowed down the speed of blue crystal cloud-breaking boat, and his supernatural eyes discovered a barrier in front of him. When the blue crystal cloud-breaking boat came into contact with the barrier, a consciousness came, asking him to show his identification. He took out the guest jade dish, and the barrier opened a passage for him. He put away the blue crystal cloud-breaking boat, and passed through the passage. After entering the passage, he felt that he was in a Dongtian barrier, which was similar to the Dongtian barrier of the 10,000 Beasts sect. They both used the ability of the Dongtian to place the entire mountain gate under the spatial protection of the Dongtian. At this time, he was still thousands of miles away from the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, and he discovered that this place was different from other sect gates he had seen. The spiritual power inside the barrier is extremely rich, and as soon as you see it, you can see a large spiritual field. These are not ordinary spiritual fields. They are all 3rd grade or higher spiritual fields. There are also many 4th grade spiritual fields. I don't know what kind of methods Zhongzhou Commercial Bank used to cultivate 4th grade spiritual fields on a large scale. You must know that the production of 4th grade resources requires many special conditions. So the most important resource points for the cultivation forces have emerged. Each resource point is a resource producing area with special conditions. If you want to plant a large amount of 4th grade resources, there are many problems in spiritual planting involved. even if some sects have 4th grade spiritual fields in their mountain gates. They are very few and require a huge investment of resources to build them. If calculated based on the standards of those 4th grade spiritual fields, the resources that Li Shiming saw for the 4th grade spiritual fields would be an astronomical number. Of course, in his perception, the elixirs grown in these 4th grade spiritual fields were all the 4th grade elixirs needed by the early Yuaning monks. Li Shiming couldn't help but be amazed by the wealth of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. He had not yet seen what the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank looked like. Just looking at the endless high-level spiritual field made people feel unbelievable. At least Li Shiming is just watching blankly now. The impact is too great. However, the monks who passed by him were all used to the scene in front of them. After seeing his appearance, they all smiled kindly. They could all understand Li Shiming. When they first saw so many 3rd and 4th grade spiritual fields, they were no better than Li Shiming. Li Shiming woke up from the shock and watched this rare scene while flying. From time to time, there are spiritual planters in the spiritual fields who use spiritual rain to water the spiritual fields. The levels of these spiritual planters are very high, and many of them can be called spiritual plant masters. He finally understood why there were so many nascent soul cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. With such spiritual planting technology, at least the resources of the nascent soul's early stage could be guaranteed. With enough resources guaranteed, there will naturally be more monks in the early stage of nascent soul. Li Shiming used to feel satisfied that he had a magic weapon like the Mountains and Rivers Universe Fan, which contained 3rd and 4th grade spiritual fields. The Mountains and Rivers Universe Fan could harvest 4th grade elixirs once every 30 years, and 3rd grade elixirs once a year. Only now did he understand that for superpowers, treasures such as the Mountain and River Universe Fan were nothing more than children's toys. Chapter 652 Meet. Li Shiming saw the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, which was a town-like area made up of buildings. This place is different from a normal sect. Many monks are walking through it, just like a market. He landed outside the headquarters and walked slowly into the headquarters. The buildings on both sides of the road are workshops for various auxiliary professions of cultivating immortals, such as weapon refiners, alchemists, talisman makers, etc. Almost all the auxiliary professions of cultivating immortals that can be found exist here. It may be that the alchemist's status is higher, and the alchemist's building is relatively closer to the core area. Everything here was unfamiliar to him, and he walked forward while observing. On the guest jade plate, there are the locations of the treasure pavilion and the library pavilion. These 2 places are his destinations. Li Shiming, who was walking, stopped and found that in a shop next to the road, there was an autocratic alchemy furnace. He suddenly became interested. Although he got the method of refining the alchemy furnace from the inheritance of Balian sect, because the materials for refining the alchemy furnace were somewhat rare, he could not find the right one. In addition, he already has 2 4th grade alchemy furnaces for daily alchemy refining. And refining 2 furnaces of 4th grade elixirs at the same time is enough for him to use. So he is not in a hurry to think about refining the alchemy furnaces. He walked into the store. There were hundreds of alchemy furnaces on display in the store, most of which were 1st dash, 2nd dash, and 3rd grade alchemy furnaces. Looking at it, there were only 3 4th grade alchemy furnaces. Senior, what kind of alchemy furnace do you want to buy? A middle-aged golden elixir monk dressed in alchemy children's clothing came forward and bowed and asked. Don't talk about how a middle-aged golden elixir monk can wear alchemy children's clothing. Dan Children's clothing is a attire specially designed for monks who serve alchemists. Dan Children is just a title and has nothing to do with age. Of course, many alchemists like to have younger alchemists serve them in order to find talented young people among them. Some alchemists even come from alchemists. Are these 3 the only 4th grade pill furnaces? Li Shiming glanced at the 3 4th grade pill furnaces and asked aloud. The quality of the 3 4th grade alchemy furnaces is not very good. They are all of low-grade 4th grade quality. Although the quality of the 4th grade alchemy furnace has little impact on the quality of his elixir refining, the higher the quality of the 4th grade pill furnace, the more it can reduce his consumption when refining the elixir. Don't underestimate the consumption of elixir refining. It usually takes more than 40 days to refine the elixir of a great monk. If you can reduce the consumption every moment, you can have more energy to continue refining the elixir. For other alchemy masters, the higher the quality of the 4th grade alchemy furnace, the higher the quality of the elixir can be refined. This is complementary to each other. Senior, are you dissatisfied with these 3 4th grade alchemy furnaces? The middle-aged golden elixir monk asked slightly in surprise. He soon realized that he had said the wrong thing. and quickly went on to explain. The master of the refinery in our shop every a 4th grade mid-level alchemy furnace will be refined in a few years. But the 4th grade mid-level alchemy furnace needs to be sent to the auction of the trading house and will not be sold in our store. Li Shiming nodded. He also knew that the refining of the 4th grade alchemy furnace was troublesome, which involved many aspects. There were not many refiners who could actually refine the 4th grade pill furnace. When the materials for the 4th grade alchemy furnace are rare, there are even fewer opportunities to practice, which makes it difficult for the quality of the 4th grade alchemy furnace to appear above the mid-level. As for the store at the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, its service targets should be the alchemists at the headquarters. The truly high-level alchemy masters within Zhongzhou Commercial Bank have their own other channels to obtain high-quality alchemy furnaces. How do you pay for the 4th grade alchemy furnace here? Li Shiming thought for a while and asked. Senior, you can use set contribution points or other spiritual objects of equal value to pay. The middle-aged Jindan monk heard what Li Shiming meant. It seemed that this was a real customer, and the smile on his face became brighter. He answered with a smile. Road. I have some 4th grade elixirs here. How many do you need to buy these 3 4th grade elixir furnaces? Li Shiming took out some jade bottles and put them on the counter. He is not worried that the other party dares to raise prices randomly. After all, this is not an outside shop, but the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, not to mention his mid-nascent soul realm. Even this realm status within Zhongzhou Commercial Bank is not something that a small Jindan realm can afford. Senior, please wait. The middle-aged Jindan monk looked at a pile of jade bottles and said, while suppressing the horror in his heart. He carefully opened each jade bottle, judging the quality of the elixir inside and calculating the value. The monk who was able to come up with so many 4th grade elixirs, whether Li Shiming refined them himself or obtained them as trophies from other monks, showed that Li Shiming was extremely difficult to mess with. The 4th grade elixir that Li Shiming took out was his trophy for a period of time. Neither he nor his clone Li Yuanba would take these low-quality 4th grade elixirs. In addition, both he and his clone Li Yuanba were promoted to the middle stage of Yuaning and the early stage of Yuaning. The 4th grade elixir is even more ineffective. He still has use for Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's contribution points, but these 4th grade elixirs are useless garbage to him. Using them as currency to buy things is considered waste utilization. Senior, the value of these 4th grade elixirs is similar to the value of 3 4th grade elixir furnaces. Please check it. The middle-aged golden elixir monk carefully put some 4th grade elixirs aside and bowed. Then let's trade. Li Shiming waved his hand and put away the remaining jade bottles and said. The middle-aged golden elixir monk put away the jade bottles on the counter. He went to the place where 3 4th grade alchemy furnaces were housed. He fired a spell to activate the defensive formation, took out the 3 4th grade alchemy furnaces, and placed them in front of Li Shiming. Do you sell the materials for refining the 4th grade pill furnace? Li Shiming put away the 3 4th grade pill furnaces and asked something as he thought of something. Senior, there is no precedent for this. I need to ask my boss. The middle-aged Jindan monk was stunned when he heard the words. He had never heard such a request, but his response was quick and he bowed. Just ask me. I'd rather trade with the 4th grade elixir. Li Shiming waved his hand and said. The middle-aged golden elixir monk walked aside, and Li Shiming lazily used other means to eavesdrop. After a while, the middle-aged Jindan monk came over with a smile on his face. Senior, there are exactly 2 materials for refining a 4th grade elixir furnace in the store. One for the lower level 4th level, and one for the intermediate level 4th level. I wonder which one you need. The middle-aged golden elixir monk asked with a smile. He was extremely excited. Even though he was selling pill furnaces, it was not easy to obtain a 4th grade elixir, especially a 4th grade elixir in the middle nascent soul stage. He explained to his boss that Li Shiming was trading with 4th grade elixirs, and that Li Shiming had a lot of 4th grade elixirs in his hands. The boss himself also needed 4th grade elixirs. The purpose of opening this shop was to earn resources in exchange for practice elixir. Direct trading of spiritual elixirs is the best option, even if what Li Shiming needs to buy is the materials for refining the 4th grade elixir furnace. He can sell them at a high price. He has his own channels within Zhongzhou Commercial Bank and can continue to obtain materials for the 4th grade alchemy furnace. Selling 1 or 2 pieces of the refining materials for the 4th grade alchemy furnace will not have a big impact on him. I want them all, Li Shiming said without any hesitation, taking out a pile of jade bottles again and placing them on the counter. This time the middle-aged golden elixir monk had experience. He selected a few bottles of mid-stage nascent soul 4th grade elixirs from the jade bottles, and then took 2 materials for refining the 4th grade elixir furnace. Li Shiming was also very satisfied. He wanted to use his own refining methods to refine a higher quality 4th grade pill furnace. In fact, if his Taichu Baoding was not made of only a 4th grade upper level material, it would most likely become a spiritual treasure based on the wisdom of the spirit within the Taichu Baoding. It's just that among the 4th grade alchemy furnaces, the upper grade 4th grade ones are already of extremely high quality. At least among the 4th grade alchemy furnaces that Li Shiming has ever seen, the Taichu Baoding is of the highest quality. He wanted to see if he could refine an alchemy furnace superior to the Taichu Baoding, using the materials used in the 4th grade mid-level alchemy refining furnace. He left the shop and continued towards the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion is located in the core area of the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank headquarters. When arriving at the core area, the number of monks here was obviously much smaller. Li Shiming walked into the Treasure Pavilion and said that this was a building. But it was better to say that it was a magic weapon. A giant magic weapon. The entire Treasure Pavilion is a magic weapon made entirely of 4th grade materials. This method of refining the weapon is somewhat similar to the method of refining mountain-type magic weapons. It's just that the mountain-type magic weapon refined is an attack magic weapon. And this Treasure Pavilion belongs to the special type of magic weapon. When he walked into the Treasure Pavilion, he felt a great monk's aura locking on him. I'm here to get the 1,000 Thunder Gold. This is my jade plate. Li Shiming didn't want to cause any misunderstanding. So he took out the guest's jade plate and said, although he couldn't see the figure of the great monk, he knew that the great monk must be paying attention to him in some way. Li Shizhen, are you Master Li from the Dongqi branch? Came the senior monk's somewhat surprised voice. As if the other party knew Li Shiming. Exactly, Li Shiming replied. Wang Chandong has met Master Li. A figure appeared in front of Li Shiming. This was a tall monk whose age was indistinguishable. He bowed to Li Shiming very politely with a smile on his face. Li Shizhen has met Senior Wang. Li Shiming quickly returned the salute. He didn't understand how Wang Chandong could be so polite. Although he was a master of alchemy and had a very high status, it was not enough for an unknown monk to treat him like this. Master Li, I still want to thank you very much. You made a 4th grade high-level limb rebirth elixir for me, so that I would not become a useless person, Wang Chandong explained with a smile. When he said this, he used voice transmission. He still remembered the original agreement that Li Shiming's ability to refine the 4th grade high-level elixir for great monks needed to be kept secret. Li Shiming only used 3 materials of the 4th grade amputated limb rebirth elixir to refine a 4th grade high-level amputated limb rebirth elixir. Except for the 2 people from the Eastern Qi mainland branch. The only people involved in this matter were a great monk. Wang Chandong was the unlucky monk who was severely injured. After receiving the 4th grade advanced amputated limb rebirth elixir refined by Li Shiming, he returned to the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank to recuperate. Although the severed limbs were repaired with the help of the 4th grade high-grade severed limb rebirth elixir, the injuries suffered still required a long period of training. So he took over the task of guarding the Treasure Pavilion. I would also like to thank Senior Wang. If it hadn't been for Senior Wang's 4th grade realm breaking pill for the early Yuaning, I don't know how long I would have been stuck in the early Yuaning. Li Shiming would not recognize this favor. And he smiled back. Road. In fact, the 2 parties were just a transaction. And the transaction ended long ago. When Master Li comes to the headquarters, I must show my kindness to the local people. After everything is over, I will take Master Li to taste the delicious food here in the headquarters, Wang Chandong said with a smile. He would not let the little connection between them dissipate. He was very aware of Li Shiming's alchemy ability. If he did not make good friends with this alchemy master, he would have a problem. Thank you very much. Please, Senior, please take out the 1,000 Thunder Gold for me. Li Shiming leaned forward and said. Wang Chandong was so enthusiastic that he couldn't refuse. Besides, it wasn't a bad thing to make friends with a great monk from Zhongzhou continent. Master Li, give me the guest's jade plate, Wang Chandong said to Li Shiming. Li Shiming handed the guest's jade plate to Wang Chandong and watched Wang Chandong place the guest's jade plate on a formation. This formation scanned the information in Kiching's jade dish. After waiting for a while, there were space energy fluctuations on the side, and a jade box was transmitted over. I cannot access the 4th grade resources in the Treasure Pavilion. They are completely controlled by the formation of the Treasure Pavilion. They can only be taken out if the conditions are met. Wang Chandong handed the guest jade plate and jade box to Li Shiming and explained road. Li Shiming showed curiosity. But he also understood that this Treasure Pavilion was not something he could study. In his judgment, there is a high probability that the Treasure Department has weapon spirits, and the functions of those formations have some similar functions to the computers in previous lives, and they are able to analyze and process some information. However, this kind of knowledge related to the core of a superpower. Unless he obtained extremely high power in Zhongzhou Trading Company, he would never be able to access this knowledge. Considering his status as guest minister, it is probably completely impossible. He put away the guest's jade dish, opened the jade box and looked at the gold of Thousand Thunders. It's not that he doesn't believe Wang Changdong. The fact is that Wang Changdong has never come into contact with the spiritual objects in the jade box. He is just curious about thousands of thunder and gold. The knowledge he gained about thousands of thunders and 10,000s of hard gold were all recorded in ancient books, and he had never seen the actual object. As soon as the jade box was opened, electric light shot out. As Li Shiming's consciousness moved slightly, all the electric light was suppressed inside the jade box. This is a rectangular piece of thousand thunder gold. It has been initially smelted, impurities have been removed, and preliminary processing has been carried out. His eyes flashed. This thousand thunder gold perfectly met his requirements. It seemed that strengthening the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer would not be a problem. Masterly, it will take some time to find someone to replace me here. I will make a reservation at Yutian Pavilion. How about we meet at Yutian Pavilion tomorrow at noon? Wang Changdong smiled and asked Li Shiming for his opinion. I will definitely go there on time tomorrow, Li Shiming replied with a smile. Chapter 653 Spiritual Chef. Li Shiming next went to the library pavilion and used the Kaching Jade Disc to gain permission to read some classics. He stayed in the library for 6 hours and read more than 1,000 jade slips in total. This means that he has the magic weapon Z15 and can easily scan the contents of the jade slips. The reason why he spent 6 hours is because of the collection of books. It will take some time for the pavilion to retrieve the jade slips. After coming out of the library, he devoted dozens of his brains to the analysis and organization of Z15, and used the knowledge exchanged for 1.2 million contribution points to organize and digest it for his own use. This will take a very long time, and it will take a long time to integrate all this knowledge into your own knowledge system. He looked at the time, and it was almost the appointed time. He took out the guest jade plate and checked the location of Yutian Pavilion. Yutian Pavilion is a restaurant at the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. The top power in the world of immortality opened a restaurant in Shannan. It is probably only a purely commercial force, like Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, that can appear. Yutian Pavilion is the highest grade restaurant in the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. It is located on the edge of the core of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's headquarters, not far from the Kangshich Pavilion. Li Shiming stood in front of Yutian Pavilion, which was also a complete magic weapon as a whole. Walking into the hall of Yutian Pavilion, the space suddenly opened up. Space formations were applied here. The space in the hall is huge, with a radius of 10 miles and a height of several hundred meters. This space is decorated with mountains and waters, waterfalls, spiritual springs, spiritual trees and spiritual flowers, and all kinds of cute spiritual beasts jumping and playing among the mountains and rivers. And the guests here are sitting together in 2s and 3s in the air. Masterly, Brother Wang is waiting for you. Please come with me. While he was watching, a female cultivator in a colorful dress came to him and bowed. Li Shiming was not surprised that the other party could recognize him. He sensed the reaction of Kachin Yudi when he came in. There should be a formation here that can identify Yudi. He nodded and followed the female cultivator in colorful skirts to fly somewhere. Wang Changdong was smiling and waiting at a dining table suspended in the air. When he saw Li Shiming, he waved to Li Shiming. Senior Wang, I'm very sorry that I'm late. Li Shiming stepped forward and bowed. The time is right. I was here early. Wang Changdong waved his hand and said with a smile. He asked Li Shiming to sit down at the dining table, which was a large table that could accommodate 20 people. Li Shiming was also curious. In the world of immortality, few monks ate. Why was there such a place at the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank? And when he looked around, he saw that there were quite a few monks coming here to dine, and most of them were nascent soul stage monks. Even if they are not Yuaning stage monks, they were brought by Yuaning stage monks. Masterly, you must have rarely tasted spiritual meals in the Eastern Qi continent. Right. Wang Changdong gestured to the female cultivator in colorful skirts, then turned around and asked with a smile. Yes, this is the first time. Li Shiming replied without any embarrassment. In Zhongzhou continent, There is a unique profession called spiritual chef, and Yutian Pavilion has a spiritual chef master. The spiritual chef can cook spiritual materials into exquisite food. I won't talk about the effect. You can do it yourself later. Taste it, Wang Chandong introduced with a smile. If Senior Wang hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known about this, Li Shiming said with a smile. The food was served very quickly, with a total of 6 dishes. 3 meat dishes of unknown type of meat, 2 vegetarian dishes, and a soup. Li Shiming hadn't tasted it yet, but he discovered the extraordinary features of these 6 dishes just by observing them through his Shin vision. The energy of Ludaikai is in a strange state of balance, and its spiritual power standard has almost reached the peak level of the middle nascent soul. If his judgment was correct, the spiritual materials used in these 6 dishes were most likely taken from mid-level 4th grade peak spiritual beasts and spiritual plants. The mid-level 4th level spiritual plant is nothing, but it is equivalent to the level of the 4th level elixir of a monk in the mid-level nascent soul. However, the peak spiritual beast in the 4th level mid-level is different. It is a terrifying existence, with the peak strength of the mid-level nascent soul. Regardless of whether a super force has powerful beings in the Mahayana stage, there are even many great monks. But among any super force, the main combat force with the largest number is the monks in the middle nascent soul stage. Being at the peak of the middle stage of nascent soul can be said to be standing near the top of the world of immortality. Yutian Pavilion actually used the meat of mid-level 4th grade peak spirit beasts to make dishes, which refreshed his knowledge. Come and try this steamed pork with lotus leaves. This is Yutian Pavilion's specialty dish. We were lucky enough to order it a day in advance this time. The last time we had it, we had to wait a month, Wang Chandong said, pointing to a meat dish. Li Shiming was not polite, and took a piece of steamed pork with lotus leaves and put it in his mouth. The lotus leaf is a 4th grade spiritual plant, and the meat is the meat of a mid-grade 4th grade peak spiritual beast, coupled with the special cooking method of the master spirit chef. He found that this bite of meat is more effective than the previous 4th grade cultivation auxiliary elixir. Compared with the 4th level cultivation auxiliary elixir, the 4th level cultivation auxiliary elixir still needs to be coordinated with cultivation in order to digest the energy in the elixir. However, after this spiritual vegetable enters the abdomen, it is quickly transformed into energy that Yuaning can absorb, without the need for cultivation. Under the warm hospitality of the host Wang Chandong, most of the dishes on this table went into Li Shiming's belly. A table of spiritual vegetables was almost equivalent to the effect of 1 month of his cultivation, which shocked Li Shiming. If you come here once a month, doesn't it mean that you can improve your cultivation level without practicing? Brother Wang, you shouldn't snatch away all the good products from Yutian Pavilion this year. Just when they were almost done eating, a great monk came to the side and looked at the residue on the table. When the great monk saw Li Shiming, he was obviously a little surprised. This table of spiritual dishes was worth a lot of money. Wang Chandong was actually entertaining a mid-stage nascent soul monk. Brother Ming, I am also lucky. The meal I ordered yesterday happened to be in stock at Yutian Pavilion. Ha ha, Wang Chandong said with a proud smile. Naturally, he was very proud. When he was ordering food yesterday, he learned that Yutian Pavilion had just arrived a batch of good goods. Peak level 4th grade spirit beast meat. So he ordered all the best parts. Not only for Li Shiming, the savior, but also to take this opportunity to satisfy his craving. As for the price he paid, he didn't care much. Whether it was to repay the favor of saving his life, or to have a deeper relationship with Li Shiming in the future. These investments were cost-effective. Without introducing me, what kind of monk allows you to entertain me in this way? Monk Ming asked when he saw that Wang Chandong did not take the initiative to introduce Li Shiming beside him. This is Li Keqing from the Eastern Qi continent. Wang Chandong introduced Monk Ming, and then said to Li Shiming, This is Meng Yu, a senior monk from a trading company like me. Li Keqing from the Eastern Qi continent. Isn't that Master Li Shizhen? To Wang Chandong's surprise, Monk Ming also knew Li Shiming's name, and he knew Li Shiming's identity after hearing this simple introduction. In fact, Li Shiming, the alchemy master who suddenly appeared in the Eastern Qi continent, directly became a guest of the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank with his alchemy ability, and was rated as the best alchemy master in the Eastern Qi continent. These things have long been spread within the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. It's just that Li Shiming has been in the Eastern Qi continent. Even if the monks in the Zhongzhou continent want to find Li Shiming to make elixirs, the long journey makes most of the monks not want to wait. No wonder Brother Wang is inviting us. It turns out it's Master Li. Monk Ming glanced at Wang Chandong and said with deep meaning in his eyes, It is not a secret that Wang Chandong was injured outside and had his limbs amputated. Soon after, Wang Chandong returned to the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank and his limbs had been regenerated. As far as Monk Meng knew, the injuries Wang Chandong suffered at that time could not be cured without the 4th grade senior monk level amputated limb rebirth elixir. Originally, he didn't know where Wang Chandong's 4th grade advanced amputated limb rebirth elixir came from. But now he is sure. Masterly, the spiritual tea here is quite good. Why don't you sit down and eat? Monk Ming invited Li Shiming with a smile. He waved his hand, and several female cultivators came over to clean up the leftovers on the dining table and serve spiritual tea. Thank you very much. Although Li Shiming didn't know why Brother Ming was so polite, he did not refuse the other party's kindness and said with a smile. The three of them sat down again, and Brother Ming personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Li Shiming. When he smelled the spirit tea, Li Shiming had a strange look on his face. This is Yutian Pavilion's top 4th grade spiritual tea. It was only available recently. The quantity is very rare. Monk Ming made a gesture of invitation. Li Shiming didn't even need to drink it to know that this was the 4th grade spiritual tea he had made. He knew that part of his 4th grade spiritual tea was purchased by Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, but he did not expect it to appear in Yutian Pavilion. I think Monk Ming doesn't know the origin of this 4th grade spiritual tea. Otherwise it would be impossible to say so. This spiritual tea is good. I'll ask Yutian Pavilion later if it will be sold to the public. Wang Chandong took a sip of the 4th grade spiritual tea and said with an expression of enjoyment. I asked. Yutian Pavilion will not sell it to outsiders. It can only be drunk here. Brother Ming shook his head and said. Li Shiming didn't want to slap the 2 great monks in the face, so he took a sip of the spirit tea and pretended to enjoy it. Masterly, have you drunk this spiritual tea? Wang Chandong noticed something wrong in Li Shiming's expression, and he asked very directly. This spiritual tea is from my hand. Wang Chandong asked this. Li Shiming could not hide anything. If the 2 great monks knew the truth in the future, they would blame him. So he said it directly. Master Li's good tactics. Wang Chandong and Monk Ming were both startled. And then they both praised. The most difficult thing in the world of cultivating immortals is to have an ability that cannot be copied by other monks. The 4th grade spiritual tea cooked by Li Shiming belongs to this unique ability. Spiritual tea is a resource that monks drink daily. It can be said that there are many monks who have studied it, but there are very few who can truly achieve the ultimate. However, Li Shiming's tea frying ability has reached the pinnacle of perfection. Thank you both for your hospitality. I have some newly brewed spiritual tea here, so I'll make a pot of it here. Li Shiming continued. He took out the 4th grade alchemy furnace, which was a lower grade 4th grade pill furnace that he had just purchased yesterday. After being recognized as his master, he quickly mastered it completely. He took out some 4th grade spiritual tea from the soul crystal ring. The 4th grade spiritual tea he used this time was of better quality. This is because after he was promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, his control over the computer room space increased to 1 nanometer. It is much improved compared to the previous 5 nanometers. And it also allows him to fry the Sipin Ling tea in the computer room space to be more refined, which slightly improves the quality of the Sipin Ling tea. This improvement has allowed the 4th grade spiritual tea, which has already performed at its best, to reach a higher level. The person who tastes the 4th grade spiritual tea is a nascent soul monk with a strong sense of perception. Naturally, he can perceive it more deeply. Different. Li Shiming used a 4th grade alchemy furnace to brew spiritual tea. He quickly poured a pot of spiritual tea from the 4th grade alchemy furnace and offered a cup of spiritual tea to Wang Chandong and Monk Ming respectively. Wang Chandong and Brother Ming picked up the cups again, took a sip of the newly brewed 4th grade spiritual tea, and quietly tasted it for more than 10 seconds. I have been drinking spiritual tea for so long in vain, but now I know that spiritual tea can still have such an aftertaste. Wang Chandong shook his head and sighed. What a pity! Brother Ming sighed. What's the shame of tasting such a wonderful tea? Wang Chandong asked puzzledly. It's a pity that Master Li won't stay here for long. I'm afraid I won't be able to drink this kind of spiritual tea again. Brother Ming spread his hands and said, Master Li, the quality of the same spiritual tea brewed by your hands has improved a lot. Your research on spiritual tea is truly unparalleled. Wang Chandong said with the same feeling. Li Shiming smiled. He took out 2 jade boxes, each containing 30 portions of 4th grade spiritual tea, and pushed them in front of the 2 great monks. The method of brewing the spiritual tea is a bit like an alchemist's method, but without my brewing. This spiritual tea is not bad. Since I know you too, this is a meeting gift. So please accept it. He smiled, said. Then I'm welcome. This is the jade talisman I made when I had nothing to do. It's a return gift. Monk Ming was the quickest to respond. He put away a jade box with a smile and took out a jade talisman and sent it back. Li Shiming was startled. This was no ordinary jade talisman, but a life-saving jade talisman. The value of a life-preserving jade talisman is extremely high. Even a great monk cannot refine many of them in his lifetime. On the one hand, the materials are scarce, and on the other hand, making the life-preserving jade talisman requires consuming one's own resources. In addition, the life-preserving jade talisman is useless to the great monk himself. It is only used to protect the lives of his descendants. At the expense of himself, the life-preserving jade talismans are used to protect the lives of the younger generations. The great monks must consider whether it is cost-effective when making the life-preserving jade talismans. Brother Ming even took out the gift in return, so I have to take it too. Wang Chandong also smiled and took out a life-saving jade charm and handed it to Li Shiming and said. The two great monks both wanted to make friends with Li Shiming, and the friendship with a life-saving jade talisman was extremely good. If Li Shiming was asked for anything in the future, Li Shiming would be embarrassed to refuse. In addition, if you make friends with Li Shiming, you can trade 4th grade spiritual tea of this quality at any time. Chapter 654 Making Friends. Two great monks, Wang Chandong and Mingyu, came forward, and Li Shiming had a temporary cave at the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. Although it is a temporary cave, it is a cave to entertain the great monks. This is the face of the two great monks. Li Shiming did not refuse. He really needed a place to stay in Zhongzhou continent. In the temporary cave, he began to refine the weapon, strengthening the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to a higher quality. This work was carried out by Huolei Yuanying in the computer room space, with Jin Shi Nanming helping. The two beings who had mastered the magical power of Nanming Lihua in the middle stage of nascent soul worked together to refine thousands of thunder gold. Even though it was a top-grade 4th grade material, it didn't take long to be refined. Then comes the more delicate work. Mu Lei Yuanying holds the Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer and integrates the liquefied 1000 thunder gold into the 1000 thunder gold, bit by bit through the special secret method on the Jade Clear Thunder Code. Heaven Strikes Thunder Hammer. This work takes a long time. The Thunder Hammer is one of his natal magic weapons. If it really fails, not only the original Thunder Hammer will be damaged, but also the new thousands of Thunder Hammers will be destroyed. Gold will also be destroyed together. Although this work requires extreme concentration, it does not affect Li Shiming's daily routine. At the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, he would gather with the two great monks Wang Chandong and Mingyu from time to time. The two great monks also gave him some alchemy materials to refine the great monk elixir. Just as Huolei Yuanying's weapon refining work could be completely handed over to Jin Shi Nanming, Huolei Yuanying began to be distracted and controlled 5 4th grade elixir furnaces at the same time, and began to refine 5 furnaces of great monk elixirs at once. This is the benefit of Nanming Lihua, magical power, and Red Yang spiritual fire, being upgraded to the middle stage of nascent soul. Whether it is Nanming Lihua or Red Yang spiritual fire, they can be divided into 2 parts when refining the great monk spiritual pill. Multiple fire sources. When he was in the early stage of nascent soul, he would not be able to separate one spiritual fire into multiple elixir furnaces at the same time when refining the spiritual elixir of a great monk. This was also the reason why he wanted to trade for a 4th grade alchemy furnace, just to increase the amount of alchemy he could produce as much as possible. As for ordinary alchemy masters who worry that being distracted while refining elixirs will cause the quality of 4th grade elixirs to degrade or even fail, that is impossible for him to happen. Each of his 191 brains is capable of independent thinking. Each brain is equivalent to a master of alchemy, as long as there are enough spiritual fires and alchemy furnaces. Even if 191 brains are opened at the same time, it is not a problem to make a furnace of alchemy. The reason why Li Shiming stopped at the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank instead of going to Qiu Hengyi's treasure house, as originally planned, was that he wanted to wait for the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to be promoted before taking action. If he could upgrade the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to a spiritual treasure, then combined with the effect of the God's Night Thunder Bead, his combat power will be greatly improved. He made this decision because he met a large number of mid-stage nascent soul monks at the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. He could sense the aura of as many as 10 of them even from the great monks. As for the existence that surpasses the great monk, as long as the other party does not want him to perceive it, he cannot discover such powerful existence. Moreover, as he communicated with 2 new great monks and fellow Taoists, he also discovered that the level of immortality cultivation in Zhongzhou continent was much higher than that in East Qi continent. In addition to the cross-continental forces, the Eastern Qi continent has no local superpowers, and it is impossible for those cross-continental superpowers to place great powers in the Eastern Qi continent. This means that there is no great power in the Eastern Qi continent. At least, that was the case on the surface. He had never heard of any powerful people in the Eastern Qi continent in the 10,000 Beasts sect. But in the Zhongzhou continent, there are 12 superpowers alone, which means that there are at least 12 powerful people in the Zhongzhou continent. This is still the lowest estimate. You must know that some super forces may not have only one powerful existence. Of course, Li Shiming doesn't have to worry about meeting powerful people casually. The 2 great monks said that powerful people usually stay in the mountain gates of superpowers, hide in caves, and rarely leave the mountain gates. The 2 great monks did not explain the specific reason why powerful people rarely left the mountain gate, but Li Shiming could tell that powerful people in the Mahayana stage were like nuclear weapons in the world of immortality. Under normal circumstances, they had a deterrent effect. Once it is used, the sect will be at a critical moment of life and death. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about the great powers in the Mahayana period. What should be worried about most in Zhongzhou continent is the great monks. There are a lot of great monks in Zhongzhou continent, but the resources of great monks are still extremely poor. So the competition between great monks is even more fierce. Li Shiming stayed at the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank for 3 months. One day 3 months later, he reunited with the 2 great monks at Yutian Pavilion. Senior Wang, this is your 4th grade elixir. Senior Meng, this is yours, Li Shiming said as soon as he sat down and handed over the 5 jade bottles. The eyes of the 2 great monks Wang Chandong and Meng Yu were filled with surprise. Only 3 months had passed, and the total number of great monks' elixirs they needed to refine was 5 furnaces. Did the alchemy fail? With a hint of worry, the 2 great monks opened their jade bottles respectively. After seeing the 4th grade elixir in the jade bottle, their worries turned into surprise. What Wang Chandong asked Li Shiming to refine this time was 3 furnaces of the great monk's spiritual pill, one of which reached the 4th grade high-level quality. Meng Yu made 2 furnaces of the great monk's spiritual pill, one of which reached the 4th grade high level, and the rest were all 4th grade intermediate. Of course, they were pleasantly surprised. The effect of a furnace of 4th grade high-level elixir was almost several times that of a 4th grade intermediate elixir. The difference was so big that it was equivalent to doubling the precious elixir they had paid for. Every resource of the great monks was obtained by them with all their efforts. The improvement of the quality of the great monk's spiritual elixirs allowed their cultivation to be further improved. Masterly, the Eastern Qi continent is too barren. It is better to settle in the Zhongzhou continent. Brother Wang and I can apply for a great monk's cave for you from the trading company. And your worship can also be upgraded to the level of a great monk. What do you think? Meng Yu asked, looking at Li Shiming with hopeful eyes. He didn't even need to discuss with Wang Chandong. An alchemy master of this level was the best even in Zhongzhou continent. If Li Shiming returns to the East Qi continent, then if they want to refine the great monk's spiritual pill in the future, they will need to go to the East Qi continent to ask for the elixir. It's not that they are afraid of making this trip, but it's not that they have nothing to do at Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. In fact, they are very busy. Wang Chandong needed to recuperate because he was injured, and Meng Yu had such a long period of free time because he specially transferred tasks to other senior monks in the trading company because of Li Shiming. It would be more convenient for them if Li Shiming stayed in Zhongzhou continent. As long as they got the great monk's elixir, they could ask Li Shiming to make elixirs. If Li Shiming was in Dongqi continent, they would probably have to wait a long time before they could go there, which would be really inconvenient. I am a monk of the 10,000 Beasts sect. It is impossible for me to leave the sect for a long time, Li Shiming explained with a smile. Although the conditions proposed by the 2 great monks made him a little tempted, considering that he currently has no shortage of training resources. What he needs most is a safe training environment. At least, he will not come to Zhongzhou continent to experience it until he reaches the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul. As an alchemy master, the number of mid-stage nascent soul 4th level training auxiliary elixirs in his hands is enough for him, and his clone Li Yuan bought to practice. He has even accumulated the great monk elixirs. The number of great monk elixirs in his hand is probably more than that of many great monks. That's such a pity! Mengyu glanced at Wang Chandong and said helplessly. He really couldn't persuade Li Shiming to leave his sect. Betrayal of the sect was a big deal. At least it shouldn't have come from him. Thank you both for your hospitality these days. I have something to do, and I have to leave the headquarters of the trading bank today. I would like to say goodbye to the two seniors here. Li Shiming bowed and said, I didn't expect Master Li to leave so soon. Today, Brother Meng and I ordered a table of delicious dishes. It can be regarded as a farewell meal with Master Li. Wang Chandong heard that Li Shiming was leaving. Although he was reluctant to leave, he still said this. The spiritual dishes this time were not as high-end as the spiritual dishes in Yutian Pavilion for the first time. But there was still a dish at the peak of the 4th grade that made Li Shiming feel the specialness of the profession of spiritual chef again. Of course, the dishes cooked by the spiritual chef only improve the cultivation level of the current state and do not help with breakthroughs. The ingredients consumed by spiritual chefs are too precious compared to monks at the same level as the ingredients. And no monk can support large consumption. In addition, and most importantly, the more advanced the ingredients, the harder they are to obtain. Just like the ingredients at the peak of the 4th grade. This is an ingredient that can be of some benefit to the great monks. And it is also the highest end ingredient that Yutian Pavilion can find. The spiritual vegetables cooked with such ingredients are naturally very effective. But no matter how good the effect is, it will not be very eye-catching if the quantity cannot be guaranteed. Just like Li Shiming. If he eats the mid-level 4th grade peak spiritual vegetables cooked by the spiritual chef master once, it is equivalent to the effect of practicing for more than a month. But Yutian Pavilion cannot guarantee that he will be able to meet the supply of mid-level 4th grade peak spiritual vegetables after more than a month. The most important thing is that the price of mid-level 4th grade spiritual vegetables is so high that it far exceeds the spiritual pills required for the same level of cultivation. Unless they have enough resources to squander it at will. There are really not many monks who can consume the same level for a long time of spiritual vegetables. In Yutian Pavilion, most monks come to taste lower-level spiritual vegetables. Very few foods can impress high-level monks. Tasting spiritual vegetables is also a kind of practice. In order to provide ingredients for the spiritual chef, many monks are required to kill spiritual beasts outside. And these consumptions are all included in the spiritual food. It is precisely because of the various limitations of the spiritual chef profession that the spiritual chef profession cannot flourish. Li Shiming had a great time with the two great monks. After they made an appointment to communicate with each other on a jade plate, Li Shiming left the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. He had to leave. In the computer room space, the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, held by Mu Lei Yuaning, was only one step away from completing all enhancements. The current Sky Strike Thunder Hammer looks dim because its spirituality has not been stimulated. If you zoom in on the surface of the Sky Strike Hammer, you can see that there are countless runes drawn with 1 nanometer lines on it. Sky Strike Thunder Hammer is the main attack magic weapon of Jade Clear Thunder Code. It has a proprietary rune formation, which is a thunder attack formation. The thunder attack formation is composed of 12 thunder runes. The ordinary Sky Strike Thunder Hammer has 15 thunder attack formations distributed in a balanced manner in multiple places on the hammer body. Although this relatively large thunder rune can hold more thunder energy, 15 thunder attack formations can exert considerable power. And when coupled with a Jade Clear Thunder Code, it is even more powerful. The power is terrifying. But compared with Li Shiming's design, the normal Sky Strike Thunder Hammer thunder attack formation is nothing. In the previous Jade Clear Thunder Code, Li Shiming only used 5 nanometers to inscribe 360 thunder attack formations on the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, which raised the quality of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to the 4th grade, the top level of magical weapon. You must know that the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was only made from 4th grade upper level materials at that time. It can be seen how powerful the improvement effect of using nanoscale micro-runes is on the magic weapon. Of course, this kind of weapon refining method is probably only possible by Li Shiming, whether it is the initial design or the formal process of refining and inscribing runes. Ordinary nascent soul monks are simply unable to do it. To achieve 1 nanometer control, even Li Shiming needs to be in the computer room space, coupled with the cooperation of his natal magic weapon Z15, which makes it impossible for him to achieve it outside the computer room space. Not to mention the process of inscribing runes. The design of the magic weapon alone is to distribute tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of runes on the surface of a small magic weapon without losing the balance of energy. Simple things. If the energy balance cannot be achieved at any point, the consequence is that when an attack is performed, the inside of the magic weapon will be damaged and self-destructed due to the loss of energy balance. Ordinary weapon refining masters need to be careful even with a small number of runes, for fear of accidentally causing the refining to fail, let alone hundreds of millions of runes. This is beyond the capabilities of any weapon refining master. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in Mu Lei Yuaning's hand has a total of 40 million thunder attack formations on the surface, and as many as 480 million thunder runes. That is to say, Li Shiming's cultivation level has improved, and his spirit has also greatly improved, which allowed him to inscribe runes in the computer room space with a precision of 1 nanometer. The speed also increased a lot, and he completed this in dozens of days. The strengthening work of Thunder Hammer. The current Sky Strike Thunder Hammer is a super large thunder attack formation composed of 40 million thunder attack formations, with only 1 point left to finish it. He needs to find a relatively safe place to complete the final part. At that time, he will face a Lingbao level nascent soul mid-stage weapon tribulation, with his ability to cultivate the thunder of Jade Clear Thunder Code. As long as he is not disturbed during the weapon tribulation, he will have enough confidence to be safe, survive this calamity. So he chose the ocean. Only the vast ocean would be safer, and the number of monks there would be thin enough. Chapter 655, Weapon Tribulation. Li Shiming stood on an uninhabited island. The reason why he chose an uninhabited island instead of just finding a place on the sea is because there are still dangers in the sea, and it is very difficult to detect them in time. In the computer room space, the last rune lines in Sky Strike Thunder Hammer were connected, and the entire Sky Strike Thunder Hammer changed from dead to full of spirituality. Without any hesitation, he took out the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer from the machine room space, and the nascent soul also returned to the body from the machine room space. He took a long breath, and the breath surged through his body. Above the head, the Mu Lei Yuaning came out of the body, and then the figure of the Mu Lei Yuaning grew larger, condensing into the form of the Yuaning. In the hands of Yuaning Darmaxiang is the Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer. At this time, the world was in chaos because of the birth of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer definitely existed beyond the rules of heaven and earth. In just a moment, dark clouds gathered above his head, and at the same time, the terrifying aura of disaster enveloped the entire area. Li Shiming didn't pay too much attention to it, although he was going all out to deal with it. With his solid foundation, the weapon tribulation in the middle nascent soul stage couldn't have much impact on him. Just when the thunderclouds were gathering, his eyes suddenly looked in one direction. He saw 3 flashes of lightning approaching quickly. It was a monk using thunder escape to rush towards him, and the direction was exactly towards him. With the changes in the world that are stirring up here, it is inevitable that some monks will be attracted here. But when Li Shiming saw the opponent's thunder escape, he knew that today's matter was in trouble, because he saw traces of the Jade Clear Thunder Code from the 3 rays of thunder. These were 3 monks who had practiced the Jade Clear Thunder Code, and they were all mid-stage nascent soul monks. Why are you so unlucky? Li Shiming couldn't help but mutter to himself. At any other time, he could have dismissed the 3 Yuqing sect middle-stage nascent soul monks. But now he is about to face Tian Lei. These 3 Yuqing sect mid-stage nascent soul monks are a huge trouble. He must not let the living dead Xiao Qifeng come out at this time, because once the living dead Xiao Qifeng is summoned, Lei Jia will immediately think that a great monk is involved in the disaster. The consequence would be that the power of the weapon tribulation would be directly upgraded from the mid-nascent soul stage to the great monk level. In that case, no matter how powerful Li Shiming was, he would not be able to withstand the thunder tribulation at the great monk level. When the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks of the Yuqing sect gone to Li Gang and Kong Miao sensed the distant atmosphere, they felt extremely familiar, although they had never encountered the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer calamity before. The aura of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was too familiar. The natal magic weapon of the 3 of them is the Thunder Hammer. If it were other magic weapons, they might not be able to tell the difference. But the Thunder Hammer will definitely not be mistaken. After sensing the aura of the Thunder Hammer in the distance and the scene of dense thunderclouds in the sky, they guessed that this was a fellow member of the Yuqing sect who was undergoing a disaster. At first, they had good intentions and came to help the protector. But as they got closer and closer, the things they perceived became clearer. and they discovered that this was actually a weapon robbery. Which fellow Sky Strike Thunderhammer is going through the weapon tribulation? Gontuo's words were full of envy. How could you not be envious? There. Sky Strike Thunderhammer is only an upper-level 4th grade weapon, which is already extremely good. In order to make their natal magic weapon, Heaven Strike Thunderhammer, reach the upper level of the 4th level, they spent almost everything, and most of their net worth was spent on improving their natal magic weapon. Now they discovered that their fellow sect had upgraded the Sky Strike Thunderhammer to the level of a calamity weapon, surpassing the level 4 top-level magic weapon. If this fellow sect dies in the weapon tribulation, can we extract from the wreckage of the Sky Strike Thunderhammer the materials that would allow the Sky Strike Thunderhammer to become a weapon of the weapon tribulation? Li Gang asked softly. His question made the eyes of the other 2 middle-stage nascent soul Laishio shine brightly. Needless to say, even if they cannot extract the materials for the promotion tool tribulation magic weapon from the Sky Strike Thunderhammer, a fellow disciple with such a net worth must have something good in him. Quite a few. Although the Yuching sect rules do not allow fighting with each other, the death of this fellow sect member under the thunder should have nothing to do with him. With this in mind, the speed of the 3 middle-stage nascent soul Laishio accelerated again. Li Shiming sensed the thunder clouds in the sky, and the 3 mid-stage nascent soul Laishio, who were rapidly approaching. With a slight movement of his mind, he contacted the Chishao Thunder Bead in the computer room space. After getting in touch with the Chishao Thunder Bead, his Mulei nascent soul is in a state where he can mobilize the vast thunder energy from the Chishao Thunder Bead at any time. Mulei Yuaning's Yuaning Dharma has performed a secret method to enhance the resistance to thunder. Since this secret method is performed with the help of the Chishao Thunder Bead, its power has suddenly been increased to a level infinitely close to that of a great monk. The reason why I say it is not the level of a great monk is because the level of a great monk not only requires the energy level to reach a certain level, but also requires certain rules in the spells. Due to his realm, Li Shiming's understanding of the rules of thunder cannot reach the level of a great monk at all. Even with the bonus of Chishao Thunder Bead, the thunder method he performs is at most infinitely close to the level of a great monk. It is impossible to become a thunder method at the level of a great monk. But even so, the anti-thunder magic effect blessed on him can completely offset most of the mid-stage nascent soul thunder attacks. After doing this, he did not wait for the first thunder in place, but took a step forward and activated South close to the end of the world. His figure disappeared on the spot, and the continuous spatial movement made him appear 1 meter in front of Gontuo. The nascent soul Dharma phase is cancelled, and only the physical body is used to approach Gontuo. A distance of 1 meter is considered a close distance for a mid-stage nascent soul monk. Who are you? Gontuo opened his mouth to ask, but he was still thinking about it in his mind, and did not say it out of his mouth. A thunderbolt fell from the sky, and its terrifying power eclipsed the sky and the earth. Li Shiming felt the falling of the sky thunder, and he became interested in the locking method of the sky thunder. Because of his continuous spatial movement, so close to the end of the world, he was far away from the range of thunder clouds. But this time, the sky thunder ignored the space and distance, and still accurately tracked his position, and struck at him. Gontuo's question was in his mind, and he didn't have time to say it out, because Li Shiming's appearance was too sudden, leaving him without any precautions. When he realized that Li Shiming was close at hand, he felt a terrifying thunder falling in this direction. Li Shiming smiled at Gontuo, then stretched out his hand to grab Gontuo's body. This grasp brought with it the Breaking Void Sword intent, although it did not act on sword magic weapons. With his current physical body, it is not weaker than a 4th grade flying sword, and is even stronger than most of the 4th grade flying swords. The flying swords are even harder. Breaking Void Sword intent tore apart Gontuo's Thunder Shield spell shield. When he grabbed Gontuo's body, the thunder spiritual power he exerted filled every part of Gontuo's body. This thunder spiritual power, due to the addition of the Chishao Thunder Bead, is a level higher than Gontuo's thunder spiritual power. Gontuo himself practiced the Jade Pure Thunder Code, and his resistance to the thunder element was very high. The most powerful power of the thunder element that Li Shiming applied to Gontuo's body was the paralysis effect. It sounds complicated, but it actually happens in an instant. The power of the thunder that fell from the sky increased fourfold because Li Shiming forcibly approached the 3 middle-stage nascent soul thunder cultivators, Xian Tua, Li Gang, and Kong Miao. Li Shiming grabbed Gontuo and raised his hand to block Gontuo above his head. Gontuo, who was paralyzed by the thunder spiritual power, lost control of his body as soon as he realized it. Even if he wanted to get the nascent soul out of his body, he couldn't do it. His body and nascent soul were all suppressed by Li Shiming's thunder spiritual power. Paralyzed. With a boom, Gantua's body came into direct contact with the thunder. Gantua couldn't bear this thunder. You must know that Gantua was fighting against the thunder with his body without any defense. Although Lei Shou has extremely strong lightning resistance, the weapon tribulation of Li Shiming's Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer is the weapon tribulation of Lingbao, not an ordinary weapon tribulation. In addition, there are 3 more mid-stage nascent soul thunder hammers. Due to his cultivation, the power of the sky thunder is beyond imagination. Qian Tuo's body was blasted open by the thunder without even being able to hold on for a breath. The remaining power of the thunder fell on Li Shiming. Li Shiming only felt numbness all over his body. But the damage from the thunder did not reach a level that he could not bear. With lightning from the sky thunder all over his body, he once again displayed south close to the end of the world, and he appeared behind Li Gang. Li Gang and Kong Miao were not in good condition. They were both within the attack range of the first thunder. Although they were only affected by the aftermath of the thunder, they were able to resist even the aftermath of this terrifying thunder. Still paralyzed, when Li Shiming appeared behind Li Gang's magic shield was broken by the first thunder, and he relied entirely on his own powerful lightning resistance to resist the aftermath of the thunder. So without any effort, Li Shiming grabbed Li Gang's shoulder with one hand and took control of Li Gang in an instant. At this time, the second thunder fell, and he threw Li Gang towards the second thunder. Li Gang's body was hit by a second thunderbolt in midair. Like Gantua before, he was turned into ashes, and Yuanying was unable to escape. Kong Miao's feet were weak at this time. If his physical body and Yuanying hadn't been affected by the aftermath of the thunder, and both his physical body and Yuanying were under the paralysis effect of the thunder system, he would have taken out the life-saving Jade Talisman and escaped. He didn't expect that Li Shiming would be so cruel, trying to force himself to be attacked by the thunder, but also pulling them together to be struck by lightning. The most critical thing is that Li Shiming and his 2 fellow disciples were struck by lightning together, but only 2 of his fellow disciples died. Although Li Shiming was in a very embarrassed state, he seemed to be fine. Little did he know that Li Shiming's confidence came from the strength of his own body. Li Shiming's body was fused with a drop of body-refining blood. The strength of his body alone had long exceeded the level of a peak body-refining monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. Coupled with the Jade Clear Thunder Code, thunder-resistant secret method blessed by the Chishao Thunder Bead. As long as the power of the thunder tribulation does not exceed the endurance of a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, it will not be able to cause fatal harm to him. After Li Shiming used Li Gang to withstand the first wave of the second thunder, the remaining power of the second thunder fell on him. The strong sense of paralysis made him very uncomfortable, but he distributed this numbness to 191 brains. His physical body was strong enough. As long as he restrained the paralysis caused by the thunder attack on his brain, he can move freely. In the gap between the second thunder and the third thunder, south close to the end of the world, made him appear beside Kong Miao. Kong Miao used her spiritual consciousness to beg for mercy, but it was a pity that Li Shiming would not let him go. Kong Miao and the others had already discovered that Li Shiming was practicing the Yuqing Thunder Cannon. If they let these 3 Yuqing sect middle stage nascent soul monks go, they would cause endless trouble to Li Shiming afterwards, if not to prevent any of the 3 middle stage nascent soul Lei Xiu from escaping. How could Li Shiming take such a big risk and use the power of the sky thunder to kill all 3 mid-nascent soul Lei Xiu at his own expense? Leave. If he didn't do this, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to retain the 3 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiu in the hands of super powerful monks. They all have their own life-saving means. Even if he has magical powers and powerful weapons such as Shao Qingfeng's Thunder Mysterious Bow, he cannot guarantee that he will be able to survive against the weapon calamity. Don't let the 3 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiu escape. Kong Miao was not able to escape the same fate as his 2 previous classmates. After being struck by the third sky thunder, his physical body and nascent soul were destroyed at the same time. Li Shiming was also hit by the remaining power of the sky thunder. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and the Chishao Thunder Bead was activated at the right time, channeling the lightning energy from his body into the Chishao Thunder Bead. I still underestimated this weapon. He shook his head vigorously to get rid of the numbness from his mind. The power of the last sky thunder almost reached the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul. Even with the strength of his body and the secret method of thunder resistance blessed by the Chishao Thunder Bead, he still suffered some injuries. Fortunately, there was still part of the power of the sky thunder that he introduced into the Shishao thunder bead. And finally, it did not cause too serious injuries. He took out a 4th grade high-grade healing elixir in the middle stage of Yuanying. If any monk in the middle stage of Yuanying saw that he used a 4th grade high-grade healing elixir for this injury, he would probably jump and yell at him for being a prodigal. You must know the effect of the 4th grade advanced healing elixir. Even if you are seriously injured, it can slow down the injury. It is a life-saving elixir for monks. As for finding an alchemy master to refine a 4th grade high-grade healing elixir, the probability is shockingly low. Anyway, few monks would bet on this probability. Only when the alchemy master's character explodes. He will occasionally refine the 4th grade high-grade healing elixir. So the 4th grade high-grade healing elixir has always been priceless. After the spiritual elixir entered his abdomen, his injuries quickly recovered. And his energy also recovered along with it. Except for the charred black marks left on his body after being struck by lightning. His injuries were almost healed. Chapter 656 Chase and Escape. Li Shiming felt the injury quickly repaired. And he focused on the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in his hand. The Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer, which has been strengthened by the 4th grade top weapon refining material, 1000 Thunder Gold, is currently being transformed by the energy of heaven and earth. This is the reward given by heaven and earth for the magic weapon that can survive the calamity. On the surface of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, a strange mark appeared. It has the experience of the clone Li Yuanba. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer is one of his natal magic weapons. In the case of Thunder Hammer, the function of the strange mark was explored. This strange mark is the Thunder and Lightning Rule Mark. It is a rule mark generated by 40 million thunder attack formations, and as many as 480 million thunder runes under the influence of heaven and earth rewards. However, the original 40 million thunder attack formations, and as many as 480 million thunder runes are hidden and cannot be discovered from the surface of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. He sensed the existence of a weapon spirit inside the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. He passed on the Jade Clear Thunder Code through an inexplicable connection with the weapon spirit, and also sent the detailed explanation of the Jade Clear Thunder Code together. During this period of time, Li Shiming has also been studying the flying sword of his clone Li Yuanba. He discovered some details about the spirit of the spirit treasure, combined with a secret method of controlling the spirit pregnancy treasure, given by Jian Lao. He has a lot of knowledge about the spirit. The research on treasure weapon spirits has long been different from before. Weapon spirits all have their own talents, and talents are related to spiritual treasures and rule marks. Just like the sword spirit Li Yuanba, whose destiny is to fly a sword. He has talents in sword cultivation and speed. The sword cultivation talent is due to the sword intention climbing to the sky that Li Yuanba practiced, and the Xingyi Jian is Li Yuanba's natal flying sword, while the speed talent is due to the speed rule mark, the reward from heaven and earth given after the calamity of the spiritual treasure weapon. Li Shiming's Thunder Hammer only has one talent, and that is the talent of lightning. Whether it is the Jade Pure Thunder Code he cultivated or the Thunder Rule Seal on the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, they all point to the same aspect of thunder. It is impossible to say whether the talent of the weapon spirit control is more, the better, or the less, the better, because the fighting methods of the two sides are completely different, and there is no comparison at all. Xingyijian's fighting method is long-range attacks with flying swords, but the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer mainly focuses on the use of thunder methods, and never uses the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to hit people. In addition, the lightning speed after the thunder method itself is cast is very fast. The real comparison still depends on which monk has higher cultivation level using the two spiritual treasures. Li Shiming was about to put the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer into his body. His sensitive perception discovered something was wrong. Without any hesitation, he used south close to the end of the world, and the figure disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, he was already 12,000 meters away, and where he was, a bolt of lightning was erupting and spreading around at an extremely fast speed. If he took a step slower, he would be covered by the lightning. Although he did not feel any danger, he still mobilized 20 brains. He used so close to the extreme, and so far was displayed continuously by him with almost no intervals. His danger perception found no danger, but judging from the power of lightning that appeared at the location where he initially stayed, judging from the natal magic weapon Z15, those powers of lightning were at the level of a great monk. And it is precisely the failure to perceive danger that further indicates that we are in big trouble. A high monk who approaches from a hidden perspective is more terrifying than an upright high monk. He didn't even think about checking who the other party was. He just wanted to get away quickly. How is it possible? How could a junior in the middle stage of nascent soul escape my sneak attack? A figure appeared from the sea, and the figure's whole body was flashing with lightning. He was using thunder escape in the sea, since the seawater has a great influence on the monk's consciousness and perception. The monk deliberately used the secret method of concealment. In addition, he was at a higher level than Li Shiming, so Li Shiming did not even notice that the other party was approaching. If Li Shiming's reaction hadn't been connected with his natal magic weapon Z15, and he always had a brain preparing so far away, perhaps the hidden thunder attack just now would have been impossible to dodge. When the electric light on this figure dissipated a little, his face was revealed. It was none other than the great monk Duanzhang of the Yuqing sect. After returning from the eastern Qi continent, Yuqing sect has been dealing with the affairs of the Beiyan continent, wanting to solve the sect's troubles as soon as possible in order to prepare to accumulate strength to counterattack the eastern Qi continent. Senior brother Duanzhang came out on a mission this time. The 3 mid-stage nascent soul lay cultivators, Gone To, Li Gang, and Kong Miao, all came out together. This mission was huge. And not only these 3 mid-nascent soul lay cultivators came out, and there are more than a dozen middle-stage nascent soul lay Xiao participating. Gone To, Li Gang, and Kong Miao, 3 mid-stage nascent soul lay Xiao, still sent out a distress signal when they encountered danger. Li Shiming did not think of this at the time. It was not that he was careless, but that he was located relatively deep in the ocean, and there were not many contact formations here to cover it. Besides, even if the 3 middle-stage nascent soul lay Xiao sent out a distress signal and had a contact formation to help deliver it, the battle would have been over by the time support from the Yuqing sect arrived, and he would have left long ago. But he never expected that the lay Xiao of Yuqing sect was not just Qiantua, Li Gang, and Kong Miao, but there were many nearby, even the great monk Duanzhang. After receiving the distress signal, brother Duanzhang used thunder escape in this direction. At that time, Li Shiming was dealing with the third thunder, and did not sense the situation in the distance in time. Even the natal magic weapon Z15 was not aware of the approaching danger in the distance due to the influence of the weapon calamity. The most important thing is that when the great monk Duanzhang approached a certain distance, he felt a trace of the Chishao Thunder Bead. Under normal circumstances, if Li Shiming placed the Chishao Thunder Bead in the computer room, the breath of the Chishao Thunder Bead would not leak out. But at that time, Li Shiming was dealing with sky thunder. Especially the residual power of the last thunder was too strong. He used the Chishao Thunder Bead to collect the lightning energy of the residual power of the sky thunder. At that moment, the breath of Chishao Thunder Bead leaked out. By coincidence, senior monk Duanzhang sensed the aura of Chishao Thunder Beads. Originally, senior monk Duanzhang planned to rush over to check, but after discovering the aura of Chishao Thunder Beads, he changed his mind. He had investigated the disappearance of the Chishao Thunder Bead, and he fully understood that the monks who robbed the Chishao Thunder Bead were very cunning. Not only did they kill all the monks at that time, they didn't even leave a single clue. So he chose a sneak attack. As a lay Xiao and a great monk lay Xiao, he would not do this under normal circumstances. It would damage his Taoist heart. But for the Chishao Thunder Bead, he could not care about that too much. He had some judgment about Li Shiming's strength, from the fact that he was able to kill Wang Yuan with the Chishao Thunder Bead, and several early Yuaning monks from the Baidi sect. It showed that Li Shiming was very powerful. Although Wang Yuan was only a monk in the early stage of Yuaning, Wang Yuan, who carried a large number of life-saving treasures and godly night thunder beads, could not keep them even if he was a monk in the middle stage of Yuaning. Therefore, senior monk Duanzhang judged Li Shiming's strength to be close to that of a senior monk. In order to prevent Li Shiming from discovering his approach, he cast a hidden thunder spell at a relatively long distance. The Dark Thunder spell is an extremely weird thunder method that gathers the thunder spiritual power in the body into a thunder ball. This thunder ball has the effect of hiding itself and moves silently at a slow speed. Senior brother Duanzhang cast the Dark Thunder spell at a relatively far distance, releasing the Dark Thunder group and pushing it towards where Li Shiming was. When the Dark Thunder group reached Li Shiming's location, the Dark Thunder group erupted and engulfed the area in an instant. But brother Duanzhang never expected that Li Shiming would be so vigilant. He was still paying attention to the magic weapon in his hand. But he had the mind to immediately notice the explosion of the Dark Thunder group. The most exaggerated thing is that when the Dark Thunder group erupted, Li Shiming performed south close to the world, faster than the Dark Thunder group erupted. In fact, Brother Duanzhang was too cautious. If he got closer and put Li Shiming within his attack range, it would still be difficult for Li Shiming to follow with his powerful lightning power and the suppression effect of the realm. Of course, until things have developed to that point, it is difficult to draw the most correct conclusion regardless of the outcome. Brother Duanzhang saw Li Shiming escaping. After he knew that the treasure, Chishao Thunder Bead, was in Li Shiming's possession, he could no longer let Li Shiming go. His figure turned into thunder and lightning and chased after Li Shiming. He is the top being among the great monks, and he can display Thunder Escape, which is said to be second only to the magical power of space. The speed is astonishing. In other words, Li Shiming used 20 brains to activate south close to the end of the world, continuously without any time interval. Otherwise, he would be caught up in the first moment. You must know that there is a huge gap between the realm of the great monk and the middle stage of nascent soul, which can be seen from the status of the great monk. In any sect, even among superpowers, the great monk is the top being in the sect. However, the status of the mid-nascent soul monks, who are only a small level below the level, drops significantly. In terms of strength, the great monks are much higher than the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. Otherwise, how could the monks in the late stage of Yuanying be called great monks instead of the late stage of Yuanying? Great monks are powerful beings who have mastered certain rules. This is the difference from low-level monks. Don't underestimate this rule. Even if you have a superficial grasp of the rules, it will cause earth-shaking changes in your own strength. Li Shiming has always been very confident. With the addition of the magic weapon Z15, his magical foot power is absolutely unparalleled in the world. But this time he realized that he was looking at the sky from a well. His so close to the horizon was indeed extremely fast. His figure suddenly appeared at a distance of 12,000 meters, and disappeared again without even solidifying. But the thunder light transformed from the figure of the great monk Duanzhang behind him drew a bright light in the void. At least for a short time. His speed was not much slower than Li Shiming. The great monk Duanzhang was also furious. The speed he was showing now stimulated his little power of thunder and lightning rules. This power of thunder and lightning rules is the foundation for his promotion to the Mahayana stage. But at this time, he no longer cares about so much. Catching Li Shiming is the most important thing. The entire Yuqing sect almost devoted all its efforts to the Chishao Thunder Bead, and did not hesitate to launch a war with the Eastern Qi continent. There were dozens of nascent soul Lei Xiao who died alone. What is the use of Yuqing Zong's acquisition of the Eastern Qi continent? The resources of the East Qi continent are relatively scarce, and cannot satisfy the survival conditions of superpowers. That is why there are no superpowers in the East Qi continent. The purpose of the Yuqing sect is to control the Eastern Qi continent. Investigate the whereabouts of the Chishao Thunder Bead, and find out the Chishao Thunder Bead. As for the unfinished business that he had devoted all his strength to, the result would be achieved as long as he caught Lei Xiao in front of him. How could he give up? Normally, no matter how big the situation is, Brother Duanzhang would not be able to consume the power of the thunder and lightning rules. It is precisely the blessing of the power of thunder and lightning rules that makes the lightning escape speed he performs reach such a terrifying level. Li Shiming was secretly anxious in his heart. He didn't know that Brother Duanzhang's burst of lightning speed wouldn't last long. What he thought was that in the pursuit of such extreme speed, as long as there was any obstacle in front, Duanzhang behind would be beaten. Monk Zhang caught up. Therefore, he needs to consider slowing down the great monk Duanzhang behind him, so that he can no longer let the other party chase him. He began to analyze his own strength in his mind, and there were not many ways he could threaten the great monk. The 3 silver-winged spirit goo insects in his goo wind bag had the power to threaten the great monk. When senior monk Xiao Qifeng released the silver-winged spirit goo, the other senior monks tried their best to push the silver-winged spirit goo away from themselves, not daring to let the silver-winged spirit goo get close to them. From this, it can be judged that the silver-winged spirit goo insect is extremely threatening to the great monks. But the attack method of the silver-winged spirit goo insect means that it must be close before it can launch an attack. At the current speed, the effect of releasing the silver-winged spirit goo insect is equivalent to nothing. So the silver-winged spirit goo insect can be given up. Li Shiming thought of the living dead Xiao Qifeng and the thunder mysterious bow. which were also methods that could threaten the great monks. No matter what. Although the living dead Xiao Qifeng has lost his nascent soul, he is still the body of a great monk. The power provided by the great monk's body is converted into arrow attacks through the Thunder Mysterious Bow. At least the great monk cannot ignore this attack. However, feeling the aura of the great monk behind him, Li Shiming also made a comparison in his mind. The aura of the great monk behind him was stronger than that of the great monk Duanzhang. He didn't have the slightest confidence that the arrows fired by the Thunder Mysterious Bow from the living dead Xiao Qifeng could affect the great monk Duanzhang. Even if Xiao Qifeng was still alive, it would probably be difficult to do this. Chapter 657 Get rid of. Li Shiming thought in his mind, and without hesitation, he asked the living dead Xiao Qifeng to take out the Thunder Mysterious Bow. In the computer room space, the living dead Xiao Qifeng opened the Thunder Mysterious Bow, and after accumulating 10 breaths of time, he was summoned out of the computer room space by Li Shiming. Senior monk Duanzhang felt the sudden appearance of the senior monk's aura in front of him, and he couldn't help being surprised. Although the senior monk's aura was extremely weak, it was still the senior monk's aura after all. The monk he was chasing was only in the middle stage of nascent soul. So how could he possess the aura of a great monk? The living dead Xiao Qifeng was summoned, and Li Shiming caught him with his spiritual consciousness. This did not affect Li Shiming's use of South close to the world. Appearing from the space movement, Li Shiming deliberately paused for a moment longer this time, giving the living dead Xiao Qifeng the opportunity to launch the Thundering Mysterious Bow. The arrows condensed from the Thunder Mysterious Bow were shot towards the great monk Duanzhang behind him, as soon as the living dead Xiao Qifeng released his grip. When senior monk Duanzhang sensed the monk's aura, he was prepared, but he did not expect that the other party's attack turned out to be an extremely rare bow and arrow. This arrow was extremely sudden. He was unable to dodge in time due to his extreme speed, but he had always prepared a lightning technique, and this time he fired it. Thunder and lightning emitted from his hand and collided with the arrow in midair. After the arrow was hit by lightning, it exploded in the air. Although the arrow was intercepted, Brother Duanzhang, who was at full speed, could not help but slow down a little. He did not want to plunge into the explosion. He was not worried about being injured. With his level of cultivation, it was not enough for an attack like this to damage his body. He was worried that the explosion would damage his clothes. Since he was pursuing extreme speed, he did not have any defensive spells applied to him. His defense relied entirely on the powerful defense power of his body. However, if the robe on his body is hit by a monk-level attack without activating the defensive spell, it will still be damaged. It was almost instinctive for him to slow down. And when he slowed down to avoid the explosion, he regretted it, because his deceleration made the distance between them much wider. It would be even more difficult for him to catch up with Li Shiming. Li Shiming looked back, and his spiritual eyes allowed him to clearly see the effect of the arrow from the Thundering Mysterious Bow. The arrow was destroyed by a lightning technique, which made him sigh inwardly. After all, he still couldn't hurt the great monk. He had long expected that the damage caused by the living dead Xiao Qifeng combined with the Thunder Mysterious Bow would not be able to hurt the great monk. And now it turned out to be true. After the living dead Xiao Qifeng shot this arrow, he was retracted into the computer room space. The natal magic weapon Z-15 begins to analyze the current situation and give a battle plan. After 2 breaths, Li Shiming showed a smile on his face. His hand quickly drew a spell rune in the air. But after the spell was cast, it seemed like nothing happened. Brother Duanzhang accelerated again. His heart was bleeding now. He was consuming his lightning energy. This time, whether he could catch up with Li Shiming or not, he would suffer a big loss. If he could catch up with Li Shiming and recover the Shishao Thunder Bead, Yuqing Sect would definitely give him the best reward. Even if he doesn't hand over the Shishao Thunder Bead, if he uses it for himself, it will be enough to greatly increase his combat power. It is this motivation that allows him to consume his most precious lightning energy to inspire the fastest lightning escape. Just as the light of thunder he transformed passed through the void, an explosion exploded next to him. This is the Hidden Thunder spell performed by Li Shiming when he practiced the Jade Clear Thunder Code. Before, he didn't think much of the Hidden Thunder spell. The Dark Thunder spell is to set up a lightning trap and detonate it when the monk passes by. This spell has very few applications for Li Shiming. However, after seeing the Dark Thunder spell released by Master Duanzhang, he gave Li Shiming a reminder and asked Z-15 to learn and use the Dark Thunder spell in battle. Although the power of this Dark Thunder spell was nothing to the great monk Duanzhang. It still made him a little embarrassed. And the robe on his body was partially charred. Brother Duanzhang's speed slowed down again. Although he recovered his speed immediately, the distance between him and Li Shiming increased again. Brother Duanzhang didn't look good. He could tell that the Dark Thunder spell this time was entirely a spell cast by Li Shiming himself. Although the Dark Thunder spell cast by Li Shiming is ordinary in the eyes of the great monk Duanzhang. What kind of existence is the great monk Duanzhang? He is the top existence among the great monks. He thinks that the power of Li Shiming is ordinary. The Dark Thunder spell is regarded as possessing part of the attack power of the great monk. He was even more incomprehensible to Li Shiming's methods. The arrow attack performed by Li Shiming before might have been performed by a puppet at the level of a great monk. But this Dark Thunder spell could never have been performed by a puppet. The Dark Thunder spell is a thunder spell in a Jade Clear Thunder code, and must be cast by Lei Xiao. No wonder Wang Yuandu was killed so easily. Who is such a mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao? Brother Duanzhang had doubts in his mind. He had memorized Li Shiming's aura. But there was always a distance between him and Li Shiming. Did not see Li Shiming's face clearly. Although in the world of immortality, you can identify a monk simply by remembering his breath, which is even more effective than remembering his face. There is a chance of meeting him again. In the world of immortality, the chance of meeting him again is not high. Duanzhang is a great monk. His general movement trajectory is to run for the mission of the Yuqing sect. And he does not have much contact with other monks. He didn't know that when Li Shiming killed Wang Yuan, he didn't have the combat power he has now. At that time, Li Shiming was just a monk in the early stage of nascent soul. And killing Wang Yuan was just an advantage. The Dark Thunder spell that Li Shiming cast this time is so powerful that it can even affect the great monks. This is because when he cast the Dark Thunder spell, he used the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and Qin Xiao Lei Zhu. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer is a spiritual treasure. Under the effect of the lightning rule mark on the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, the power of the spells cast is greatly increased. The Thunder type treasure, Qishao Thunder Bead, directly increases the power of the Dark Thunder spell by a small level. That is to say, Li Shiming did not master the rules of the great monk. So the Hidden Thunder spell he sent was infinitely close to the power of the great monk. This infinite proximity is due to the lack of a trace of thunder rules in the Dark Thunder spell. This is different from the Thunder Rule mark of Ling Bao. Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. The Thunder Rule mark of Sky Strike Thunder Hammer is used to cast thunder spells. In the past, the spells were strengthened through the Thunder Rule mark. The thunder method performed by the great monk contains a trace of the great monk's understanding of the rules of thunder. This is the reason why the great monk's thunder method is truly powerful. It is this small difference that makes the Hidden Thunder spell performed by Li Shiming only infinitely close to the great monk's thunder method, and cannot become a true great monk's thunder method. Li Shiming saw the situation of the great monk Duanzhang behind him through his spiritual vision. He couldn't help but smile and cast the Dark Thunder spell again. He is different from other monks, because he can use multiple brains at the same time. So when he casts the Dark Thunder spell, it will not affect the cast of South close to the end. This is not easy, even if a monk is multitasking. There are very few monks who can cast two spells at the same time without being affected. Every time a nascent soul spell is cast, complex spell runes need to be drawn, and a large amount of spiritual energy is mobilized. Just releasing a nascent soul spell requires full concentration, let alone casting multiple spells at the same time. Li Shiming has the help of Z15. He only needs to separate one more brain to specifically cast the Dark Thunder spell, which is completely unrelated to the other 20 brains that are casting South close to the world. Brother Duanzhang's head was so big that he never thought that one day he would be helpless against a mid-stage nascent soul monk. He has used Thunder Escape that uses the energy of thunder and lightning rules, reaching the ultimate speed. But facing Li Shiming's Hidden Thunder spell that has no rules at all, he has to be careful about the explosions around him at any time. He saw that under the explosion of Hidden Minds, his speed was affected again, and the distance between him and Li Shiming became wider and wider. He was worried that if this continued, he would completely lose Li Shiming. Li Shiming did not fly towards the Zhongzhou continent. He naturally had the right to choose the escape route in front. He did not choose to enter the ocean. If he encountered a powerful spiritual beast in the ocean and blocked him, he might be overtaken by the great monk Duanzhang behind him. Therefore, The direction he chose to escape was around Zhongzhou continent and around the outskirts of the Vanity Islands. You can't escape. I will definitely find you. Li Shiming heard the voice of the great monk Duanzhang from behind. It was made using a special secret method, allowing him to hear it from a distance. Li Shiming was not angry, but laughed. This was the incompetent rage from the great monk Duanzhang. It only meant that the great monk Duanzhang had lost the ability to continue tracking him. So he was shouting like this. Sure enough, after the great monk Duanzhang shouted, the speed slowed down. Brother Duanzhang really couldn't afford to use up any more energy. He saw that he was unable to catch up with Li Shiming, but his lightning rule energy was being consumed more and more. He didn't want to continue chasing like this. He wrote down Li Shiming's aura. Although there were many middle-stage nascent soul monks in Zhongzhou continent, the number was still limited. He will hand Li Shiming's aura to the intelligence department, and they will investigate the mid-nascent soul monk who matches the aura. He believes that Li Shiming's identity will be found out soon. In addition, he also had to report to Yu Qingzong that the operation against the Eastern Qi continent needed to be stopped, because the ones who snatched away the Chishao Thunder Bead were not the monks from the Eastern Qi continent, but the monks from the Zhongzhou continent. Of course, it is not impossible that Li Shiming just passed through Zhongzhou continent, but as long as he stayed in Zhongzhou continent, I believe the intelligence department of Yuqing sect can investigate. After Li Shiming discovered that the great monk Duanzhang had been escaped, he exhaled a long breath. After all, he had escaped the pursuit of a great monk. It seems that the speed of south close to the end of the world is not enough, Li Shiming murmured to himself. Among the divine foot powers, close to the end of the world is certainly not the strongest method of the divine foot power. There is also achieve in one step, which is an advancement of close to the end of the world, different from south close to the end of the world. South close to the end of the world can move in space within the range of spiritual consciousness, while arrived in one fell swoop can move instantaneously within the range of vision. This quick arrival, combined with Li Shiming's spiritual eyes, can enable him to move 3,000 miles in an instant. Of course, achieving it in one fell swoop is not easy to practice. It requires stronger spirit and consumes more spiritual power. The reason why he has not practiced it before is that the end of the world is enough for him. Besides, many accidents will happen when moving in space that is not within the scope of spiritual consciousness. Within the scope of spiritual consciousness, it can be ensured that the location to which all spaces are moved is safe. But it is different within the scope of vision. It may move to an extremely dangerous position all of a sudden. That was what he was thinking about at the time. But it was different now. After he discovered that so far away could not guarantee his absolute advantage in movement speed, he began to consider coming in one fell swoop by cultivating the magic foot power. But now was not the time. He looked around and chose a direction to fly towards Zhongzhou continent. What he has to do now is to go to the treasure trove left by Qiuhengyi. After taking care of this matter, he will either return to the Eastern Qi continent or find a safe place to retreat and stop traveling outside. He knew very well that the reason why the great monk of the Jade Qing sect pursued him was definitely not just because he had killed 3 mid-stage nascent soul lake cultivators. He could feel the madness of the great monk. He must have discovered the godly night thunder bead to be so crazy. This is a never-ending trouble. He, a small mid-stage nascent soul monk, cannot fight against superpowers like the Yuqing sect. Even if he is a guest of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, he can't guarantee that Zhongzhou Commercial Bank will turn against Yu Qingzong because of his guest. He would not put his own safety to the test of Zhongzhou Trading Company. And he might be sold by Zhongzhou Trading Company. Zhongzhou Commercial Bank is engaged in business, not those sections. They may make a lot of concessions for the smooth business. What Zhongzhou Commercial Bank considers as small concessions may be Li Shiming's doom. When Li Shiming flew this time, he used the hidden Phoenix Jade talisman to restrain all his aura, and then used the color-changing cloak to make himself invisible, and then used south close to the end to head towards the target direction. After arriving on the land of Zhongzhou continent, he slowed down and waited for the drone satellite system in the sky to monitor the route he had prepared. It will take some time, but it is worth it. When the drone satellite system completely monitors his route, he will be able to detect any nascent soul monks who are close to a certain range around him. Chapter 658 Magical Powers. Li Shiming's delay and overly cautious behavior gave Yu Qingzong time to start an investigation. Although Yuqing sect is not a sect in Zhongzhou continent, as a superpower, they still have strong intelligence capabilities in Zhongzhou continent. You must know that Zhongzhou continent has the largest number of superpowers. And every move here is related to the peace and stability of the entire world of immortality. When a superpower intelligence organization is fully mobilized, especially when Zhongzhou continent is within the Yuqing sect's intelligence network, it is not difficult to investigate the source of an aura. Among the Zhongzhou trading firms, there were many monks who had met Li Shiming. Zhongzhou Trading Company is a commercial power, and ordinary members are not as loyal to the force as ordinary sections. In addition, no one would think that identifying the source of an aura is betrayal of Zhongzhou Trading Company. As a result, just 3 days after the incident, Yuqingzong investigated Li Shiming. All information about Li Shiming was placed in front of Senior Monk Duanzhang. When Senior Monk Duanzhang saw that Li Shiming was a monk from the 10,000 Beasts sect, Li Shiming was in the eastern Qi continent when the Chishao Thunder Bead was lost. Brother Duanzhang immediately identified Li Shiming as the monk who robbed the Chishao Thunder Bead. However, although the Yuqing sect recognized this, they could not let other forces help, mainly because they were worried about the Chishao Thunder Bead. His whereabouts are known to other sects. Zhongzhou continent is different from Dongqi continent. Dongqi continent has no superpowers, and even those great monks have extremely limited combat power. But Zhongzhou continent not only has superpower, but even the strength of the great monks is far beyond that of Dongqi continent. The Chishao Thunder Bead fell into the hands of Li Shiming, and the Yuqing sect still had hope to recover it from Li Shiming. But if it falls into the hands of some super forces, then Yuqingzong can only watch and have no way to do anything. Therefore, the Yuqing sect mobilized its disciples in Zhongzhou continent, and the intelligence network was fully mobilized. They wanted to find out the traces of Li Shiming at all costs. Fortunately, Li Shiming arranged a concealment formation while waiting for the drone satellite system to be established, and then entered the cave from the concealment formation. He started cultivating in the Tao of Heaven and Humanity hall and did not wander around the Zhongzhou continent. The most critical thing is that because he is in the cave, the Zhongzhou merchant Qingyu disc on his body cannot connect with the contact formation of the Zhongzhou continent, and it is impossible to locate his position through the Zhongzhou merchant Qingyu disc. Yuqingzong paid a huge price to bribe a manager of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank just to find Li Shiming's location. As long as Li Shiming takes the guest's jade dish with him and appears in Zhongzhou continent, he will be located. Originally, this kind of thing would not happen in a superpower, but Zhongzhou Commercial Bank is a commercial power, and Li Shiming is not a formal member of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, but just a guest. Although Keqing's status seems to be noble, in fact, he is not a real member of Zhongzhou Trading Company, but a monk who is like an external hire. And this supervisor didn't know Li Shiming's true level. He was in Zhongzhou continent, and Dongqi continent was a backward continent. Even if Li Shiming had some reputation in Dongqi continent, he didn't take it seriously. The two great monks Wang Chandong and Ming Yu did not publicize Li Shiming's reputation. At least, they did not want to publicize it in the short term. Li Shiming's time is limited. It takes at least 40 days for the great monk to make a furnace of elixir, which consumes a lot of energy from the alchemy master. The two great monks saw that Li Shiming had excellent cultivation talent. Li Shiming's time after practicing was already limited. If Li Shiming's reputation spread, considering the number of great monks in Zhongzhou continent, the two great monks would want to find Li Shiming again. I'm afraid I have to wait a long time to make alchemy. Their selfishness also caused Zhongzhou Commercial Bank to make wrong judgments when Li Shiming was in trouble. So the supervisor traded Li Shiming's information. Li Shiming practiced in Zhai Ji's cave for a month. The 5 nascent souls practiced with all their strength, supplemented by the 4th level advanced cultivation auxiliary pills of the middle nascent soul. Although it was only a month, some cultivation effects were achieved. The most obvious one is Mu Lei Yuaning. When he was practicing, he did not let Mu Lei Yuaning practice the 5 rhymes Qi training technique, but instead practiced the Jade Clear Thunder Code. Anyway, with the 5 nascent souls in his body, due to the 5 elements receiving Qi formation, no matter what kind of spiritual power he cultivates, it will be converted into the 5 elements thunder attribute spiritual power, which makes his practice more free. The reason why Mu Lei Yuaning was allowed to practice the Jade Clear Thunder Code was because of the experience of his clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's current cultivation speed is much faster than before he obtained the Lingbao Xingyi sword. Accelerated cultivation is also an important feature of the Lingbao. It's just that those who obtained Lingbao are all Mahayana monks. The improvement of Lingbao's cultivation is just a drop in the bucket for Mahayana monks. But for Li Shiming and Li Yuanba in the middle nascent soul stage, it makes their own cultivation better. The effect has been greatly improved. Mu Lei Yuaning holds the spiritual treasure, Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer, in his hand. The weapon spirit in Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer has digested the Jade Clear Thunder Code during this period, and practices Jade Clear Thunder Code in Mu Lei Yuaning. At that time, the weapon spirit used the lightning rule mark on the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer to help Mu Lei nascent soul speed up his cultivation. This discovery made Li Shiming want to add a few more natal spiritual treasures. But unfortunately his vision was too high. The 4th grade weapon refining materials that he could fancy were extremely precious and rare, and it was not easy to find them easily with his 1 nanometer level method of inscribing runes. If the refining materials do not reach the top quality of the 4th grade, there is no way he can withstand the presence of hundreds of millions of runes. Li Shiming now has 3 natal magic weapons. It is impossible to improve Z15. He has no plan for the improvement of Z15. Z15 is completely energized and bound to his soul. Every performance improvement of Z15 is due to the strengthening of the soul caused by the improvement of his realm, which will improve Z15. Just like his soul and spirit have improved a lot after he was promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, the performance of Z15 has also been improved. Of course, if Z15 wants to get the biggest improvement, he still needs to be promoted to a larger realm. The natal magic weapon, Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer, was successfully upgraded to the level of a spiritual treasure, leaving only the Traceless Phantom Sword, which is also the most difficult to strengthen. The Traceless Fantasy Sword itself is made from the 4th grade top material, Traceless Fantasy Gold. If you want to use the secret method of Sword Intention Chong Shao technique to strengthen the Traceless Fantasy Sword as a natal flying sword, at least it will take to get another piece of Traceless Magic Gold using the same quality, Traceless Magic Gold, to strengthen the Traceless Fantasy Sword will not have a real strengthening effect on the Traceless Fantasy Sword, but it can change the runes on the surface of the Traceless Fantasy Sword clear for re-engraving. In fact, this is the work of the natal flying sword and ordinary magic weapon. It is better to refining the magic weapon with the same materials. It is extremely troublesome to use secret methods to strengthen the natal flying sword. It is several times more troublesome than refining it. But who is the natal flying sword? You can only find a way to strengthen it. The problem is that Traceless Magic Gold is a rare material among the 4th grade top refining materials. Li Shiming is extremely lucky to get 1 copy, and the chance of getting a second copy is really very small. Li Shiming's best choice is to use his other 2 nascent souls, the Earth Thunder Nascent Soul and the Water Thunder Nascent Soul, both of which do not have their own natal magic weapons. If he can refine 2 natal spiritual treasures, he can use the Earth Thunder Yuaning and the Water Thunder Nascent Soul. Nascent Soul's cultivation speed has been greatly increased. Although he thinks this way, everything still depends on luck. He doesn't want to find 2 natal magic weapons at random. They must be the most suitable for him, especially the Earth and Thunder Yuaning and the Water Thunder Yuaning. Only in this way can the magic treasure be used to its fullest. Auxiliary effects. Within a month, Li Shiming walked out of the cave and contacted the drone satellite system through his natal magic weapon Z15. Although the drone satellite system is only arranged in a line, the drone satellite can monitor an extremely wide area, farther than his Shen eyes. This made him feel safe. So he put away his concealment formation, carefully used the Hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman to restrain his aura, and used the color-changing cloak to become invisible. But he didn't know that the moment he emerged from the cave, his guest's jade plate flickered. The flickering of Kaching's jade dish was an extremely common thing and not worthy of his attention. So he had long been accustomed to it, and did not set this kind of thing as a message for the natal magic weapon Z15 to pay attention to. The reason why Kaching's jade plate flickered was that it was automatically connected to the contact formation of Zhongzhou continent. This is beneficial to the members of the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. It allows them to get in touch with the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank anywhere in the Zhongzhou continent covered by the contact formation, and check the information on the jade plate at any time. But this time the Kaching jade disc flashed for another reason. The supervisor who had a deal with the Yuqing sect had been using formations to obtain the location of Li Shiming's Kaching jade disc. When Li Shiming left Dantian and appeared in the outside world, his location was also reported back to Zhongzhou Trading Company. Li Shiming thought that he had restrained his aura and became invisible again. It was safe to move outside. He did not know that his whereabouts had been exposed. In this month, in addition to practicing, he also used the Shinzutong inheritance relic again, and entered the relics to obtain the more advanced Shinzutong secret method. In one fell swoop, although there are many difficulties in learning overnight. For him who owns Z15, his learning ability goes without saying. As long as he can barely meet the prerequisites for learning, he can learn it. It is precisely because of the existence of Z15 that he can combine many magical powers into one. You must know that it is extremely difficult for a normal monk to master even one magical power. How can he have so many magical powers like him? He successfully learned are there in one fell swoop, but because the space in the cave was too small, he could not use. Arrived in one fell swoop. Now he wanted to test the results of his cultivation. Li Shiming's mind was relaxed. After 2 breaths of preparation, one of his brains mobilized almost 1/10 of his spiritual power, and finally drew the magical rune that came in one fell swoop. He was also very helpless about the speed of drawing the overnight magical runes. It's not that he doesn't want to increase the speed at which he can use the magical power of available in one fell swoop. With the help of Z15, he can draw the magical runes of arrived in one fell swoop very quickly. But if he wants to mobilize 10% of the spirit in his body, he exerted all his strength in 2 breaths of time. If his physical body had not reached an unimaginable level of strength, far exceeding that of a peak body refining monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, he would not have been able to mobilize 1/10 of the spiritual power in his body in 2 breaths without being affected. It is precisely because of this limitation that it takes at least 2 breaths for him to display the magical power of achieving it in one fell swoop. Unless he can improve his realm again, it is possible to shorten the time to display the magical power of achieving it in one fell swoop. But the good news is that, just like so far, he can completely draw the arrived in one go magical rune with one brain and prepare it. Through his strong control over spiritual power, he can make this arrived in one fell swoop magical rune. The text is maintained for a long time. In this way, he can completely display the all-in-one magical power when necessary. However, this all-in-one magical power is a one-time display, and it is unlikely that he will use it again. 1/10 of the spiritual power, if used 4 times, the spiritual power in his body will be too low to maintain combat power. Not to mention that it can only be used in 2 breaths, which is of no use in actual combat or on the road. Value. After 2 breaths of preparation, he might as well just use south close to the end of the world to rush on. That would be safer. While thinking about it, he opened his spiritual eyes and placed his vision 3,000 miles away, where there was a rock. He activated the magical power of arrival in one fell swoop, and the magical power rune of arrival in one fell swoop instantly grew in size and wrapped around his body. Then, by positioning his vision, the spiritual power in the magical power rune was consumed to open a space passage. Under the protection of the space energy formed by the magical rune of arrive overnight, his body was sent to the rock through the space channel. It sounds complicated, but it actually happens in an instant. The magical power of reaching in one fell swoop allowed him to cross the distance of 3,000 miles in an instant, feeling that 1/10 of the spiritual energy in his body was missing, and the slight discomfort caused by moving such a long distance for the first time. He felt that it was still worth it, compared with those life-saving jade talismans that can easily escape thousands of miles away. 3,000 miles seems a bit weak, but considering that this is a spatial movement of 3,000 miles, there is no faster speed than this in the world of immortality, as long as it is not intercepted before activating the magical power of reaching in one fell swoop. There is no possibility of intercepting it midway. As for the life-saving jade talismans made by the great monks, both the jade talisman materials and the consumption of the life-saving jade talismans are extremely large for the great monks. The life-saving jade talismans are very precious and cannot usually be used. But the one-stop magical power is different. As long as it is prepared in advance, it can be used repeatedly, just like an unlimited number of life-saving jade talismans. Chapter 659 Counterattack. Li Shiming took a spiritual pill, which slowly increased the spiritual power in his body. After reaching the middle stage of nascent soul, 1/10 of the spiritual power was not a small number. If he did not take the spiritual pill, he would have to find a spiritual place. You need to practice for a period of time in a place with sufficient strength. Otherwise, it will take an extremely long time to recover just by absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world. He did not test the magical power of achieving it in one fell swoop. Again, the main reason was that the magical power of achieving it in one fell swoop was a bit expensive. However, he still prepared a brain, spent 1/10 of his spiritual power, and prepared the magical runes that could be used at any time. Then he prepared 5 more brains and began to use south close to the end of the world to head towards the target. Hey, what's going on ahead? There are so many nascent soul monks gathering? Li Shiming suddenly stopped while he was moving in space, and he said to himself in confusion. Judging from the drone satellite surveillance screen called by the magic weapon Z-15, more than a dozen vague figures appeared inexplicably in front of him, and they gathered together in front. He didn't feel that this was directed at him at first, because he thought that his whereabouts were extremely secretive. With the hidden Phoenix Jade talisman and the color-changing cloak, he believed that except for the big monk, the rest of the nascent soul monks could not detect him. In addition, he was careful along the way and did not feel that he was being followed. How could there be a monk here? I'm waiting in advance. But when he stopped, the dozen or so nascent soul cultivators seemed to sense his stop, and all came towards him. They're looking for me! Li Shiming immediately determined the target of these nascent soul monks. His eyes flickered, and he took out 2 jade plates and several contact cards from his body. One of the 2 jade plates was the identity of the 10,000 Beast sect, and the other was the guest jade plate of Zhongzhou Trading Company. Among the contact cards, only the contact cards he used to facilitate contact when he made friends with the 2 great monks Wang Chandong and Ming Yu can be used in Zhongzhou continent. The rest of the contact cards are all contact cards from Dongqi continent. Zhongzhou continent is of no use. He still didn't quite believe whether the 2 great monks Wang Chandong and Ming Yu had betrayed him. Although the other mind cannot perceive the psychology of monks who are stronger than himself, he is useful to the 2 great monks. He can refine the great monk's elixir for the 2 great monks. At this point, even if the 2 great monks want to, if you want to sell yourself, the other party will not be able to provide enough benefits. He judges people's hearts based on their worst thoughts. And even so, the 2 great monks should not betray themselves. Of course, even if the 2 great monks have this intention, there is still another difficulty. That is, the contact card cannot be accurately located by the 2 great monks. The contact card in Zhongzhou continent is a contact formation network jointly established by multiple forces. If you want to locate the contact card, you need the consent of at least 3 forces. Li Shiming changed his position and put away the contact card at the same time. He saw that the group of nascent soul monks also changed directions and were still coming towards him. He determined that this matter had nothing to do with the 2 great monks. He took Qing Yudi, a businessman from Zhongzhou, into the computer room again, and changed his position again. This time, the dozen nascent soul cultivators obviously found that they had lost their target, and began to get a little confused. Damn it! Someone in Zhongzhou Trading Company betrayed me! He cursed angrily. He looked at the dozen nascent soul cultivators through the surveillance screen, and judging from the fuzzy size, there was at least one major cultivator among them. The Yuqing sect is looking for me! He understood that it must be the Yuqing sect looking for him. Among the forces he has provoked, there are not many that can send great monks to pursue him in Zhongzhou continent. Yuqing sect is the most likely. For the thunder-type treasure, Chishao Thunder Bead, Yu Qingzong was afraid that he would do anything. He smiled coldly. He was not a monk who would not fight back when attacked. Maybe he couldn't fight against the great monks, but he was confident that he would kill the mid-stage nascent soul monks. He stood in the air and looked at the location of more than 10 nascent soul monks. Under the observation of his divine eyes, he saw 15 nascent soul monks spreading out and searching in a scattered manner. Brother Duanzhang was also very annoyed. He obtained the real-time location of Li Shiming's guest Qing Yudi through the bribe director of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, which cost a lot. After locating Li Shiming's position, he set out to lay a trap, hoping to make it difficult for Li Shiming to fly. He had dealt with Li Shiming and knew that Li Shiming had mastered the magical power of south close to the end of the world. If Li Shiming's escape route was not blocked, Li Shiming might be able to escape even if he intercepted Li Shiming. But who would have thought that as soon as he set up the trap, Li Shiming stopped, forcing him to change his strategy and surround Li Shiming. He had planned to use his strength advantage to force Li Shiming into the pocket surrounded by the other nascent soul Leishio. But contrary to expectations, Li Shiming changed positions continuously. And then even the signal from Qing Yudi disappeared. How could the great monk Duanzhang not know that it was Li Shiming who discovered that he had been targeted by Qing Yudi? He didn't quite understand how Li Shiming found out. You must know that in order not to be discovered by Li Shiming, he had laid traps in advance on the route Li Shiming passed. Everything was directed by him. And even the other nascent soul Lei Xiao, who participated in this operation, did not know the details. But even so, Li Shiming still discovered his arrangement. Li Shiming took out the 4th grade formation flag and deployed the concealment formation. He had deployed this concealment formation so often that it only took him one breath to set it up. He stood in the concealment formation and summoned the living dead Xiao Qi Feng and 4 4th level puppets. The electromagnetic cannons of the 4 4th grade puppets began to charge. And Li Shiming blessed the 4th grade top cone-shaped magic weapon with void-breaking sword intent. Speaking of the 4 4th grade puppets, since his realm has been promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, the cores of the 4 4th grade puppets have also been upgraded to the 4th grade mid-level. This is also the final level of the 4 4th grade puppets. The original grade of 4th grade puppets can reach the 4th grade mid-level. But Li Shiming's previous realm was insufficient, and his core formation could only show the 4th grade low-level quality. The current 4 4th level puppets have all been upgraded to the 4th level mid-level, and their energy cores can generate more lightning energy. Stronger lightning energy makes the electromagnetic gun more powerful, and the power of the electromagnetic effect is greater. Li Shiming mobilized his 4 brains and controlled 4 4th grade puppets to aim at 4 targets respectively. His other brain, in contact with the heavenly ghost, controlled the living dead Xiao Qi Feng to open the thundering mysterious bow. After holding it for 10 breaths, the thundering mysterious bow was launched first. This is because the speed of the arrows fired by the thunder black bow is slower than that of the 4th grade top cone-shaped magic weapon fired by the electromagnetic gun. Of course, this activation time looks like the living dead Xiao Qi Feng loosened his bowstring, and the 4 4th level puppets also activated the electromagnetic gun at the same time. Senior brother Duanzhang was very anxious at this time. He had lost Li Shiming's position. He knew that it would most likely be useless to scatter the nascent soul lay cultivators now. But there was no way. He was not willing to end this operation like this. After waiting for such a long time, he gathered so many nascent soul lay Xiao and waited for a full month to be on call. If nothing was found, his status in the Jade Qing sect would be affected. At this moment, he felt a familiar breath. Be careful of arrows! He immediately issued a warning to all nascent soul lay Xiao. However, this warning was still a step too late. Although the attack came from hundreds of miles away, neither the arrows of the thundering mysterious bow, nor the 4th grade top cone-shaped magic weapon shot by the electromagnetic cannon were as fast as nascent soul. In the midterm, monks can detect and dodge in advance. When he issued the warning, 5 mid-stage nascent soul lay Xiao were hit by different attacks at the same time. The worst thing was the middle-stage nascent soul thunder cultivator, who was hit by the arrow. The arrow was inspired by the body of the great monk, and it at least had an attack power close to that of the great monk. Such an attack hit Lei Xiao in the middle stage of nascent soul. Lei Xiao from Jade Qing sect was not good at defense. Even if he had some defense, he could not withstand the arrows fired by the living dead Xiao Qi Feng. The arrow broke through the defense before Lei Xiao in the middle stage of nascent soul could realize it. His body was shot by the arrow. After the arrow shot in, energy began to explode, which was second only to the power of the great monk level. The physical body of this Lei Xiao in the middle stage of nascent soul, together with nascent soul, was shattered into pieces by this burst of energy, which was second only to the great monk level. The other 4 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao were lucky. At least they were not as miserable as this mid-nascent soul Lei Xiao. Of course, the fate of the 4 middle-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao was only slightly better, and they did not die on the spot. Since the realm of the 4th grade puppet has been upgraded to the 4th grade mid-level, the firing speed of the electromagnetic gun has also increased a lot, coupled with the 4th grade top-level cone-shaped magic weapon blessed by Li Shiming with a void-breaking sword intent. When the 4th grade top-level cone-shaped magic weapon hit the 4 middle-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao, their defenses were broken by the shattering void sword intent. Then the 4th grade top-level cone-shaped magic weapon was shot into their bodies, completely annihilating their bodies. Fortunately, their nascent soul escaped. This was thanks to the fact that part of the power of breaking void sword intent was used to break through the defense. However, the energy contained in the 4th grade top cone-shaped magic weapon was not enough to destroy it. At the same time as the physical body of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, they destroyed their nascent soul together. For small nascent souls flew into the air. and they looked at their lifeless bodies in horror. They still haven't understood how they were attacked, and where the attack came from. They were performing the mission together, with the great monk Duanzhang. Although they are more than 10 miles away from the great monk Duanzhang. This distance is only a short distance to the great monk. They never thought that they would be so close to the great monk Duanzhang. Destroyed his body. Brother Duanzhang ignored the attack nascent soul Lei Xiao. After discovering the attack, he inspired Lei Dun and flew in the direction of the attack route. He was 100% sure that Li Shiming was in that direction. And the distance was not too far. Li Shiming was more straightforward. After launching the attack, he used his spiritual consciousness to sweep across the living dead Xiao Qingfeng, the 4 4th-level puppets, and the 4th-level formation flag, and put them all away with a single thought. The magical power of arriving in one fell swoop that he had prepared long ago was used, and the figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 3,000 miles away. 2 breaths after he disappeared, the electric light transformed by the great monk Duanzhang returned to his original position. Brother Duanzhang did not pursue Li Shiming anymore. He stared blankly at the place where Li Shiming disappeared, with disbelief in his eyes. Get it in one fell swoop. This is get it in one fell swoop. He actually mastered get it in one fell swoop, he murmured to himself, his tone full of disbelief. Although he came 2 breaths late, he could feel Li Shiming's breath completely disappearing. He used a special secret method of lightning induction, and the tiny thunder and lightning in the air in an area between heaven and earth became his eyes and ears, allowing him to perceive farther distances. Li Shiming's disappearance suddenly left the perception range of the great monk Duanzhang. This range of perception cannot be separated from so close to the end of the world. It only shows that what Li Shiming used was not so close to the end of the world, but a higher level of divine foot power. Senior monk Duanzhang was a little puzzled. Reaching in one fell swoop was not a magical power that monks in the middle stage of nascent soul could master. Think about it. One attempt requires a lot of spiritual energy. Li Shiming has 5 yuanings and consumes 1/10 of his spiritual energy. A normal monk in the middle stage of yuaning will need to consume half of his spiritual energy. Practicing at once requires consuming half of the spiritual power. And coupled with the difficulty of learning overnight mastery, it is impossible to master overnight mastery without practicing thousands of times. This is the reason why it is impossible for monks in the middle stage of nascent soul to master the overnight magical power. They really can't afford it. Brother Duanzhang needs to re-emphasize the difficulty of chasing Li Shiming. This time he still underestimated Li Shiming. Originally, with 1 top-level monk and 14 middle-stage nascent soul lay cultivators, all of whom were super powerful monks. With this strength and the advantage in intelligence, it was easy to capture a mid-stage nascent soul monk. But Li Shiming's continuous display of abilities forced Brother Duanzhang to get to know Li Shiming again. Senior monk Duanzhang sighed heavily. It seemed that he still had to rescue the Yuqing sect. At least many senior monks had to be sent before he could try to capture Li Shiming again. It's a pity that the best opportunity was wasted this time. I don't know how long it will be before I have such an opportunity next time. He thought about the Lei Xiao of the mid-stage nascent soul that he had brought, and no longer considered arresting Li Shiming. He turned around and flew in the direction he came from. The 9 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao who were on the spot were forming a formation, and their bodies were blessed with defensive magic weapons. The defensive magic weapons of the 9 mid-nascent soul Lei Xiao were stacked on top of each other, forming multiple defenses. Chapter 660 Harassment. Each of the 14 middle-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao is responsible for fighting in the Yuqing sect. Even among the super-powerful middle-stage nascent soul monks, they are considered to be above average in strength. But just like this, when the 14 middle-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao acted together with the great monk Duanzhang, 5 of them were killed in an instant. The 9 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao, who were now unscathed, were not happy at all. They used defensive formations and the defensive magic weapons of the 9 mid-nascent soul Lei Xiao to establish the strongest defense. Under their protection, the 4 nascent souls were standing weak and helpless. Fortunately, there are 4 disciples of nascent soul here, and there are a lot of them, and they are also accompanied by the great monk Duanzhang. So there will not be any problem in terms of safety. If there are only a few fellow disciples here, then the choice of the 4 nascent souls is to escape immediately, find a way to return to the spare body, and start rebirth. They lost their physical bodies, and their path to immortality seemed to have collapsed. Even if he is reborn, he will not have much development in the future. When the great monk Duanzhang came back, he saw the scene. He did not get angry at these fellow disciples. If he was also a middle-stage nascent soul monk, he would be as worried about his own safety as they were. The 9 middle-stage nascent soul lay cultivators, and the 5 monks, who had only the nascent soul left, looked at Brother Duanzhang expectantly, as if they were asking whether Brother Duanzhang had solved the problem for them. The monk mastered the one-stop power of the divine foot power and allowed him to escape. When he returned, he made a new arrest plan. Senior monk Duanzhang said in a deep voice without hiding anything. He waved his hand, signaling to leave here. The 9 Lei Xiao in the middle stage of nascent soul have long wanted to leave. Not to mention the 5 monks, who only have nascent soul left. Nascent soul is very fragile outside, and they hope to go back as soon as possible. The spare bodies of the 5 nascent souls are in Xi'an continent, and they need the power of the sect to bring them back. If they return to Xi'an continent in their current state, they may be swallowed by spiritual beasts on the ocean. The 9 middle-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao put away their defensive magic weapons. They didn't want to stay for a moment now. They didn't want to face enemies like Li Shiming. In fact, they inexplicably lost half of their combat power without even facing it. They had never encountered this kind of battle before, which made them feel both aggrieved and frightened. They are not afraid of fighting. Lei Xiao himself is a monk who likes fighting. But their fighting is straightforward. How could they like this kind of fighting where they can't even see each other and are killed instantly? Senior monk Duanzhang was also in a bad mood. He needed to go back and explain to the sect. And he also had to talk about the sect's multiple sects of senior monks. These were very troublesome things. He was thinking and flying. He had long been accustomed to acting alone. And for a moment, he forgot about the 9 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao. Of course, the distance between him and the 9 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao is not far. Probably only a few thousand meters away. Suddenly, Senior Monk Duanzhang sensed a familiar aura. That kind of attack with a hint of monk's aura was Li Shiming launching another surprise attack. Flash! Senior brother Duanzhang did not fly in the direction of Li Shiming's attack this time, but turned around to rescue his fellow disciples. He is indeed very fast, but the attacks come faster than his speed. If he tried his best to consume the energy of lightning rules, he might be able to save one of them. But these middle-stage nascent soul thunder cultivators from the same sect were not worth his precious energy of lightning rules. Li Shiming was using arrival in one fell swoop to escape 3,000 miles away through the drone satellite system. He discovered that the great monk Duanzhang was not chasing him. What he should do at this time is to leave immediately. This is an action that a normal monk would consider. At least this is what great monk Duanzhang and the surviving mid-nascent soul lay cultivators of the Yuqing sect think. Li Shiming is just a mid-nascent soul monk. Even if he has any special means, it is still extremely dangerous to face a great monk. But they all underestimated Li Shiming and Li Shiming's revenge. Li Shiming has a drone satellite system to monitor the whereabouts of these Yuqing sect nascent soul monks. As long as these Yuqing sect nascent soul monks do not leave the monitoring of the drone satellite system, he can make arrangements in advance. And his speed is a huge advantage. Even if he doesn't use arrive in one move, south close to the end, alone is enough to make arrangements faster than the Yuqing sect's Yuanying monks. He came to the position 100 miles away from the great monk Duanzhang, took out the 4th grade formation flag and deployed the concealment formation. The 4 4th grade puppets and the living dead Xiao Qi Feng were all ready for battle in the machine room space. The charging of the electromagnetic gun was completed, and Li Shiming blessed the 4 4th grade top cone-shaped magic weapons with void-breaking sword intent. The living dead Xiao Qi Feng also stretched the thunder mysterious bow for more than 10 breaths, and the accumulated energy reached the limit of the thunder mysterious bow. After Li Shiming summoned the 4 4th grade puppets and the living dead Xiao Qi Feng, his 5 brains controlled the aiming. Less than a breath after leaving the computer room, the 4 4th grade puppets and the living dead Xiao Qi Feng launched an attack. This time Li Shiming was very experienced. After launching the attack, he immediately scanned the 4 4th grade puppets, the living dead Xiao Qi Feng, and the 4th grade formation flag with his consciousness, and once again used arrive in one move to escape 3,000 miles away. He doesn't even need to see the results of the battle. There is a drone satellite system monitoring it anyway. This raid was too sudden, and the great monk Duanzhang was thinking about something. The 9 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao experienced an inexplicable battle. He was severely hit and flew with some dejection. Therefore, when the surprise attack came, they were not prepared at all, and Master Duanzhang's sudden rescue failed to help any of them. The physical body of a thunder cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul was destroyed along with the nascent soul. This was due to being hit by Zhao Qingfeng's thunder mysterious bow. This was the result of being hit by an attack close to the level of a great monk. Of the other 4 Lei Xiao, who were in the middle stage of nascent soul, only nascent soul remained, but their physical bodies had been wiped out of life. Brother Duanzhang only felt his blood rising, and he had the urge to kill. But Li Shiming was too cunning, leaving him unable to do anything. The remaining 4 mid-stage nascent soul Lei cultivators were really heartbroken this time. Just now there was a group of mid-nascent soul Lei cultivators traveling with them. But in a blink of an eye, only 4 of them were left. Li Shiming's first attack could be said to be an accident. They didn't even expect that Li Shiming, a middle-stage Yuanying monk, could continuously launch such attacks that could instantly kill a middle-stage Yuanying monk. But facts have proven that Li Shiming can indeed launch powerful ultra-long-range attacks continuously. The 4 middle-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao took out defensive magic weapons and blessed themselves with defensive spells. This did not make them feel at ease, and they even moved closer to the position of the great monk Duanzhang. They wanted to find a trace of safety from the great monk Duanzhang. They finally understood that Li Shiming could not hurt the great monk, so they kept attacking Lei Xiao in the middle stage of nascent soul. Senior brother Duanzhang was filled with anger, and finally, he could only sigh helplessly. "Take nascent soul. Sit down in my flying boat and leave together." He took out a flying boat and ordered. The 4 mid-stage nascent soul Lei Xiao quickly called the 8 nascent souls to enter the flying boat, and they followed them onto the flying boat. The flying boat of the great monk Duanzhang has the great monk Duanzhang himself on the flying boat. Even if there is an attack, it can be resisted by him. Li Shiming saw this scene through the drone satellite system. He stopped pursuing the opponent and had no chance. He decisively chose to let go. He put all the items on his body that might reveal his position into the computer room. He no longer trusted any force. But before that, he still took out a contact card. "Senior, the Yuqing sect set up a trap to ambush me based on my position as a guest. According to the original contract with Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, Zhongzhou Commercial Bank has unilaterally torn up the contract. I will terminate the guest agreement with Zhongzhou Commercial Bank." He sent this message to the 2 great monks Wang Changdong and Mingyu. Then he put the contact card into the computer room space and no longer planned to use this contact card. At least, he would not use this contact card during his stay in Zhongzhou continent. Wang Changdong is still recuperating from his injuries, with the 4th grade great monk's healing elixir refined by Li Shiming for him. His injuries are recovering much faster than expected, and he will be fully recovered in about another year. Senior monk Mingyu has just accepted a mission, but has not set off yet. They all received the message from Li Shiming, and the eyes of the 2 great monks flashed with shock and anger. They have all benefited from Li Shiming, especially Li Shiming's level of alchemy, which is the top among alchemy masters even in Zhongzhou continent. It can be said that Li Shiming's alchemy level ranks among the top 3 in the entire world of immortality. And given Li Shiming's age, there is still huge room for improvement. The reason why they wanted to make friends with Li Shiming was not only Li Shiming's current level of alchemy, but also Li Shiming's huge potential in the future. A person who is at the top level of the world of immortality in alchemy, and also has a decisive talent in cultivation. He was promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul before he was 100 years old. How could such talent not make them willing to make friends with him? As long as Li Shiming does not perish, he must be a great monk. And it is not impossible to even surpass a great monk. Such a talented monk was actually betrayed by Zhongzhou Trading Company, although it was only done by a certain powerful manager. The powerful manager represented the behavior of Zhongzhou Trading Company. They did not blame Li Shiming for saying that he had terminated the guest agreement. Betrayal was always unforgivable in the world of immortality. The 2 monks chose to contact each other. After they met, they found that Li Shiming had also sent messages to each other. The 2 great monks discussed it, and found out that it was actually very easy to find out who had betrayed Li Shiming's information. The behavior of using the Zhongzhou Trading Company's formation to locate Kuqing's jade plate would be recorded in the formation. But it's a bit troublesome to remove a powerful executive. The person in charge of real power usually has the cultivation level of nascent soul stage, but will not have the cultivation level of a major monk, because holding power means losing a lot of independent time. Only those nascent soul monks who have no intention of practicing will choose this. The real power manager is not a big monk. It seems that 2 big monks are enough to suppress them. However, behind every real power manager, there is a powerful background, and there is more than one big monk among them. "Let's go find the Supreme Elder." Wang Changdong expressed his opinion in a deep voice. "Okay, We can't let Master Li leave Zhongzhou Trading Company like this. It will be Zhongzhou Trading Company's loss. Monk Mingyu nodded in agreement. Monk Mingyu temporarily suspended his mission. He and Wang Chandong flew to a place at the headquarters of the trading company. After passing through a space door, they came to a cave. Wang Chandong, Mingyu, asked to see the Supreme Elder. Their attitude was extremely respectful, and the sounds they made were normal. It seemed that they could not travel far in this vast space. But they understand that in this cave, even the slightest sound will be noticed by the Supreme Elder. How come you are free to come here and talk? Came an old voice. And then the figures of the two great monks disappeared from the place. And when they reappeared, they came to a main hall. Sitting in the middle of the hall was an old man wearing a white robe with white hair and beard. This old man has no discernible cultivation, but he has a sense of harmony with the cave and heaven. Great Elder, I have something important to report here this time. Wang Chandong bowed and said. Then he told what happened about Li Shiming, and showed the message from Li Shiming to the Supreme Elder. This Master Li is quite a talent. You are a bit petty in this matter. For a master of alchemy like Master Li, if you announce his level, there will be nothing to worry about later. You guys are so petty. The Supreme Elder had a thorough understanding of people's hearts. He shook his head slightly, and said with a smile, Wang Chandong and Mingyu were like children, obeying the teachings of the Supreme Elder. They were indeed careful, fearing that Li Shiming would be too busy, and would not have time to refine the elixir for them. If they spread Li Shiming's reputation, Li Shiming will indeed get the attention of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank headquarters. But at the same time, a large number of great monks will come to Li Shiming to make alchemy. Zhongzhou Trading Company is a special superpower, and many monks in it have deep connections with other powers. There are commercial relationships. But over time, commercial relationships will turn into personal friendships. Therefore, after the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank learned about Li Shiming's alchemy skills, not only the great monks from Zhongzhou Commercial Bank would come to Li Shiming to make alchemy, but also the senior monks from various forces who were related to Zhongzhou Commercial Bank would ask him to come over. By then, Li Shiming was afraid that all his free time besides practicing would be occupied by alchemy making. If they wanted to find Li Shiming to make alchemy, they would have to queue up. Even the queue time may be several years or more than 10 years. They had the advantage of getting to know Li Shiming first. How could they give up such a good condition? Their little idea was clearly seen by the Taisheng Elder. Chapter 661 Destroy the Sect. Great Elder, how do you think this matter should be handled? Wang Chandong asked carefully. Ask Director Sun to garrison Hell Island so that you don't have to come back in the future. Also announce to the outside world that Master Li is under the protection of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank and will send it to the Yuqing sect. The Supreme Elder said calmly. Wang Chandong's heart tightened. Even though the Supreme Elder did not do anything to Director Sun, he just transferred him to another place to be stationed. But the garrison point is Hell Island, and it is still garrisoned forever, which has a different meaning. Hell Island is an extremely dangerous place, and they are stationed there to prevent the demons from Hell Cave from leaving Hell Cave. Hell Island is generally guarded by the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent, but in fact it is almost a place where the superpowers exile criminal monks. The degree of danger there is so high that it is one of the most dangerous areas in the world of cultivating immortals. The evil creatures in the Hell Cave are basically in the middle stage of the 4th level. Facing such powerful creatures every day, one can imagine how dangerous it is. The most terrifying thing is that there is unknown radiation in the Hell Cave, which can affect the body of the monks and cause them to mutate without knowing it. Those monks stationed there may transform into evil creatures, and perhaps one day the monks next to them will become enemies. The feeling of being stationed there is absolutely nightmarish. The order of the Supreme Elder was quickly carried out. The forces behind Director Sun did not dare to say no. Supervisor Sun was even escorted to Hell Island by the forces behind him. However, another order from the Supreme Elder, conveying to Yuqing sect that Master Li was protecting Zhongzhou Trading Company, did not produce much effect. The Yuqing sect not only did not reduce the number of great monks in Zhongzhou continent, but instead continuously transferred great monks to Zhongzhou continent. In addition, the two great monks Wang Chandong and Mingyu were unable to contact Li Shiming, which made it impossible for them to convey the decision of Zhongzhou Trading Company. Li Shiming watched Master Duan Zhang's flying boat leave, and he turned around and headed towards his intended target. He was more careful along the way, and fortunately, he didn't encounter any more trouble along the way. Xiao Hengyi's treasure trove was located in a valley. When Li Shiming came here, he was a little stunned, because this valley was covered by a sect-protecting formation. It became the mountain gate of a certain sect. He couldn't help but take out the map he had prepared in Dongqi continent. After checking it repeatedly, he found that this mountain gate was not marked on the map. But this is not surprising. This kind of map of the world of immortality generally will not change for hundreds of years. Like the shaman of large and medium-sized forces, they rarely change in hundreds of years, while small forces or family forces will change their locations from time to time. If a small force encounters a crisis, it will usually choose to take all its members away and find a new place to set up a base. The place Qiuhengyi chose to hide the treasure was not considered a spiritual place in Qiuhengyi's eyes. But for ordinary forces, it was an excellent spiritual place. Li Shiming frowned. He didn't have to worry about Qiuhengyi's treasure hiding place being discovered. Without a treasure map, he wouldn't be able to find it even if he stood on top of the treasure hiding place. He was worried about trouble. He was now being watched by the Yuqing sect. As long as his traces were exposed, he would be hunted down by the Yuqing sect. He is jealous and fat. He was in a state of invisibility, and his aura was restrained by the hidden Phoenix Jade talisman. Among the more than 10 monks who came, there was only one Yuaning early-stage monk, and the rest were all golden elixir monks. These monks could not detect him. Demon cultivator! Li Shiming saw something wrong with these dozen cultivators at a glance. The evil spirits all over the bodies of more than 10 monks were extremely heavy, which was the breath leaked from practicing magic skills. In addition to the evil spirit, these more than 10 monks carried a strong evil aura. Not all magic skills are evil. Many of them have quick methods. In order to quickly achieve magic skills, many evil methods are needed, which makes magic skills almost associated with evil. In fact, almost all demon sects do not practice magic skills normally, but adopt quick methods. If they practice magic skills normally, it is safer to practice Taoist or Buddhist skills at such a slow speed. These more than 10 monks used quick methods and used some evil means to practice certain magic skills. Elder, after destroying that village this time, will you be able to successfully refine the magic treasure? A golden elixir demon cultivator asked aloud. This golden core demonic cultivator must be very popular with the nascent soul demonic cultivator. So he would ask this question. Let's have another look. If that's not enough, we will have to massacre a few more villages. But next time we have to find villages that are further away. We can't be so close to the mountain gate anymore. Nascent soul demonic cultivator replied in a deep voice. They didn't care that the content of the exchange was heard by other monks. They were already close to the sect's formation and were in an extremely safe area. But they didn't expect that Li Shiming was not far away, because his perception was extremely powerful. He could clearly hear the exchanges between these demon cultivators. Li Shiming is no stranger to demonic cultivators. He has also seen demonic cultivators who kill mortals in order to practice demonic skills. Mortals are the foundation of the world of immortality. So this kind of demonic cultivator who uses mortals to practice demonic skills will be a rat that everyone screams at whenever he encounters it. Li Shiming smiled coldly. He originally wanted to sneak into this mountain gate secretly, quietly find the treasure and leave. But now it seems that he has a better way. He ignored the nascent soul demonic cultivator and the following golden core demonic cultivator. In his eyes, these demonic cultivators were all dead. He watched these demon cultivators return to the mountain gate, and as his mind moved slightly, a tall monster figure appeared next to him. This is the Ashura puppet. The Ashura puppet has the strength of the mid-4th level. Along with the Ashura puppet, there is also a giant drum, Ashura drum. The Ashura puppet holds a pair of bone drum hammers in its hands and stands in front of the Ashura drum. Li Shiming waved his hand again, and an illusory figure flew out from the ghost bracelet on his wrist. This was a mid-level 4th grade ghost. He didn't want to leave any traces of the battles he had used before. He believed that with Yu Qingzong's investigative capabilities, he was afraid that any fighting method he had used would be known to Yuqing sect. This time he planned to destroy his sect, but he would not let any monk suspect that it was him. He nodded slightly, and the Ashura puppet raised the bone drum hammer high. The bone drum hammer struck the Ashura drum head, making a dull drum sound. Just when the Ashura puppet appeared, Rui sect's Fong sect formation sounded the alarm. The Rui sect is not a sect here. As a demon sect, it is only the weakest among the medium-sized forces. When it clashed with another medium-sized force, the sect was almost destroyed. Only then did the entire sect move here, since they did not want to be discovered by the hostile sect. The Rui sect did not announce it to the outside world after moving here, but carried out the move quietly. The Rui sect itself is a demon sect, so it will not make any publicity. And this area does not have any particularly important resources, which is why the news of the Rui sect has not spread. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the Rui sect settled here only 30 years ago. If it had existed for longer, it would have been discovered and recorded on the map. Rui sect now only has one monk in the middle stage of Yuanying, who is the supreme elder of Rui sect. At this time, the supreme elder was handling the affairs of the sect, but he sensed an alarm coming from the sect's formation. According to the alarm, he knew that there was a mid-stage nascent soul aura wave appearing outside the sect. The first thing he thought of was his own hostile forces. This was the enemy coming to his door. Just when he was about to react, something happened that made his scalp tingle. The Rui sect formation was rebuilt with the formation materials accumulated over the years. Although it was not as good as the real old medium-sized sect formation, it was at least able to withstand several attacks from mid-stage nascent soul monks. But the news of the attack came just then, and the sect's formation was broken open. As the sect's formation was broken, the sound of drums was heard. The Supreme Elder only felt that the Yuanying in his body was trembling. Every time the drum sounded, his Yuanying vibrated, and at the same time, the chi of the Yuanying also became disordered with the vibration. Horror flashed across his eyes. This was definitely not a hostile force. If the hostile force really had such methods, how could the Rui sect have a chance to survive? He wanted to resist, but at this time, his nascent soul could not be mobilized. Even the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul are like this, let alone other monks from Rui sect. The souls of the monks under the nascent soul were destroyed and died instantly after the first sound of the drum was heard. The monks in the early stage of nascent soul could still struggle to hear the first drum sound. But when the second drum sound came, their nascent soul collapsed, and their bodies collapsed with it. The Ashura puppet has the strength of the middle stage of the 4th grade, and the Ashura drum is an extremely special magic weapon. It is the war drum used by Ashura when he launches war. It not only has the effect of inspiring Ashura to increase his combat power, but also has the effect of attacking the soul of the enemy. Soul attacks in the middle stage of nascent soul are not something that monks in the middle stage of nascent soul from sects such as Rui sect can handle. Without the corresponding defense method of the soul, and without specializing in spiritual skills, you will be defenseless under the attack of the soul. The Supreme Elder did not hold on for long. After listening to more than 10 drum beats, his nascent soul could no longer be maintained, and the nascent soul collapsed with a bang. From the sound of the drum to the death of the Supreme Elder, it only took more than 10 breaths. Every breath of the drum was enough to wipe out a sect. During the entire battle, Li Shiming didn't even move, just watched quietly. Just when he was about to go to the Rui sect to find out where Chiu Heng's treasure was hidden, he suddenly stopped and saw phantoms flying towards the Ashura puppets. Those phantoms are the souls of the demon cultivators of the Rui sect. The souls of the monks who were attacked by the Ashura puppets using Shura drums were the main targets of attack. These souls that were destroyed by the sound of the drums, even the remaining soul energy after death, could not escape. Countless soul shadows flew into the Ashura puppet's body. Li Shiming had a contractual relationship with the Ashura puppet. He could feel that when these soul energies entered the Ashura puppet's body, the energy in the Ashura puppet's body increased a little. This is something Li Shiming never knew. Normal puppets do not have this function. Ashura puppets are puppets that can grow. But this way of growing up is too evil. Devouring souls is not a good thing in the world of immortal cultivators. Once discovered, it will have an evil reputation and end up with the same fate as a demon cultivator. Monks generally believe in the reincarnation of the soul. In fact, it is a reality that the nascent soul forcibly seizes the body and is reborn. Based on this, they believe that the reincarnation of the soul should also exist. The monks believe that after death, the soul will be transformed by heaven and earth and reinjected into the baby's body, reincarnated into another new life. Devouring the soul means that the monk is completely annihilated and has no chance of reincarnation. Li Shiming couldn't help but shook his head. He didn't want the Ashura puppet to absorb the soul, which would make him look like an evil existence. Fortunately, this time we are dealing with demonic cultivators, so they can be considered useless. This is how we should deal with these demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators should not have a chance to reincarnate. He has never thought about promoting the Ashura puppet through this killing method. If he dares to do so, he will most likely become a public enemy in the world of immortality. At that time, countless great monks will chase him, and he will have no way to go to heaven or earth. He waved his hand to put away the Ashura puppet. The 4th grade ghost had already flown into Rui sect. The 4th grade ghost was to prevent any special beings from surviving. Fourth grade ghosts have an extremely useful ability, which is to find life within a certain range. In addition, the fourth grade ghost belongs to the energy body and can ignore most of the wall obstructions. The fourth grade ghost can collect the Ruisek's property without missing anything, no matter how the Ruisek hides it. The fourth grade ghost ignores everything in buildings and underground. If you walk through it, you can find it clearly. Li Shiming didn't care about the fourth grade ghost. One of his brains was connected to the fourth grade ghost, and all the actions of the fourth grade ghost were controlled. It is estimated that the fourth grade ghosts are also very depressed in the world of immortal cultivation, except for a few monks who have the means to fight against the ghosts of the fourth grade mid-stage ghosts. It can be said that most of the mid-stage nascent soul monks have no ability to fight back in front of him. No. But such mid-level fourth grade ghosts have been reduced to cleaning up the battlefield. But in Li Shiming's case, the strength of the mid-level fourth level ghost is indeed nothing. Looking at Li Shiming's various methods, many of them exceed the mid-level fourth level ghost. Not to mention Li Shiming's own combat power. Although Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon are still at the lower level of the fourth level, their combat power is extremely extraordinary and has huge potential. 3. Silver-winged spirit goo insects must be faced carefully by even a great monk. The living dead Xiao Qifeng cooperated with the attack of Thunder Black Bow and reached a level close to that of a great monk. For fourth level puppets, electromagnetic cannon, able to instantly kill most of the mid-stage nascent soul monks. The Nanming Lihua of Jinji Nanming combined with his speed is also in existence that can be difficult for monks in the middle stage of nascent soul to face. In other words, the Golden Corpse and Black Shield that has not been promoted are much weaker than the fourth grade ghost. Chapter 662 Cave Heaven. Although the construction of Ruisek has changed the environment of this valley, Li Shiming still accurately found Qiu Hengyi's treasure house. This is the core hall of the Rui sect, and the cave where its supreme elders practice daily. Qiu Hengyi's treasure trove has the most abundant aura, and the Rui sect's supreme elder's choice was not wrong. It's just that the supreme elder never expected that the secret of the location of the cave he built would be many times more valuable than the entire Rui sect. After Li Shiming determined the position, he used his mind and spiritual power with his fingers to draw a strange pattern in the void. When the last stroke of this strange pattern came to an end, the strange pattern emitted a bright light. A burst of space fluctuations occurred, and a space door appeared in front of him. He smiled. Without the records of the treasure map, it would be impossible to master the method of opening the space door, let alone find the treasure hidden in a certain space. He waved his hand, and the Golden Corpse and Black Shield appeared. And the Golden Corpse and Black Shield walked into the space door. Li Shiming sensed for a moment outside and found no danger in the Golden Corpse and Black Shield, and then followed him into the space door. During the space transition, he appeared in a chaotic world. This world didn't look very big, just a space with a radius of 100 meters. There was soil under his feet. Although the soil had spiritual energy, he felt that the soil was a little weird. He grabbed a handful of soil and began to analyze the composition of the soil. Z15 has detailed information and has testable data for both ordinary soil and spiritual soil. The soil here seems to be no different in composition from the spiritual soil in the outside world, but it lacks a kind of spirituality. This is an indescribable feeling, but it is something that the monks can definitely feel. Just like when a monk gets a spiritual object, he can sense the aura existing inside. And there is also spirituality. Spirituality is also a key factor in judging the quality of a spiritual object. This soil gave Li Shiming the feeling that it was spiritual soil that was piled up in some way, but it was just a pile, and did not give the actual function of spiritual soil. Li Shiming let go of the soil in his hands, and then he realized that there was something wrong with the air here. The spiritual energy in the air is very rich, but it is still not spiritual. When this spiritual energy is absorbed into the body, the absorption rate will be much smaller than the normal spiritual energy of the same concentration. Weird. So weird, he whispered to himself. He thought of something, and a flame appeared on his finger. This was the flame that he had ignited the fire spiritual power. Without his control, the flames changed to high or low, weak or strong. You must know that there is no wind blowing in the space here, and the flames are completely changed by unknown reasons in the space. Comparing the data given by Z15, the space here is a very small cave. However, since Z15 can only compare material information, it cannot find the problem with this cave. But Li Shiming already had a guess in his mind that there was a high probability that there was a lack of rules in this cave. He thought of Qiu Hengyi, a half-step Mahayana monk who did not fully grasp the abilities of a Mahayana monk. Although I don't know how Chiu Hengyi created a cave. This cave must be much worse than the cave of a real Mahayana monk. Li Shiming looked at this cave. There were many shortcomings in this cave. But perhaps this cave was the one he could truly control. He walked to the center of the cave, where there was a jade tablet. There are 4 big characters written on the jade tablet. Half-Life Cave Heaven. And there are some small characters next to it. I, Chiu Heng, have been seeking the Tao for 2,000 years. But because I took a wrong step on the way, I have stopped at half a step of Mahayana. I only have regrets about this Half-Life Cave. I will leave all the core of this Half-Life Cave in the jade tablet. It is destined for future generations. By refining this steel, you will be able to obtain my Half-Life Cave Heaven and understand my way, so that future generations can complete the Half-Life Cave Heaven. Li Shiming looked at the small print and felt a little emotional in his heart. Chiu Hengyi, who can become a half-step Mahayana, is definitely a person with amazing talent. Otherwise, how could he stand out from countless monks? But according to Chiu Hengyi, it was a wrong step in his cultivation that prevented him from comprehending the Mahayana. Li Shiming thought about himself. He had made a wrong step. He had gone on a completely different path than the monks. Looking at his body, the 5 nascent souls are arranged in the 5 elements Naichi array. Even the original soul has been divided into 5 parts. If his soul were not extremely powerful, perhaps the original soul would not be enough to exist alone. Thinking about it again, after he refined Z15 as his natal magic weapon, his changes were even greater. The 190 CPUs of Z15 were transformed into his 190 brains. His current situation is probably truly unique in the world of immortality. He doesn't know if he has gone in the wrong direction. Fortunately, the 5 nascent souls are still functioning normally, and there are no problems with cultivation or anything else. In addition to his true body, his clone Li Yuanba is also abnormal. The Tai Chi body of the clone Li Yuanba is composed of 2 completely opposite states. One is the human state, and the other is the corpse state. Similarly, Li Yuanba's situation is probably unique in the world of immortality. The Mahayana stage is still too far away, Li Shiming said with a self-deprecating smile. He doesn't know what the future will bring. Even if there is a problem in the future, with the existence of Z15, he will have more solutions than Chiu Hengyi. This is his self-confidence. He has single-handedly become the top alchemy master and the top formation master. As long as he is willing, he can become a top existence in any secondary position. In addition, he is still a pure sword cultivator, and he practices the top sword cultivator's technique. Sword intent climbing into the sky. He is also a thunder cultivator, and he practices the top thunder cultivator's technique. Jade Clear Thunder Code. Each of these achievements requires a lifetime of dedication from a talented monk, but he achieved them all in less than 100 years. As his confidence returned, the aura on his body became more solid. He played a method of recognizing the master and landed on the jade tablet. He felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the jade steel. Just when he thought he was about to successfully identify his master, the jade steel burst out with a dazzling light from the jade tablet, following the connection with his soul. A shock wave of spiritual energy surged in. The shock wave of spiritual energy rushed towards his soul and also impacted his physical body. This was the Jade Monument launching an attack on him. And it was an unavoidable attack. He is in the cave. And more importantly, his soul is connected to the Jade Tablet. This connection cannot be instantly lifted if he wants to. His body and soul have reached a level beyond the peak of the normal mid-nascent soul. And the attack launched by this Jade Tablet is equivalent to destroying the body and soul of the peak of the mid-nascent soul. The Jade Tablet's attack didn't hurt him, but it still shocked him. If the Jade Monument's attack were stronger, it would be able to severely damage him. Just after the attack on the Jade Tablet, a message came from the Jade Tablet. Inheritor, you have met the conditions and started to integrate the core of Bansheng Cave Heaven. Only then did Li Shiming understand that Chiu Hengyi did not choose the successor at will. Even if there is a lucky person who gets the treasure map and comes here, but does not meet Chiu Hengyi's conditions, he will be killed by an attack from the Jade Tablet. The master recognition technique he issued carried a little of his soul energy, and the soul energy entered the core of Bansheng Cave Heaven. At this moment, the entire Bansheng Cave had no secrets for him, and he could sense everything in this small cave. In fact, the Bansheng Cave is very small, much smaller than many storage spaces in his hands. Although it is a cave, due to the lack of rules, I am afraid that no spiritual plants will be able to grow here. Even Li Shiming will not choose to practice in this cave, because the spiritual energy in this cave lacks spirituality. The effect of using this spiritual energy to practice too bad. Perhaps for most monks, this cave is at most like a soul crystal ring, which can be carried by the nascent soul in an energy form. But Li Shiming discovered the importance of the half-life cave heaven. Why the treasure map is competed by many monks is because the core of the half-life cave heaven is the core of the half-step rule cave heaven. What is the core of the half-step rules cave heaven? When he senses the core of the Bansheng cave heaven, he will find that there is no protection in the core of the Bansheng cave heaven. Every rule in it is arranged in a concrete way. As the master of Bansheng cave heaven, he can perceive these rules at will. Most of these rules are rules that Qiu Hengyi transferred from the outside world using some means, which requires his understanding of the rules to reach a certain level. There are also a small number of rules that Qiu Heng has figured out on his own. These are special rules, and are the result of his lifelong practice. This is the real precious wealth that Qiu Hengyi left to his descendants. Since the core of Bansheng cave heaven is not encrypted at all, Li Shiming can check these rules bit by bit, which is a great help for him to understand and master the rules. You must know that for a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul to be promoted to a great monk, in addition to his cultivation, he also needs to understand the rules. Perhaps Qiu Heng's understanding of a pair of rules is still far from the Mahayana stage, but understanding some of Qiu Heng's rules is enough to be promoted to a great monk. Li Shiming did not stay in the Bansheng cave for too long. He found that if he really stayed for too long, he might be affected by the rules in the Bansheng cave. The imperfect rules in Bansheng cave heaven will cause certain harm to any life. If they exist in an environment of imperfect rules for a long time, monks will naturally make changes to fit the environment. He came out of the Bansheng cave and sensed that a small light spot was floating next to his 5 nascent souls. Compared to the small crystal ball in the nascent soul of Shai Ji's great power cave, this small spot of light seems extremely shabby. This is probably the difference between a half-step Mahayana monk and a Mahayana monk. He glanced around, and with a slight movement of his mind, the 4th grade ghost returned to his side. There were several mustard rings in the body of the 4th grade ghost. Among the mustard rings were the trophies that the 4th grade ghosts had cleaned up from the Rui sect. He didn't bother to look at them, and casually put away the 4th grade ghosts and the trophies. He used close to the end of the world, and disappeared into the Rui sect. From the time he entered Rui sect until he left, he used the hidden Phoenix Jade talisman to restrain his aura and prevent his aura from being left behind at the scene. If a monk comes to Rui sect, he will think that this is a conflict between demon sections. The residual aura of Azura and the aura of 4th grade ghosts at the scene can explain everything. Li Shiming had made his intended goal of coming to the Zhongzhou continent. He hesitated for a while, whether to return to the Eastern Qi continent or stay in the Zhongzhou continent. He thought about it, and decided not to return to Dong Qi continent. In the Eastern Qi continent, the only one who protected him was the 10,000 Beast sect. However, when the Yuqing sect found out about his possession of the Chishao Thunder Bead, his stay in the 10,000 Beast sect would bring disaster to the 10,000 Beast sect. Even with the protection of Luanfeng Palace, under the full strength of Yuqing sect, the female cultivators stationed at Luanfeng Palace and 10,000 Beasts sect can only protect themselves at best. And the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank branch in the Eastern Qi continent did not have the ability to protect him. Of course, he no longer believed in Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. He had just been betrayed by Zhongzhou Commercial Bank headquarters, and now he no longer believed in anyone. Li Shiming knew very well that when it came to the Chishao Thunder Bead, the top treasure of Leixio, the Yuqing sect could not let him go easily. If he doesn't consider other things, if his own cultivation resources are sufficient, he can enter Zhai Ji's cave and Zongshen's Tao of Heaven and Humanity, all to practice alone. The reason why he hesitated was because the growth of the Phantom Dragon also required resources. Otherwise, it would take hundreds of years to advance the Phantom Dragon from the lower level of the 4th level to the middle level with the help of those 3rd grade spiritual beast increasing pills. As for Xiaofeng, it doesn't matter. He has refined a lot of 4th grade Flying Phoenix Chaoyuan pill, which is enough for Xiaofeng to consume for a long time. The remaining Golden Corpse and Black Shield also require 4th level corpse refining resources. The previous 4th level corpse refining resources were all consumed by him on Golden Corpse Nanning. He finally decided to go to the Vanity Islands, where there were more demon elixir resources. Among them, the 4th grade Dragon Blood Demon Elixir was a great supplement to the Phantom Dragon. But the troublesome thing is that his aura is known to the Yuqing sect. I believe that as long as he shows up, he will be targeted immediately by the Yuqing sect. After thinking about it, he released the living dead Xiao Qifeng and put the hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman on the living dead Xiao Qifeng. He then released his Water Thunder Nascent Soul and entered the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng. With the cover of the hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman, the living dead Xiao Qifeng was no different from a normal middle-stage Nascent Soul monk. He himself entered the cave of Zhai Ge and lost the breath of his body. Even if he was a Water and Thunder Nascent Soul, his breath was hidden by the hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman, and he was covered by the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng. He could no longer connect the living dead Xiao Qifeng with him. This was Li Shiming's first attempt to put his nascent soul into the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng. He used the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng as a boat, and had no intention of letting the Water Thunder Nascent Soul control the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng. If you want to control the living dead Xiao Qifeng, you still need to get in touch with the Heavenly Ghost. And then, the Heavenly Ghost will control the living dead Xiao Qifeng. Although this is troublesome, it will not cause too much conflict between the bodies of the Water Thunder Yuanying and the living dead Xiao Qifeng. Contact. Chapter 663 Anyu Island is a large island located in the Fuhua Islands. It is also the gathering place for casual cultivators in the Fuhua Islands. The casual cultivator force named Anyu Island is the dominant force here, and is jointly guarded by 3 great monks. Loose cultivators who come here can be protected in Anyu Island as long as they give the corresponding spirit stones. The strength of the 3 great monks ensures that some casual cultivators will not be a problem at all. There are no resources here that can make the superpowers excited, so there is no need to worry about the covetousness of those superpowers. On this day, a tall monk with a strange aura came to Anyu Island. He rented a cave according to the standards of the middle nascent soul. The person who came was none other than the living dead Xiao Qifeng. The hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman concealed his great monk aura and Li Shiming's nascent soul aura, revealing only the middle nascent soul realm. Because the living dead Xiao Qifeng's physical body is extremely powerful, although the aura of the great monk's physical body is hidden, ordinary monks will instinctively feel a sense of threat when they get close. However, such monks are not uncommon. Almost all body-refining monks are like this. This is a sign of strong physical body. It can be said that the living dead Xiao Qifeng at this time is a clone of Li Shiming, although this clone needs to be controlled through indirect methods, which is very inconvenient. Li Shiming did not go directly to the cave. He wandered around Anyu Island. This island is very large. In addition to one main peak, there are 4 auxiliary peaks. Between the 5 peaks, there is a flat valley. This is also a place for casual cultivators to exchange resources. Of course, the main business here is the trading of demon pills for spirit beasts. Many monks wandering here make a living by hunting spirit beasts. With spirit beasts as the industrial chain, an industry of hunting, sales, processing, weapon refining, and elixir refining has been formed on Anyu Island, which has become the source of resources for casual cultivators here. Li Shiming walked on the street with interest. There were stalls on both sides of the road. Most of them were monks who had hunted spiritual beasts and didn't want to sell them to shops at low prices. They released their harvests for sale. He walked through the area for 2nd and 3rd level spiritual beasts, and came to the area for 4th level spiritual beasts. The owners of the stalls here were all nascent soul cultivators. It was hard to imagine that the nascent soul cultivator, who was called the Ancestor in the northern Shu continent, was setting up a street stall in the Zhongzhou continent. This difference made him a little surprised. Even in the eastern Qi dynasty, the status of Yuanying monks was extremely high. Of course, the nascent soul monks here sell 4th grade spiritual beast materials, which is not comparable to the nascent soul monks from the northern Shu mainland. Whether to stay in the Beishu continent, which has a higher status but lacks resources, or to stay in the Zhongzhou continent, which has many resources but a large number of Yuanying monks, still depends on the monk's own luck and choices. Luck refers to the nascent soul monks in the northern Shu continent. Even if they want to leave, they cannot leave. They have no route away from the northern Shu continent. Leaving the northern Shu continent is almost a gamble of life and death. The choice was the nascent soul monks from the Zhongzhou continent. They naturally knew that staying in those remote continents would give them a very high status based on their strength. But how many real monks would give up a better cultivation environment for status? In a place like Beishu continent, where the environment for cultivating immortals is extremely desolate, you could almost see the end of your life. So what if you become an ancestor there? How do you sell this 4th grade demon pill? Li Shiming found a 4th grade demon pill with some dragon blood, and he walked over and asked aloud. The person selling the 4th grade demon elixir was a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. He had a gray beard and a face that looked like it had gone through many changes. But there was a shrewd light in his eyes. "This is the demon elixir of the 4th grade dragon beast. Our team of monks set up a trap, but we still paid a lot of money to get it. When we sold it to the shop, we only gave 1 4th grade elixir. I was not willing to sell it. If you want it, I'll give you 2 4th grade elixirs." The mid-stage nascent soul monk said his request with a look of reluctance. Li Shiming couldn't help but shook his head. He naturally knew that what the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul said was untrue. Judging from the concentration of dragon blood contained in the 4th grade demon elixir, this 4th grade spirit beast is a weak existence among dragon beasts. And with the demon elixir of lower grade 4th grade quality, this dragon beast is also a lower grade 4th grade beast. Strength. It is estimated that if you meet the mid-stage nascent soul monk in front of you, you can kill a 4th grade lower level dragon beast with one hand. The monk in the middle stage of Yuaning said this just because he wanted to get more points. And the price for opening 2 4th grade elixirs was even higher. You must know that even if the 4th grade demon elixir is sent to the alchemy master, you still need to pay the alchemy reward to get 2 4th grade elixirs. The level of alchemy masters that casual cultivators can hire will not be very high, and there is a certain probability that the alchemy will fail. In that case, you will lose all your money, and you will also have to pay compensation. Exchange this 4th grade elixir for this 4th grade demon elixir. If you agree, exchange it. Li Shiming took out a 4th grade elixir of the early nascent soul and showed it in his hand. He has a lot of these rubbish elixirs, and he will gain some every time he kills a nascent soul cultivator. The reason why it is said to be a rubbish elixir is that in the eyes of him, a top alchemy master, it is no different from rubbish. If he takes this 4th grade elixir, the impurities in it will affect his cultivation speed. What he normally takes is a 4th grade high grade elixir, and it is a 4th grade high grade elixir that has reached the highest quality in alchemy theory. Its impurities have been reduced to the extreme, which means that the interval between each time he takes a 4th grade high grade elixir is only 2 days. The 4th grade elixirs refined by other alchemy masters generally have a dosage interval ranging from 7 days to half a month. Fellow Taoist, I'm happy with it, so I changed it, said the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul without hesitation, and took the 4th grade elixir with a wave of his hand. Li Shiming put away the 4th grade demon elixir, but he saw greed in the eyes of the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. A new face can easily trade 4th grade elixirs. This behavior is definitely eye-catching among casual cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that Li Shiming's living dead Shao Qi Feng showed that he was in the middle stage of nascent soul, and that this was within the scope of Anyu Island, this middle stage Yuaning monk would have taken action long ago. Robbery is one of the ways of survival for casual cultivators. Only by robbing limited resources can one stand out among countless casual cultivators. Li Shiming glanced at the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator lightly. It was not that he looked down on the other party. Even if this body stood motionless in front of the other party and allowed the other party to attack, the other party would not be able to harm this body at all. His contemptuous look made the middle stage nascent soul monk feel angry in his heart. The monks in the middle stage of nascent soul have made a judgment on Li Shiming's identity. Li Shiming is a monk from a certain sect, and only this kind of monk who just came out of the sect naturally has a superior attitude. The sect monks may not be able to sense the arrogance of the sect monks towards the casual cultivators, but the sect cultivators can clearly feel it. Li Shiming ignored the mid-nascent soul monk, and then moved forward to check other stalls. After that, he took action twice more. Whether it was his good luck or the large number of spirit beasts hunted here, he received 3 dragon bloodline 4th rank demon pills in one shopping trip. Although they are all lower level 4th grade demon elixirs, they are considered good food for the phantom dragon. It is mainly the 4th grade demon elixir containing dragon blood. In addition to absorbing the dragon blood, the phantom dragon can also absorb the energy from the 4th grade demon elixir to improve itself. In the world of cultivating immortals, spirit beasts can grow by devouring each other's demon pills. As long as the beasts have similar attributes, the improvement effect of their demon pills will be better. After the booth area, there is the shop area, which covers all aspects of the world of immortality. Li Shiming looked around as he walked. The largest shop here was run by Anyu Island himself. Unfortunately, his idea of buying the 4th grade demon elixir of the dragon bloodline came to nothing. After the 4th grade demon elixir here was purchased, it would be sent to alchemy. This is understandable. Only by refining the 4th grade demon elixir into a 4th grade spiritual elixir can the value be maximized. Selling alchemy materials directly would be a loss for the shop. Li Shiming flew to his cave with some disappointment. He spent a lot of money. The cave was a cave in the middle stage of nascent soul. It was located on a secondary peak, which was his deliberate choice. There were caves of 3 great monks on the main peak, and he did not want to get too close to the 3 great monks. With the magical power of reaching in one fell swoop, he can escape 3,000 miles away before the big monk approaches him. As long as he doesn't get too close to the big monk. The cave is very simple, but it has complete functions. The cave was of little use to him. Li Shiming's true body was practicing in the Tao of Heaven and Humanity, Hall of Jai Ji's powerful cave. And the true body of Jai Ji's powerful cave was held by the water and thunder nascent soul, and was in the body of the living dead Xiao Qi Feng. So wherever the living dead Xiao Qi Feng goes, that's where Li Shiming will leave Jai Ji's cave. The mission of the living dead Xiao Qi Feng is to collect some information, the most important of which is the information about Yuqing Sect and Zhongzhou Trading Company, and to collect the resources needed for corpse refining and Phantom Dragon. He felt that he had come to the right place. This was indeed a good place. As long as he collected more 4th grade dragon blood demon elixirs, the Phantom Dragon would advance to the intermediate level faster. Fellow Taoist Wang, have you sold the 4th grade demon elixir of your dragon bloodline? Zhang Teng, a gray-bearded monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, came to the second stall where Li Shiming bought the 4th grade demon elixir and asked the stall owner. After Li Shiming traded the 4th grade dragon bloodline demon elixir from Zhang Teng set his sights on Li Shiming. Zhang Teng was very familiar with the sale of 4th grade spiritual beast materials here. He saw Li Shiming stopping at Wang Daoyu's place from a distance, and guessed that Li Shiming had also traded away the 4th grade demon elixir of dragon blood from Wang Daoyu. Yes, it seems yours has been sold too, Wang Daoyu replied with a smile. Of course he was happy in his heart. A demon pill was exchanged for a 4th grade spiritual pill. This transaction was extremely cost-effective. Although you may be able to get 2 4th grade elixirs by sending the 4th grade demon elixir to the alchemy master, the cost of asking the alchemy master to take action is too high. Unless it is the 4th grade elixir you need, he will not directly find an alchemy master to make alchemy. Your 4th grade dragon bloodline demon elixir was also bought? Mine was also bought. It seems that the monk is collecting the dragon bloodline 4th grade demon elixir. Another fellow Taoist Wu, Li Shiming, bought the 4th grade demon elixir. The stall owner of 3 dragon-blooded 4th grade demon elixirs came over and answered. They were all human beings, and they all saw Li Shiming's extraordinary background from the refreshing energy of Li Shiming taking out the 4th grade elixir. If they were allowed to face Li Shiming alone, they would really not dare to tell the truth. A middle-stage Yuanying monk with an extraordinary background has a combat power that is much higher than that of a middle-stage Yuanying monk who is a casual cultivator. But there are 3 mid-stage Yuanying monks here alone, plus their respective hunting teams of the 3 mid-stage Yuanying monks. Their combat power is definitely enough. The only question is whether the spiritual object on Li Shiming's body is worth killing 3 hunting teams together. Didn't you notice that the monk's robes are of the 4th grade and upper level? Those boots are enough to exchange for a good magic weapon, fellow Taoist Wang said with a smile. The style of the mustard ring on the monk's finger. The mustard ring is a high-end product, and when he stretched out his hand, he revealed a bracelet. It should also be a very high-quality magic weapon. Zhang Teng continued. They all have very good eyesight. What Wang Daoyu saw was a set of robes on the living dead Xiao Qi Feng. In fact, Li Shiming just randomly chose a set of robes to wear on his body. In his eyes, the 4th grade upper level and the 4th level lower level were almost the same, and they were both useless garbage. A set of robes was put on Xiao Qi Feng, the living dead, just to show off. The defensive power of the living dead Xiao Qingfeng's own body is countless times stronger than this set of robes. Even a real 4th grade high-level defensive magic weapon, when controlled by a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, is not as good as the living dead Xiao Qingfeng's physical body of defense. The bracelet Zhang Teng mentioned was indeed a good thing. But if he knew what magic weapon it was, he would probably give up the idea of plotting against Li Shiming immediately. Because that bracelet is a ghost bracelet, and there is a 4th grade mid-level ghost in it. The mid-stage nascent soul monks in casual cultivation have a very low chance of survival when facing the 4th grade mid-level ghosts. Few monks in casual cultivation have spiritual defense magic weapons. After a short discussion, the 3 middle-stage nascent soul monks, who did not know whether to live or die, figured out how to deal with Li Shiming. They often use this method to deal with new monks like Li Shiming who have little experience, and they use it repeatedly with success. The living dead Xiao Qi Feng does not need to practice. And the cave, he rinses just for other monks to see. After staying in the cave for 2 days, he left the cave again and came to the street. You know, Dorson came back from outside and said he found a lair of dragon bloodline beasts. There were nearly 100 dragon bloodline beasts in it. He heard a monk talking on the side. Dorson has made a fortune this time. He is looking for several large hunting teams to sell the location of the dragon bloodline spirit beast's lair. This harvest alone will allow him to live freely for a while. Another one, the monk also knew something. So he continued. Li Shiming's heart moved slightly. He was very interested in this nest of dragon bloodline spirit beasts. As for the number of nearly 100, it might be a trouble for other hunting teams. But for him, it was good news. Chapter 664 Intelligence. Dorson does not have multiple ears, but is an information dealer who hangs out on Anyu Island. Li Shiming spent almost no effort to find this ugly-looking monk in the early stage of yuanying. To be honest, monks who have reached the stage of yuanying can readjust if they are dissatisfied with their appearance when they are promoted to the stage of yuanying. Therefore, nascent soul monks rarely see people with vulgar looks. They can be ugly or weird. These are characteristics and the signs of a monk. But no monk will really like such a vulgar appearance. Dorson is one of the very few nascent soul monks who retains his wretched appearance. When Li Shiming met him, he was making a deal with another person. Senior, why are you looking for me? Duo Air-san? Duo Air-san asked, bowing to Li Shiming flatteringly. Li Shiming's eyes flashed with light. At such a close distance, his mind was activated naturally, although it was not easy for his mind to listen to the yuanying monk's thoughts. Who said that the realm of this Duo Air-san was lower than Li Shiming's? And his spirit it's even worse. Li Shiming could sense that Duo Air-san had a lot of thoughts. And there was one point that needed special attention. Dorson knew him. Or at least heard of him. The one Duo Air-san knew could not be Li Shiming, the alchemy master, nor the original great monk Xiao Qi Feng, but the living dead Xiao Qi Feng a few days ago. A middle-stage nascent soul monk who had just come to Anyu Island. Li Shiming also sensed the atmosphere of conspiracy from Duo Air-san. But the detailed content of the conspiracy could not be sensed. The main reason was that Duo Air-san had too many thoughts. Even in the process of communicating with him, there were many things in his heart. Thoughts are spinning. This was the first time he had encountered a monk like Dorson. This kind of intelligence dealer seemed to be receiving information in some way all the time, which greatly affected his ability to listen to the inner voice of others. But it doesn't matter. He knows that there is a conspiracy against him. And judging from the situation of Duo Air-san, there is a high probability that the plot against him is one of the 4th-grade demon pills of the dragon bloodline that he bought that day. The monk in the middle stage of nascent soul wanted to deal with him. And he had the urge to laugh just thinking about it. He is not arrogant. The world of immortality is not without reason. There is a huge gap in strength between the sect monks and casual cultivators. The sect monks have a complete inheritance system, are led by their masters, have a sect library to supplement their knowledge system, and a sect mission system to help them obtain resources. What's more important is that sect monks can obtain magic weapons from the sect more easily, and the magic weapons are the most suitable for them. As for casual cultivation, first of all, there is no choice in terms of techniques. You can practice whatever you have. Resources are even more difficult to obtain. The magic weapon depends on your own opportunities. How can a monk who grew up in this way compare to the sect monks trained by the system? The living dead Xiao Qi Feng, who was exposed by Li Shiming, was basically the body of a great monk. Even a super powerful middle-stage nascent soul monk had to kneel when facing the living dead Xiao Qi Feng. There are quite a few superpower mid-stage nascent soul monks who died at the hands of the living dead Xiao Qi Feng. I heard that you have information about the nest of dragon bloodline spirit beasts, Li Shiming asked calmly. In fact, after sensing Dorson's emotions, he was a little disappointed. He thought this was false intelligence. Yes, I discovered it accidentally. Fortunately, I have some means and came back from there alive, Dorson said with a slightly frightened look. Under Li Shiming's other mind, perception, he discovered that what Dorson said was actually true. Suffice it to say that things were a bit coincidental. Zhang, Wang and Wu, 3 middle-stage yuan casual cultivators, approached Duo Air-san to release bait information. Duo Air-san, as an information dealer, originally did not want to agree, because once the 3 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators Zhang, Wang and Wu failed to deal with Li Shiming, then Li Shiming will definitely find Dorson, the guy who provides information to let him into the trap. But by chance, Dorson happened to have information about the nest of dragon bloodline spirit beasts. With the real information, he could not only benefit from the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks, but also avoid offending Li Shiming, a mid-stage nascent soul monk. Get away from the incident. What's the price? I want the information on the dragon bloodline beast's lair, Li Shiming asked in a deep voice. 3 4th-grade elixirs for the early stage of nascent soul. Dorson was not polite. Through his own intelligence sources, he learned about Li Shiming's large-scale acquisition of the 4th-grade demon elixir of dragon bloodline. So he quoted a high price for a piece of information. Li Shiming needed it urgently anyway. And if something happened to Li Shiming, the resources in his hands would be in vain, and the 3 mid-stage nascent soul casual cultivators, Zhang, Wang and Wu, might as well benefit themselves. If there is any problem with the intelligence, I will come back to you. Li Shiming took out 3 4th-grade elixirs of the early stage of nascent soul, handed them into Dorson's hands, and said calmly. He didn't show anything too threatening. But these light words made Dorson feel like the hairs all over his body stood up and his scalp felt numb. He felt as if he was being targeted by some ferocious beast. Of course, as a Yuanying monk, it was impossible to be afraid of ferocious beasts. This was just a human's instinct for danger. Senior, please rest assured. The credibility of my Dorson is absolutely guaranteed. Dorson patted his chest hard and said. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Shiming. Li Shiming took the jade slip. The jade slip contained a sea map with a mark on it, and also detailed the appearance and strength of the dragon beast that Dorson had seen. Li Shiming nodded, put away the jade slips, turned around and left. After Li Shiming left, Duo Urson, who was standing there, felt wet with cold sweat. Damn it! How could they provoke such a being? I need to find a place to hide first. Dorson muttered to himself. He didn't stay here longer. Turned around and walked towards a secret place. When he reappeared not long after, his face had changed. Moreover, this face had another identity on Anyu Island, and he used this face to enter a cave that no one knew about. Li Shiming left Anyu Island. When he flew out of Anyu Island, a monk took out the contact card and passed on the news of his departure. He used ordinary flying skills. The living dead Xiao Qi Feng had no nascent soul, and could only fly with his physical body. However, the Water Thunder nascent soul could fly using the water flying skill. With the help of the Water and Thunder nascent soul, he could also display spiritual eyes, other minds, and even south close to the end of the world. But with the body of the living dead Xiao Qi Feng, a great monk, south close to the end of the world, can be used. The speed will drop a lot. Rogue cultivators are indeed rogue cultivators. On the only way from Anyu Island to the target area, Li Shiming sensed the breath of a trap, and he couldn't help shaking his head and muttering to himself. He had encountered an ambush by Yuqing Zone before. If the trap had not been discovered in advance by the drone satellite system, it would have been difficult to detect it by just relying on perception. Yuqing Sect's concealment formation and the Hidden Thunder spell are both excellent means of ambush. But look at the casual cultivators in front. They are using a 4th-grade low-level concealment formation. This concealment formation is not only arranged by the formation plate, but because the quality is too low. For a formation master like Li Shiming, it is far away. You can feel the breath emanating from the concealment formation. He pretended not to see it and jumped into the trap. Ha ha ha! Bursts of wild laughter came, and more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators appeared in 3 directions around Li Shiming. These were 3 hunting teams, led by Zhang, Wang and Wu, 3 mid-stage nascent soul casual cultivators, who surrounded Li Shiming from all directions. Although he was a casual cultivator, he had a lot of experience in ambush. Unless Li Shiming killed him directly, it would be difficult for him to leave. I didn't expect all 3 of you to come. Li Shiming shook his head and said, Stop talking nonsense and hand over the mustard ring, Zhang Tun said with a glare. And the bracelet on your wrist. Wang Daoyu continued. Take off your robe as well, fellow Taoist Wu added. Li Shiming looked at the nascent soul cultivators around him, with greed in their eyes. But they also understand that as sect monks, they definitely have desperate means in their hands. Once they take action, at least some of their nascent soul cultivators will be seriously injured. So they need to let Li Shiming disarm himself first. Do you want the bracelet? Here it is. Li Shiming looked in the direction of fellow Taoist Wang, and without any hesitation took off the ghost bracelet and threw it to fellow Taoist Wang. Wang Daoyu didn't expect that Li Shiming would be so easy to talk to and hand over the ghost bracelet so easily. Greed made him instinctively reach out to pick up the ghost bracelet. His judgment on the ghost bracelet was that it should be an auxiliary magic weapon. Don't blame him for his lack of knowledge. In fact, he has never even heard of a creature that can imprison a certain kind of creature and has a combat power equivalent to that of the mid-stage nascent soul. Just as he caught the ghost bracelet, an illusory and transparent hand stretched out from the ghost bracelet and grabbed his hand. The two hands came together as if they were holding each other. And then the fourth-grade ghost's hand penetrated into Wang Daoyu's body. Fellow Taoist Wang felt a chill all over his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His body and nascent soul were all frozen. This was just his feeling, coming from his soul and spirit. In fact, his situation was more terrifying than his body being frozen. His soul and spirit were attacked by the fourth-grade ghost, causing him to have delusions. This is a fourth-grade mid-level ghost. Even those super-powerful middle-stage nascent soul monks would not dare to get close to a fourth-grade mid-level ghost without any mental protection. What's more, a mid-stage Yuanian casual cultivator has no resistance to the fourth-grade ghost. After contact with the fourth-grade ghost, he will immediately be completely under control. Everything that happened to fellow Taoist Wang was within his body. In addition, the fourth-grade ghost entered fellow Wang's body as soon as it appeared, and did not reveal the aura of the fourth-grade ghost. The nascent soul cultivators around him still didn't know what happened to him, and they all looked at the ghost bracelet in his hand with envious and greedy eyes. Everyone can see that this ghost bracelet is an extremely precious magic weapon. You haven't handed over the mustard ring and the robe yet. When Zhang Teng saw that fellow Taoist Wang had benefited, he couldn't help shouting louder. Wait a minute. I'll show you something fun, Li Shiming said with a smile. He waved his hand, and the Azura puppet and Azura drum appeared beside him. As soon as the Azura puppet appeared, it struck the Azura drum with the bone hammer in its hand. Stop him quickly! Wu Daoyu knew something was wrong when he saw the Azura puppet, and he quickly reminded him. However, they were all affected by Li Shiming's initial attitude and greed for treasures. Only a handful of nascent soul cultivators among them responded. The other nascent soul cultivators wanted to launch an attack, but had already heard the drumbeat. Voice. Wu Daoyu's fourth-grade flying sword is the fastest. When he issued a reminder, he drove the fourth-grade flying sword to shoot at Li Shiming. This was also his fastest attack method. With a clang sound, the fourth-grade flying sword struck the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng. When it was still an inch away from the physical body, it was blocked by the aura released from the physical body. It was precisely because of Wu Daoyu's attack that the hidden aura of the living dead Xiao Qifeng was completely exposed. A terrifying aura of the great monk's physical body spread around, making Zhang Teng and fellow Taoists Wu both shocked. They actually ambushed a great monk. At the same time, they also felt indignant at the actions of the great monk. Aren't you kidding me? The dignified monk transformed into a monk in the middle stage of Yuaniing, and also deliberately revealed his wealth. But it was not their turn to think too much. Amidst the beating of Azura's puppet drum, the only thing they could do was to keep their minds tight to avoid being shattered by the Azura's drum. They only lasted until 7 drums, and the souls of Zhang Teng and Wu Daoyu were destroyed. The rest of the weaker nascent soul cultivators had all died long before that. From the fallen nascent soul cultivator, soul shadows flew towards the Azura puppet, and the Azura puppet's strength increased slightly. He collected the trophies casually. When he saw these trophies, especially the mustard ring and the spiritual objects in the space ring, he realized how poor the casual cultivator was. Among these Yuaniing monks, there are actually Yuaniing monks who are using a lower level space ring instead of the mustard ring. In the mustard seed ring and the space ring, there are only a very small number of single-digit 4th grade elixirs. Among casual cultivators, there are only 2 magic weapons with the most. The best quality magic weapon is only a 4th grade mid-level magic weapon. This group of nascent soul casual cultivators, there is only one of them. He even found no 4th grade magic weapon in the space rings of several early Yuaniing casual cultivators. These few Yuaniing casual cultivators were still using 3rd grade magic weapons. However, it is not all without gain. Among the space items of these nascent soul casual cultivators, there are more or less 4th grade spiritual beast materials, which are of some value. Li Shiming did not collect the corpses of casual cultivators. Although they were corpses in the nascent soul stage, the talents and foundations of these casual cultivators were too poor. Even if they were made into refined corpses, their strength would be the weakest among the same level of refined corpses. He didn't want to waste his corpse refining materials on these corpses. If he really wanted to refine corpses, the corpses of the superpower nascent soul mid-stage monks he had collected before were the best materials. Chapter 665 Dragon Beast. Li Shiming found the location given by Dorson, and found a location in the ocean. The monk had his own way. Using the Bagua positioning method, monks can accurately find a specific location in the ocean. Standing on the sea, he controlled the living dead Xiao Qifeng to observe the front. Xue Lei Yuanying used his spiritual vision, and saw a very short stone island. This stone island had no life on it. Even when the tide was high, the stone island would be submerged in the seawater. This seemingly useless stone island is actually inhabited by some dragon beasts. Dragon beasts are a very special branch of spiritual beasts. Dragon beasts refer to spiritual beasts with a certain low-level of dragon blood. If a dragon's bloodline is higher than a certain level, he will be called a dragon. And if his bloodline is higher than a certain level, he will be called a dragon. But this does not mean that dragon beasts are weak. In fact, as long as there is dragon blood, dragon beasts are one level higher than ordinary spiritual beasts from the starting point. The dragon beast in front of him is a rare social dragon beast among dragon beasts. Li Shiming didn't recognize the specific species, and there was nothing he could do about it. There are so many varieties of dragon beasts that it is impossible to explain them clearly. This is related to the giant dragon clan in ancient times. The giant dragon was so lustful that its bloodline mixed with many spiritual beasts to produce offspring. In the world of immortality, some rare varieties of dragon beasts are discovered from time to time. And even the classics do not have complete records. Not to mention that when Li Shiming first came to Zhongzhou continent, he didn't even recognize all the spiritual beasts here, let alone the dragon beasts. There are more than 10 dragon beasts on the stone island, and the strength of each dragon beast is at the lower level of the 4th level. Based on Dorson's information, there should be nearly 100 dragon beasts here, which means nearly 100 4th grade dragon beasts. The leader among them definitely has the strength of a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. And there may even be stronger dragon beasts. Really seeing the situation of the dragon beast made Li Shiming dare not act rashly. He would not take action rashly without finding out the true situation of the dragon beast group. This is not timidity, but the most basic caution of a monk. If a monk loses his caution and caution, he is not far from his demise. The living dead Xiao Qingfeng's location was 50 miles away from the stone island, which he considered to be a safe distance. Li Shiming figured out that the way to detect the dragon beasts was very simple, which was to stay here and wait for observation. While he was waiting, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, and a big mouth with sharp teeth bit his body. He was indeed taken aback. The attack was so sudden and without any warning in advance that it caught him off guard. The sharp teeth made contact with his body and made a clicking sound. The living dead Xiao Qingfeng's 4th grade upper level robe was bitten with holes, but the sharp teeth stopped on his skin. His arm reversed strangely and grabbed the throat of the spirit beast that was biting him. The spirit beast couldn't help but let go and lost its ability to move due to his grip. At this time, he saw clearly that the spiritual beast in his hand was one of the dragon beasts 50 miles away. This dragon beast approached him somehow and successfully attacked him, even though this dragon beast couldn't hurt him. If the living dead Xiao Qingfeng's body wasn't at the level of a great monk, this bite would have been enough to cause serious damage to him. He was about to tighten his palms and crush the dragon beast to death, but he quickly stopped. He needs to explore the dragon beast herd. Isn't this the best spy? As for how to control the dragon beast, his method is very crude. That is, he uses the human reincarnation art to continuously torture the dragon beast's soul, so that when the dragon beast's soul is at its weakest, he inserts a soul-controlling secret method to make it a dragon beast became his spiritual pet for a short time. This is the secret method of the 10,000 Beast sect, which can forcefully control a spiritual beast. But this does not mean it is a true spiritual pet. The spirit beast under the secret method cannot be controlled for a long time, usually only for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the spirit beast will lose control of its soul and go crazy. As a monk of the 10,000 Beast sect, he has also learned many secret techniques against spiritual beasts. And this is one of them. Li Shiming sensed the soul of the dragon beast. Unfortunately, the dragon beast was not a real spiritual pet. He could only give a relatively simple command, and then the dragon beast needed to act on its own. The order he gave to the dragon beast was to return to the lair. After he gave the order to the dragon beast turned towards the stone island. The movement method of the dragon beast is very special. When it comes into contact with the seawater, its breath is completely fused by the seawater, and the existence of the dragon beast can no longer be sensed. No wonder even Li Shiming fell for it, and was successfully attacked. This dragon beast's ability in the ocean is too weird. thinking that Dorson was able to escape from this kind of dragon beast. He must have some special means of escape. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to the dragon beast's ability, which was still far behind the phantom dragon's stealth ability. The phantom dragon can be invisible anywhere, but this dragon beast can only hide its aura in sea water. The phantom dragon's stealth ability is stronger. Li Shiming mobilized the secret method, and the controlled dragon beast's vision appeared in front of him. This dragon beast came to the stone island. More than a dozen dragon beasts resting on the stone island ignored it. It came to the back of a huge stone on the stone island, where there was a cave entrance. The entrance to the cave is obscured by boulders and cannot be observed from a distance. The dragon beast entered the cave. There were some kind of shining gems on the stone walls of the cave, which made the cave not dark. There are many branches in this cave. Through the eyes of the dragon beast, Li Shiming can see that there is a dragon beast in every branch. He ordered the dragon beast to move along the main path to avoid contact with the dragon beast at the fork, at least before exploring all the conditions in the cave. He did not want this dragon beast to have too much contact with other dragon beasts. According to the moving position of the dragon beast, this place is already under the sea, but there is no sea water here. On the contrary, the cave is still a little dry. Not long after the dragon beast moved downward, it entered a large space. What Li Shiming saw through the dragon beast made his heart beat a bit slower, because he saw 15 fourth grade mid-level dragon beasts. He naturally knew what this meant, through his studies at the 10,000 Beast sect, and with his knowledge of spiritual beasts. He knew that a spiritual beast group would be divided into 3 different classes of spiritual beasts. Ordinary spirit beasts, which are the most numerous spirit beasts in the group, and elite spirit beasts, also known as guardian spirit beasts, are the elite of the spirit beast group. Finally, there is the leader of the spirit beast group, and he is also the strongest being in the spirit beast group. The 15 fourth grade mid-level dragon beasts in front of them should be the guard dragon beasts of the dragon beast group. They are the clan leaders who guard the dragon beast group. The dragon beast controlled by Li Shiming came here, and was stopped by a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast making a sound. Of course, he didn't understand the meaning of the sound made by the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. But the dragon beast he controlled instinctively knew the meaning, and he, who had a soul connection with it, sensed it. He looked at the hole on the other side of the space, and understood that that was where the leader of the dragon beast clan should be. The control time of the dragon beast didn't last long, so he issued a mandatory order to the dragon beast. The dragon beast ignored the orders of the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. Instead, it accelerated its speed and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Obviously, the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast did not expect that the 4th grade low-level dragon beast would disobey itself. By the time it reacted, the dragon beast controlled by Li Shiming had already rushed into the cave entrance. Almost instantly, 15 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts moved together, and they rushed towards the dragon beast that dared to offend the clan leader. The dragon beast controlled by Li Shiming entered the cave entrance. Through the dragon beast's eyes, he saw a huge figure, which was a dragon beast more than 20 meters long. The aura of the 4th grade mid-level peak and the natural bloodline suppression made the body of this 4th grade low-level dragon beast stiff. Even if Li Shiming wanted to control it, he had no way to control it. The leader of the dragon beast, who was at the peak of the 4th grade intermediate level, glanced at the dragon beast with his eyes. This glance shocked Li Shiming, who was 50 miles away, and suddenly lost contact with the dragon beast. Li Shiming breathed a long sigh of relief. He could sense the terror of the dragon beast clan leader. This is the leader of the dragon beast clan at the peak of the 4th grade intermediate level. The dragon bloodline is extremely rich, and has definitely reached the 1st level of dragon. The most important thing is that the spirit beasts of the dragon and phoenix bloodline are far superior to ordinary spirit beasts in strength. Just like the great monks of the 10,000 Beast sect, they can fight against the great monks with the help of dragon and phoenix bloodline spiritual pets that are only in the middle stage of nascent soul. So Li Shiming was in trouble. The leader of the dragon beast at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul was probably no less powerful than a monk who had just entered the realm of a great monk. And even if Li Shiming has the living dead Xiao Qifeng, his combat power is close to that of a great monk. In terms of strength, he may be inferior to the peak dragon beast clan leader in the middle stage of nascent soul. But he had no intention of giving up, in addition to wanting to obtain the demon elixirs of these dragon beasts. The most important point was that he had just sensed the aura of the Dragon Vein Source Crystal. Dragon Vein Source Crystal is the key for Phantom Dragon to have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan today. What Li Shiming got at that time was the dragon vein source crystal of a 4th grade 4-clawed dragon. After being fused with Phantom Dragon, he was promoted to a 4-clawed dragon. The Phantom Dragon later devoured a large amount of dragon blood, and then evolved into a 5-clawed dragon. The dragon vein source crystal that Li Shiming sensed had an extremely primitive aura. It was not the dragon vein source crystal that ordinary dragons could condense. In his opinion, the entire dragon beast group combined is probably not as valuable as this dragon vein source crystal. It is extremely difficult for Li Shiming to snatch the dragon vein source crystal from the strengths of 15 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts and 1 4th grade mid-level peak dragon beast clan. He summoned the Phantom Dragon, and the sea is the Phantom Dragon's home ground. He gave the order to the Phantom Dragon, and the Phantom Dragon's hidden figure flew towards the direction of the Stone Island. He had no intention of letting the Phantom Dragon directly enter the lair to steal the dragon vein source crystal. Although the Phantom Dragon's stealth ability was strong, it was hard to say whether it could hide itself at close range from the mid-nascent soul dragon beast. The chance of being discovered is extremely high, as the dragon beast's perception ability is extremely strong. Li Shiming smiled. He had his own way of dealing with the dragon beast tribe. He took up the time bomb, which he had made a long time ago. Since the bomb could not cause harm to the nascent soul monks, he stopped researching in this area. There have been no new research results in recent years. He placed time bombs around the Stone Island. The time bombs were placed on small floating objects. The sea was calm at this time, so there was no need to worry about the time bombs being swallowed by the seawater, since the time bomb has no spiritual power at all. Even if the time bomb is not hidden, it is so openly exposed that it does not attract the attention of the dragon beasts. No matter whether they are human monks or spiritual beasts, they are not interested in things without spiritual power. Without spiritual power, they are ordinary objects, no different from ordinary stones. With a boom sound, the first time bomb exploded, immediately attracting the attention of the dragon beast group. Also because there was no spiritual power fluctuation. Although the movement was a bit loud, the dragon beast group only sent one dragon beast out to check. But on the other side of the explosion, there was another explosion. This time, the reaction of the dragon beast group was a bit loud, and 3 dragon beasts were sent over to check. When the 3rd, 4th, and 5th time bombs exploded, the dragon beast group was completely alarmed. The special abilities of this group of dragon beasts make them almost invincible in this sea area. This level of provocation was an insult to the dragon beasts. One by one, the dragon beasts flew out in all directions and began to look around. Li Shiming looked at the dragon beasts and found that only 2 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts were alarmed and flew out of the nest. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the living dead Xiao Qifeng opened the thunder mysterious bow. After 10 breaths of preparation, the energy arrow was filled with terrifying energy. The living dead Xiao Qifeng loosened his bowstring and shot out an energy arrow. The arrow flew away, passed through a distance of dozens of miles, and hit the body of a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. Since the body of the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast exceeds 10 meters, this arrow is as big as a needle to the dragon beast. But this does not mean that the damage of the arrow is weak. This arrow brings together the physical power of the living dead monk Xiao Qifeng. The defensive power of the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast is indeed extremely strong. But it still failed to block the arrow and only consumed about half of the energy in the arrow. The main reason is that the dragon scales on the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast are too strong, and half of the energy consumption is spent on the dragon scales. The arrow penetrated into the body of the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast and blew a big hole in its body. But that was all. Of course, the effect of this blow did not achieve the instant kill of the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. It was not that the power of Zhao Qingfeng's thunder mysterious bow was weakened, but that Li Shiming did it intentionally. He chose to severely damage the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. Instead of killing, only by severely injuring the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast can he further anger the dragon beast clan leader. If he killed the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast instantly, he was worried that the dragon beast clan leader would be afraid of it. The leader of a spiritual beast group has extremely high wisdom, especially when it comes to major matters related to the existence of the group. He will be extremely cautious. Chapter 666 Obtaining the Treasure. The 4th grade mid-level dragon beast let out a shrill scream, and water fell from the sky, rolling in the sea and causing large waves. At the same time, its figure was looming in the sea. At this time, the other 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts still in the lair could not stay still, and even the peak 4th grade mid-level dragon beast clan leader came out. The leader of the dragon beast clan rushed towards the direction of the attack. hoping to find the murderer who had launched the attack. After Li Shiming controlled the living dead Xiao Qifeng to launch an attack, he immediately used the south close to the end of the world to escape. Although the south close to the end of the world, stimulated by the water thunder, Yuanying took the living dead Xiao Qifeng to move through space slower than his own body. It is also much faster than other flights. The leader of the Dragon Beast clan was in front, followed by a group of 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts, followed by a large number of 4th grade lower-level dragon beasts, rushing towards the direction of the attack. However, the distance was still relatively far. By the time they reached the place of attack, the living dead Xiao Qifeng had already left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Phantom Dragon entered the Dragon Beast's lair. Having had the experience of entering once before, Phantom Dragon was very familiar with the process and entered that space without any hindrance. In that space, a 4th grade dragon beast was left guarding. It can be seen that no matter how angry he is, the Dragon Beast clan leader has arranged for guards. In addition, the leader of the Dragon Beast did not want to stay away from the nest, but acted near the nest. So even if an enemy attacked the nest at this time, it would be able to arrive in time. The Phantom Dragon was in a state of invisibility, and it approached the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast very carefully. Just when it was still 5 meters away from the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast, the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast suddenly tensed up and looked around with vigilant eyes. Li Shiming in the distance couldn't help but shook his head. He had expected this to happen. Spirit beasts are creatures with sensitive perception, and dragon beasts are spiritual beasts with strong bloodline, and their perception is much stronger than other spirit beasts. After all, Phantom Spirit Dragon has only reached the 4th level, and there is still a big gap between it and the intermediate level 4. It is still impossible to achieve the goal of being able to become invisible and close to a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast, since Li Shiming had predicted it long ago. He also had a plan. The Phantom Dragon revealed its true form, and the terrifying 5-clawed dragon bloodline aura erupted in the lair. Although the Phantom Dragon only has the strength to enter the 4th rank for the first time, its bloodline is far stronger than the 4th rank mid-level dragon beast in front of it. The sudden appearance of bloodline suppression made the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast feel its soul trembling, and it lost its ability to react for a moment. The Phantom Dragon was only 5 meters away from the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast, thanks to the influence of the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast's bloodline suppression. It rushed across the 5-meter distance and came to the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. The Phantom Dragon opened its mouth and bit the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. The place it chose to bite was exactly where the 4th grade dragon beast's body defense was weakest. Coupled with the teeth raised by the blood of the 5-clawed dragon, it can easily penetrate the skin of the 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. The 4th grade mid-level dragon beast woke up from its bloodline suppression state. It was thinking of resisting, but the terrifying poison strengthened by the 5-clawed dragon bloodline flowed into its body, and it lost control of its body. Phantom Dragon has no time to care about this 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. Its bloodline has just exploded, which may have attracted the attention of the dragon beasts outside. It quickly entered the room of the dragon beast clan leader, and a feeling in the bloodline appeared. It saw a dark red rock, weighing hundreds of tons, lying in the room of the dragon beast clan leader. It was covered with various crystal gems and shiny metals, although the Phantom Dragon also likes shiny things. At this time, when it senses the dark red rock, there is no other object in its eyes. It flew onto the dark red rock. This was the feeling. The breath of Dragon Vein Source Crystal came from the dark red rock. It doesn't know how this dark red rock has the aura of Dragon Vein Source Crystal, but this does not prevent it from collecting the dark red rock into the mustard seed ring as quickly as possible. At this time, it had already sensed a violent roar coming from outside. It seemed that what happened here was alarmed by the dragon beast outside. It moved towards the nest, and during its movement, it crossed paths with dragon beasts from time to time. Fortunately, all the 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts were taken away from here. The dragon beasts outside were all 4th grade lower-level dragon beasts, so they were unable to detect its invisibility. Just as it left the entrance of the lair, it sensed that the leader of the dragon beast clan, the peak of the 4th grade intermediate level, was approaching, and it would probably reach the lair in 2 breaths at most. It quickly dodged to the side and submerged into the seawater. As soon as it entered the seawater, the Phantom Dragon merged with the seawater. Speaking of stealth, its stealth in seawater is even better, and its breath is less likely to be exposed. The main reason is that seawater can block detection to a certain extent, and with the Phantom Dragon's invisibility ability, Its existence cannot be detected with just a little influence. Of course, the phantom dragon couldn't stop where it was. It slowed down and walked toward the distance in the seawater. It needed to stay as far away from the dragon beast's lair as possible. After Li Shiming discovered the Dragon Vein Source Crystal, he understood the importance of this Dragon Vein Source Crystal to a dragon beast group. He also determined why there is a group of dragon beasts here. It is most likely because of the existence of this Dragon Vein Source Crystal. If it were a little later, when the Dragon Beast clan leader at the peak of the 4th grade intermediate level had grown into the 4th grade upper level, the Dragon Beast clan leader would have been almost invincible at the 4th grade. Unless a powerful person in the Mahayana stage takes action, the leader of the Dragon Beast clan can completely control the sea area. The leader of the Dragon Beast, who was at the peak of the 4th grade intermediate level, was the fastest and was the first to return to the Dragon Beast's lair. After it rushed into the lair, it discovered the body of the poison guard. It couldn't sense its baby, but it still rushed into the room in disbelief and saw the empty room. The treasure that related to the entire clan just disappeared. It let out a deafening dragon roar, and its breath was full of violence. The 4th level lower level dragon beast in the dragon beast's lair was rushed out of the lair by its breath. Fortunately, these 4th grade lower level dragon beasts had rough skin and thick flesh, so they did not suffer much damage. They didn't dare to get angry after being rushed out of the nest. They could only lower their bodies and wait for the anger of the Dragon Beast clan leader. The leader of the Dragon Beast woke up from his extremely angry state. It did not even leave the lair normally. Instead, it forcibly opened a passage from its own room and flew out of the Dragon Beast's lair. The leader of the Dragon Beast was flying by himself, trying to find the thief who had stolen the treasure. And at the same time, he gave orders to other Dragon Beasts to help in the search. At this time, it had figured out that it was the human monk who caused the trouble, who lured it and most of the Dragon Beasts away, and then found an opportunity to steal the treasure of the Dragon Beast group. How could the Phantom Dragon be discovered by the Dragon Beast clan leader? As long as it is not too close to the Dragon Beast clan leader, its invisibility is unsolvable. Besides, its dragon bloodline is richer than that of the Dragon Beast clan leader, and its abilities are stronger in all aspects. However, its training time is too short, so its combat power is much lower. Li Shiming controlled the living dead Zhao Qifeng and set up a concealment formation thousands of miles away from the Dragon Beast's lair. The farther the Phantom Dragon is from the Dragon Beast's lair, the faster it can perform. It didn't take long to reach the hiding formation and enter the hiding formation. Li Shiming, who was in the main hall of the Tao of Heaven and Humanity, felt a slight movement of consciousness, and a space door appeared, taking the Phantom Dragon into the cave. The living dead Zhao Qifeng put away the 4th level formation flag and once again let the Water Thunder nascent soul use the south close to the end of the world to escape. The aura of the space gate here, even though it was covered by the concealment formation, was still sensed by the 4th grade mid-level peak Dragon Beast clan leader, and it flew towards this side quickly. But it was still a step too late. When it arrived, Zhao Qifeng, the living dead, had long since disappeared. The Dragon Beast leader's eyes were red, and he almost lost his mind. From its memory, it thought that a human monk had appeared nearby before, but that human monk had some kind of escape method, and was very alert and escaped before danger came. It couldn't find the living dead Zhao Qifeng, so it set its target on the previous human monk. It needed a place to vent its anger, but the hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman on the living dead Zhao Qifeng did not leave any breath. As for the human monk before, the Dragon Beast clan leader remembered his aura. It's just that it couldn't stay away from the Dragon Beast's lair at that time, and since it didn't have any losses, it ignored the human monk. It's different now. It can be sure that it was the human monk who leaked the news about the Dragon Beast's lair. It wants to find the human monk and find out from the human monk who stole its treasure. The 4th grade mid-level peak Dragon Beast clan leader let out a dragon roar, and immediately dragon beasts flew from all directions. Even the injured 4th grade mid-level dragon beast was among them. 14 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts, and more than 80 4th grade low-level dragon beasts. Under the leadership of the Dragon Beast clan leader, they left the Dragon Beast's lair without any hesitation. Without the Dragon Vein Source Crystal, the Dragon Beast's lair was just an ordinary cave with no meaning. Recovering the Dragon Vein Source Crystal is their most important task. Li Shiming didn't know what happened next. He was currently in the Heavenly Way Hall, checking the treasures brought back by the Phantom Dragon. Hundreds of tons of dark red rock were used as a bed by the Dragon Beast clan leader. The Dragon Beast clan leader didn't like cleanliness, so some filth remained on the dark red rock. The Dragon Beast is also a kind of spiritual beast. It is difficult for the spiritual beast to like it cleanly. At least most of the spiritual beasts will not notice this. Li Shiming waved his hand, and the dirt on the surface of the dark red rock was cleaned away. He came to the dark red rock and looked at the treasure carefully. The dark red rock has the aura of Dragon Vein Source Crystal, but this aura is different from the Dragon Vein Source Crystal of the four-clawed dragon that he obtained before. This aura has accumulated over a long period of time, and he can sense the antiquity in it. What is certain is that the dragon bloodline that leaves behind the aura of the Dragon Vein Source Crystal, not to mention the four-clawed dragon, even the dragon bloodline of the five-clawed dragon such as the Phantom Dragon, is far inferior to the dragon aura on the Dragon Vein Source Crystal. It is precisely because the aura of the Dragon Vein Source Crystal on the dark red rock is so powerful that the dragon beast cannot easily absorb it. Those dragon beasts were able to achieve their current strength because they were close to the dark red rocks. And the breath of Dragon Vein Source Crystal emitted by the dark red rocks was absorbed by them. If the Dragon Vein Source Crystal in the dark red rock can be absorbed, I am afraid that this group of dragon beasts will all reach the upper level of the 4th level, and even promotion to the 5th level is not impossible. Li Shiming had a guess that the Dragon Vein Source Crystal in the dark red rock in front of him might be the Dragon Vein Source Crystal left behind by the ancient dragon. Only this guess can explain the power of the Dragon Vein Source Crystal. Although he has never seen the pure-blooded dragons in the current world of immortality, there is one thing that can make a relatively accurate judgment. According to the bloodline of Xiaofeng, a red gold phoenix, Xiaofeng is a pure-blooded phoenix, and her phoenix clan bloodline is the best reference. It can be said that the Dragon Vein Source Crystal inside the dark red rock far exceeds the bloodline of the pure-blood dragon clan. While Li Shiming was studying, the Phantom Dragon was already lying on top of the huge Dragon Vein Source Crystal. He smiled and let the Phantom Dragon lie on the huge Dragon Vein Source Crystal. He had no idea of dealing with the Dragon Beast group. With this treasure, he would not care about the demon pills of those dragon beasts. From now on, even if the Phantom Dragon has no resources, its strength can be continuously improved by just lying on the huge Dragon Vein Source Crystal. Of course, his research on the huge Dragon Vein Source Crystal will not stop. If the Phantom Dragon lies on it and slowly absorbs the breath of the Dragon Vein Source Crystal overflowing from the huge Dragon Vein Source Crystal, then the growth of the Phantom Dragon, the time will be extremely long. By the time the Phantom Dragon becomes powerful, it will probably be tens of millions of years later. Li Shiming took out a 4th-grade flying sword and wanted to take some off the dark red rock for study. But no matter how he cut it, there was not even a trace left on the seemingly ordinary dark red rock, let alone cutting off a small piece. He looked at the 4th-grade flying sword in his hand. Although it was only an upper-grade 4th-grade flying sword, it was unreasonable that he could not even deal with a rock, as he had reached a power beyond that of a peak body refining monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. He put away the 4th-grade high-level flying sword, and this time, he summoned his own flying sword. Traceless Fantasy Sword. This Traceless Magic Sword has 90 million sharp runes and 10 million sharp formations. It is unrivaled among at least the 4th-grade magic weapons in terms of sharpness. He also blessed the Traceless Illusion Sword with the Void-Breaking Sword intention. If thinking about it was not enough, he injected the golden spiritual power in his body into the Traceless Illusion Sword. At this time, he felt that the Traceless Illusion Sword could hurt the great monk. But when the Traceless Illusion Sword struck the dark red rock, it was still bounced and flew backwards. There is still no trace left on the dark red rock. Even if the Void-Breaking Sword intent can cut through the space, it cannot cut through the dark red rock in front of it. Chapter 667 Revenge. Li Shiming looked at the dark red rock in disbelief. Through the analysis of the dark red rock by the magic weapon Z15, he found that the composition of this material was ordinary rock. The dark red color is caused by some kind of blood staining it, which results in the dark red color on the rock surface. It seems that only the ancient dragon clan's methods caused this ordinary rock to undergo such a change. He couldn't take samples for analysis, and his consciousness couldn't penetrate the dark red rock. The dark red rock was too huge to be accommodated in the computer room, so he was helpless against the dark red rock for a while. The Phantom Dragon was already lying on the dark red rock. turning its belly on it comfortably. Li Shiming shook his head when he saw this. And he'd better think of a solution later. He returned to practice again. Zhao Qifeng, the living dead outside, waited for a while, and then returned to the dragon beast's lair, only to find that the dragon beast's lair was empty. It seemed that the dragon beast group had abandoned this lair, after he discovered that the dark red rock, dragon vein source crystal, could not improve the strength of the phantom dragon in a short time. He thought of this dragon beast group. It's a pity that the opportunity was lost. The dragon beast group moved away. It will not be easy to find them again. In the huge ocean, even the powerful nascent soul cultivators dare not fly freely in the ocean. No one can tell how many powerful spiritual beasts there are in the ocean. Like this time, Li Shiming dared to come here, because Dawson's map showed that this area had been explored. Nascent soul monks are also afraid of accidentally encountering 4th grade upper level spiritual beasts, or even stronger spiritual beasts in the ocean. Although the chance of encountering them is not high. As long as they encounter them, they are destined to die. Li Shiming realized that he could no longer take advantage. So he returned to Anyu Island in a hurry. When returning, the living dead Zhao Qifeng deliberately took some detours, so that Z15 could record the sea area. Anyway, Zhao Qifeng, the living dead, was out and about. And the only thing that affected him was the training of the water and thunder nascent soul. Li Shiming still had 4 nascent souls to cultivate. Even if the living dead Zhao Qifeng does not go out, Li Shiming still needs to ensure that a nascent soul is awake. So in general, the current travel activities will not have any impact on Li Shiming's cultivation. It's travel anyway. And by traveling with the living dead Zhao Qifeng, you can see more scenery without affecting Li Shiming's own cultivation. What a blessing this is. But Li Shiming didn't know what kind of trouble he had brought to Anyu Island because he stole the dragon vein source crystal from the dragon beast's lair. On this day, Anyu Island was as peaceful as usual, and the casual cultivators were all busy with their own cultivation resources. Off the coast of Anyu Island, the seawater suddenly rolled. A 4th grade mid-level dragon beast leaned out of the seawater, and its terrifying claws grabbed the seemingly empty place. The friction sound between the sharp claws and the energy shield of the island protecting formation on Anyu Island was extremely harsh. The moment the energy shield of the formation was attacked, it went from virtual to solid in an instant. A huge energy shield enveloped Anyu Island, and at the same time, an alarm sounded in Anyu Island. This was the signal that Anyu Island was being attacked. The casual cultivators on Anyu Island all looked to the sky. Some nascent soul hunting teams who stayed on Anyu Island took off one after another, but they did not go immediately to see what happened, but waited. Naturally, what they were waiting for were the 3 great monks from Anyu Island. The 3 great monks were the masters of Anyu Island. Anyu Island was attacked by spiritual beasts, so all nascent soul stage monks can accept combat missions, and all mission rewards will be doubled. A loud voice came out, and then a figure flew out of the mountain. The person who appeared was none other than the great monk Yaoshua from Anyu Island. Although he didn't know much about the situation outside, judging from the current feedback from the island protection formation, it was not optimistic. The one attacking the island protection formation was a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. If it was just a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast, he could still deal with it. But obviously, there will never be just one 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. All 4th grade spiritual beasts are intelligent, let alone 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts. No 4th grade spiritual beast would inexplicably attack a gathering place of human monks guarded by a great monk. The 4th grade mid-level dragon beast will not do meaningless things. Since it attacked, it must have a purpose. And there is still a certain degree of certainty that it can deal with the 3 great monks who attacked Anyu Island so directly. The reason why the great monk Yaoshua issued such a high-level mission was because he had no choice. At this moment, the only great monks who could really be dispatched on Anyu Island were him and the great monk Ganbin. Another great monk is in retreat, and even if he wants to forcefully wake him up, it won't be possible in a short time. He needs to mobilize as many Yuanying monks as possible to deal with the invading dragon beasts together. We have been protected by Anyu Island. Now is the time to repay. Our team will take over the combat mission. A mid-stage nascent soul monk said loudly. The eyes of this mid-stage nascent soul monk and the great monk Yaoshua looked at each other, and there was a hidden meaning that no one knew. In fact, this mid-stage nascent soul monk is secretly from Anyu Island. But he is just an undercover person who was sent to monitor the nascent soul monks. If we don't know when a group of nascent soul monks acted abnormally, Anyu Island would be extremely passive. At this time, Nascent Soul Cultivator came forward, and the responders were extremely active. The task was doubled, and they didn't know what enemy they needed to face. But there are also many monks who have their own plans. Even the great monk Yao Shui has asked for help. So the trouble on Anyu Island is not small. These monks will not express their thoughts at this time, but will be equally enthusiastic about fighting. If they say anything detrimental to the protection of Anyu Island at this time, I am afraid that the great monk Yao Shui will not let them go without waiting to fight the spiritual beasts. I will consider accepting the nascent soul monk who has performed well this time as a disciple. Great monk Yao Shui added another bargaining chip. His words made the eyes of more nascent soul monks shine. Although they were all casual cultivators, the part leaked from the hands of the great monk Yao Shui was enough for the cultivation of the monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul. The nascent soul monks who have accepted the combat mission can freely combine and form formations to kill the invading spiritual beasts. I will also go with you, said the great monk Yao Shui, waving his hand. He was a little anxious in his heart, even though there was currently only a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast attacking. The island protection formation on Anyu Island was more of a warning, and the defense was not particularly strong. The reason why the island protecting formation was not broken at this time was because Brother Gonbin was personally controlling the formation. The words of the great monk Yao Shui caused 4 nascent soul hunting teams to fly out of the island, while the rest of the nascent soul hunting teams hesitated. The words can be extremely high profile, but if they are allowed to go into battle rashly, especially when the enemy's situation is unclear, they need to consider the degree of danger. Why haven't you set off yet? Said the great monk Yao Shui, looking at the remaining hunting team with a stern look. This was not a question, but a warning and a threat. He had already sensed the urgency of the situation. The remaining hunting team flew out of the island despite their reluctance. These nascent soul stage monks are still able to move, but the golden core stage and those non-combat monks are powerless at this time and can only wait for fate. Life or death depends on the outcome of the battle for these nascent soul stage monks. In the ocean, once Anyu Island is breached, there will be almost no way for these golden core stage and non-combatant monks to survive. The great monk Yao Shui followed behind the Yuaning monk and sent the Yuaning monk to the battlefield as if he were escorting him. The strange thing is that the nascent soul stage monks in front came out of the island protection formation and did not encounter any attacks. They also discovered the dragon beast that was attacking the island protecting formation. The 4th grade mid-level dragon beast ignored these nascent soul monks and continued to attack the island protecting formation. It seems that these 4th grade mid-level dragon beasts do not take these Yuaning monks seriously at all. But this makes the Yuaning monks dare not act rashly for a while. They would not think that a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast was stupid. There was only one possibility, and that was that this 4th grade mid-level dragon beast was confident. The great monk Yao Shui was the last to fly out of the island protection formation. At this time, all the nascent soul stage combat monks who could be mobilized on Anyu Island in the sky were here. Before the great monk Yao Shui could speak, a nascent soul stage monk who was close to the sea let out a scream. Then came the nascent soul monks who were approaching the sea one after another and were attacked without any warning. No nascent soul monk could withstand the sudden attack. Some nascent soul monks at the nascent soul stage escaped, and some nascent soul monks were unable to escape even with their nascent souls. The escaped nascent souls fled into the distance at extremely fast speeds. But before he could escape far, he was intercepted by a 4th grade dragon beast that appeared in the sea. Brother Yao Shui saw many Yuaning monks being attacked. He is still observing the attack of the dragon beast. He needs to know more information. But he soon discovered something was wrong. As several Yuaning monks were attacked and fell, the morale of the Yuaning monks suddenly dropped to the freezing point. If they hadn't discovered that the escaped Yuaning was trying to escape, but was intercepted, they would all have wanted to escape at this time. Kill! Great cultivator Yao Shui shouted, intending to use his actions to inspire the morale of the nascent soul cultivators. In fact, these nascent soul cultivators are all casual cultivators, and they don't have the spirit of a hero for Anyu Island. As long as they can escape, they can survive as a casual cultivator anywhere. Brother Yao Shui's attack was aimed at a 4th grade low-level dragon beast. He thought clearly that instead of attacking a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast and possibly only injuring it, it would be better to kill a 4th grade mid-level dragon beast. Lower grade dragon beasts can better inspire morale. Only when he launched his attack, a dragon roar came from the sea, and the leader of the dragon beast clan, who was at the peak of the 4th grade intermediate level, flew out of the sea and blocked his attack. It is said that the dragon beast at the peak of the 4th grade intermediate level has the strength to match the great monk. But to truly compare the strength of the two, we still have to see how great the Great Monk is. Great Monk Diaozhua is a great monk in casual cultivation, and he is also at the lower level among the great monks. When facing the 4th level mid-level peak Dragon Beast clan leader, he felt an extremely strong threat. If you don't take action, if you don't defeat them, you won't be able to escape. Great Monk Diaozhua yelled at the nascent soul stage monks. He himself threw 4 talismans in succession, and at the same time his figure continued to retreat, retreating into the island protection formation. As soon as he returned to the island protection formation, he began to activate the Great Monk spell. The release of this Great Monk spell required a lead time of several breaths. He had only prepared half of the spell, but his eyes flashed with horror, and the half-prepared spell at his hand fell away involuntarily. All the dragon beasts flew out of the sea, and nearly 100 4th-grade dragon beasts made his scalp numb. He knew that Anyu Island would never be able to withstand the attacks of so many 4th-grade dragon beasts. Even if there were 3 great monks present, they would not be able to withstand them. Great monks like him and Gonbin have absolute crushing power against mid-level nascent soul monks. But facing the 4th level mid-level peak dragon beasts, with extremely strong defense and attack, they can only release the great monk level ones from a distance. Spells, and dare not fight head-on with the 4th grade mid-level peak dragon beast. Run away! Brother Diaozhua sent a message to Brother Gambin. Escape! Brother Gambin replied decisively. Facing such a large-scale attack by the dragon beast group, protecting oneself is the most important thing, and there is nothing that can be done about Anyu Island being breached. As for the other great monk who was in retreat, they couldn't care so much. At this moment, there was a monk in the early stage of nascent soul who was shivering. Dorson did not leave his cave. He rented the cave under another identity. After learning that Anyu Island was attacked, he stayed in the cave to watch because he was worried about being retaliated by Li Shiming. When he discovered that it was a 4th grade dragon beast that attacked Anyu Island, and he even recognized that the 4th grade dragon beast was the dragon beast group he betrayed, he immediately understood that this was the dragon beast group coming for revenge. But he didn't know whether they came to Li Shiming or to him. He knew how much the dragon beast held a grudge. A monk had a conflict with the dragon beast more than 10 years ago. The monk himself had almost forgotten about it. But when he went out once, he was attacked by the dragon beast. This kind of thing is spread a lot in the world of immortality, which shows that dragon beasts have the ability to remember aura and track. What on earth did that guy do? Did he destroy the dragon beast's lair? Dorson guessed in his mind. His guess was not far from the truth. Li Shiming indeed took away the most important treasure from the dragon beast's lair. Dorson knew how vengeful the dragon beast was. While he was looking forward to Anyu Island being able to withstand the dragon beast's attack, he was also thinking about how to escape. Just as he was thinking about it, his eyes widened, and he looked at the 2 figures in disbelief. These 2 figures were fleeing into the distance at an indescribable speed. They were Brother Diaozhua and Brother Gonbin. They actually abandoned Anyu Island, Dorson muttered to himself. Without the help of the great monk Gonbin to control the island protecting formation, the island protecting formation was instantly destroyed. Chapter 668 Overhaul. When Li Shiming approached Anyu Island, he felt something strange. With his keen sense of smell, he could smell traces of blood. This bloody smell has the unique smell of monk's blood. The smell of human monk's blood was smelled near Anyu Island, and it was also smelled in the ocean. How much blood of human monks is needed to reach this level? He suddenly became alert. The water thunder nascent soul in the living dead Xiao Qingfeng's body used spiritual eyes and hexens. The Shenmu allowed the living dead Xiao Qingfeng to observe extremely far away places. Hexentong allows him to sense whether there are abnormal mental fluctuations nearby. Under the influence of Shen eyes, he saw Anyu Island. At this moment, Anyu Island could no longer see the gathering place of human monks. The main peak of the 3 peaks was broken off, and the originally lively streets were reduced to ruins. What's going on? Li Shiming didn't know what happened. He thought to himself as he flew carefully to Anyu Island. As he got closer and closer, he could see more details. Judging from the large amount of blood remaining on the ground, the casual cultivators on Anyu Island were probably dead. He sensed some familiar aura. The aura of a dragon beast. When the dragon beasts finally killed Anyu Island, all the dragon beasts exerted their combat power as much as possible without any reservation, which caused a large amount of aura of the dragon beasts to remain at the scene. Li Shiming is very familiar with the breath of dragon beasts, and he has gone deep into the dragon beast's lair. He understood that Anyu Island was attacked by a group of dragon beasts, and he thought that this matter had something to do with him. Of course, the tragic situation on Anu Island did not cause him much uneasiness. The casual cultivators who survived on Anu Island had to face attacks from spiritual beasts, and they should have been mentally prepared for being attacked and killed by spiritual beasts. Besides, he didn't intentionally lead the dragon beast group here, and he didn't even leave his own breath near the dragon beast's lair. The Hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman contained all the aura of the living dead Xiao Qifeng without leaking it at all. He did not believe that the dragon beast group could find Anu Island through him. In fact, this was also the case. After Anu Island was destroyed, Dualsin was still hiding in the cave, thinking that in the chaos outside, the dragon beast might not be able to find him. But Dorson was wrong. The leader of the dragon beast clan had already locked onto him. The breaking of the mountain peak was caused by the attack launched by the dragon beast leader. Dorson finally failed to escape even though he wanted to escape, and was suppressed by the dragon beast leader's aura. Afterwards, Dorson was tortured extremely cruelly, and the leader of the dragon beast clan asked Dorson for information about the monk who stole the treasure from the dragon beast's lair. But it was obvious that the leader of the dragon beast clan was going to be disappointed. Dorson didn't know any more about Li Shiming than the leader of the dragon beast clan. Dorson only knew that Li Shiming lived on Anu Island, and knew nothing else. Since Li Shiming first came to Anu Island, he rented a cave. The rest of the time he didn't even make friends. So how could he get information about Li Shiming? The most critical thing is that Li Shiming's outsider is the living dead Xiao Qifeng. He changed the face of the living dead Xiao Qifeng, and used the Hidden Phoenix Jade Talisman to restrain his aura. Even the monk who is most familiar with Xiao Qifeng cannot recognize the living dead Xiao Qifeng. The fate of Dorson can be imagined. Along with Dorson, the entire Anu Island monks also died. The dragon beast tribe launched a crazy revenge. They had stronger strength, and also had an absolute advantage in numbers. In the end, only the two great monks and several nascent souls, who had no physical bodies, escaped from the entire Anu Island. The rest, whether they were nascent soul monks or other low-level monks, were torn to pieces and devoured by the dragon beasts. After the dragon beast group vented their anger here, they left Anu Island. The dragon beast is intelligent. If it attacks a gathering place of human monks, the human monks will definitely fight back. The leader of the dragon beast needs to lead the dragon beast tribe back to the depths of the ocean in the next period of time. Of course, it doesn't want to just let it go. It just hasn't found Li Shiming who stole the treasure. Even if it is unwilling, it has no choice. The world of immortal cultivation is really huge, and it is not easy to find a nascent soul cultivator. Li Shiming stood in the sky above Anu Island, looking at the dilapidated ruins below, his consciousness sweeping over every place. Suddenly, he stopped and his figure flew downwards. Water Thunder Nascent Soul used, close to the end of the world, and his flying figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in a cave in the belly of Broken Mountain. Most of this cave has been destroyed. But when scanning with spiritual consciousness, the natal magic weapon Z15 found something strange. This body is that of the living dead Xiao Qifeng. But the Water Thunder Yuaning can borrow the ability of Z15 to analyze all the information scanned by the consciousness through Z15. The cave was severely damaged, and he stopped at an inconspicuous wall of the cave. He patted his hands lightly in several places, and the light of the formation flashed on the originally ordinary wall. Then, as the light of the formation flashed, a portal appeared on the wall. He pushed open the door full of formations, and he sensed that there was a monk inside, and he was also a great monk. However, this great monk's face was like gold paper, with a faint black mist appearing and disappearing on his face. This is crazy! Li Shiming knew what happened at a glance. It is estimated that the great monk was in retreat and encountered an attack by the dragon beast group, which disturbed his retreat. He wanted to forcefully interrupt the retreat, but he did not expect that he went crazy in a hurry. For an orthodox sect monk, this kind of thing is extremely difficult to happen. However, as a casual cultivator who has not received systematic inheritance, even if he has the realm of a great monk, his foundation is too weak. When dealing with emergencies, he lacks the support of a lot of experience and makes mistakes. As choice, being obsessed is very scary. When Li Shiming was in Beishu continent, he encountered a Yuaning monk who was obsessed. The obsession affects the depths of the soul. Even if you want the Yuaning to leave the body and give up the body, you can't change it. Li Shiming sensed it and realized that if the great monk was a little later, he might lose control. He didn't think of rescuing the great monk. So what if he was rescued? Could it be that he was putting himself in danger? Thinking of this, he controlled the living dead Xiao Qifeng to sit aside. And the ghost flew out of the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng. The heavenly ghost pounced on the great monk. Originally, Li Shiming had been thinking of finding a 4th grade mid-level ghost for the heavenly ghost to devour, so that the heavenly ghost could be promoted to the 4th grade intermediate ghost. It's a pity that he still needs to use the ghost bracelet, so he can't swallow the 4th grade mid-level ghost inside it. But there is an opportunity before us. Although the soul of the great monk is not a ghost, it is more abundant than the soul energy of the 4th grade intermediate ghost. Normally, the ghost would not be able to devour the soul of the great monk. But at this time, the great monk in front of him was in a state of obsession, and his soul was out of control. Under his guidance, the heavenly ghost submerged into the body of the great monk. Before entering the living dead Xiao Qingfeng's body, it would definitely be an extremely difficult thing for him to enter the body of the great monk. The aura of the great monk would have a great impact on it. But for a long time, the heavenly ghost had been in the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng and had adapted to the aura of the great monk. Although the living dead Xiao Qingfeng's great monk is relatively weak, after adapting to the aura of such a great monk, the ghost only felt a slight discomfort when entering the body of the great monk in front of him. The ghost pounced on the soul of the great monk. At this time, the soul was covered with black mist. It was the inner demon that was polluting the soul of the great monk, and it was almost to the point of complete pollution. The sky ghost rushed up and devoured the soul with large mouthfuls, not letting go of the black mist on the soul. For the heavenly ghost, both the soul of the great monk and the inner demons produced are a great source of nourishment. The inner demon is indeed the natural enemy of the monks, but the inner demon has no actual combat power and can only achieve indirect destructive power by manipulating the souls of the monks. At this time, the inner demon has not completely polluted the soul of the great monk, but has only made the soul of the great monk lose the ability to think. At this time, the inner demon merges with the soul of the great monk. I am in you, and you are in me. Faced with the sudden devouring of the devil, the inner demon wanted to resist, but was unable to do anything for the moment. The devouring ability of the heavenly ghost is extremely strong. That is, when facing the powerful soul of a great monk, it will need to devour it in multiple mouthfuls. The soul of an ordinary nascent soul monk can be devoured in one bite. Before the inner demon could react, the heavenly ghost swallowed up his entire soul. At this time, only a nascent soul in chaos remained in the body of the great monk. It is estimated that this kind of situation has never happened in the world of immortality. When the inner demon arises, in order to prevent the great monk from self-destructing his nascent soul, the inner demon uses hints and other methods to cause the great monk's soul to cut off contact with the nascent soul. This caused the strange phenomenon that after the ghost devoured the soul and the inner demon, the nascent soul was not affected at all. Of course, there is also a reason for this. The ghosts devour souls and inner demons. The soul of the great monk did not resist at all. After being swallowed, the ghost gained the characteristics of the soul of the great monk. Each monk's soul has its own characteristics, which are unique. After the heavenly ghost devoured the soul of the great monk, he obtained this unique soul characteristic. The ghost can choose to keep this soul characteristic or eliminate it. However, under the control of Li Shiming, Tiangui retained the characteristics of his soul. It is the preservation of soul characteristics that makes the great monk's nascent soul think that the great monk's soul still exists, so it does not collapse independently. This is deception, and there are many coincidences in it. But the fact that nascent soul still exists shows that this deception was successful. Li Shiming did not immediately let the ghost control the Yuanying, but put the physical body of the great monk and the Yuanying into the spirit beast bag. Yes, after being put into the spirit beast bag, he did not regard the great monk as a human monk, but as a spiritual pet-like existence. He could feel that Tiangui had an inexplicable connection with the great monk nascent soul. So this great monk could actually be regarded as a clone of Tiangui. Tiangui was one of his spiritual pets, so naturally this great monk was also the spirit pet. Another most important reason is that the great monk owns the nascent soul. No matter what the situation is, he will not allow other nascent souls to enter such a secret place as the computer room space. There were no other spiritual beings worthy of his attention here, and he did not stay long. The ghost returned to the body of the living dead Xiao Qifeng. With the help of the water and thunder Yuanying, the living dead Xiao Qifeng used, close to the end of the world, to escape. This time he didn't choose where to go, but found a quiet uninhabited island first. The living dead Xiao Qifeng sat aside again. After the ghost flew out of his body, he completely lost the ability to control his body. The sky ghost was suspended in the air, its heart full of excitement. The reason why he came to this quiet, uninhabited island in a hurry was because after the heavenly ghost devoured the soul and inner demons of the great monk, the spiritual energy in his body had long exceeded the spiritual energy standard for the lower level of the 4th grade. It's just that Tiangui suppressed the urge to be promoted. And Anyu Island is not a safe place. Now the aura on Tiangui's body is constantly improving. And the lower level of the 4th level is promoted to the middle level of the 4th level. This gap does not seem to be any difficult for it, as the breath of Tiangui became extremely unstable, while the breath kept fluctuating up and down. Once it fluctuated upward, the breath directly broke through the limit of the 4th grade lower level and reached the 4th grade mid-level. After that, the aura of the heavenly ghost no longer declined, but continued to improve at the 4th grade mid-level realm. What the heavenly ghost swallowed was the complete soul and inner demons of a great monk. The soul energy of the great monk was not wasted at all, and the dessert of the great monk level inner demon was added, which made the energy accumulation of the heavenly ghost reach a terrifying level. The 4th rank intermediate level was raised to a level that was close to the peak of the 4th rank intermediate level before it stopped. It only took a short period of time for Tiangui's strength to increase significantly. Fortunately, Tiangui's improvement stopped at this time. Otherwise Li Shiming would have intervened. The heavenly ghost cannot be promoted to the 4th level at this time. Otherwise there will be too many uncertain factors. Even with the secret method of the 10,000 Beasts sect, the secret method that can make one's spiritual pet reach a small level higher than one's own is not for ordinary spiritual pets, but can only be used for natal spiritual pets. Li Shiming has 5 nascent souls, and the natal spiritual pets, he can theoretically have 5 vacancies. He has not yet thought about whether to let the heavenly ghost occupy an empty spot. The main reason is that the heavenly ghost is too weird. This is a creature that has never appeared in the world of immortality. As long as the devil is involved, there is uncertainty. The heavenly ghost is the product of the fusion of the ghost and the heavenly demon. Even if he signs a contract with Li Shiming, the contract is not safe for the heavenly demon. Of course, as long as Li Shiming's realm is equal to that of heavenly ghost, heavenly ghost will not be able to escape his control. This is absolutely guaranteed. Tiangui's promotion didn't take long. It was over in an hour. After all, it is the improvement of mental energy. With sufficient mental energy, Tiangui was directly promoted without encountering bottlenecks. If it were not for the continuous improvement later, perhaps the promotion process could be completed in one stick of incense. Chapter 669 Kung Fu. The heavenly ghost, who was promoted to the 4th level mid-level, flew into the body of the great monk and entered the nascent soul. At this moment, Li Shiming sensed the power of the great monk through the ghost. This is not a great monk who has lost his nascent soul like the living dead Xiao Qifeng, but a truly complete great monk. After a period of research, Li Shiming discovered something. First of all, it is almost impossible for him to continue to improve the strength of this great monk, unless he allows this great monk to practice a new skill. Otherwise, even if he gets the main skill that the great monk originally practiced, nor could he understand the rules mastered by the great monk. Although it is impossible to understand the rules mastered by the great monks, it does not mean that it cannot be used. As long as you control the Yuanying, you can use the skill runes in the Yuanying body to exert some of the attack power that is enhanced by the rules. The reason for the partial attack power is that he has not practiced the main skills of a great monk. Simply activating the runes of the skills cannot fully unleash the power of the skills. Secondly, the strength of this great monk is not very strong. If the nascent soul is removed and judged by the physical body alone, the strength of his physical body is not even as strong as the living dead Xiao Qifeng. In other words, if the thunder mysterious bow is handed into the hands of this great monk, its power will not be as powerful as the living dead Xiao Qifeng. Li Shiming shook his head helplessly. He thought that the idea of controlling the combat power of a great monk was very beautiful. But this idea was ruthlessly shattered in the face of reality. Regardless of whether the heavenly ghosts can master this great monk's nascent soul, the combat power of a great monk who has the nascent soul and the physical body combined is definitely at the level of a true great monk. However, this great monk was originally a casual cultivator, and was the weakest among the great monks. Under the control of the heavenly ghost, he could not maintain even half of his strength. In this way, the combat power of this great monk is at most the level of a great monk. For Li Shiming, this is not much different from the combat power that is infinitely close to that of a great monk. In any case, they are absolutely suppressed when facing the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, and they can only escape when facing the real great monks. The biggest problem is that there is only one heavenly ghost. If you control this great monk, you cannot control the living dead Xiao Qi Feng. This does not substantially increase the combat power in Li Shiming's hands. By looking at the mustard ring of the great monk, Li Shiming learned that the great monk's name was Luo Pei, and that he was one of the 3 great monks on Anyu Island. He thought for a while. It would be better to use the identity of the great monk Luo Pei to act. This identity is more convenient. Anyway, Anyu Island was destroyed. Without Anyu Island, the 3 great monks had to divide their belongings. As for the living dead Xiao Qi Feng, he treats it more as a long-range attack weapon. There is not much difference between the living dead Xiao Qi Feng and the great monk Luo Pei. They are both controlled by heavenly ghosts. At that time, Li Shiming still let his water thunder nascent soul stay in the body of the great monk Luo Pei, which is different from the great monk Luo Pei's nascent soul. At the same time, the body of Shuile Yuanian contains energy beads formed by Dongtian. In this way, the great monk Luo Pei can walk outside with Li Shiming in the cave, like the living dead Xiao Qi Feng. The biggest difference between the living dead Xiao Qi Feng and the great monk Luo Pei is that the living dead Xiao Qi Feng cannot be regarded as a great monk in front of other great monks, while the great monk Luo Pei is a real great monk, except that he does not have the combat power of a great monk. Of course, in order to make the best use of the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei, Li Shiming set aside a brain with Z15 computing power and began to study the situation of the great monk Luo Pei. Master Luo Pei majored in water-based exercises, which was also Li Shiming's weakest point. Although the 5 rhymes Qi training technique practiced by Li Shiming also involves the training of water elements, the 5 rhymes Qi training technique does not have many attack methods. In fact, he had many opportunities in the world of cultivating immortals. The ancient technique of 5 rhymes Qi training technique could no longer be regarded as the best technique for him to a certain extent. It's just that this 5 elements spiritual power technique is extremely suitable for him. The 5 elements Qi receiving formation in his body also relies on the 5 rhymes practicing Qi technique to exert its effect. So he still uses the 5 rhymes practicing technique to exert its effect. Qi Ju was regarded as the main skill. He actually has some ideas about his main training method. In his plan, he planned to practice the Heavenly Man art. This was the strongest skill he had ever encountered. Master Shigu spoke very highly of the Heavenly Man art, even with a sense of indifference. The regret of taking time to rebuild the art of heaven and man. Great Master Shigu spent his whole life perfecting the Heaven and Man art. The Heaven and Man art was a work he completed at the end of his life by integrating a lifetime of experience and a lot of rule knowledge that could only be understood during the Mahayana period law. The most troublesome thing about the technique of heaven and man is that if Yuanian monks under the Mahayana stage want to practice this technique, they need to master the 5 elements of the 5 elements, because supernatural power is a form of expression of rules, and it is also the ability of rules that other monks except Mahayana monks can really master. Even the rules mastered by the great monks are only superficial. Of course, magical powers are just a means of exercising rules, and their principles are beyond the comprehension of monks, at least not until they reach the Mahayana stage. Even if one reaches the Mahayana stage, it is still difficult to fully understand magical powers without studying the rules related to magical powers. With Zhai Ji's idea, the Yuanian monk replaced the power of rules with the 5 5-element magical powers to practice the Heaven and Man art, making it easier to advance to the Mahayana stage. This is the source of motivation for why Li Shiming has always wanted to practice this Heaven art. It is already extremely remarkable that other top techniques can increase the chance of being promoted to a great monk. But looking at the art of heaven and man, it does not say that the starting point of cultivation is the nascent soul stage. But what it can increase is the chance of advancing to the Mahayana stage. Even if Li Shiming had various opportunities, had the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, and was a master of alchemy, weapon refining and formation, he could not guarantee that he would be able to advance to the Mahayana stage. Mahayana monks are at the top of the world of immortality. Any Mahayana monk has the power to influence the world of immortality, no matter how much it can increase the chance of being promoted to the Mahayana stage. It is worth Li Shiming's expense to replace his major skills. In addition, the Heaven art is also a 5-element technique, and it can also fully fit the 5 elements Qi receiving formation in the body. When Li Shiming thought of the 5 elements magical power, he thought of another thing. Lu Ziyun had promised him to prepare for him the inheritance of fully a sex with magic power, Xiantianimu. Since he had doubts with the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, he kept his guest's jade dish in the computer room. He hesitated slightly, but still did not take out the Kaching jade disc. He wanted to use his own efforts to go to Folia Sect to try if he could get a chance to receive the wood magical power, Innateimu. He had no intention of using Kaching jade disc, nor did he intend to use the identity of Li Shizhen. He decided to go there as the great monk Luo Pei. The only trouble is that senior monk Luo Pei specializes in water-based skills, so it would be a bit weird to accept the inheritance of wood-based magical powers. But what does it matter? He just needs a chance and spend some money. The less likely it is for the great monk Luo Pei to accept the wood magical power, Innateimu, the more likely it is that Fulia Song will let the great monk Luo Pei participate in the inheritance test. Go to Fulu's sect. Li Shiming felt the whole body of the great monk Luo Pei and finally made a decision. At this time, the great monk Luo Pei was no different from an ordinary great monk. As long as he did not participate in the battle, no monk would know that the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei had dropped by more than half. As far as Li Shiming knew, battles between monks rarely occurred, and conflicts between monks would be resolved through negotiation as much as possible. There is a 4th grade flying boat in the mustard ring of the great monk Luo Pei. The quality is very ordinary. It is just a 4th grade mid-level flying boat. Even among the superpowers, the flying boat of a core monk with a background in the early and middle stages of nascent soul is of higher quality than his 4th grade flying boat. However, since he is in the realm of a great monk, even this relatively ordinary 4th grade flying boat will not be intercepted by any monks on the road. There is really no monk who would not think twice about intercepting a flying boat of a great monk. Senior monk Luo Pei sat in the flying boat and controlled the flying boat to fly towards Fulia Sect. Li Shiming separated a brain and checked it in brother Luo Pei's mustard ring. He checked the mustard ring of the great monk Luo Pei through the heavenly ghost. In fact, it was the heavenly ghost who was checking the mustard seed ring of the great monk Luo Pei. He had a soul connection with the heavenly ghost and shared all the perceptions of the heavenly ghost. He had only briefly inspected the mustard ring before, but there really wasn't anything he liked about it. Even the natal magic weapon of the great monk Luo Pei, a top-level 4th grade flying sword of the water system, was just like that in his eyes. That is to say, he has some bad relations with Zhongzhou Commercial Bank now. He cannot exchange contribution points for resources from Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. Otherwise, he really plans to exchange for a water-based weapon refining material to recreate a natal magic weapon for the great monk Luo Pei. Li Shiming looked at the spiritual objects in the mustard ring, especially the jade slips. These jade slips added information to his Z15. For some unknown reason, there are more than 3,000 jade slips in the mustard seed ring of the great monk Luo Pei. This is probably related to the fact that he is a casual cultivator. Since there is no systematic inheritance, he has a morbid obsession with collecting jade slips. Among these jade slips, there are not many truly complete inheritances. Although the number of skills and secrets is large, the quantity of skills and secrets is never the priority, but quality. However, Li Shiming still found a technique called Black Water Towering Technique. The reason why he pays special attention to this technique is because there are a lot of experience records in this technique. The person who recorded this experience was none other than the great monk Luo Pei himself. From this jade slip, Li Shiming finally knew what the main technique practiced by the great monk Luo Pei was. And it was this Black Water Soaring Technique. Li Shiming conducted analysis and research on the Black Water Towering skill. His vision was very high, and there were a lot of skills in the Z15 database. Comparing the two, he found that Black Water Towering Sky Dong can be regarded as the top skill among the water-based skills. Of course, there is still a slight gap between this top-notch technique and the Sword Intent Chong Xiao Ju and Yuqing Thunder Code. It can be regarded as a level below the Sword Intent Chong Xiao Ju and Jade Pure Thunder Code. This is already very good. Sword Intent Climbs to the Sky Technique and Jade Clear Thunder Code are both inherited techniques of superpowers. Li Shiming's research on the Black Water Soaring Technique didn't take long. With the annotations of Master Luo Pei himself, it was very easy for him to understand the Black Water Soaring Technique, especially when he tried to let the Heavenly Ghost control the great monk Luo Pei to practice the Black Water Towering Technique. He found that the body and yuaning of the great monk Luo Pei did not need too much control at all, and he practiced the black water on his own. Monstrous power. This is not much of a surprise, since this Black Water Soaring Technique is the main skill of the great monk Luo Pei. It means that the great monk Luo Pei has been practicing this skill for at least 1,000 years. After practicing this technique for 1,000 years, of course both the physical body and the nascent soul have already developed instincts. It was just that there was no guidance before. So I didn't enter the state of cultivation. As the great monk Luo Pei practiced the black water soaring technique, Li Shiming continued to perceive the insights from the black water soaring technique from the great monk Luo Pei through the ghosts. Although the great monk Luo Pei is a casual cultivator, he is the weakest among the great monks. But he is a real great monk, especially in the water system, which far exceeds Li Shiming. During the training process of the great monk Luo Pei, Li Shiming felt that the great monk of the water system had an understanding of the water system rules of the black water towering technique. In the world of cultivating immortals, even a true father and son, master and disciple cannot open their souls and let another monk freely view and share everything about them during cultivation. This first requires the practicing monks to hand everything over to the observing monks, including life and death. It is impossible for such monks to exist in the world of immortality. Li Shiming did not let senior monk Luo Pei practice the black water soaring technique for a long time. After gaining insights from senior monk Luo Pei, he had a better understanding of the attack methods in black water soaring technique. Although Tian Gui has considerable wisdom, it is simply unrealistic for Tian Gui to understand the water-based technique, black water towering technique. What Tian Gui is good at is spirit, and what Tian Gui is good at is not the same system at all. Of course, Tian Gui also has its own expertise. As long as Li Shiming can pass on his insights to it, it can perfectly exert its power. This is the benefit of a strong spirit. Regarding the black water towering technique, Li Shiming summarized 2 secret methods of defense and 2 secret methods of attack. He did not intend to master all the secret techniques in the black water towering technique. There was really no need. Black ice turns into armor, and black ice turns into shield. These are 2 secret defense methods. Black ice turns into arrows, and black water surges into the sky are 2 secret attack methods, and they are both single attack and group attack secret methods. Chapter 670 Mu. The mountain gate of Fulia sect is in the western part of Zhongzhou continent, and its mountain gate occupies the place with the strongest aura in this area, especially the Fulia sect protecting formation. Judging from the momentum of the sect protecting formation alone, it has definitely reached the level of a superpower. The Fulia sect also prospered back then and entered the category of a superpower. However, in the past few thousand years, there has been a gap in the top combat power. As a result, it fell from the superpower level and became a large sect. Of course, the Fulia sect's foundation is still very strong, with the relationship network that the Fulia sect has established over countless years. Even if it is reduced to a large sect, no superpower will kill it. There are also methods used by Fulia sect, such as sharing some important resources in hand to avoid causing trouble due to exclusive use of these important resources. On this day, senior monk Luo Pei appeared outside Fulia sect. He followed the rules and delivered a greeting letter to senior monk Mao Jing, who is currently in power of Fulia sect. Master Mao Jing was still very confused when he received the invitation. He had no contact with Master Luo Pei, although the Fulia sect has declined. It is not something that a casual cultivator can compare to. But after all, it was a great monk who came to visit. And even if it was to give the great monk face, he couldn't really refuse to meet him. Senior monk Mao Jing received senior monk Luo Pei in the reception hall dedicated to the Fulia sect. This was also the standard for reception by a senior monk. Fellow Taoist Mao, please forgive me for disturbing you. Senior monk Luo Pei walked into the reception hall under the guidance of a mid-stage nascent soul monk. When he saw senior monk Mao Jing sitting in the main seat, he bowed politely. Okay. Yes. Eli said. Fellow Taoist Luo, I've heard of you for a long time. Brother Mao Jing stretched out his hand to avoid hitting the smiling man, and returned the salute with a smile. As the 2 parties sat down, someone presented them with spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. These spiritual teas and spiritual fruits were all of 4th grade quality according to the reception standards of the great monks. Fellow Taoist Luo, why are you looking for me? Brother Mao Jing asked when he saw that Brother Luo Pei had not been talking about business. He looked at the monk waiting on the side from time to time and waved his hand to ask the monk to leave. To be honest, fellow Taoist Mao, I have had some problems with my cultivation recently. I need wood to nourish water. So I came here to seek enlightenment on the inheritance of your sex wood-based magical power. Xiantian Imu. Seeing the monks who were waiting for him leave, the great monk Luo Pei said on request. Master Mao Jing couldn't help but was stunned when he heard that. Although the wood-type magical power, innate Imu, was indeed passed down to external parties, those external inheritances were given to forces that needed to maintain relationships. Otherwise, with the current Fulia sect, how could it maintain such a large foundation? The current situation of the Fulia sect is not optimistic. There are many covetous forces around, but it is the Fulia sect that shares some important resources and forms a broad alliance that can maintain the current situation. It is not that there are powerful superpowers who want to wipe out the Fulia sect and seize the resources of the Fulia sect, but this broad alliance will not agree. If a superpower occupies these resources, how can they share these resources, rather than these resources being occupied by superpowers? It would be better for them to be owned by the Fulia sect, so that at least everyone can get a share of the pie. Although the inheritance of the wood magical power, Xiantian Imu, is repeated, it requires a long time to recover after each inheritance, allowing the great monk Luo Pei to join the inheritance of the wood-type magical power, innate Imu, will inevitably affect the inheritance time of other forces. Brother Mao Jing had no doubts about the theory of using wood to nourish water mentioned by the great monk Luo Pei. At the level of a great monk, he has initially come into contact with the power of rules, but cannot truly master them. So he will try his best to use various means to enhance his own rules, not to mention using water to grow trees. He has heard of all the weirdest methods. Fellow Taoist Luo, it's not that I don't want to help, but the opportunity to inherit the innate Imu in the past 300 years has been arranged. Monk Mao Jing politely refused. Senior Monk Luo Pei smiled slightly. He had expected it. He took out a jade bottle and placed it on the table. He opened the jade bottle with his spiritual consciousness, paused for a moment, and then closed it again. Although there was only one breath of time, it was enough for the great monk Mao Jing to detect the situation in the jade bottle. I think with Brother Mao's ability, it won't be a problem to help me join the team. Brother Luo Pei pushed the jade bottle in front of Brother Mao Jing and said with a smile. Senior monk Mao Jing could no longer say no for a moment, because he found out that there were 3 month 4th grade elixirs in the jade bottle, all of which were of intermediate quality. If Fulia sect was still the superpower it was before, great monk Mao Jing might be able to refuse such a temptation. But with the current situation of Fulia sect, his resources as a great monk are extremely limited. It can only be said that the great monk Luo Pei gave him so much that he could no longer refuse. An opportunity to participate in the inheritance of the wood magical power, innate Imu, using 3 high monk 4th grade intermediate elixirs to trade. How can you refuse such a gesture? There will be an inheritance opportunity in 10 years. What do you think? Great monk Mao Jing thought about it for a moment and asked in a questioning tone. I hope to get the opportunity to inherit as quickly as possible. Brother Luo Pei placed another jade bottle on the table and opened it. The same operation made Brother Mao Jing's heart beat faster. There are 2 more high monk 4th grade intermediate elixirs. If the high monk Mao Jing refuses, he may not agree in his heart. There will be an inheritance opportunity in 10 days. I will give this opportunity to you. He reached out and took the jade bottle in his hand and said seriously. Then thank you, Taoist fellow Mao. If it wasn't for my cultivation path, I wouldn't force anyone to do anything difficult. Senior Brother Luo Pei said with a helpless smile and thanks. Brother Mao Jing nodded in understanding. As a fellow monk, he understood the feelings of Brother Luo Pei very well. I will arrange a cave for Brother Luo to rest first, and he will receive the inheritance in 10 days. He arranged for Brother Luo Pei. It was the middle-stage nascent soul monk who led the way again, who led the great monk Luo Pei to a guest cave specially prepared for the great monks. Senior monk Luo Pei walked into the cave, looked at the environment, and threw out a number of 4th grade formation flags to strengthen the formation in the cave here. Great monk Luo Pei was naturally controlled by Li Shiming, probably in the world of immortality. Only Li Shiming would be so generous as to trade 5 great monk 4th grade intermediate spiritual pills for a slim chance of inheriting magical powers. This great monk's 4th grade intermediate elixir is indeed extremely valuable. But these are all byproducts of Li Shiming's alchemy. He refined a furnace of 4th grade elixirs for the great monks. The great monks could get 2 pills, but he could get 4. But for him, the 4th grade intermediate elixirs had no value in taking them. Unless he really has no elixir to use, it is impossible for him to practice with the 4th grade intermediate elixir. Besides, using the 4th grade elixir in exchange for the opportunity to inherit the wood magical power, Innate may seem like a lost outsiders. But he feels it is extremely worth it. From the fire-based magical power, Naming Lihua, to the earth-based magical power, Invisible Yuan Magnetic, to the metal-based magical power, Tamadhi Divine Wind. He has now mastered 3 types of 5-element magical powers. If you add in the Divine Foot Power, Divine Eye Power, and Other Mind Power, etc., he is so sure of acquiring the inheritance of magical power that no one in the entire world of immortality can compare with him. For him, the chance of acquiring the inheritance of the wood magical power, Innate is higher than 90%. In 10 days, Li Shiming controlled Master Luo Pei to practice the Black Water Soaring Technique. Every time he practiced the Black Water Soaring Technique, he could gain some insights into the water system. If it weren't for the lack of time, he would have planned to stay in seclusion for a while to meditate. For cultivation, 10 days really passed by in a blink of an eye. Awakened by a message transmission formula, he restrained the aura in his body. He had not entered into deep cultivation, so it was very easy to collect the power. Opening the message transmission formula, it was a message from the great monk Mao Jing, asking him to come and accept the inheritance test of the wood magical power, Xiantianimu. He flew out of the cave, and saw the great monk Mao Jing standing in the air. "Fellow Taoist Luo, how are you doing with your rest?" Brother Mao Jing asked with a smile. The reason why he has such an attitude is that he has carefully examined the 5 great monks' 4th grade intermediate elixirs in the past few days. Although they are of 4th grade intermediate quality, they are only 1 step away from high-level quality. A 4th grade elixir like this for a great monk can be exchanged for at least 4 if left outside. Of course, anyone who gets such a 4th grade elixir will not redeem it, but use it himself. He felt that he owed Brother Luo Pei a favor, so he had such an attitude. "I would also like to thank fellow Taoist Mao. My energy is at its best, and I believe I will be able to achieve success in just 1 try." Brother Luo Pei responded with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Luo, if you can't pass the inheritance test, don't force yourself. Although death will not occur in the inheritance test, the inheritance test will still affect the spirit." Brother Mao Jing couldn't help but remind him. He had no hope that senior monk Luo Pei would be able to inherit the wood magical power, Innate. His reminder was only based on the 5 4th grade intermediate elixirs given by senior monk Luo Pei. Not to mention that great monk Luo Pei is a water-based monk. Even the core wood-based monks trained by some superpowers have made full preparations for the Innate magical power. There are very few monks who can pass the inheritance test of the Innate magical power. On average, it takes almost 400 to 500 years for a monk to inherit the magical power of Innate. And the test of inheriting the magical power of Innate only occurs once every 10 years. Judging from the situation of the monks who have inherited the magical power of Innate, almost all of them are specially prepared to obtain the magical power of Innate and have been trained since childhood. "Thank you, Taoist fellow Mao, for reminding me. I will pay attention." Brother Luo Pei thanked with a smile. Under the leadership of Brother Mao Jing, Brother Luo Pei followed and entered a cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Brother Luo Pei felt the extremely rich with spiritual energy. Even the air here was tinged with a touch of green. Brother Mao Jing smiled at Brother Luo Pei's surprised expression. He knew that Brother Luo Pei was a casual cultivator, and he was also a casual cultivator who had lost his foundation. No matter how much the Folia sect declines, it is still an existence that is beyond the reach of casual cultivators like senior monk Luo Pei. Master Luo Pei also intended to do this. Li Shiming, who controlled Master Luo Pei, had 2 caves, not to mention more caves he had seen. The only feature of the cave here is the pure wood element. This is a cave created specifically for monks who practice wood element techniques. "This is the place of inheritance. Fellow Taoist Luo, you have 10 hours to realize it. If you exceed this time, you will be considered a failure and will be sent out of the cave." Brother Mao Jing explained after sending Brother Luo Pei to the destination. In front of the great monk Luo Pei was an ancient tree with lush branches and leaves and extremely strong vitality. Li Shiming has a feeling that this ancient tree has a particularly close relationship with the cave's sky. It seems that the cave's sky has the ancient tree as its core. He couldn't help but shook his head. If it weren't for the decline of Folia's sect, how could the core of the cave be open to the monks of the Otter sect? Just like the 4 Symbols Cave of 10,000 Beasts sect and the Sword Cave of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. Unless they are extremely close monks, it is impossible to let them in. He controlled the great monk Luo Pei to sit cross-legged in front of the ancient tree. Of course, he did not really let the great monk Luo Pei accept the inheritance. But he accepted the inheritance himself. The way to accept the inheritance is also very simple. The original water thunder nascent soul in the body of the great monk Luo Pei is replaced by the wood thunder nascent soul. The Mulei Yuanying is in the body of the great monk Luo Pei. The spiritual consciousness of the Mulei Yuanying enters the ancient tree and accepts the inheritance on behalf of the great monk Luo Pei. He had observed it. And even if there were monks watching outside, they would not be able to detect his movements. Who would have thought that a great monk would be willing to place another monk's nascent soul next to his own? This is tantamount to making all his secrets public and putting his life and death in the hands of the other monk. Mulei Yuanying stretched out his spiritual consciousness and came into contact with the ancient tree. The ancient tree led his spiritual consciousness to the center of the tree. When his spiritual consciousness came into contact with a piece of crystal spiritual wood in the heart of the tree, his spiritual consciousness sensed that he had entered an illusion. He became a seed, and rain fell from the sky. Watered by the rain, the seed sprouted. The seed grows into a small tree, and then comes a long process of growth. During this period, nothing happened except animals and birds, as well as wind, thunder, rain, and snow in nature. Loneliness fills the small tree and grows into a big tree as the small tree grows. This is an almost endless journey of loneliness. The test of inheritance is not static. Every inheritor will experience a test that is consistent with himself. And after each inheritance test, the content of the test will be cleared from the memory, and the details can be recalled later. What Li Shiming encountered was the simplest but also the most difficult test among the Xiantianimu tests. The test was simple without any trouble. But the long and endless time and the ultimate loneliness were the difficulties of the test. Chapter 671 Inheritance. Monks are the most able to endure loneliness. Nascent soul monks will practice in seclusion for several years, or even 10 years, or decades at a time. But when it extends to an almost infinite time, no monk can bear it anymore. Although this is just a test of the inheritance of the magical power of Innate-Imu, what it brings to the monks is only a spiritual feeling, not a real loss of time. But the long loneliness will still make the monk's soul more and more aging. And this aging comes from spiritual emptiness. The Xiantianimu test that Li Shiming encountered was indeed very troublesome. At least no previous practitioner had been able to pass this test when they encountered it. There are even many monks whose souls have aged due to long-term mental loneliness. After leaving the test, their souls still cannot recover. In the end, their cultivation level cannot be improved even a little bit, until their lifespan is exhausted and they die. This is also the reason why Brother Mao Jing reminded Brother Luo Pei, just to prevent this kind of situation from happening. Unfortunately, this lonely test of Xiantianimu encountered Li Shiming, who was least afraid of such a test. Not to mention that Li Shiming has 5 nascent souls. Only 1 nascent soul is currently participating in the Xiantianimu magical power test, and the other 4 nascent souls will not be affected. Even if the 5 nascent souls are affected, he still has 190 brains available, and the natal magic weapon Z15 can remind him at any time. 8 hours had passed outside. But to Mulei Yuanying's perception, it was as if hundreds of millions of years had passed. This feeling was very strange, and it gave him a vague sense of time. Unfortunately, his perception of time was too abysmal. He only scratched the surface, and the test of the magical power of Innate-Imu was over. As the Xiantianimu magical power test ended, Li Shiming's Mulei nascent soul felt a message coming into the brain, and at the same time, a Xiantianimu magical power rune appeared in Mulei Yuanying's body. Li Shiming immediately contacted the clone Li Yuanba. He had long discovered that the magical runes could be shared with the clone, and the clone could also share the magical runes with the main body. He shared the magical rune, Innate-Imu, with Li Yuanba, and the rune dagger in Li Yuanba's Yuanying body contained the magical rune, Innate-Imu. As for how to apply the magical power of Innate-Imu, once Li Shiming has thoroughly studied it himself, he will naturally share it with Li Yuanba again. It was a pity that when Li Shiming wanted to share the magical runes of Innate-Imu with the great monk Luo Pei, he found that he couldn't do it. He couldn't help but shook his head. He was still too greedy. However, as long as he is Yuanying in the body of the great monk Luo Pei, he can activate the Innate-Imu magical power through Yuanying. Mulei Yuanying is not necessarily required. The other 4 Yuanyings can also borrow the magical power of Innate-Imu through the connection with Mulei Yuanying. He calmed down and refocused on the information content of the magical power of Scientianimu. Scientianimu, magical power. This is an extremely special auxiliary magical power. Its only effect is to generate endless vitality, which allows monks who have mastered the magical power of Innateimu to have half the lifespan of ordinary monks of the same level. This is not a small number. The lifespan of an ordinary Yuaniing early stage monk is 1,000 years. If one cultivates the magical power of Innateimu, then his lifespan is 1,500 years. Li Shiming was shocked by the ability of the Scientianimu magical power. Why didn't the outside world hear about the effect of the Scientianimu magical power? How did he know that the inheritance of the magical power of Scientianimu is also divided into levels? The test of the inheritance of magical power that his Muley nascent soul participated in was the most difficult. And the inheritance level he received was also the highest. Of course, his memory does not contain the contents of the Scientianimu magical power inheritance test. But his natal magic weapon Z15 has stored this memory, and can be recalled by him at any time. After passing the most difficult test of the Scientianimu magical power inheritance, one can naturally obtain the highest level of Scientianimu inheritance. If a monk who has mastered the inheritance of the Scientianimu magical power compares his Scientianimu magical power rune with the Scientianimu magical power rune he obtained, he will find that his Scientianimu magical power rune is more complete. In addition to its influence on longevity, the magical power of Scientianimu also has healing capabilities. This is the universal ability of the Innateimu magical power. Any monk who has inherited the Innateimu magical power has this ability. The healing ability of the magical power of Scientianimu can not only heal itself, but also heal monks of the same level. The effect is only slightly worse than the treatment of itself. The magical power of Innateimu cannot treat monks whose realm is higher than itself. This makes the treatment of Innateimu magical power very shortcomings. But it also makes the inheritance of this magical power not so important. It is extremely difficult for monks, especially nascent soul monks, to recover once they are injured, especially regular injuries. Without the corresponding healing elixir of 4th grade high quality, it is impossible to recover from the injury. If you want to refine a 4th grade high quality healing elixir, a normal alchemy master needs to consume a lot of elixirs and refine many furnaces to have a chance to refine high quality elixirs. This makes the 4th grade high quality healing elixir extremely valuable. Any monk who obtains it will use it as a means of saving his life. But having the magical power of Innateimu is different. This is equivalent to having unlimited 4th grade high quality healing elixirs, which can treat injured monks at any time. If a sect has a monk who has mastered the magical power of Innateimu, it means that the monk's injuries to monks in the same realm or below can be treated by him. The treatment effect is consistent with the effect of a 4th grade high quality therapeutic elixir. Most importantly, if a 4th grade high quality therapeutic elixir cannot cure the disease, the monk will need to recover on his own. But the magical power of Scientianimu can make one treatment not enough, and then try it again until the monk's body is completely recovered. Li Shiming is very satisfied with the effect of the Innateimu magical power. He already has a lot of offensive magical powers, and this healing magical power is extremely practical. Just when Li Shiming received the inheritance of the magical power of Innateimu, the expression of the great monk Mao Jing who was waiting outside suddenly changed, and he looked at the place of inheritance in surprise. Although Brother Mao Jing could not penetrate the formation and see the situation of Brother Luo Pei, he knew that Brother Luo Pei was receiving the inheritance of the magical power of Innateimu at this time. In the past, the benefits that Senior Monk Luo Pei brought out only impressed him. But now the value of Senior Monk Luo Pei has greatly increased. This is a senior monk who has mastered the magical power of Innateimu. In any sect, a great monk with the magical power of Innateimu is a treasure. His eyes shone, and he knew the details of the great monk Luo Pei. He was originally one of the 3 island owners of Anyu Island. Now that Anyu Island has been destroyed by spiritual beasts, the great monk Luo Pei can be said to be a lost dog. Currently, only Senior Monk Mao Jing knows that Senior Monk Luo Pei has mastered the magical power of Innateimu. Senior Monk Mao Jing is thinking about how to invite Senior Monk Luo Pei to join the Folius sect, so that the Folius sect will have Innateimu. Imu is the inheritor of magical powers. It is funny to say it, but of course, it is not funny to the great monk Mao Jing. The Folius sect, which has the inheritance of Scientianimu, does not have a monk who has mastered the inheritance of Scientionimu. On the one hand, since the decline of Folia's sect, the quality of recruiting disciples has been affected, and resources cannot be guaranteed. This has led to fewer and fewer seedlings with top-level cultivation talents in the wood system. On the other hand, only a small part of the test opportunities for the inheritance of the Innatimu, magical power once every 10 years were obtained by the monks of the Folia sect, and most of the inheritance test opportunities were given away. Given these circumstances, it's no wonder that the Folia sect is unable to produce a successor to the magical power of Innatimu. The inheritance test of the magical power of Innatimu itself is extremely difficult to pass. Only one Innatimu is born every 400 to 500 years. For the Folia sect, it would take thousands of years for an inheritor of magical powers to appear. While Brother Mao Jing was thinking about it, he saw Brother Luo Pei being teleported out. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Luo. Senior Brother Mao Jing stepped forward and said with a smile, I would also like to thank fellow Taoist Mao for giving me this opportunity. And I am pretty lucky. Senior Brother Luo Pei replied with a smile. I wonder what fellow Taoist Luo has planned in the future. Although the Folia sect is only a large sect now, its heritage is still that of a super sect. I hope fellow Taoist Luo can consider joining our sect. Brother Mao Jing looked at Brother Luo Pei and said own proposal. Brother Luo Pei was slightly startled. Li Shiming did not expect that Brother Mao Jing would make such a suggestion. To be honest, he was a little tempted, but he considered that all he needed now was the magical power of water to practice the heavenly art, and he didn't want to be trapped in one place now. Fellow Taoist Mao, you also know that I practice water-based skills. After mastering the magical power of Innatimu, I feel that what I thought before is a bit simple. I still need a water-based magical power to help me. After I find the water magic power inheritance, I will consider joining the Folia sect. Brother Luo Pei shook his head helplessly and said, Fellow Taoist Luo, the training plan you have arranged for yourself is too difficult. Otherwise, you should join the Folia sect first, and I will use the power of the sect to help you find information about the magical power of the water system. Brother Mao Jing heard that Master Luo Pei the monk's intention turned around and said. This time, Brother Luo Pei did not refuse, mainly because Brother Mao Jing's idea was indeed in his interests. He has no connections in the Zhongzhou continent that he can use now. The identity of the great monk Luo Pei is just a casual cultivator. He has the realm of a great monk, but his status in the Zhongzhou continent is not high. There was a gap between him and Zhongzhou Trading Company, and he did not want to go to Zhongzhou Trading Company. If he wanted to join a super force, the chances would be extremely slim without exposing himself. You must know that even the Folia sect had no intention of recruiting Senior Monk Luo Pei to join them before Senior Monk Luo Pei mastered the magical power of Innatimu. Folia sect is now just a large sect and will not accept a great casual cultivator. One can imagine the attitude of those superpowers towards a great casual cultivator. Of course, if Li Shiming lets his true body come out and reveals his alchemy ability, he will be able to easily join a super force. But just like before, if he shows up, the Yuqing sect will definitely find him. It can be seen from the attitude of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank that a superpower will not break with a superpower like Yuqing sect for the sake of a disciple. He even doubts whether he will become a pawn in the transaction between the two parties. Therefore, Folia sect is the most suitable sect for Senior Monk Luo Pei. At least joining as Senior Monk Luo Pei will save a lot of trouble. Fellow Taoist Mao has said this to this extent. If I don't agree, it will be hypocritical. Senior Brother Luo Pei said with a smile. Great! Our sect is so lucky to have fellow Taoist Luo join us. Senior Monk Mao Jing clapped his hands vigorously and said with a smile. Senior Monk Luo Pei returned to his previous temporary cave. As a senior monk, he joined the Folia sect. Although he did not plan to have a grand ceremony, he at least had to have a ceremony. Therefore, the time set by the great monk Mao Jing to join the sect is 3 days later. And these 3 days are the time for the sect to prepare. The great monk Luo Pei was sitting in the cave and practicing. And Li Shiming separated a brain to study the magical power of Innatimu. He naturally knew that the reason why the great monk Mao Jing invited the great monk Luo Pei to join the Folia sect was because the great monk Luo Pei had mastered the magical power of Innatimu. But only he knew that the one who truly mastered the magical power of Innatimu was him. A monk in the middle stage of Yuanying, and not the great monk Luo Pei. If a great monk is really injured and asks the great monk Luo Pei to take action, even if Li Shiming uses his own nascent soul in the body of the great monk Luo Pei to use the magical power of Innatimu, he will not be able to cure the great monk's injury. If this really happens, the secret of Master Luo Pei's mastery of the magical power of innate Imu will be revealed. Fortunately, the possibility of the great monk being injured is extremely low. Generally, only the monks in the early stage of Yuanying will be injured. The ones he treats in Fuliasong are the monks in the early stage of Yuanying. A sound transmission technique flew into the cave, alarmingly shimming. He asked the great monk Luo Pei to put away the exercises and end the practice. The great monk Luo Pei opened the sound transmission method. This is a request for a visit, sent by another great monk from the Fulia sect. And that great monk is waiting outside the cave. Great monk Luo Pei opened the cave and walked out of the cave gate. Hu Shiming has met fellow Taoist Luo. Senior monk Hu Shiming took the initiative to salute. Senior monk Luo Pei recognized the other party. Senior monk Mao Jing had introduced several senior monks from Fulia sect, and senior monk Hu Shiming was one of them. The great monks of the Fulia sect, namely the great monks Mao Jing and Hu Shiming, stayed in the sect, while the other 4 great monks traveled far away. The 4 great monks who traveled far away had a sacred mission, which was to reach the Mahayana stage as soon as possible and let the Fulia sect return to the super sect. Chapter 672 Getting Started. Fellow Taoist Hu, please come in quickly. Senior monk Luo Pei saw that it was senior monk Hu Shiming from Fulia sect, and he quickly stepped aside and said, although he said he had agreed to join the Fulia sect, let alone not joining yet. Even if he had joined, he still had to show enough respect for this veteran monk of the Fulia sect. I'm the one who disturbed you, said the great monk Hu Shiming with a smile. He and the great monk Luo Pei entered the cave together. Behind him, a monk in the early stage of nascent soul also entered. Senior monk Luo Pei took out the 4th grade spiritual tea and poured it for senior monk Hu Shiming. As for the early Yuanying monk who followed him, he was not even qualified to sit down, let alone be entertained by him. A senior monk. The 4th grade Lingsha he took out could not be the 4th grade Lingsha cooked by Li Shiming himself. That would not only gain face, but would cause trouble for himself. Anyway, among his trophies, there are quite a few 4th grade spiritual teas. This relatively ordinary 4th grade spiritual tea is also in line with his status. After pouring the 4th grade spiritual tea to the great monk Hu Shiming, he glanced at the early Yuanying monk standing behind the great monk Hu Shiming. At this glance, he understood the reason why the great monk Hu Shiming came here. This early Yuanying monk was injured, and the injury was not light. He only suppressed it with the healing elixir, so he behaved like a normal person. I think fellow Taoist Luo has figured it out. This is Dogbeard Jian. He was seriously injured when he went out a few years ago. Although he took the elixir, he still recovered slowly. I heard that fellow Taoist has mastered the magical power of innate Imu. So I came here to ask fellow Taoist for help. After the great monk Hu Shiming drank the cup of spiritual tea in his hand, he couldn't help but tell the purpose of his visit. Brother Luo Pei was startled. He finally understood why Brother Hu Shiming was so anxious. You know, if you come to ask him for treatment now, you owe him a favor. 3 days later, when he joins the Fulia sect, he will be asked to take action. Due to the difference in status, the favor will be much lighter. Brother Hu Shiming couldn't even wait 3 days, which shows how much he values his son. I would also like to thank fellow Taoist Hu for giving me the opportunity to use it. To be honest, I haven't had a chance to practice it after practicing the magical power of innate Imu. Brother Luo Pei replied with a smile. He waved to Hu Jian, who stood in front of him with excitement on his face. It is helpless to say that the Fulia sect has the inheritance of the wood-type magical power, innate Imu. But as a great monk of the Fulia sect, Hu Shiming could not find a monk who had mastered the magical power of innate Imu to treat his son. What is now in the body of the great monk Luo Pei is Li Shiming's water thunder Yuanying. This does not hinder him. The water thunder Yuanying directly contacted the Mu Lei Yuanying and called the innate Imu magical rune in his body. Shui Lei Yuanying borrowed the magical runes of innate Imu to display the innate Imu magical power, and released it through the body of the great monk Luo Pei. I saw Brother Luo Pei waving his hand towards Hu Jian, and a green light enveloped Hu Jian's body. This green light is like the top jade, with a kind of intoxicating beauty. Hu Jian, who was in the green light, felt as if he was soaking in warm water. The warmth spread from outside the body to the body, and even nascent soul felt the same. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His injuries have reached a serious level. Even if the great monk Hu Shiming went to obtain a 4th grade advanced healing elixir, it would only weaken his serious injuries a little, and would not lead to physical collapse due to the serious injuries. in order to treat his injuries. Senior monk Hu Shiming estimated that at least 5 4th-grade advanced healing elixirs would be needed. The problem is that senior monk Hu Shiming is a senior monk himself, and has never collected the 4th-grade high-level healing elixir in the early stage of yuanying. This kind of 4th-grade high-level healing elixir, that monks regard as life-saving elixirs, is not so easy to obtain. Brother Hu Shiming has already placed orders with major trading houses, but it will take at least several years before he can get another one. At this time, the great monk Hu Shiming was also looking at Hu Jian in surprise. This was his son, so he could use his spiritual consciousness to scan the changes in Hu Jian's injuries. As a great monk of the Fulia sect, even if he has not practiced the magical power of innate Imu, but with his understanding of the magical power of innate Imu, he can see how effective the innate Imu magical power used by the great monk Luo Pei is. Powerful. According to his estimate, senior monk Luo Pei would have to use the innate Imu magical power at least 4 or 5 times before he could completely cure Hu Jian's injuries. But obviously, he underestimated the innate Imu magical power of the great monk Luo Pei. This was the first time he used the innate Imu magical power, and Hu Jian's injuries were almost healed. Hu Jian felt his body relax, and the injuries that had weighed on his body for several years were wiped away, which made him feel so happy that he wanted to cheer loudly. "Thank you, Senior Luo!" He bowed and thanked the great monk Luo Pei. "Call Master Luo," Senior monk Hu Shiming said as he patted his son. His words showed his attitude. He had regarded the great monk Luo Pei as the great monk of the Fulia sect. This was a kind of recognition. Now the 2 great monks in Fulia sect have recognized the great monk Luo Pei, which makes the life of the great monk Luo Pei less troublesome in the sect. "Thank you, Master Luo." Hu Jian changed his words and said, "Congratulations to fellow Taoist Hu. Judging from Master Nephew Hu's condition, although he suffered some injuries, he has also tempered himself. It won't be long before he is expected to be promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul." Senior brother Luo Pei laughed and helped Hu Jian, and turned to Hu Shiming. The great monk said, hearing him praise his son so much. Master Hu Shiming was also in a good mood. The subsequent chat between the 2 great monks was less polite and more friendly. Time passed very quickly, and 3 days later, the great monk Luo Pei changed into a 4th-grade robe of the Fulia sect. These 4th-grade robes were specially sent by the great monk Mao Jing, and they are also the ceremonial robes of the great monks of the Fulia sect. Normally, the great monks dress casually, but during major events, they need to wear the ceremonial robes of the great monks of Fulia sect. The initiation ceremony was carried out in the Imu cave, which is the same cave where the great monk Luo Pei tested the wood magical power, Xiantianimu, a few days ago. There were not many monks participating in the watching. Only the great monks Mao Jing and Hu Shiming, and the rest were a few disciples of the 2 great monks. Such a low-key brother Mao Jing explained to brother Luo Pei that the reason why he did not want to be too high-profile was because it was best to only let the sect know about the mastery of the magical power of innate Imu. You must know that the great monk Luo Pei stole the inheritance opportunity from other monks, and he succeeded. The inheritance of the magical power of Xiantianimu has never passed the test twice consecutively. The 2 shortest successful passes in history also have a time gap of 300 years. Since the magical power inheritance of Xiantianimu was shared thousands of years ago, the forces involved in the sharing have also studied this. Once the Xiantianimu magical power inheritance appears and passes the test, the difficulty of the magical power test will be increased, and it will take at least 300 years to return to the normal trial difficulty. As for the inheritance trial postponed by the great monk Mao Jing this time, there are 2 core monks from the superpower. As long as they don't want to cause any big trouble, they can only hide the news first. It will take at least a few years after the incident has passed, and then the news will gradually leak out. Even if you want to check, you will not be able to find out when the great monk Luo Pei received the inheritance of the innate Imu magical power. Under the arrangement of Master Mao Jing, brother Luo Pei paid homage to the portrait of the founder of the Fulia sect. He felt a terrifying pressure from the portrait of the patriarch. This portrait was a treasure that could exert a sense of pressure on the great monks. Its quality was probably terrifyingly high. This made him feel the foundation of Fulia sect, which was not something that ordinary sects could possess. After the visit, brother Mao Jing and brother Hu Shiming had sincere smiles on their faces. "Junior brother Luo, from now on we will treat each other as brothers." Senior brother Mao Jing was the first to step forward and said, "I've met senior brother Mao. I've met senior brother Hu. Please take good care of me in the future." Senior monk Luo Pei bowed to the two senior monks. Okay, and changed his title. We will be a family from now on. This is the Great Monk's Jade Plate. When you join the sect as a new member, you only have the basic permissions of a great monk. You can view all the collections in the sect's library, and you can take a magic weapon from the treasure pavilion, or a piece of it, with the materials for refining the weapon. You can also own a cave in Imu Cave. Senior monk Mao Jing introduced with a smile and returned the favor. Senior brother Mao, can you give me a cave somewhere else? Imu Cave is not suitable. Senior brother Luo Pei put forward his idea with a wry smile. Ha ha. I even forgot about the water-based skills practiced by my junior brother. Then I will arrange a mountain peak with the spiritual veins of the great monk for you in the mountain gate. Great monk Mao Jing thought of the reason and couldn't help but patted himself and said. He had forgotten that the great monk Luo Pei was a water element monk. This could not be blamed on him. Most of the monks in Fulia sect were wood element monks. In particular, the monks who have mastered the magical power of innate Imu are all wood monks. Who would have thought that a great water monk could successfully pass the magical test and master the innate Imu, magical power that only wood monks can master? If Brother Mao Jing had not sensed the message of passing the magical power test from the inheritance place of innate Imu, and learned from senior monk Hu Shiming that Hu Jian had been cured of his injuries by Brother Luo Pei using the magical power of innate Imu, he would have I can't believe it either. If it hadn't been for the great monk Luo Pei who treated Hu Jian, he would have asked the great monk Luo Pei to use the magical power of innate Imu during the initiation ceremony. Senior brother Mao, let me take junior brother Luo to handle the rest. At this time, great monk Hu Shiming said, in the sect ceremony, elders and younger ones are arranged in an orderly manner, and senior monk Mao Jing has a higher status. So senior monk Mao Jing presides over all the ceremonies. Brother Hu Shiming also wanted to repay brother Luo Pei's kindness in saving his son. So he made his request at the right time. Then thank you for your hard work. Junior brother Hu. Senior brother Mao Jing naturally had no objection and nodded in agreement with a smile. Monk Hu Shiming took monk Luo Pei to the treasure pavilion. This treasure pavilion is located inside Imu Cave and is the Yuanying stage treasure pavilion. Junior brother Luo. Originally I shouldn't interfere with your choice, but my experience may be helpful to you. Just consider my opinion as a reference. Senior monk Hu Shiming stopped in front of the treasure pavilion and turned to face senior brother Luo Pei said, Please give me some advice from senior brother Hu. Senior brother Luo Pei would not refuse. Although he does not need the guidance of the great monk Hu Shiming. Li Shiming himself is a master of weapon refinement. And he is also the top master of weapon refinement in the nascent soul stage. If he really wants to take out the spiritual treasure refined by Li Shiming, I am afraid that the title of the #1 weapon refiner in the world of immortality will fall on his head. However, his outside identity is that of a great monk in casual cultivation. In terms of his understanding of weapon refining and magic weapons, there is definitely a big gap between him and the great monk Hu Shiming. I don't recommend that you choose a ready-made magic weapon. Although there are 4 top-level magic weapons in the treasure pavilion, they are all magic weapons that have been recognized by the owner. No matter how you sacrifice, they can't be compared with the magic weapons you refine. If you have any difficulties in refining weapons, don't worry. There is the sect's secret weapon refining method in the library. You just need to spend more time to understand it. And it will definitely not be a problem to refine magic weapons for yourself. Brother Hu Shiming expressed his opinion. Thank you. Senior brother Hu. Senior monk Luo Pei bowed and thanked him. If he didn't treat it sincerely, the great monk Hu Shiming would not say such words. You must know that some of these words may be misunderstood by others as looking down upon. Brother Hu Shiming said these words because he thought his opinions were good for brother Luo Pei and wanted to repay his kindness. Monk Hu Shiming did not enter the treasure pavilion. He asked monk Luo Pei to use the monk's jade plate to enter and choose for himself. The great monk Luo Pei took out the great monk's jade plate, opened the door of the treasure pavilion, and walked into it. This treasure pavilion is a magic weapon, and it is also an extremely complex magic weapon, some of which are like large flying boats. The main body of the treasure pavilion is a magic weapon, and a large number of formations are arranged around it to maintain the operation of the treasure pavilion. The one who really controls the treasure pavilion is the artifact spirit of Imu Cave Heaven. This is the Cave Heaven instrument spirit left behind by the great powers of the Mahayana period. It is absolutely loyal to the Fulia sect, and it is extremely safe for it to take care of the treasure pavilion. Even if you are a great monk, in addition to the free opportunities obtained according to the sect's rules, You need to use corresponding contribution points to exchange for other resources in the treasure pavilion. On this point, no monk in the sect will be an exception. This is also the reason why the superpower can exist for a long time. If the senior leaders of the sect can withdraw resources, it will. Once they encounter a sect senior executive who is spendthrift or greedy, wouldn't it mean that the sect's accumulation will be emptied out? In addition, the Emu Cave Heaven weapon spirit has absolute authority in Emu Cave Heaven. If any monks try to snatch resources, the weapon spirit may be wiped out. If it cannot be wiped out, it will be forcibly expelled from the Cave Heaven. Chapter 673 Settling Down. Entering the treasure pavilion, Li Shiming did not extend his spiritual consciousness, but checked the situation in the treasure pavilion through his contact with the great monk Luo Pei. It is best not to reveal any flaws in this treasure pavilion controlled by the weapon spirit. Otherwise, the consequences will be very troublesome. The treasure pavilion is divided into 4 floors, which contain 4-grade low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-quality spiritual objects. The great monk Luo Pei did not stay on the lower 3 floors. He went directly to the 4th floor. As soon as he entered the 4th floor, he was shocked by the background of Fulia sect. On the walls of the 4th floor of the treasure pavilion, hollows were cut out. Each hollow contained a spiritual object, and they were all of the top quality of the 4th grade. Even though Li Shiming had some knowledge, he was still shocked by the foundation of Fulia sect. There were nearly 40 top-level 4th grade spiritual objects here. Most of them are top-grade 4th grade magic weapons. More than 30 top-grade 4th grade magic weapons. The rest include some top-grade 4th grade special treasures. As for the top-grade 4th grade weapon refining materials, only 4 are left. It is not difficult to understand that although the top-level 4th grade magic weapon is good for Yuanning monks, unless the level of weapon refining is far beyond their own level, the ready-made top-level 4th grade magic weapon is not as good as using the top-grade 4th grade magic weapon by themselves. A magic weapon refined from weapon refining materials. In addition, the 4th grade top-level magic weapon obtained by the monks of Fulia sect can be exchanged for the sect at a discount, and the sect will give certain contribution points. Therefore, with continuous accumulation, it is normal to have so many top-level 4th grade magic weapons. What surprised Li Shiming was that this was after the Fulia sect had declined for thousands of years. How many top-level 4th grade spiritual objects could the original Fulia sect or the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent possess? Great monk Luo Pei set his sights on 4 top-grade 4th grade weapon refining materials. There was no wood type, no metal type, 1 earth type, 1 water type top-grade 4th grade weapon refining material, and 2 pieces from the 4th grade upper level. The 4th grade top material taken from the spirit beast. The majority of the wood type monks from the Fulia sect account for the majority. It is normal to not have the wood type, since the gold type magic weapon can be refined into a universal flying sword. It is also used the most. It is normal to not have the top-level 4th grade weapon refining materials of these 2 series. He did not hesitate. When he was able to choose a 4th grade top-grade material, he prepared one for senior monk Luo Pei after he did not find that among these 4th grade top-grade refining materials, there was a refining material shared by Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba. The top-level 4th grade water element refining material. He placed the great monk's jade plate on the formation that protected the 4th grade water-type top refining materials. The protective formation in the hollow disappeared, and he took out the refining materials inside. He felt the coldness as soon as he took it, and he recognized it as a top-level 4th grade water-based material called Ice Secret Gold. Ice Secret Gold is an extremely special combination of ice crystals, because it has certain metallic properties. It is a material for refining water-based flying swords. The attributes of Ice Secret Gold match the attributes of the great monk Luo Pei. Li Shiming decided to use Ice Secret Gold to refine a water-based flying sword spirit treasure. With a water-type flying sword spirit treasure, no matter how poor the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei is, he can still make up for it. And at least, he can have the combat power of an ordinary great monk. He took another look at the 4th grade top-grade Earth-type weapon refining material. In fact, he also had thoughts about that Earth-type weapon refining material. After you have enough contribution points in the future, check to see if the 4th grade top-level Earth-based weapon refining materials are still there. If they are, exchange them. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Senior Monk Hu Shiming did not ask anything. But there was no need to ask. Senior Monk Hu Shiming only needed to use his Senior Monk authority to inquire, and he would know what Senior Monk Luo Pei had taken from the treasure pavilion. He already knew that Senior Monk Luo Pei had taken away the secret gold of ice. This was not surprising. As a senior monk of the water system, Senior Monk Luo Pei would not have taken away the secret gold of ice, but other refining materials. It's something strange. He took Senior Monk Luo Pei to get to know the library pavilion again. This time he did not let Senior Monk Luo Pei enter the library pavilion. He would wait here until Senior Monk Luo Pei had time to come over. Finally, he took the Great Monk Luo Pei and left Emu Cave, came to the mountain gate of Folia Sect, and stopped in front of a mountain peak in the center. Junior Brother Luo, this mountain peak will be your cave from now on. If you need a formation master, you can apply to the sect. If you need any other materials, you can owe the sect first, and you can repay with your contribution points later. Brother Hu Shiming pointed at the mountain peak and said, "Thank you so much, Senior Brother Hu." Senior Monk Luo Pei said with a slight salute, "When you settle down, let's get together again." Senior Brother Hu Shiming said with a smile. Great Monk Luo Pei used his Great Monk Jade Disc to activate the mountain formation. After entering the formation, he looked at the mountain that would belong to him in the future. From the foot of the mountain to the top of this mountain, there are all 4th grade spiritual fields, and some 4th grade spiritual plants are planted in the 4th grade spiritual fields. From now on, the output of these spiritual fields will belong to him. As for managing these 4th grade spiritual fields, Folia Sect has professional spiritual planners who will come to help manage them. So he does not need to worry too much. All he needs to pay is a little contribution. As a senior monk of the Folia Sect, he earns a large amount of contribution points every year without doing anything. Although these contribution points cannot be exchanged for 4th grade top-level weapon refining materials, nor can they be exchanged for 4th grade spiritual pills for great monks. They are enough for him to maintain his cave and daily consumption. A great monk from a large sect is not comparable to the casual cultivators of the past. In order to maintain his own appearance, he needs a lot of investment. The current great monk Luo Pei is far behind, and there are still many spiritual things that need to be replenished. For example, he needs a ceremonial boat just to show off, and the cost alone is staggering. While thinking about it, the great monk Luo Pei landed outside the cave on the top of the mountain. Entering the cave, the walls and floors of the cave are decorated with 4th grade spiritual jade. 4th grade spiritual jade is not only a beautiful decorative material, but also the best formation carrying material. There are exquisite patterns on the 4th grade spiritual jade, and the formation patterns are hidden in the patterns. It can be seen that the monks who built this cave are extremely skilled in weapon refining and formations, and also have extremely high artistic attainments. This place is richer in spiritual energy than the temporary cave where the great monk is executed. There is a separate spiritual vein of the great monk here that supports the spiritual energy supply of the entire mountain peak and the cave. The appliances in the cave are also complete. The furniture is all made of 4th grade spiritual wood. There is also a 4th grade spiritual spring drawn from unknown sources, under the influence of the spiritual veins of the great monks. The quality of the 4th grade spiritual spring is very good. He also found a 4th grade high-grade alchemy furnace in the alchemy room, and found a 4th grade earth fire in the refining room. It can be said that the conditions here are almost beyond Li Shiming's imagination. He had made some guesses about the life of a great monk before, but he never expected that the life of a great monk would be so luxurious. Although the quality of 4th grade spiritual jade and 4th grade spiritual wood is only low grade, the quantity used is quite large. Such spiritual jade and spiritual wood are both materials for refining 4th grade low-grade magic weapons, but they are used for decoration. What a pity. Li Shiming couldn't help but sigh. Such a cave is really not of much use to the great monk Luo Pei. Li Shiming does not attach great importance to the cultivation of the great monk Luo Pei. He only cares about the identity of the great monk Luo Pei. As for improving the strength of the great monk Luo Pei, he is not at ease. Although the heavenly ghost was recognized by Master Luo Pei's nascent soul because he devoured the soul of Master Luo Pei and retained the soul breath. If the strength of Master Luo Pei really increases, the heavenly ghost may not be able to control it. Luo Pei is a great monk. The heavenly ghost is only at the 4th level intermediate level. He is able to control the great monk Luo Pei partly because he has been getting along with the physical body of the living dead Zhao Qi Feng for a long time. The other part is because the great monk Luo Pei is very weak to replace the soul of the great monk Luo Pei and control his yuanying. Master Luo Pei still needs to practice. But the purpose of practicing black water soaring technique is not to improve his strength, but to help Li Shiming understand the water system. Li Shiming also took back the nascent soul placed in the body of the great monk Luo Pei. He practiced 5 nascent souls at the same time in the Tao of Heaven and Humanity hall in the cave. He finally settled down. But Zhongzhou continent has not forgotten him. Both Zhongzhou Commercial Bank and Yuqing Sect are looking for Li Shiming. Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's purpose is to inform him of the results of dealing with traders, and Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's attitude towards him. The Yuqing Sect wanted the Chishao Thunder Bead, which was a major matter related to the power of the Yuqing Sect. The Yuqing Sect almost tried its best, and used all the resources that could be used. Li Shiming is indeed decisive. If he really gets in touch with Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, he will definitely leave clues. And maybe Yu Qingzong will find out. You must know that Yu Qingzong has mastered Li Shiming's breath. And this breath has been made into a 1,000-mile induction disc, which can sense his breath as long as he is within 1,000 miles. In addition, his aura was dispersed by the intelligence department of Yuqing Sect to various intelligence personnel. Once a suspicious aura is discovered, it will be known to Yuqing Sect. Originally, Yu Qingzong thought that with such intensity, it would not be difficult to find Li Shiming. But after a period of time, Yu Qingzong's intelligence department found nothing and invested a lot of energy. But it was all in vain. However, the Yuqing Sect did not give up. Instead, it increased its investment in tracking Li Shiming. Not only the intelligence departments of Zhongzhou continent, but also other continents were mobilized. The headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank also learned about Yu Qingzong's actions. But since Yu Qingzong did not really take action, and was just looking for Li Shiming, and the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank warned Yu Qingzong. Yu Qingzong's the reaction is to cope. And the two sides are in a wrangling stage. The commotion outside did not affect Li Shiming. While practicing, Li Shiming started preparing to refine the water-flying sword for the great monk Luo Pei. It is not easy to refine a water-based flying sword that meets the requirements of the great monk Luo Pei. Li Shiming has very high requirements, and is preparing to refine it into a spiritual treasure. He encountered many problems in the design alone. The main problem is that Li Shiming does not have enough understanding of the black water towering technique that Master Luo Pei majored in. If he wants to design a flying sword that is consistent with the black water towering technique, he needs to combine the black water towering technique with the black water towering technique. The perception is raised to a very high level. For this reason, he separated a brain and cooperated with the natal magic weapon Z15 to analyze and study the black water towering technique. What Li Shiming did not affect the great monk Luo Pei. After practicing, the great monk Luo Pei spent time in the library. After all, the Fulia Sect's library was the result of the decline of the superpower. The rich content of its library exceeded his imagination, especially with the authority of a great monk. All the books in the entire library are open to him, and even several inherited techniques of Fulia Sect are open to him unconditionally. This is not difficult to understand. Today's Fulia Sect is a large sect, and the great monk is the strongest monk of the large sect. If senior monk Luo Pei hadn't joined the Fulia Sect for such a short period of time, and if he wasn't a senior monk trained by the Fulia Sect himself, the authority he could obtain would be even higher. Of course, the Fulia Sect did not impose any restrictions on the great monk Luo Pei in terms of classics. The restrictions on him were the authority of the sect's sect-protecting formation, and the control authority of each cave, which were related to the sect's top secrets. If he wanted to obtain the top-secret authority of these relationships, he would need to go through a long period of testing in the Fulia Sect. In fact, if Brother Mao Jing and Brother Hu Shiming had not recognized Brother Luo Pei, his authority in the library would have been restricted. Z15 gained a lot of knowledge this time, and even had many top skills. It's a pity that Li Shiming has no plans to practice the Wood-type inherited skills of the Fulia Sect. His Mulei nascent soul is currently practicing the Jade Clear Thunder Code, and he has no plans to practice the Wood-type skills. Therefore, the Wood-type inherited skills of the Fulia Sect were of little use to him. At most, they could only broaden his horizons. As for replacing Brother Luo Pei with a water-based technique that is stronger than the black water towering technique, it's not that Fulia Sect doesn't have it. There are 2 top-notch water-based techniques in the library of the Fulia Sect. However, the problem is that the body of the Yuanying of the great monk Luo Pei contains the runes of the black water towering technique. Unless the newly cultivated water-based techniques can be the top-level skills must be comprehended to the extent that they can leave the runes in Yuanying's body. Otherwise the power of the newly practiced top-level water skills will be very low. The main reason why the attacks performed by monks in the Yuanying stage are powerful is that they are blessed by the skill runes in the Yuanying body. which can increase the power of the attack several times. Therefore, at the nascent soul stage, monks who want to change their skills are extremely cautious. Once they choose to change their skills, it means that they will invest a lot of time to re-understand the new skills, which usually takes more than 100 years. After 100 years of investment, there is no guarantee that the new technique will be more powerful than the original technique, unless the new technique has some special function, or the new technique is much higher than the original technique. Anyway, Senior Monk Luo Pei will not change his skills, and Li Shiming does not need Senior Monk Luo Pei's strength improvement. Anyway, to increase Senior Monk Luo Pei's combat power, it is enough to change his natal magic weapon. Chapter 674 Lingbao. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye, and all the monks of Fulia sect knew that the sect had a great monk. This great monk was extremely low-key and only moved between the cave and the library every day. On this day, Brother Mao Jing sent out an invitation, and Brother Hu Shiming and Brother Luo Pei came to Brother Mao Jing's cave together. The three great monks sat down and drank spiritual tea for a while, without talking about business first. Brother Mao, what happened? After waiting for a while, Senior Brother Hu Shiming couldn't help but ask. There is news from the 5th resource point that an unidentified monk has appeared nearby. You also know the importance of that resource point. A big monk needs to go there and stay for a while. Big Brother Mao Jing said helplessly. Senior Brother Hu Shiming frowned. He had a lot of things to do during this period. If he really went to guard the 5th resource point, his own affairs and the sect's affairs would be delayed. Originally, with the strength of Fulia's sect, there would be no shortage of manpower. However, Fulia's sect was not willing to be reduced to a large sect. Most of the great monks were looking for opportunities outside. Of course, this also means that the resources of the great monks of the Fulia sect are not enough to supply 6 people. No, it should be said that it is the normal practice of the 7 great monks. Unless the great monks do not want to improve their cultivation, it is inevitable to go out to find the resources of the great monks. Therefore, once something happens to the sect, there will not be enough senior monks. I'll go! Senior Brother Luo Pei raised his hand to indicate. Okay, this is a sect mission. Junior Brother Luo has finally settled down. It's time to accumulate more contribution points. Senior Brother Mao Jing was waiting for his words, and said with a smile, the great monk of the sect cannot arrange any mandatory tasks, unless there is a major life or death event for the sect. All tasks require the consent of the great monk. The 5th resource point is a great monk resource point. You don't have to worry too much. You were there to guard it and deter some young people. If a great monk really shows up, inform the sect and the sect will invite allied forces. Come forward. Senior Brother Hu Shiming continued. He knew that the strength of the great monk Luo Pei was not very good, which could be judged from the aura exuding from the great monk Luo Pei. After such a long time, he learned that the great monk Luo Pei practiced the black water soaring technique, a technique that could barely reach the top level. I am afraid that at the level of a great monk, the black water soaring technique is definitely the worst skill that all great monks major in. Poor skills naturally bring about poor power. In addition, the great monk Luo Pei was born in a casual cultivator, so his foundation is also very poor. Although the great monk Luo Pei spent this year in the library, the foundation could not be repaired so easily. I will pay attention. Senior Brother Luo Pei nodded and said, if you have any unsolvable troubles, don't force yourself. Even if you lose the 5th resource point, it won't be a problem. Brother Mao Jing finally confessed uneasily. As long as the resource points are not destroyed, it is not difficult to snatch them back with the Fulia Song sect's current relationship network. The reason why Great Monk Luo Pei was sent there was because he did not want other forces to see the weakness of the Fulia sect. The Fulia sect can show a certain degree of weakness, but it cannot be bullied by any force. In that case, even the alliance forces will keep an eye on the Fulia sect's huge family fortune. Senior Monk Luo Pei flew out of Fulia's sect, and with a wave of his hand, a ceremonial boat flew out. This was the ceremonial boat he had exchanged through his sect relationship this year. His mission this time is to let other forces know that the 5th resource point is guarded by a great monk. So the ritual boat needs to be used. The ritual boat cost him a lot of 4th grade elixir, which he exchanged from the boat-making firm. This is a large ceremonial flying boat, made of 4th grade wooden materials. Although it is a wooden material, it has a texture like green jade. Of course, since he was redeeming the large-scale ceremonial flying boat as the great monk Luo Pei, the cost was not exaggerated. This large-scale ceremonial flying boat was mainly luxurious on the outside, while the interior decoration was ordinary, and it also lacked many functions. According to what Senior Monk Hu Shiming said, when Senior Monk Luo Pei has extra resources, he will add functions to the ritual boat step by step. The current ritual boat will be enough to show the dignity of Senior Monk Luo Pei. The large-scale ceremonial flying boat bears the mark of fully a sect. When it flies in the air, the monks dodge one after another. The monks who are closer will hang in the air with their hands tied to express their respect. This is not for Fulu sect, but to show respect to the great monk. Only great monks are qualified to ride on the ritual boat. This is the rule of Zhongzhou continent. Showing enough respect to the ritual boat is also a sign of respect for the great monks as a group. Therefore, no matter how poor the great monk Luo Pei was on the surface, he prepared a ceremonial boat for himself for the sake of Fulia sect and the great monk's face. After leaving the Fulia sect, the ceremonial boat of the great monk Luo Pei turned towards the ocean. The Fulia sect's stipulated time to reach the 5th resource point was quite generous, and he happened to have some personal matters to deal with. The ceremony boat stopped on the sea. In the engine room space, the last rune was engraved on a pitch-black flying sword. Then this flying sword appeared in the hands of the great monk Luo Pei, because it was a flying sword refined by Li Shiming, and there was a soul connection between Li Shiming and the ghosts. Therefore, although this flying sword was not refined by Master Luo Pei himself, this complex soul connection made it easy for Master Luo Pei to recognize the flying sword as its master. It has reached a level that is almost similar to the flying sword refined by one's own hands. Li Shiming, who was in the cave, invoked the ability of Chishao Thunder Bead. Mu Lei Yuaning held the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, spiritual treasure in his hand, and released a secret method to strengthen lightning resistance. This secret method of strengthening thunder resistance fell on the Master Luo Pei, which was why Li Shiming dared to let the Master Luo Pei hold the flying sword and prepare to withstand the weapon calamity. Otherwise, with the strength of the great monk Luo Pei, I am afraid that he will not be able to successfully survive the weapon disaster of the flying sword. With the bonus of the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, spiritual treasure and the Chishao Thunder Bead, the power of the lightning-resistant secret method has reached an infinitely close level to that of a great monk. If the attack-type secret method is infinitely close to the level of a great monk, it will have limited effect on the great monk Luo Pei. However, the secret method of blessing lightning resistance is different. Its effect is equivalent to adding the thunder resistance ability of the great monk Luo Pei to the great monk Lei Xiao. Even the weakest monk Lei Xiao's lightning resistance ability is enough for him to deal with the weapon calamity. Master Luo Pei was very honest when facing the calamity. Li Shiming did not dare to take risks with Master Luo Pei. In addition to the secret method of increasing lightning resistance blessed by Li Shiming, Senior Monk Luo Pei also has more than 10 4th-level defensive magic weapons, including 2 top-level 4th-level defensive magic weapons. These are Li Shiming's trophies, and they are all used by the great monk Luo Pei. Anyway, the great monk's ability can cast many 4th-grade magic weapons at the same time. During the entire process of the weapon calamity, the great monk Luo Pei hid in the tortoise SHL. The world and the earth highly recognized this method of overcoming the tribulation, so they did not increase the power of the thunder tribulation. Only genius monks dare to do the kind of behavior that wants to break the thunder. If ordinary monks do it, it is an act to seek death. The power of the weapon tribulation was probably that of the great monk in his early stage. Due to the caution of the great monk Luo Pei, he was able to survive this weapon tribulation at the cost of consuming 5 4th-grade defensive magic weapons. Senior monk Luo Pei glanced around him, and found no monks or spiritual beasts approaching. His life in Fulia sect was not in vain. The sea area he was looking for was the area with the least resources. Due to the lack of resources, even if spiritual beasts appear here, the level of the spiritual beasts is extremely low, and no monks are willing to come to the sea area because there is no profit. He relaxed and checked his flying sword. He cruelly gave up his original flying sword, which made all his cultivation achievements in the past year in vain, and almost made his realm unstable. But he didn't care at all. Before Li Shiming himself became a great monk, the realm of heavenly ghosts would not improve much. In that case, there would be risks in the improvement of Master Luo Pei's realm, which would make heavenly ghosts unable to control Luo Pei. Great monk. The flying sword in the hands of the great monk Luo Pei was carefully refined by Li Shiming, and was called the Black Water Sword. After surviving the weapon calamity, a weapon spirit was born within the Black Water Sword. The reason why it is a weapon spirit instead of a sword spirit is because although the Black Water Sword is a flying sword, the great monk Luo Pei only uses the Black Water Sword as a general magic weapon instead of using the Black Water Sword as a sword cultivator. Flying Sword. The 400 million black water runes engraved by Li Shiming on the body of the Black Water Sword made this Black Water Sword a spiritual treasure after surviving the calamity. On the blade of the Black Water Sword, the reward of the rules of heaven and earth is the mark of the rules of the tide. This is a reward that Li Shiming had never thought of. Great Monk Luo Pei took the Black Water Sword back to the nascent soul in his body, and the nascent soul grabbed it with both hands and began to refine it. What he didn't expect was that after Yuaning came into contact with the energized Black Water Sword, the cultivation he had lost due to surviving the catastrophe, the energy gushing out from the tidal rule mark on the Black Water Sword made Yuaning the lost cultivation was replenished. According to his judgment, if you have the Black Water Sword with you while practicing, the effect of practicing Black Water Towering technique can be greatly improved. It seems that practice will decrease in the future. This is probably the worry of happiness. Without delaying for long here, Brother Luo Pei took out the ritual boat and flew towards the 5th resource point. The ritual boat approached the 5th resource point. The water thunder nascent soul in his body used divine eye power, and indeed discovered the presence of some nascent soul monks near the 5th resource point. These Yuaning monks seemed to be investigating something. As a formation master, Li Shiming saw the clues. These nascent soul monks are surveying the Earth's terrain. Excellent formation masters can deduce the spiritual direction of the formation arranged somewhere through the conditions of the Earth's veins and terrain, and then make corresponding formation breaking talisman to break through the formation in one fell swoop. Formation. It seems that the message sent back to the sect by the 5th resource point is correct. There are indeed forces preparing to take action against the 5th resource point. After seeing the ritual boat, the nascent soul monks fled towards the distance. Away from the 5th resource point, Great Monk Luo Pei took out the Great Monk Jade Plate. This is good in the Zhongzhou continent. The super powerful sect's Jade Plate can borrow the contact formations all over the continent. Although the Fulia sect is not a superpower, it was a superpower in the past. So the sect's Jade Disc can also be used anywhere on the mainland. He sent a message to the 5th resource point through the Great Monk's Jade Plate. Soon the formation at the 5th resource point was opened, and 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks flew out of the formation. I've met Master Luo. The 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks showed relief and stepped forward to salute. This is the first time they have met the Great Monk Luo Pei. But the sect has already heard news that this low-key monk is actually quite famous in the Fulia sect. We'll talk about the formation later. Senior Brother Luo Pei waved his hand and said, entering the formation. The resource point here is a spiritual spring pool. In the pool, there are 4th grade upper level spiritual lotus growing. This is a natural resource for great monks. And it is also a great monk resource with stable output. Even if there are forces to snatch this kind of great monk resource, they would not dare to destroy the spiritual lotus here. The consequences of destroying the known resources of the great monks are very serious, and will be punished by the great monks group. No force in the world of immortality dares to challenge this rule. That's why it was said that Brother Mao Jing persuaded Brother Luo Pei to give up guarding when necessary, as long as there is righteousness in hand, and then find alliance forces to pay a certain price. I believe that regaining the 5th resource point is not a big problem. Senior Monk Luo Pei didn't pay any attention to the 4th grade high-level spiritual lotus. This spiritual lotus seemed to know that it would not mature in hundreds of years. Do the monks outside know which force they belong to? Senior Monk Luo Pei sat on the main seat and asked aloud. We have never seen them. We have sent their images back to the sect. The sect intelligence department has not sent back any news yet. A mid-stage nascent soul monk bowed and replied. Then ignore it. Senior Brother Luo Pei waved his hand and said. When he arrived at the 5th resource point, he didn't have to worry much. The formation here is very good. Even if a great monk comes to attack, with Li Shiming's formation ability and the combat power of Great Monk Luo Pei, he can withstand the attack of ordinary great monks. Of course, this does not include the power of the Black Water Sword. Monk Luo Pei has not yet had the opportunity to try to exert the power of the Black Water Sword. The 3 mid-nascent soul monks did not disturb the Great Monk Luo Pei. They gave the best cave to the Great Monk Luo Pei. Senior Monk Luo Pei was sitting cross-legged in the cave. He did not practice, but used Yuaning to perform the secret technique of controlling spirit pregnancy treasure to continuously strengthen his connection with the spirit of the Black Water Sword. As for the protection of the 5th resource point, Li Shiming separated a brain and approached the formation of the 5th resource point through the authority of the Great Monk Jade Disc. As long as it is within the warning range of the formation, anything that happens can be perceived by the brain. Chapter 675 Power. Since the Great Monk Luo Pei arrived at the 5th resource point, all the Yuanying monks who appeared near the resource point have disappeared. This reassured the middle stage Yuanying monks of the Fulia sect who were stationed here. They had no intention of disturbing the Great Monk Luo Pei. There was not much room for communication between the great monks and the ordinary Yuanying monks. After a month of peace, Li Shiming thought that if nothing happened after a while, he could return to the sect. But on this day, the resource point guarding formation sounded an alarm, alerting Li Shiming who was practicing. Li Shiming was in the cave, and all 5 nascent souls in his body were practicing. At this time, the Great Monk Luo Pei outside was in his weakest state. While he asked the Water and Thunder nascent soul to stop practicing, he also issued a warning to the Heavenly Ghost. The Great Monk Luo Pei opened his eyes. The information coming from the Guardian formation was that this time 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks surrounded the 5th resource point. He was shocked. In the absence of a great monk, 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks dared to surround a resource point guarded by a great monk. Little did he know that the other party was indeed scared away by his appearance. However, as the other party's intelligence work unfolded, it was discovered that the person stationed at the 5th resource point was Senior Monk Luo Pei. Who is the Great Monk Luo Pei? He probably has a certain reputation among the casual cultivators. But for major forces or super forces, the Great Monk Luo Pei is just a lucky casual cultivator. With the extremely large number of casual cultivators, some casual cultivators will always be lucky, especially after being promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, and then successfully promoted to great monks with a very low probability. However, due to the poor foundation of such casual cultivators, their actual combat capabilities are extremely embarrassing. It is indeed much stronger than ordinary mid-stage nascent soul monks. But compared to the great monks of the sect, it is the weakest existence. And such casual cultivators are the shortcut to fame for many superpower core monks. There are many ways to become famous in the world of immortality. For example, Li Shiming used his alchemy ability to become the #1 alchemy master in the Eastern Qi continent through repeated alchemy attempts. If a core monk wants to gain fame the fastest way, naturally he will fight. If a middle stage Yuanying monk, the core of the superpower, defeats or even kills a great monk with his mid-stage Yuanying cultivation, then his reputation will naturally be spread widely. Senior Monk Luo Pei is not a casual cultivator now, but a senior monk from a large sect. But his strength is only at the level of a casual cultivator. After understanding this, the core monks in the force, who had previously wanted to have ideas about the 5th resource point, became hopeful. They all wanted to be famous for the Great Monk Luo Pei. Of course, after killing the Great Monk Luo Pei, he can also control the 5th resource point in his hands and complete the sect's mission. This is truly the best of both worlds. Li Shiming didn't know what these middle-stage Yuanying monks outside were thinking. 12 middle-stage Yuanying monks suddenly came, which made him feel the determination of the other party. The number and quality of the nascent soul cultivators previously sent to explore resource points could not be compared to what they are now. However, the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks were a little cautious and did not launch an attack immediately, which gave him some time to prepare. The Water and Thunder nascent soul ended its training and was sent out of the cave by Li Shiming and entered the body of the Great Monk Luo Pei. With the help of the Water and Thunder Yuanying, the Great Monk Luo Pei can at least display the magical powers of Divine Foot Power, Divine Eye Power, and Other Mind Power. Uncle Luo! A sound transmission spell flew in from outside the cave. Senior Monk Luo Pei flew out of the cave and saw 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks standing outside the cave in panic. They said anxiously when they saw him appear, "You stay in the formation. I'll go out and deal with them." Senior Brother Luo Pei ordered in a deep voice. The other party's behavior was definitely a provocation to the great monk. If the other party is a great monk, he will use the formation as a barrier. But if the other party is a mid-stage nascent soul monk, he cannot do this, as it will make the great monk lose face. After ducking out of the 5th resource point, he jumped into the air and flew high into the sky. What he did was to tell the other party that he was here to fight to the death. The destructive power caused by the nascent soul cultivator is too strong, and it is likely to cause catastrophic damage to the surrounding environment. Seeing that the great monk Luo Pei had no idea of relying on formations, the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks also flew towards the sky. Great monk Luo Pei arrived at the 33rd heaven, stood in the void, and watched with cold eyes the arrival of the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks. The two sides stood in the void, just outside the attack range of the great monk Luo Pei. This made him frown slightly. The combat power of the great monk Luo Pei is not a secret. As long as he finds the other two great monks on Anyu Island, or some monks who are close to the great monks on Anyu Island, he can know about him. Details of combat power. The fact that the other party stood outside his attack range was by no means a coincidence, but rather an in-depth investigation of him. Therefore, the other party has great confidence in dealing with him, and is not just temporarily excited and wants to risk his life to leapfrog the challenge. Which group of monks are you from? Great Monk Luo Pei asked, looking at the other party calmly. Fan Xiang of Wuliang sect. Here to challenge. A mid-stage nascent soul monk standing at the back of the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks replied with a chuckle. Senior Monk Luo Pei looked at the formation of the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks. Fan Xiang was standing at the center of the formation, which was also the safest position. It seems that Fan Xiang's identity is not simple in Wuliang sect. At the same time, he also saw that when Fan Xiang said these words, two middle-stage Yuaning monks showed disapproval. This shows that these two Yuaning monks, the mid-term monk, may not be as good as Fan Xiang. But the difference is not too big. Li Shiming had heard of the Wuliang sect. If the Fulia sect was a sect that had declined in the past few thousand years, then the Wuliang sect was the fastest growing force in the past 1,000 years. A great monk from the Infinite sect was successfully promoted to the Mahayana stage 1,000 years ago, and then went into seclusion for a few years. After stabilizing his realm, he came out and began to expand the power of the Infinite sect. Normally, a power with a Mahayana monk is a superpower. However, Wuliang sect has the main combat power of the superpower, Mahayana monks. But it does not have the resources that a superpower should have. The resources of Zhongzhou continent have long been divided up. If you want to occupy the resources, you need to snatch them from other forces. Wuliang sect has done a lot of things in recent years, but they are all aimed at medium-sized forces, and the weak among large forces. Li Shiming was a little surprised that he actually targeted Fulia Song this time. You must know that although the Fulia sect has declined, it has fallen from the superpower, and is definitely at the forefront among the major sects. Coupled with the successful alliance of the Fulia sect over the years, it has formed strategic alliances with several superpowers. Li Shiming was a little depressed. He wanted to come to Fulia sect to practice in peace, but it was obvious that Fulia sect was in trouble. And it was still a big trouble. Challenge! Let's see how strong you are, Great Monk Luo Pei said in a deep voice. As a great monk, he does not need to mobilize the nascent soul Dharma to display his extremely strong combat power. There was killing intent in his eyes, and the terrifying pressure of the great monk spread outward. Senior Luo, have you, this great monk, been adulterated? Your aura is too weak, Fan Xiang mocked. Although he was mocking, his reaction was exactly the opposite. With a wave of his hand, the energy of the formation composed of 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks surged. This is a battle formation specially researched by Wuliang sect to fight against the great monks. It is not accurate to say that it is a confrontation. It should be said that it can offset part of the influence of the great monk's aura. Fan Xiang's eyes were filled with joy. As expected, the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei was very low. Just as the intelligence said. First, use the mid-stage nascent soul monks to besiege him. After most of the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei is consumed, he can kill him in one fell swoop, and the victory will be credited to him. Of course, the other two mid-stage nascent soul monks in the formation wanted to wait for the opportunity to attack with all their strength, kill the great monk Luo Pei in advance, and put the record on themselves. The reputation of the core monks is very important. The greater the reputation, the more the sect will invest in it, especially for a sect that is growing rapidly like the Wuliang sect. The resource investment of core monks is far greater than that of a sect that is developing steadily. Senior brother Luo Pei smiled coldly, showing his sharp teeth. The heavenly ghost has no emotions, and no matter how provocative Fan Xiang and all the mid-nascent soul monks are, they will not cause the heavenly ghost's mood to change. But Li Shiming has emotions, and the identity of monk Luo Pei is very useful to him. He has been in Fulia sect for a while, and he knows very well how strong the Fulia sect's foundation is. The water magic power he wanted could still be passed down in the name of Fulia sect, and the sect was helping him inquire about this matter. Therefore, there must be no problem with the identity of the great monk Luo Pei. He also regarded the great monk Luo Pei as an indirect clone of himself. The other party's provocative words made him angry. Provoking brother Luo Pei was provoking himself. It happened that he wanted to test the Black Water Sword, and the mid-stage nascent soul monk in front of him was the best candidate to test the sword. 12 super powerful middle-stage nascent soul monks. Neither too strong nor too weak. Just the right amount of strength. Black water surges into the sky. Great monk Luo Pei activated the water spiritual power in Yuan Ying's body and launched the most powerful range attack secret method. This attack was launched with the Black Water Sword. The title rule mark on the Black Water Sword glowed faintly, and water spiritual power continued to flow into the title rule mark. The Black Water Sword flew out of his body, and as soon as it left his body, it changed from energy to substance. The secret rune of Black Water to the Sky appeared in front of the Black Water Sword, and the Black Water Sword flew into the secret rune. Then the Black Water Sword disappeared. It didn't really disappear. Instead, it turned into an overwhelming black wave and flew towards the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks. Defense! Then Xiang felt the aura of heavy black water. This was different from the information from the intelligence department of Wuliang's sect. This aura was too strong. He did not dare to take it lightly and shouted loudly. He himself also took out a 4th grade top-level defensive magic weapon and erected it. After thinking about it, he added the defensive magic weapons of the other 11 mid-stage nascent soul monks and the battle formation to form a defensive force that could withstand the attack of the casual cultivator. It shouldn't be a problem. But he would never have thought that the current great monk Luo Pei was not the great monk Luo Pei who was investigated by Wuliang's sect. The great monk Luo Pei has mastered the Lingbao. And it is also a tailor-made Lingbao, which has brought about earth-shaking changes in the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei. The huge wave that flew towards the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks was already 10,000 feet high when it came to the front of the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks. This power completely exceeded Li Shiming's expectations. He had not thought about the blessing of the nascent soul in Master Luo Pei's secret method of Black Water to the Sky. The rules that the great monk Luo Pei came into contact with were the rules of the water system. Of course, the rules of the water system were extremely extensive, and what he came into contact with was only the surface of the rules of the water system. But this is already the ability of the great monk. The attack controlled by the great monk with the power of rules will qualitatively increase the power of the attack. Li Shiming originally judged that the huge wave was at most 100 meters, but it was almost covering the sky like it was now. That is to say, the black water towering sky is used in the 33rd heaven. If it is used on the ground, it may cause damage within 100 miles. In fact, the attack of the great monk Luo Pei, with the double blessing of his own water system rules and the spiritual treasure, Black Water Sword, can be ranked relatively high in power even among the great monks. But his enemy is a group of middle-stage Yuanying monks who want to use him to gain fame. This is impossible! Fan Xiang exclaimed. He wanted to take out the life-saving Jade Talisman, but due to his previous misjudgment, he waited until a great monk's attack was approaching. There was no time for him to activate the life-saving Jade Charm. Jade Talisman. The huge black waves hit the 12 mid-stage Yuanying monks heavily. Only now did these mid-stage Yuanying monks understand the terror of the great monks. Not only them. Li Shiming also understood the terror of the great monk. The Black Water Towering Sky group attack secret method inspired by the great monk Luo Pei is almost 5 times more powerful than Li Shiming's estimated power. Li Shiming's previous calculations underestimated the impact of the power of rules mastered by the great monk on the attack. Only in real battles can the great monk's powerful combat power be brought into play. With a boom, the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks were submerged by the huge black wave. 12 defensive magic weapons were instantly destroyed. In the face of such a powerful attack, the defense of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul seemed extremely ridiculous. The 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks, no matter how strong or weak they were knocked down by the huge wave. Even if they were knocked down, they were still in the huge wave. It is considered a very strong attack among the great monks. The strength of the mid-nascent soul monks really doesn't matter. No matter how strong it is only the mid-nascent soul monks. And these 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks fought head-on with the great monk Luo Pei. This kind of fighting method was the fighting method of monks of the same strength. The battle started when senior monk Luo Pei activated the Black Water to the Sky secret technique, and ended when the Black Water to the Sky secret technique attacked the enemy. There was only one blow in the entire battle. Chapter 676 Inventory. The return of the great monk Luo Pei from the 33rd heaven did not make the three middle-stage nascent soul monks of the Fulia sect feel anything strange. Perhaps in their opinion, it is not difficult for a great monk to deal with the mid-stage nascent soul monks outside. If they had known that the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks from the super-powerful infinite sect were coming from outside, and there were 3 core monks among them, they wouldn't think so. Brother Luo Pei didn't care what they thought and went back to his cave. He only brought back 3 corpses. Only the corpses of the 3 core monks were intact. The rest of the corpses were turned into pieces after being impacted by the black water. He looked at the 3 corpses and considered whether to refine a few golden corpses to help him. These 3 corpses of core monks of the superpower, plus the 2 corpses of core monks that Li Shiming had before. He had 5 corpse refining materials that met his extremely demanding requirements for corpse refining. It's just that he still lacks some 4th grade corpse refining materials. With the identity of the great monk Luo Pei, he doesn't need to be particularly troublesome in this matter. He can definitely take out some spiritual objects from the early stage of nascent soul for trade. As a great monk, even if he takes out more spiritual objects from the early stage of nascent soul, no one will pay attention to them. Although he was a casual cultivator before, he was still considered the leader of a force at that time. He didn't have many resources as a great cultivator, but he had a lot of spiritual objects in the early and middle stages of nascent soul. It is true that the other 2 great monks on Anyu Island were busy escaping for their lives, but he was the one who finally cleaned up the mess. Not only the resources of Anyu Island, but also the resources of the merchants also fell into his hands. In the past, the reason why Li Shiming stopped refining corpses was because 2 spiritual pets and 3 silver-winged spirit goo insects took up a lot of his contract space. Now it is up to the great monk Luo Pei to refine the corpse. With the contract space of the great monk's soul, let alone 5 golden corpses, even several times more will not be a problem. The golden corpses refined by the great monk Luo Pei are theoretically jointly owned by the great monk Luo Pei and the heavenly ghost. They both have absolute control. The heavenly ghost is Li Shiming's spiritual pet. Li Shiming has the right to control these golden corpses. Same power. He didn't think about this before, but today he was besieged by mid-stage nascent soul monks, which made him think of his own inferiority. The Black Water Sword is indeed extremely powerful, but the shortcomings of the Black Water Sword are also very obvious. As a very weak great monk, he possesses a Lingbao level flying sword. When facing a mid-stage nascent soul monk, he can kill and silence him without leaking the information about the Lingbao. But once you encounter a great monk, or a super powerful peak monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, it is extremely difficult to kill him with one blow, and the news that he has a spiritual treasure will be leaked. He understood what it was to cherish a jade. It was because Li Shiming obtained the Chishao Thunder Bead that the Yuqing sect mobilized almost the entire sect to find Li Shiming. If he exposed the spiritual treasure, a group of great monks would chase him. Who said that his strength is too weak? Even if he possesses the spiritual treasure, he is still at best a slightly stronger existence among the great monks. While thinking, he took out 12 space objects. As for the other magic weapons, only one 4th grade top shield magic weapon was still intact, but it was blown away by the attack of black water. The remaining 4th grade defensive magic weapons were completely destroyed by black water. The 4th grade top level shield magic weapon is not bad. He refined it conveniently, together with the original 2 4th grade top level defensive magic weapons. He, a great monk, now has 3 top level defensive magic weapons, at least when he encounters another natural disaster. There are also stronger life-saving means. As a great monk, Luo Pei has very low requirements for magic weapons, and he is not as picky as Li Shiming, the real person. Anyway, it is already extremely good for a great monk who is a casual cultivator to possess a 4th grade top magic weapon. He checked the mustered rings of the 9 ordinary mid-nascent soul monks of the infinite sect, and found a lot of good things, such as 4th grade flying boats. Each of these mid-nascent soul monks had one, and the lowest quality was 4th grade mid-level. The rest, ranging from elixirs to elixirs, number more than 200. There are also some 4th grade and upper level weapon refining materials, and some 4th grade spiritual objects for daily use. These are all that he can take a fancy to. When the time comes, these spiritual objects will be exchanged for the resources he needs. He took a soul crystal ring, which was a space item belonging to one of the 3 core monks. He found it from his body. Inside the soul crystal ring, he first found a life-saving jade talisman. He had a life-saving jade talisman, but he still died in the battle. It has to be said that the core monks of Wuliang sect underestimated him. A great monk. So they had no time to activate the life-saving Jade Talisman. A 4th grade high-level flying boat, in addition to the 4th grade top-quality natal magic weapon, also has a 4th grade top-grade flying sword magic weapon. As a mid-stage nascent soul monk, he can possess 2 4th grade top-grade magic weapons. This shows that the Infinite Sect has how abundant are the resources invested by the core monks. The number of elixirs and elixirs in the middle stage of Yuaning that this core monk possesses is almost the same as the total number of the other 9 middle stage Yuaning monks. The great monk Luo Pei casually inserted the soul crystal ring into his own lord recognition technique and put it into the nascent soul within his body. He checked the second soul crystal ring. The wealth in this soul crystal ring was similar to the first one. It seemed that the 2 core monks had similar statuses in the Infinite Sect. He finally picked up Fan Xiang's soul crystal ring, which was what he valued most. It was Fan Xiang who acted most arrogantly at that time. There was something wrong with the aura on one of the 2 life-saving Jade Talismans. It actually exceeded the realm of a great monk. This discovery suddenly shocked him. This life-saving Jade Talisman was most likely a life-saving Jade Talisman made by a powerful person. If this is the case, it is no wonder that Fan Xiang is so arrogant. With a powerful background, he can run rampant at least within the Wuliang sect. However, he is not too worried, as he has more and more contact with Zhongzhou continent. He also understands the situation of Daning. The powerful powers of the various superpowers cannot be dispatched at will. The specific reason is not clear to him yet, but it is a fact that the powerful powers rarely leave the mountain gate and leave the cave. Once a powerful force is needed, it must be a critical moment that affects the life and death of one's own force. The chance of having a powerful man dispatched for the sake of a mid-stage nascent soul monk was almost zero. Even if a powerful person wanted to deal with him, he would at most have to ask a big monk to take action. And with Li Shiming's help, he could use his divine foot power at any time, so there wouldn't be many problems in terms of safety. Now you have a powerful life-saving Jade Talisman in your hand. Don't underestimate this life-saving Jade Talisman. Although the material of the life-saving Jade Talisman is similar to that of the Great Monk's life-saving Jade Talisman, the power of rules contained in it is similar to that of the Great Monk's life-saving Jade Talisman. Talismans are vastly different. He had a feeling that as long as he activated the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman in his hand, no Great Monk could do anything to him while the life-saving Jade Talisman was taking effect. This is a life. He carefully put away the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman, with such a means of saving his life. No wonder Fan Xiang dared to challenge the Great Monk. However, Fan Xiang chose the wrong target and found a Great Monk who had a spiritual treasure. In the end, he was killed without even having time to activate the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman. How rich! He then went on to check the spiritual objects in the Soul Crystal Ring. As soon as his consciousness entered the Soul Crystal Ring, he was attracted by 2 life-saving Jade Talismans. Especially the aura of the powerful life-preserving Jade Talisman was so strong that he couldn't help but notice it. Now when I looked at other spiritual objects, I realized how rich Fan Xiang was. A 4th grade top flying boat? Even if Li Shiming killed so many monks, he only got a 4th grade top small flying boat. And the 4th grade top flying sword belonged to the Yuqing sect, and he didn't dare to use it at all. He threw this 4th grade top level flying boat into the cave sky, and Li Shiming recognized it as its owner. Li Shiming played a recognition method and successfully recognized this 4th grade top flying boat as its owner, and also obtained information about this 4th grade top flying boat. Hantian Flying Wing Boat. This flying boat has all the conventional functions of a normal 4th grade top flying boat. But there is one more thing. The extra thing is that this Hantian Flying Wing Boat has a pair of hidden wings. These wings are not ordinary objects, but a pair of wings of a 4th grade high-level peak bird that have been moved to the flying boat. The 4th grade upper-level peak bird alone is equivalent to the peak of a great monk. The strength of spiritual beasts is usually stronger than that of human monks of the same level. So if you want to deal with the 4th level peak birds, at least 2 or 3 peak monks will take action. This is still to defeat the 4th grade high-level peak bird. If you want to kill the 4th grade high-level peak bird, you need several times more peak monks to surround and kill them. In fact, every 4th level high-level peak bird with wings must be surrounded and killed. Birds can escape at an astonishing speed. Li Shiming strongly believed that the pair of wings of this Hantian Flying Wing Boat was powerful. Moreover, many details of this Hantian Flying Wing Boat have traces that are beyond the capabilities of the Great Monk. Another collectible. He shook his head helplessly. This thing cannot be taken out for use at all. The Onion Flying Wing Boat is too good. It turned out that Denning participated in the refining of this thing. With Denning's action, this represents Denning's face. Perhaps the great power can tolerate Fan Xiong's death. Monks need to be tempered, and it is the fate of monks to fall while tempering. But if a monk really uses the Onion Flying Wing Boat, it will be a slap in the face of the powerful, who will definitely take back the Onion Flying Wing Boat. Outside, the great monk Luo Pei was still checking the spiritual objects in the soul crystal ring. He took out a pill bottle made of a 4th grade upper grade spiritual jade. An elixir bottle that can be made from a 4th grade high level spiritual jade. The elixir inside is probably not an ordinary elixir. He carefully inserted his consciousness into the elixir bottle. And then, he let out a startled cry. Although he didn't know the name of this 4th grade high level spiritual elixir in the middle stage of Yuanying, Li Shiming, the main body, analyzed the function of this elixir from the breath of the elixir. This is the resource for the promotion of the great monk. He started to search in the quantity database of Z15. Recently, the great monk Luo Pei almost copied the Fuliasong Sect's library to the database of Z15. There are many secrets and secrets in it. Travel notes, diaries, etc. Infinite Earth Spirit Pill. He found the name of this 4th grade high grade spirit pill. This is a 4th grade pill refined by the Wuliang sect for mid-stage nascent soul monks. The elixir used is more precious than imagined. The effect of Infinite Earth Spirit Pill is to increase the 10% chance of a mid-nascent soul monk being promoted to a great monk. You must know that most of the mid-nascent soul monks do not even have a 10% chance of being promoted to a great monk. What is the effect of increasing the probability by 10%? That is, when a peak monk in the middle stage of nascent soul who takes the Infinite Earth Spirit Pill enters the promotion process, even if he only has a 10% chance, plus the 10% chance of the Immeasurable Earth Spirit Pill, there is a 1/5 chance of being promoted to a great monk. In this way, one of the 5 mid-stage nascent soul monks who took the Infinite Earth Spirit Pill can successfully be promoted to a great monk. Of course, the elixir required for the Infinite Earth Spirit Pill is too precious. Even the Infinite Sect, which is currently growing wildly, cannot refine many of them, and will only select some from the core monks of the sect. Monk Luo Pei did not hesitate, and the Infinite Earth Spirit Pill was immediately delivered to Li Shiming's hands. Immeasurable Earth Spirit Pill was a resource for promotion to a great monk. It was useless for Brother Luo Pei, but it was useful for Li Shiming. Not to mention that this Infinite Earthly Spirit Pill is of 4th grade high grade quality. This quality can be said that the alchemy master who took action was extremely lucky to be able to refine such a precious spiritual pill with high grade quality. There are also a large number of elixirs in Fan Xiong's soul crystal ring. For Li Shiming, the 4th grade elixirs in the middle nascent soul stage are still somewhat useful. But he had already used the 4th grade elixirs in the middle nascent soul stage for cultivation. The high grade spiritual elixir is ready. There is a high probability that he and his clone Li Yuanba will be equal to the 4th grade spiritual elixir. In addition to elixirs and elixirs, there are also mountains of high grade spiritual stones. High grade spiritual stones are used as currency among Yuanying stage monks. With so many high grade spiritual stones, they can still be of some use if they are to be auctioned. Finally, the great monk Luo Pei took out a green jade futon. He didn't notice the jade futon at first, but it was placed alone, allowing his consciousness to scan it more. Now he discovered what was special about the jade futon. The material of the jade futon turned out to be the top-grade 4th grade spiritual jade that he had never seen before. The jade futon was engraved with hidden breath runes by the monks, making the jade futon as inconspicuous as an ordinary 4th grade living spiritual object. He sent the jade futon into the cave as usual, and Li Shiming recognized it as its owner. As long as it was a good thing, it would of course give priority to satisfying the real person Li Shiming. Li Shiming played a method of identifying the master, and he got the name of the jade futon, Infinite Jasper Futon. According to the information transmitted, this is a rare item of the Wuliang sect. It has an enhanced effect on the cultivation of Yuanying monks. It can help Yuanying monks quickly condense their spiritual power. It also has the functions of calming the mind, and reducing the risk of obsession. Function. Chapter 677 Investigation. Senior monk Luo Pei did not report what happened at the 5th resource point back to the Fulia sect. He had long since lost much trust in the sect. In addition to the Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion, where Li Yuanba's clone is located, and the 10,000B sect where Li Shiming is located. Li Shiming and Li Yuanba have experienced countless betrayals. Now he would not place his own safety on others. Especially now that the real body Li Shiming is in the cave. And only the false clone of the great monk Luo Pei is outside. If something really happened, it would cost the great monk Luo Pei. But it would not cause much loss to Li Shiming. Li Shiming didn't care too much about the great monk Luo Pei. Anyway, he was just a great monk who couldn't improve his cultivation level. When the great monk Luo Pei was able to improve his cultivation, that is, when Li Shiming was promoted to the great monk, then the great monk Luo Pei would be even less useful to Li Shiming. What great monk Luo Pei said to the 3 mid-nascent soul monks at the 5th resource point was that he expelled those group of mid-nascent soul monks, and did not talk about killing them all. In this way, the Fulia sect has no idea that the 12 middle-stage nascent soul monks of the Wuliang sect have died at the 5th resource point. It depends on how the Wuliang sect handles the disappearance of the 12 middle-stage nascent soul monks. If he really wants to come here, he will find a way to deal with it. The battle took place in the 33rd heaven. The special environment of the 33rd heaven meant that no trace of the battle would be left there. The great monk Luo Pei did not use the spiritual objects in the space items of the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks of the infinite sect. He gave all these spiritual objects to the main body Li Shiming. This greatly reduces his involvement in the disappearance of the 12 mid-nascent soul monks, and will at least make it difficult for the infinite sect's investigation. Li Shiming has been very happy recently. The effect of the infinite Jasper Futon is far beyond his imagination, and it can almost increase the effect of his practice by 30%. His original cultivation speed is extremely fast. He has the ultimate aura environment of the Heavenly Tao Hall in the cave, plus the 4th level advanced cultivation auxiliary elixir of the mid-nascent soul that he refined himself, and the Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer, Ling Bao. 5 nascent souls practicing at the same time, etc. On this basis, adding another 30% to his cultivation speed would make him equivalent to 5 nascent soul cultivators practicing at the same time. And now, he would have the same effect as having 1.5 nascent soul cultivators practicing at the same time. Because the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks at the 5th resource point thought that the great monk Luo Pei had frightened away the invading monks. The Fulia sect misjudged the enemy's situation. Senior brother Luo Pei did not report the actual information, and the Fulia sect did not know that the Wuliang sect wanted to seize the sect's resource points. Senior monk Luo Pei was stationed at the 5th resource point for another 3 months. During this period, nothing happened. The Fulia sect sent a message asking him to return to the sect. There are currently only 3 great monks in the sect, and it is impossible to leave one great monk out for a long time. His combat power is not strong. He is used as a mobile deterrent, and he usually stays in the sect. After receiving the news from the sect, he explained it to the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks, then left the 5th resource point and returned to the sect. Just after he had left for 3 hours and was still halfway there, he received an urgent message from Master Mao Jing. The 5th resource point where he was previously was attacked, so he was asked to return immediately for reinforcements. At the same time, Brother Hu Shiming was also rushing over, and asked him to join with Brother Hu Shiming before reinforcing the 5th resource point. When Great Monk Luo Pei received the news, he understood that the 5th resource point was attacked by the Great Monk. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Fulia sect to send 2 great monks for reinforcements. He also specifically told him not to send reinforcements alone first, but to wait for the great monk Hu Shiming. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew towards the 5th resource point. If he was asked to deal with a great monk alone, and it was most likely a great monk from the infinite sect, he wouldn't have much confidence. But if he joins forces with the great monk Hu Shiming, he is very confident. These 3 months were not in vain. Through the secret technique of controlling the spirit pregnancy treasure, he was able to hide the spirit treasure aura of the Black Water Sword. As long as the power of the top-level 4th grade magic weapon was not exerted, the breath of Lingbao will not be exposed. In other words, under normal circumstances, the Black Water Sword can be used like a normal 4th grade top-level natal magic weapon, coupled with the long-range strike method of the Black Water Towering technique. It is more suitable for fighting in cooperation with other great monks. The only trouble is that the great monk Hu Shiming thinks that he has mastered the magical power of innate Imu, and he will fight with the other monk with all his strength. When the time comes, he will not be able to use the magical power of innate Imu to save the great monk Hu Shiming. We'll talk about it later. After thinking about it for a while, his head felt heavy, and he stopped thinking about it so much. Monk Hu Shiming's escape technique was extremely good. Monk Luo Pei arrived 100 miles away from the 5th resource point, and did not wait long before he reunited with Monk Hu Shiming. Junior brother Luo, I didn't expect that the other party would launch an attack on the resource point while you were away. Fortunately, you were not at the resource point. We have discovered the identity of the great monk who attacked the resource point. He is the great monk Guguang of Wuliang sect, Brother Hu Shiming said in a deep voice. He didn't mean to look down on Brother Luo Pei. After knowing that the person who attacked the 5th resource point was Brother Guguang of Wuliang sect, he could only be happy that Brother Luo Pei was not among the resource points. Otherwise, Brother Luo Pei may be in big trouble. Brother Guguang's combat power is similar to his, and he will be able to crush Brother Luo Pei. The time that Senior Monk Luo Pei joined the Fulia sect was still too short. In addition, the resources of the sect's senior monks were limited, so Senior Monk Luo Pei's cultivation level did not improve much compared to when he was a casual cultivator. As for the great monk Guguang, he is a great monk of the emerging superpower Wuliang sect, and his strength is not comparable to that of a casual cultivator. Is this Brother Guguang very strong? Brother Luo Pei asked curiously. Although he learned a lot of information about the Infinite Sect from the library pavilion, he didn't know much about the current situation of the Infinite Sect's monks. Brother Guguang majors in the gold system. Although he is not a pure swordsman, he has mastered the soul-stirring sword Intention. This sword Intention has a strong attack effect on the monk's spirit. Senior Monk Hu Shiming described in detail about Monk Guguang. Information. He also deliberately spoke in detail, just to let the great monk Luo Pei understand the enemy's situation more clearly, which would be helpful in the battle. This time, I am the main battler, and you are the assistant. Together, we will definitely have the ability to suppress Brother Guguang. He was worried that his overestimation of Brother Guguang would affect Brother Luo Pei's fighting consciousness. So he added, No problem. I will do it well. Senior Monk Luo Pei nodded. Senior Monk Hu Shiming is in front. Senior Monk Luo Pei is behind. And the two senior monks are approaching the 5th resource point. Just 3,000 meters away from the 5th resource point, a figure flew out from the 5th resource point, and an aura belonging to the great monk of the metal system spread across the void. We, the Fulia sect, have no enmity with the Wuliang sect. So why did we attack our sect's resource point, and where are the 3 stationed monks from our sect? Senior Monk Hu Shiming looked at the senior monk Guguang who appeared and asked loudly. The 3 monks stationed here are a little disobedient. I told them to stay calm. I came here just to get to know you. Brother Guguang said this and pointed at Brother Luo Pei. Me? Brother Luo Pei said with a puzzled expression. He probably guessed the other party's intention. I'm afraid snatching the 5th resource point is not the main task, but coming to him is the other party's purpose. But judging from the other party's attitude, it seemed that the other party was not sure that he was the murderer of the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks, but responded with suspicion. Are you the great monk Luo Pei? I wonder if 12 middle-stage nascent soul monks came here 3 months ago. How did you deal with them? Monk Guguang asked the great monk Luo Pei in a deep voice. After seeing Brother Luo Pei himself, he made his own judgment on whether Brother Luo Pei was the murderer. Senior Brother Luo Pei was too weak. Perhaps with flexible use of tactics, he could frighten away the 3 core monks of Wuliang sect. But when it came to killing the 3 core monks, he didn't think Senior Monk Luo Pei could do it. The 3 core monks all have life-saving means. Once the 3 core monks are given a moment, they can activate their life-saving means. But not only the 3 core monks, but also the other 9 mid-stage nascent soul monks disappeared together, without leaving any information or clues. It can be seen that the strength of the monks who took action was extremely terrifying. And the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks even returned their mobile phones. They were all killed without even knowing it. It is impossible for the great monk Luo Pei in front of him to have such combat power. And even the great monk Hu Shiming beside him may not be able to do this. You are talking about those juniors. They turned out to be monks from Wuliang sect. They came here to provoke me, but I was frightened away. This is to beat the younger ones. And here comes the older ones. Senior Monk Luo Pei said, in a mocking tone replied. Brother Guguang showed displeasure. But seeing Brother Luo Pei's attitude, he was even more certain that Brother Luo Pei had nothing to do with the disappearance of the 12 mid-nascent soul monks. The attitude of the great monk Luo Pei is the most reasonable performance given by Li Shiming through the analysis and research of the natal magic weapon Z15 based on courses such as psychology and performance studies. Brother Guguangda did not tell the story about the disappearance of the 12 mid-nascent soul monks. This incident was not glorious. It was just when Wuliang sect was expanding its influence that the disappearance of the 12 mid-nascent soul monks happened. This pair of Wuliang sect is a bad influence. Fellow Taoist Ge, this resource point belongs to our sect. Please exit this resource point. Senior monk Hu Shiming didn't know the reason. He still attached great importance to the 5th resource point and said loudly, I have taken action to occupy this point. It is a bit naive for you to just want to take back this resource point with empty talk. Why don't we go to the 33rd level to fight and then decide the ownership of this resource point? Brother Ge Guangdao, he said calmly. Since you are willing to fight 1 against 2, then we will agree. Senior monk Hu Shiming will not fight one-on-one with senior monk Ge Guang. A life and death fight between senior monks is extremely dangerous, especially since the two have never met. And a great monk of considerable strength. Perhaps one side has some powerful magic weapon that can give it an advantage, thereby catching the unsuspecting other side by surprise. Senior monk Hu Shiming has long since passed his competitive stage. With 2 senior monks on his side, he will not give up his advantage. The 3 great monks flew upwards and entered the 33rd heaven. The great monk Luo Pei had no intention of attacking with all his strength. In fact, as long as he did not use the power of the Black Water Sword with all his strength, even if he did so with all his strength, he would still be the weakest monk. He maintained the quality of the Black Water Sword at the level of a 4th grade top magic weapon, and the Black Water Sword was suspended above his head. He stood behind the great monk Hu Shiming. This was a fighting method that had been discussed long ago. The magic weapon of the great monk Hu Shiming is somewhat special. It is a wicker stick. But this wicker is a top-quality 4th grade magic weapon. After being blessed with Wu-type spiritual power, it brings terrifying power. The monk Ge Guang opposite him waved his hand, and a 4th grade top-grade flying sword flew around him. The 4th grade top-grade flying sword carried a strange sword intent. Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba were both real sword cultivators. When they saw the shocking sword intent, they both realized that the other party was indeed not a real sword cultivator. The so-called shocking sword intention is probably that monk Ge Guang integrated some kind of spiritual attack method into the sword intention. This kind of sword intention can indeed exert a powerful effect in battle, but it cannot achieve the effect of breaking through all kinds of magic with one sword. Instead, it focuses on the effect of attacking spirit. This type of sword intention can be regarded as a step forward in sword cultivation. Deter. At least in the sword intention Chongshao Pavilion. This type of sword intention is an extremely niche sword intention and is not favored by sword cultivators. At this time, Li Shiming had indirectly controlled the great monk Luo Pei through the ghost. Senior brother Luo Pei first blessed himself with the 2 defensive spells, Black Ice Armor and Black Ice Shield, and then he drew the secret runes of Black Ice Arrow and Black Water Sword in front of him. He was blessed with water spiritual power inside. After making these preparations, he was waiting for the battle to begin. Brother Ge Guang glanced at Brother Luo Pei with a clear smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Hu, it seems that our combat prowess is about the same. We can't tell the winner at the moment. I still have something to do here, so I will return the resource points to you. Brother Ge Guang simply saw it clearly. After the great monk Luo Pei showed his fighting power, he immediately made a decision. Recently, Wuliang sect has no time to compete with Fulia sect for interests. The missing Fan Xiang was a powerful junior of the Wuliang sect. Finding clues to Fan Xiang's disappearance was the first priority. From the combat prowess demonstrated by the great monk Luo Pei, the suspicion of the great monk Luo Pei can be eliminated, and there is no need for the great monk Ge Guang to waste any more time. That is to say, the great monk Luo Pei now has the backing of Fulia sect, and as a great monk, he is only investigating like this, and does not say that he is taken back for torture. Of course, the most important point is that the original identity of the great monk Luo Pei is a casual cultivator. There are many monks who know his combat power. His previous combat power was too weak, which caused the Wuliang sect to make a wrong judgment. Chapter 678 Inheritance. Senior monk Hu Shiming looked at the disappeared senior monk Ge Guang, as if he had guessed something. Something big has happened to the Wuliang sect. The 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks may have perished, he said with a gloating tone. He naturally saw that Wuliang sect came to the 5th resource point to rob it. However, due to the death of 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks, Wuliang sect had no time to take care of the 5th resource point for a while, so it gave up the 5th resource point so easily. In addition, the 2 high monks who came to them just now did not want to fight at all. but wanted to check the combat power of High Monk Luo Pei. If the combat power of the Great Monk Luo Pei was stronger, I am afraid that what happened today would be difficult to say. The Wuliang sect is likely to blame the death of the 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks on the Great Monk Luo Pei. And it is really possible to take action directly against the Fulia sect. Let's go back to the resource point and take a look. He turned to the Great Monk Luo Pei and said. The two great monks came to the 5th resource point and found that the formation permissions here had been modified, and they were blocked from the formation. It wouldn't be a problem if they tried their best to break the formation, but this might cause damage to the formation. The formation before the resource point was broken. The Wuliang sect should have repaired it and modified some formation layouts. Senior Monk Hu Shiming looked a little ugly. He thought this was because Senior Monk Gu Guang of the Infinite sect deliberately disgusted him. I have some research on the formation. Let me break the formation. Great Monk Luo Pei stood up and said. Junior brother Luo will take action. Don't worry about destroying the formation. Senior Monk Hu Shiming nodded and stepped aside. Senior Monk Luo Pei reached out and tapped hundreds of times on the formation in front of him, and continued to draw runes and insert them into the formation. After busying himself with a cup of tea, he finally opened the formation without any damage. In fact, if he really used his full strength, with Li Shiming's formation level, such a formation would be able to be opened in a matter of seconds without any effort at all. You must know that the Great Monk Luo Pei has lived in this resource point for more than 4 months. Even if the formation has been slightly changed, the basics have not changed. Li Shiming has already thoroughly studied the formation here. I didn't expect Junior Brother Luo to have such a method, Senior Brother Hu Shiming said with slight surprise. He was a little surprised, but not to a special degree. The reason was that it took too long for the Great Monk Luo Pei to break the formation. If he really wanted to attack a certain formation, the monks inside would not let him slowly break the formation over a cup of tea. Of course, it is really not easy for a casual cultivator to be able to study the battle method like this. Entering the resource point, it is not surprising that the resource point has not been damaged. If it is really destroyed, the Wuliang sect will be in big trouble. The 3 monks who were stationed in the middle stage of nascent soul sat cross-legged together sluggishly. They were all seriously injured. Junior Brother Luo, please help me. Senior Brother Hu Shiming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. The Fulia sect is not the Wuliang sect. It is not as wealthy and powerful as the Wuliang sect. It can lose 12 mid-stage nascent soul monks in one fell swoop. Even if it loses 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks, it will be a big loss to the Fulia sect. Senior Monk Luo Pei nodded. In his body, Li Shiming's Water Thunder Nascent Soul borrowed the innate Mu, magical rune of Mu Lei Yuanying, and 3 green rays of light fell on the 3 mid-level Nascent Soul monks. 3 green rays of light continued to fall on the 3 mid-stage Yuanying monks. The look of malaise on the faces of the 3 mid-stage Yuanying monks quickly disappeared and quickly returned to normal. No wonder Junior Brother Luo was able to pass the inheritance test of the wood magical power innate Mu as a water element monk. The innate Mu magical power is really suitable for you. Senior Monk Hu Shiming couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. The magical power of Xiantian Mu is the inherited magical power of Fulia sect. Although he has not been able to practice the magical power of Xiantian Mu, he is very familiar with the information of Xiantian Mu magical power. To achieve the continuous treatment method like that of Great Monk Luo Pei, instead of using the magical power of innate Mu again and again, one needs to achieve in-depth research on the magical power of innate Mu. However, the Great Monk Luo Pei has only been practicing the magical power of innate Mu for a long time, and he has already been able to study the magical power of innate Mu to such an extent, which shows how consistent he is with the magical power of innate Mu. This also explains why he was able to pass the innate Mu magical power test. Senior Monk Hu Shiming thought he understood the secret. Uncle Hu, Uncle Luo, we have embarrassed the sect. As soon as the 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks recovered, they lowered their heads in shame and said, I can't blame you. Even if Junior Brother Lu is here, the result will be the same. Senior Monk Hu Shiming waved his hand and said. He then looked at Senior Monk Luo Pei and said, We will return to the sect together. The Wuliang sect will not be here for a short time. Come back. But things are not that simple. We need to discuss with Senior Brother Mao what to do next. The 3 mid-stage nascent soul monks will not stay here long, and new station monks will take over from the sect when they arrive. After all, they were seriously injured. Although their bodies were healed, it was impossible for the sect to let them stay. At least they had to rest for a while. Brother Hu Shiming and Brother Luo Pei left from the 5th resource point. Brother Hu Shiming wanted to return to the sect quickly, so he took Brother Luo Pei with him. It was the first time for Senior Monk Luo Pei to come to the Imu Cave Heaven meeting hall of the Fulia sect. He had never participated in such discussions at the highest level of the sect before. This time, he was mainly involved. In addition, his combat power as a great monk was still very useful to the current Fulia Song sect. Senior Brother Mao, the Infinite Sect is eyeing our resource points. The Infinite Sect has grown extremely rapidly recently. We cannot fight against the Infinite Sect, Senior Brother Hu Shiming said in a deep voice. He did not underestimate his sect. If the 4 great monks had not left the sect to use the strength of the great monks of the Lu sect, and as long as the Wuliang sect did not send out powerful monks, he would not be afraid of the provocation of the Wuliang sect. But now there are only 2 powerful monks left in the sect. Senior Monk Luo Pei's combat power is really too weak, which means that the magical power of innate Imu is somewhat effective. I will discuss it with my allies. There is news that many superpowers do not want to see the growth of the Infinite Sect. As long as we work together in the middle, the Infinite Sect will be in constant trouble, and they will be unable to trouble us anymore, Brother Mao Jing said calmly. Fulia Song has released so many benefits and has many friends outside. It is very easy to find out a lot of information. Just do what Senior Brother Mao said. Senior Brother Hu Shiming nodded in agreement. Junior Brother Luo, your combat power still needs to be improved. Step-by-step training takes too long. You said that you still need a water magical power to greatly enhance your strength. Is that true? Senior Brother Mao Jing looked at Luo Brother Pei asked. Brother Luo Pei had raised this matter before, and Brother Mao Jing had been paying attention to this matter. This was the time when Brother Luo Pei needed to increase his strength, so he asked this question. Indeed, as long as I have a water magical power, my strength will be breakthrough, Great Monk Luo Pei replied without hesitation. He could tell that the great monk Mao Jing had the magical power of water. Ganlu Temple has a magical power of nectar divine water. Ganlu Temple owed Fulia sect a great favor back then. I can use this to get you a chance to inherit the magical power of nectar divine water. Senior Monk Mao Jing slowly said he spoke. Brother Luo Pei's face was filled with joy, and he was about to say a word of thanks. However, the sect cannot afford such a great favor in vain. So this opportunity will be reduced to 500,000 contribution points for the sect. You owe the sect 500,000 contribution points. What do you think? Brother Mao Jing stopped. What the great monk Luo Pei wanted to say continued. Thank you, Senior Brother Mao. I will make up the 500,000 contribution points as soon as possible. Senior Monk Luo Pei bowed and thanked you. Of course he was happy. Although joining the Fulia sect might be a little troublesome, there were also many benefits. Look, not long after he obtained the magical power of innate Imu, there was news about the magical power of nectar divine water. Li Shiming only needs 1 magical power of the water system, so that he can gather the 5 elements of magical power and practice the super powerful technique of heaven and man technique. Even if the conditions were increased tenfold, he would still be willing to accept it. The great monk Mao Jing was not willing to waste the favor of the Fulia sect so early to seek the inheritance of the magical power of nectar divine water for the great monk Luo Pei. But the Fulia sect needs the combat power of a great monk, and the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei is too weak to be used as a great monk's combat power. Master Luo Pei can inherit the magical power of innate Imu as a great monk of the water system, so the chance of inheriting the magical power of nectar divine water of the water system is not small. Even if the great monk Luo Pei received the inheritance of the magical power of nectar divine water, he did not realize the enlightenment and improve his cultivation as expected. However, the magical power of nectar divine water is an offensive magical power. The magical power of nectar divine water alone is enough. It can greatly improve the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei. This is the information from Ganlu Temple. Take a look at it first. The magical power of Ganlu Temple's nectar divine water will be passed down 80 days later. You must know something about Ganlu Temple to avoid unintentional trouble after passing there, Brother Mao Jing said. He picked up a jade slip and threw it to the great monk Luo Pei to explain. Senior monk Luo Pei took the jade slip and saw that there was no more business for him. So he turned and left the meeting hall. He returned to his cave, and his spiritual consciousness entered the jade slip. Ganlu Temple is one of the famous temples in Zhongzhou continent. Legend has it that the Immortal's jade bottle of nectar is stored there, and the holy nectar water is the water in the jade bottle of nectar. Of course, This is just a legend. Nectar divine water exists, but that is not certain about the jade vase of nectar. Because nectar divine water is a magical power. Ganlu Temple is a large sect, but not many forces are willing to be enemies of Ganlu Temple. One of the reasons for this is that Ganlu Temple is independent of the world. And the more reason is that the Buddhist sects in Zhongzhou continent are extremely united. If one Buddhist sect is provoked, all the Buddhist sects in Zhongzhou will be mobilized. Ganlu Temples. Nectar divine water. Magical power is not like Fuliasong sects, Xiantianimu, magical power. And the opportunities for inheritance are almost full. The inheritance of the magical power of nectar divine water in Ganlu Temple is based on the principle of preferring nothing but not too much. So it was directly arranged for the great monk Luo Pei to jump in the queue. While great monk Luo Pei was waiting inside the Fulia sect, Zhongzhou continent was in some confusion. First of all, instead of restraining the Yuqing sect's actions, they became more and more unscrupulous. Even several superpowers in Zhongzhou continent discovered that the Yuqing sect had extended its intelligence hand to the sect. Several superpowers wanted to cause trouble with the Yuqing sect. The great master of the Yuqing sect communicated with the powerful masters of several superpowers, and a conflict was forcibly suppressed. However, conflicts between the Yuqing sect and several superpowers in Zhongzhou continent continue to occur throughout the continent. When the conflicts escalate to a certain level, I am afraid that even the powerful mediation before will not be able to suppress them. The second is Wuliang sect. Wuliang sect investigates the disappearance of core monks. But in the process, it is constantly obstructed and suppressed. Some of the resource points previously occupied by the Wuliang sect were snatched back by their original owners with the support of multiple superpowers. How could the Wuliang sect suffer such a loss? It also began to fight back. So far, it's just a small fight, and it hasn't developed to a serious level. Senior monk Luo Pei took the sect's tokens and left the Fulia sect's mountain gate. This time, there was no high profile like last time when he went out. He did not bring out the ceremonial boat. He also knew the situation in the outside world. At this time, being high profile was just to cause trouble for himself. What he took out was a 4th grade small flying boat with a mark of the Fulia sect on it. Sitting in the cabin, he was thinking about his own things. These days, he used the resources in his hands to exchange for a lot of 4th level corpse refining resources. It has to be said here that Zhongzhou continent is indeed rich in resources. His exchange was through the channel of Fulia sect. In addition, he used the more scarce cultivation resources to exchange for corpse refining resources. Many trading companies are rushing to do this kind of business. He exchanged most of the resources obtained from Anyu Island. The 4th grade corpse refining resources alone. Not to mention 5 golden corpses. Even 10 golden corpses were enough. Of course, having enough resources for the 4th grade corpse refining is one thing. The most important thing for refining a golden corpse is whether it can pass the heavenly tribulation. Why do so few monks directly refine golden corpses, instead starting from low-level corpse refining and improving little by little? It is because although the golden corpse directly refined is strong, it is still extremely unlikely to resist the golden corpse catastrophe. The golden corpse heavenly tribulation is also a 4th grade heavenly tribulation, and can also be called the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. The most important thing is that the golden corpse is a refining corpse, and the sky thunder has a natural restraint effect on the refining corpse. If he didn't have thunder-type treasures such as Chishao Thunder Bead, the Lingbao level, Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, and the 2 thunder-type treasures to enhance the thunder resistance secret method of Jade Clear Thunder Code, he would not have the confidence. Go and refine the golden corpse directly. The natal magic weapon Z15 has begun to simulate the process of refining the golden corpse, and he does not want to make any mistakes. Chapter 679 Nectar. At Ganlu Temple, Monk Luo Pei stood outside the temple, looking at this ancient temple with a history of tens of millions of years. In his eyes, Ganlu Temple was like a great sun. It was the faith gathered by countless monks, and added to the temple that made him feel this way. He took off the ghost bracelet, and sent it to Li Shiming in the cave. This is an order issued by Li Shiming. Li Shiming has a spiritual connection with the 4th grade ghost in the ghost bracelet. He can feel the fear from the 4th grade ghost. This Ganlu Temple is not simple. He made an evaluation of Ganlu Temple. It can make 4th grade ghosts feel fearful, which shows that Ganlu Temple itself has the effect of destroying evil. This is just the role of the temple. If a monk controls this evil destroying effect, its power can be increased several times. Fortunately, the heavenly ghost in the body of the great monk Luo Pei is no longer the original ghost. but a fusion of the heavenly demon and the ghost. The SHL of the heavenly demon is enough to resist the influence of the power of faith from Ganlu Temple. He was standing in front of the temple, and just counting the seconds. An old monk flew out from the temple. Amitabha! But in front of the great monk Luo Pei. The old monk Baitian has met the donor Luo. The old monk Baitian announced the Buddha's name. Monk Luo Pei did not dare to underestimate the old monk Baitian. Judging from his aura, he was a great venerable. Luo Pei has met the great venerable Baitian. He bowed and saluted. Almsgiver Luo, please come into the temple and have a talk. The great venerable Baitian asked with a smile. The great monk Luo Pei and the great venerable Baitian apologized to each other and walked into the Ganlu temple together. The great venerable Baitian led the great monk Luo Pei, not through the main hall, but entered from the path next to the main hall. This is not rude, but it is because the great venerable Baitian has a good intention. The main hall is dedicated to the Buddha. If you really want to pass by the main hall, the great monk Luo Pei needs to pay homage. It would be rude not to pay homage. But the vast majority of monks do not believe in Buddhism. Except for monks who practice Buddhism. They are not willing to pay a big salute to the Buddha statue. Walking through a small road, the great monk Luo Pei was led to the back mountain and went straight to the top of the mountain. There was a simple wooden pavilion there. Venerable Baitian led monk Luo Pei into the pavilion, and the guests and hosts sat on futons. From the pavilion, you can see the entire Ganlu temple. Countless monks are doing daily things in an orderly manner. The sound of Buddha is heard from the main halls. A few incense smoke is rising, and the breeze with the scent of sandalwood blows through the pavilion. The Fulia sect was very kind to our temple back then. This time, Senior Monk Mao Jing is willing to exchange that favor for the opportunity to inherit the magical power of nectar divine water. It seems that Senior Monk Mao Jing attaches great importance to Donor Luo. Venerable Tian Da placed a cup of 4th grade spiritual tea in front of monk Luo Pei and said calmly, the great venerable Baitian is very curious. He has practiced the Buddhist spiritual eyes. In his eyes, the great monk Luo Pei is not very good in terms of qualifications and cultivation. It can even be said that the great monk Luo Pei is the weakest among all the great monks he has ever seen. He couldn't figure out why Brother Mao Jing wanted to use a favor from Ganlu Temple on Brother Luo Pei. Although Ganlu Temple is only a large sect, the strength of Ganlu Temple is not weak at all. It can be considered relatively strong among the large sects. That's the love and care of Senior Brother Mao. Senior Brother Luo Pei replied with a smile. The test of inheritance of the magical power of the nectar divine water requires proficiency in Buddhism. In the history of Ganlu Temple, no non-Buddhist cultivator has ever been able to pass the test of the inheritance of the magical power of the nectar divine water. Since this is the secret of this temple, no matter whether you accept the nectar divine water or not divine water's magical power inheritance, Fulia sect's favor has been used up. Great Venerable Baitian said calmly. Great Monk Luo Pei looked at the Great Venerable Baitian. He saw cunning in the seemingly compassionate old monk. It can be seen that Ganlu Temple attaches great importance to Fulia Song's favor. To take back the favor this time, Ganlu Temple did not hesitate to use some tricks. If Master Mao Jing knew that the prerequisite for the inheritance of magical power of nectar divine water was to be proficient in Buddhism, he would never agree to exchange a favor for a chance to test the inheritance of magical power. I'm here, but I still have to take part in the test of the inheritance of the magical power of the nectar divine water. Otherwise it will be a waste of Senior Brother Mao's kindness. Senior Brother Luo Pei responded expressionlessly. Almsgiver Luo, I am lucky to have gained you, but I have lost my life. You are in trouble. Great Venerable Baitian said calmly as before. When will the test for the inheritance of magical powers begin? Senior Monk Luo Pei didn't want to continue the conversation, so he asked aloud. The Ganlu Temple seemed to receive him as a great monk and set a great venerable. However, except for this great venerable, no other monks appeared in the Ganlu Temple. Although the great venerable Baitian had no bad words in his mouth. But the tone is not that good. Of course he understands the reason for this. He was born as a casual cultivator. He joined the Fulia sect only a short time ago and has no reputation corresponding to his status as a great cultivator. Just accept the test of the inheritance of magical powers here, and the pavilion will be left to you. This jade bottle is the inheritance of the nectar divine water. The great venerable Baitian placed a jade bottle on the table and said as he spoke, Stand up. He turned around and left the pavilion. The formation rose up from the pavilion, isolating the space inside and outside the pavilion. Senior Monk Luo Pei looked at the jade bottle on the table. He thought of the legend about Ganlu Temple. That legend was probably related to this jade bottle. He did not pick up the jade bottle immediately, but took out the 4th grade formation flag and added another formation outside the pavilion. He didn't believe in Ganlu Temple. Looking at the behavior of the old monk, the great venerable Baitian, there was no way he could be as upright as Buddhism. He also understands the reason. Buddhism is not the dominant force in the world of immortality. It is equivalent to surviving in the gap between Taoism and demonism. Without some means, it is impossible to survive. After setting up the formation, he came to the table. The water thunder yuaning in the body of the great monk Luo Pei released a stream of spiritual consciousness and entered the jade bottle. As soon as his spiritual consciousness entered the jade bottle, he discovered that there was a world inside the jade bottle. Of course, according to the analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15, the world detected by the water thunder yuaning spiritual consciousness is some kind of illusion that deceived the water thunder yuaning. With Z15 and the 4 nascent souls in Li Shiming's body in the Heaven and Humanity Hall of the Cave, the water and thunder nascent soul will not really lose itself even if it is in an illusion. The world in the jade bottle is the world of Buddha, and everything in the world is composed of Buddha's meaning. The water and thunder nascent soul is like being reincarnated into this Buddha's world, starting from a child, growing into an adult, and then slowly growing old. Life after life. Sometimes he is a farmer, sometimes a soldier, sometimes a scholar, sometimes an official. In one reincarnation, the water and thunder yuaning will endure the erasure of his memory, and his soul will be constantly refilled with Buddhist principles. At the end of each life, a monk will come to save him and join Buddhism. As long as his awareness of Buddhism is not firm at all, and he does not join Buddhism in the face of the temptation of the prosperity of the world, it will be regarded as a failure in the inheritance test. The monks who participated in the test before were able to pass this Buddhist test by blessing themselves with the great Buddhist scriptures and protecting their souls from all temptations in the world. As the great venerable Baitian said, if one does not study Buddhism diligently, it is impossible to pass the test of inheritance of the magical power of Nectar Divine Water. This Nectar Divine Water magical power is an offensive magical power of Buddhism. Buddhism attaches great importance to powerful offensive magical powers, and will never allow it to flow out of Buddhism. That's why there was such a targeted test. And the loyalty to Buddhism even exceeded the qualification of Nectar Divine Water. Of course, as long as a monk can pass the test of the magical power of Nectar Divine Water, he must at least have the minimum qualification to practice the magical power of Nectar Divine Water. As for the Nectar Divine Water magical power inheritance test, even the monks carefully trained by Ganlu Temple have a very low chance of passing the magical power inheritance test. Currently, there are only 2 monks in Ganlu Temple who have mastered the magical power of Nectar Divine Water, which shows how difficult it is to obtain this magical power. It's a pity that the great venerable Baitian never thought that there are monks like Li Shiming in the world, who owns not only 5 nascent souls, but also the natal magic weapon Z15, which is equivalent to having 191 brains. The Nectar Divine Water magical power inheritance test can only drag one of his brains into the inheritance test. The other 190 brains are still awake and can even interfere with the behavior of the brain in the magical power inheritance test. Therefore, no matter what life Shui Lei Yuaning encounters in the Buddhist world, as long as a monk leads him into Buddhism, he will immediately respond without any hesitation. No matter how high-ranking the officials are, they can't resist Shui Lei Yuaning from joining Buddhism. This is not because of Shui Lei Yuaning's sincerity, but because of the guidance from the outside, so that Shui Lei Yuaning cannot make mistakes. 99 and 81 lives. The world of Buddhism allowed Shui Lei nascent soul to undergo 81 reincarnations. Even the last time he reincarnated as a Taoist monk, he practiced until he became a powerful Taoist monk. In the end, he could not stop his desire to worship Buddha. Li Shiming was sitting cross-legged in the Tao of Heaven and Humanity Hall in the cave. At this time, the 4 yuanings in his body were not practicing, and all his mind was devoted to the yuaning of water and thunder. The last reincarnation was an illusion left by a certain bodhisattva who made the Nectar Divine Water test of magical power inheritance. Since everything encountered in the test of magical power will be forgotten afterwards. For other monks, after the test of magical power inheritance, the memory in it has no value. But Li Shiming is able to share all the feelings of the water thunder nascent soul. And even Z15 can completely record the experience of the water thunder nascent soul in the illusion. In the last life, Shui Lei Yuanying has been cultivating from a mortal to a powerful Taoist. That is, a Mahayana monk. The entire cultivation process is real. It is just that the Bodhisattva stored a Taoist cultivation memory in the illusion. The Bodhisattva never thought that a Taoist monk would be able to access this memory and benefit from it. Because even if there are Taoist monks who accept the test of inheritance of the magical power of nectar divine water and are reincarnated 99 and 81 times, no Taoist monk can pass the temptation of the first 80 reincarnations. And it is impossible for a Taoist monk to have a firm Buddha heart. Not to mention the temptation of 80 reincarnations. Even the hesitation of 1 or 2 reincarnations is difficult to pass. Besides, Taoist monks will not have the memory of the test after the inheritance of magical powers ends. Because the water and thunder yuanying is in an illusion. The time of one life in the outside world is just the time of a stick of incense, while the life of a Taoist master is thousands of years. Therefore, Li Shiming can only briefly perceive the life of this Taoist master. If he wants to experience it in detail, he still needs Z15 to transfer the recorded content into his memory. He didn't do it here. He needed a long time to slowly digest the memory of a Taoist master. There was excitement on his face. Perhaps his biggest gain this time was not the inheritance of the magical power of nectar divine water, but the memory of this Taoist power. I don't know how the Bodhisattva obtained this memory of the Taoist power. The Taoist power's understanding of the rules alone was enough to benefit Li Shiming greatly. Of course, since many of the contents in the Taoist master's memory are specific to the exercises he practiced, under the premise that Li Shiming does not want to switch to other exercises. This memory can only serve as a reference at most, and cannot allow him to use it to make a living, directly become a Taoist power. In addition, even if he changes to the Taoist master's main training method, since his own specific situation is different from that of the Taoist master, the final results of his training will not be exactly the same. It is really hard to say what state he can reach in the end. Li Shiming only took a cursory look and returned his attention to the inheritance of the magical power of nectar divine water. In the last life of the water thunder nascent soul, he was introduced to Buddhism again. The Buddhist world in the jade bottle turned into a huge Buddha seal. The Buddha seal flew into the body of the water thunder nascent soul and formed a magical rune of nectar divine water. A large amount of information was also transmitted into his brain along with the magical runes of nectar divine water. This is the classic meaning of the magical power of nectar divine water. The magical power of nectar divine water is a rare offensive magical power among Buddhist magical powers. Even though the Fulia sect has obtained the qualification to inherit magical powers for him, they don't know much about the detailed information of the nectar divine water magical power. We only know that the magical power of nectar divine water is a water attack magical power. But there are very few monks who have actually seen the power of nectar divine water. Li Shiming now understands what kind of magical power the nectar divine water magical power is. The nectar divine water magical power is somewhat different from other magical powers. The nectar divine water magical power is through the nectar divine water magical power runes. Gather a drop of nectar and divine water. Although there is only one drop of nectar divine water, the longer you practice the magical power of nectar divine water, the stronger this drop of nectar divine water will become. A drop of nectar divine water is actually equivalent to a Buddhist world, a water world. The collected water can be injected into this drop of nectar divine water. In the end, a drop of nectar divine water is equivalent to an ocean. When attacking the enemy, using an ocean to suppress the enemy is too much for any enemy to bear. Of course, this refers to the final form of the nectar divine water. At the beginning, the nectar divine water could only be equivalent to a small stream. And then it was a small river, a branch river, a large river, etc. Chapter 680 Interception. Senior Monk Luo Pei waved his hand to put away the 4th grade formation flag. At this time, the pavilion's formation also closed automatically with the end of the inheritance of magical powers. He saw the Great Venerable Baitian standing not far away. The expression of the Great Venerable Baitian was a little strange. Such an old monk looked like his eyes were about to fall out, which really made people look weird. Great Venerable Baitian didn't know what to say. The reason why he agreed to Fulia sect and exchanged a favor for the opportunity to inherit the magical power of nectar divine water was because he knew that Senior Monk Luo Pei would not be able to obtain nectar divine water 100% of the time, the inheritance of water magical power. But what is going on in front of him? The opening time of the formation and the information obtained from the jade bottle can prove that the great monk Luo Pei has obtained the magical inheritance of Nectar Divine Water. This is an extremely troublesome matter. The magical power of Nectar Divine Water is a Buddhist magical power, and it is also a magical power that is absolutely not spread among Buddhists. From Ganlu Temple, the magical power of Nectar Divine Water was passed on to Taoist monks. If other Buddhist sects found out about it, Ganlu Temple would be criticized a lot. Donor Luo, have you acquired the magical power of the Nectar Divine Water? The Great Venerable Baitian asked with luck. Thank you, Great Venerable Baitian, for allowing me to obtain the magical inheritance of the Nectar Divine Water. Senior Monk Luo Pei bowed and thanked him. How about the donor uses the magical power of Nectar Divine Water to let the old monk see it? Said the Great Venerable Baitian, who still had some unwillingness to give up. The great monk Luo Pei did not reject the Great Venerable Baitian. The water thunder yuaning in his body activated the Nectar Divine Water magical rune, and a crystal drop of water appeared in his palm. As soon as this drop of water appeared, a terrifying aura of water spiritual power spread around. This means that in the hands of a magic user like him, if this drop of water leaves the palm of his hand, this drop of water will become a heavy water with extremely high density and huge weight. This was because he had just obtained the magical power of Nectar Divine Water. The drop of water in his hand was only equal to the density and weight of hundreds of cubic meters of compressed spiritual water. But even so, it can completely prove that he has mastered the magical power of Nectar Divine Water. As for the power of the Nectar Divine Water, as long as you stay in a place where spiritual energy gathers for a few years, the power of the Nectar Divine Water will increase explosively. Of course, despite the fact that this drop of water only has the density and weight of hundreds of cubic meters of spiritual water, it is a drop of water formed by the most pure water system rules. Even if the magical power of Nectar Divine Water is new, it still has a certain power. Congratulations, Donor Luo. Great Venerable Baitian said congratulations, but there was no joy in his eyes. Since I have obtained the magical power of Nectar Divine Water, I will take my leave and go back to practice in seclusion. Senior Monk Luo Pei felt that he did not have much to say to the Great Venerable Baitian, so he took his leave. The Great Venerable Baitian had no intention of retaining him, and sent him out of Ganlu Temple along the path. After seeing off the Great Monk Luo Pei, the figure of the Great Venerable Baitian disappeared, and then appeared in the Great Venerable Hall. He wanted to inform the Ganlu Temple that the Great Monk Luo Pei had obtained the inheritance of the Nectar Divine Water. Several other Great Venerables. The Great Monk Luo Pei was holding a small drop of water in his hand. He could feel that the small drop of water was in the palm of his hand, and the water aura in the void was constantly gathering into the small drop of water. The small water droplets are growing every moment. But in this ordinary environment, the small water droplets can absorb very little water spiritual energy, and the corresponding spiritual water transformed is very small. He waved his hand and took the small water drop back into his body. As soon as the small water drop returned to his body, it was integrated into the Nectar Divine Water magical rune of Shuilei Nascent Soul. Now that the 5 elements magical powers have been collected, Li Shiming can consider cultivating the art of heaven in man. However, before practicing the art of heaven in man, you need to practice the magical power of Nectar Divine Water to a certain level. Otherwise, there will be a weak link in the 5 elements magical power, which may affect the practice of art of heaven in man. Li Shiming replaced the earthly thunder nascent soul with the water thunder nascent soul in Master Luo Pei's body. The water thunder nascent soul can no longer stay outside. It is necessary to use sufficient spiritual energy in the heavenly way, all to speed up the magical power of Nectar Divine Water. Growing up, Senior Monk Luo Pei controlled a flying boat and returned to Fulia's sect, who stopped me from Luo Pei of the Lulu sect. While he was flying, he stopped his flying boat and asked in a deep voice. Although his voice was not loud, it resounded throughout the entire area through the spread of spiritual power. Luo Pei, you are living a really comfortable life now. You have forgotten your old self. Brother Diaozhuo walked out of the hiding formation and looked at Brother Luo Pei and said coldly. On the other side, Brother Gondan also walked out of another hiding formation and blocked the other side of Brother Luo Pei. One after another, the 2 great monks surrounded the great monk Luo Pei. Who am I telling you? It turns out to be you two. Diaozhuo and Gonbin. Did you leave me behind on Anyu Island and run away alone? Are you ashamed to come back and apologize to me? Brother Luo Pei did not panic. He spoke lightly and sarcastically. The original Great Monk Luo Pei was in retreat on the main island of Anyu Island. When the great monks Diaozhua and Ganbin were unable to defend Anyu Island, they fled Anyu Island without even notifying him. Although the array arranged in the retreat was effective and prevented him from being found by the group of dragon beasts, it was because he was possessed and his aura was extremely weak that he was not discovered by the dragon beasts. Don't talk to us about Anyu Island. Did you take away all the resources of Anyu Island? Brother Ganbin behind him asked impatiently. They fled in such a hurry that they didn't take anything from Anyu Island with them. Recently, they heard that the great monk Luo Pei had released a large amount of resources, which made them immediately think of the resources of Anyu Island. Although the Dragon Beast group took away a lot of resources due to the attack by the Dragon Beast group, the Dragon Beast's ability to search for resources is not very strong. Anyu Island is also a resource-gathering place for casual cultivators, so there are still a lot of resources left behind. When they returned to Anyu Island had been empty from the inside out. It turned out that they wanted to rob. Just find any excuse and just start robbing. Senior brother Luo Pei continued to mock. If two great monks from the sect came, he would turn around and run away without any hesitation. But the people in front of him were just two great casual cultivators like him. They were the kind of superpower core monks in the middle nascent soul stage who liked to build their reputations and fight across ranks. Do you think that if you join the Fulia sect, you will become a monk of the sect? You are still a casual cultivator like us. If you don't hand over your resources today, don't say that we don't care about our friendship over the years. Senior Monk Yaoshua said in a deep voice. Senior Monk Luo Pei did not speak this time. He looked at Senior Monk Yaoshua with a sarcastic expression. What nonsense are you talking to him about? Just kill him. Brother Ganbin shouted angrily. The aura in Brother Ganbin's body suddenly increased, and he looked ready to take action at any time. You don't have any rules, and don't look at where this place is. You dare to fight here, and fight us to the 33rd heaven. Great Monk Luo Pei turned around and glanced at Great Monk Ganbin. He said in a tone of training for juniors. What he said is not wrong. This is the territory of a superpower. If the three great monks fight here, the damage caused will be very great. If there were three great monks from the sect, the superpower might still turn a blind eye. But among them were two great monks who were casual cultivators. Afterwards, the superpower would definitely suppress the two casual cultivators who took action first. Great Monk. After being scolded by the Great Monk Luo Pei, the Great Monk Ganbin also thought of this. The Great Monk Ganbin was speechless for a moment. Go to the 33rd heaven. Brother Diaozhua stared at Brother Luo Pei and said. He was afraid that Brother Luo Pei would escape. Under the watchful eyes of the great monks Diaozhua and Ganbin, the Great Monk Luo Pei flew to the 33rd heaven. It was not easy for the Great Monk Luo Pei. This was a head-on battle with two great monks. The only thing he could use was the combat power of the great monk's body. At most, it was the divine foot power. With the help of the Earth Thunder Nascent Soul, it took a lot of effort for Brother Diaozhua and Brother Ganbin to successfully intercept Brother Luo Pei. After the Great Monk Luo Pei left Fulia sect, they received the news. Through the root of the Great Monk Luo Pei, they finally discovered that the goal of the Great Monk Luo Pei was Ganlu Temple. Although they didn't know why the Great Monk Luo Pei came to Ganlu Temple. Based on this information, they arranged an interception in the direction of Ganlu Temple returning to Fulia sect. On the 33rd level, Great Monk Diaozhua and Great Monk Ganbin were still in tandem, waiting for the opportunity to take action. They knew Brother Luo Pei too well, but the current fake Brother Luo Pei didn't know them well. Master Luo Pei knew deeply that the battle must be resolved as soon as possible. He patted his body lightly, and 3 4th-grade top-level defensive magic weapons flew out, forming 3 lines of protection around his body with no blind spots. This action of his made the move that the Great Monk Diaozhua wanted to take the initiative to attack stalled. The Great Monk Diaozhua looked at the 3 4th-grade top-level defensive magic weapons with some sluggishness. Great Monk Diaozhua, Great Monk Ganbin, and Great Monk Luo Pei all accumulated a lifetime, which is just a top-level 4th-grade magic weapon. Seeing how long they had been apart, the Great Monk Luo Pei took out 3 top-level defensive magic weapons of the 4th grade. Since it is a top-level defensive magic weapon of the 4th level, it means that the Great Monk Luo Pei should also have a top-level offensive magic weapon of the 4th level, which is his natal magic weapon. The Great Monk Diaozhua knows this top-level natal magic weapon of the 4th level. There was strong envy in the eyes of the great monk Yozhua. Without on Yu Island, they were living like bereaved dogs. And look at the great monk Luo Pei, who is also a casual cultivator. The great monk Luo Pei has 3 4th-grade top defensive magic weapons. These should all be mine! Brother Yozhua shouted in his heart. He also didn't want to think about how even if all the resources of Anyu Island fell into the hands of the great monk Luo Pei, there would be only a few resources in total, and how he could exchange them for 3 4th-grade top-level defensive magic weapons. His eyes are a little red now. No matter how rich the other great monks are, they are all outsiders. But Brother Luo Pei was different. They were poor together, and Brother Luo Pei now became rich, which he couldn't accept. The one who felt the same as him was the great monk Gambin on the other side. You dare to be distracted during the battle. Senior Brother Luo Pei didn't know what Senior Monk Yaozhua was thinking. He only knew that Senior Monk Yaozhua was distracted during the battle. He activated 3 4th-grade top-level defensive magic weapons. In his opinion, Li Shiming did not need them, so he delegated them to him for use. They were not really good things. Li Shiming's current vision is too high, and only Ling Bao will be favored by him. The clone Li Yuanba is a pure swordsman, and a spiritual treasure flying sword is enough. But he forgot that even the sect's top monks, not to mention the casual cultivators, could not ignore the 4th-grade top magic weapon that he looked down on. Brother Luo Pei waved his hand, and the black water sword flew out. This was the secret method of black ice arrow, single target attack. Both sides were within the fighting range, and were ready to fight at any time. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 top-grade 4th-grade defensive magic weapons had not attracted the attention of the great monk Yozhua, he might have taken action first at this moment. Brother Luo Pei took the opportunity. Although the black water sword is not a spiritual treasure that is good at speed, the grade of the spiritual treasure itself is 1 level higher than that of magic weapons, and its speed exceeds that of most magic weapons. Brother Yozhua reacted quickly, and when the black water sword came close, he also reacted. At the same time, Brother Gonbin on the other side also launched an attack on Brother Luo Pei. The battle started in an instant, showing no mercy to each other. Brother Yozhua was very clear about Brother Luo Pei's combat prowess, and was also very familiar with Brother Luo Pei's natal magic weapon. He dealt with it based on Brother Luo Pei's previous combat prowess. It was only when he sensed the aura of the black water sword that he realized something was wrong. The aura of the black water sword obviously exceeded the scope of a magic weapon. When the great monk Luo Pei had murderous intention, he fully released the power of the black water sword, spiritual treasure. He has the identity of the great monk Luo Pei, which is very convenient at present. He didn't want these 2 casual cultivators, who were very familiar with senior monk Luo Pei, to find anything unusual. When the time came, it would be a huge trouble for the Wuliang sect alone to hear the news. Brother Yozhua's defensive method was to use his own magic weapon to resist the attack of black ice arrow. He was able to do this by using his familiarity with Brother Luo Pei's fighting style. But when his natal magic weapon collided with the black water sword, his natal magic weapon was instantly frozen, and was hit by the impact of the black water sword. With a boom, his magic weapon collapsed in the air, and turned into countless fragments. Brother Yozhua only felt a pain in his brain, which was the backlash of the destruction of his life magic weapon. Under normal circumstances, even if the natal magic weapon has suffered some damage, it may be taken back into the body and slowly warmed up. The natal magic weapon in the energy state can slowly repair itself in the temperature difference. But this has to be done at a certain level. Just like now, the natal magic weapon is completely broken into pieces. The core runes of the natal magic weapon are destroyed, and the natal magic weapon can no longer be taken back into the nascent soul.